In the scorching heat of July, the city of Binjiang was nearly unbearable. Inside the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau, an antiquated Fawn Creek Dan groaned, striving to dissipate stifling warmth. The woman mentioned, Shiziang Gan beautiful. She neither seeks money nor gifts, he's implyless to my confessions. She never contradicts me, whatever I act. She accepts. Just think about it, in Thebeth house and the second floor, a woman like thought costs him 1,200 per hour. Isn't that quite a bargain? Ayaman with dark hair thumped his thigh emphatically, passionately recounting his tale to the Fiser. Chitian, Arya Sanja spent 3 hours just chatting. The Fiser interjected impatiently. Yes, haven't you already investigated? It truly haven't committed an illegal acts. I was merely heartbroken and wanted semianato tacto. The youths visua saken vasofinicence. Then we did dio your porty ourself? The Fiser nearly burst into laughter. On that day, the Public Security Bureau received a tip-off claiming that illegal activity taking place in the second floor of Honglingman bathhouse, only to discover that the individual in question had reported himself. Because I renewed of money. The onslaquacia on Manowarian awkward expression. And yet he is still. The Fiser was nearly driven to madness without him means to pay for a massage, had reported himself for arrest? What did Hedekeith Public Security Bureau for? What absurd logic was this? Wasn't bail for more expensive at a massage? Did these young people notice their brains when acting? Have a urfama likema to pay your bail, and you can leave. I am an orphan. What tabudi are teachers from school? I graduate del ria dita maris the entrance examination for Binwa University. The Fiser was rendered speechless. An orphan had little to for, and the individual was soon to participate in the entrance assessment for Binwa University. Once hective tethystony and drecheth body refinement stage, awakening is bloodline weapon, Hekud become a respective a martial artist. A person who might become a martial artist was not Sumionet Public Security Bureau could effort to provoke. Havio already reach body refinement stage, the Fiser's demeanor became significantly more courteous. I can to forth the activation stone im waitin' for the intrinsic activation stone, from Binwa University breakthrough. As Chitayan spoke, he produced immediately card from his pocket, emblazoned with 3-eared stars. The admission ticket for Binwa University? In this world, there exists sapcular rule before the is of 18. The limito phonus cultivation is the peacoft Kayan blood stage. Even a prodigious talent born at the peacoft Kayan blood stage amas twaituntal theorying tinto attempt becoming gap respective a martial artist. This relies affectionate, lie dubbed 18 forbidden. Only you can reach in jiteen, attaining the peak Kayan blood stage, inducing an activation stondo isini haviatin. Percent chance of breaking through to body refinement stage, condensing their bloodline weapon, and becoming gap respective a martial artist. Although Chitayan had yet breakthrough, detaining Simeonu home might become a martial artist was clearly foolish. To impose Finu as futile had no money. To detain him was equally unfeasible. In the end, the Public Security Bureau had no choice but to let the Mongo. Even if it was more possibility, they did not wish to offend a future martial artist. Chitian, if I disturb public order again, vural novelty of so easily. Upon hearing Goft he severe punishment, Chitayan shark quivered. That punishment was for more severe than merely being sent to a wing machine euphemism for prison life. It will remember tis that Todea had better brain eye, through toth body refinement stage, Oreo will regret it. Chitian hadn't anticipated the Fiser Stober grudges so deeply Stalina dead in agreement and left Public Security Bureau. On the 16th, it will definite liar pay the massa in sahave money. Kick it out of Public Security Bureau, Chitian insolently vowed. A schwacked down the street, his eyes darted restless lie I never direction. Suddenly he darted forward to pick a pan and tie bottom be the roadside, unscrew it the cap to pour out water, crush at the bottle, recapet it, and stuff it into his pocket. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable skill, startling the near scavenger. Since when did a young man at the 9th level of Kayan blood start scavenging? Wasn't that a form of bullying? Under the astonished gaze of the scavenger, Chitan departed without into remorse. Empty bottles, scrap paper, junk metal anything, thought could be sold way eagerly accepted by Chitan, all stuffed into his pockets. Strangely, those pockets amid like about endless bit, never filling gup na maturhaumek ikramid inside. Winding thruffles, Chitian arrived beside a collapsed building, E resulto fa ferocious iron feather regalis rampage feude spreer. Tha fifth had been slain by a martial artist, ith had still demolished several structures. Iong, port limini merged fronthereuens with twolakis, gazing at Chitian with astonishment. Chitian, Yuri Mazenjuaktuala did it. That portliman praised him profusely. Enough chatter according to her wager, if leave without paying for the massage, that's 500. Yentered Public Security Bureau on come out and scathed, that's another 500 telling in 1,000. Hando Vertha cash. All the taco fee art break, lack of funds, and self-reporting. It turned out the tight wasel merely a wager between Chitian and the portliman. What Chitian gamble don waste the belief that Public Security Bureau would not detain Simeon at the verge of becoming a martial artist. I'd washer to tell if he was bold, or if he valued money over his life. All right, am willing to bet. That portliman produced 1,000 dinkish. Thanks, mi friend remember to calm for the next bit. Chitian tu ni themini, turned tully. Wait, are you durin gin a towager again? That portliman called after him. Water webbedingen? Chitian asked, intrigued with the prospecto fanather wager. 1,000, a counter wager, I bet you want pass the entrance exam for Binwa University tomorrow. What do you say? Ario serious, my friend? Chitian regarded Hongbeo with suspicion. When it commenced to gambling, in never jest, Hongbeo patted, hiskingly, his expression grave. Fine, I accept it. Sayu the examination venua tomorrow. With a wager accepted, Chitian turned to leave. Butoni off Hongbe's lackey scood not contain himself. Boss, why would you wager against Chitian? The probability of an ordinary person breaking through toth body. Refinement stagey and condensing their bloodline, weaponous and lighten, percentis and thirst rate? The lackey questioned, perplexed. What do you know? The earlier Rona reaches the peacocked kind blood stage, the higher the chance off breaking through. When I first saw Chitian in high school, Huazel readieth the peak, such a genius shays a high probability of breaking through, Hongbeo explained. Then that makes of endless sensei I you believe has a high chance of breaking through. Why would you but they won't? Arintio just giving Chitian money? The lackey Wasevin more confused. Emir looking to certain Chitian's resolve. In the past 3 years, Ivinover won a bet against them. Hongbei osmoled faintly. If he's confident in his brain I threw, then ha will suralixixt. That way, I can place a substantial wager in Thunderground Casino. Two-thirds, Hongbei's gambling ways an obsession. Butin hisonis, it was merely a business. They gamble way slowsis the housiest the ultimate victor. System y haven tie appeared it? Chitian witherush, you'll boop soon. Chapter 02. A night back to the pre-liberation era having departed from Hongbao, Chitian promptly activated the system within his mind. Ding. The universal financial system is at your service. Check balance. Current functions, storage, current interest rates, annual fixed deposit rate of 10, and savings rate of 5. The total amount of money is 98,600 yuan. 4,272 bottles of mineral water, 3,600 kilograms of waste paper, 200 kilograms of scrap iron, 10 kilograms of scrap copper, spirit energy value, 7,700 points. There are still 20 hours until the next withdrawal time. After reviewing the balance, Chitian dashed straight to the recycling station. He sold off all the accumulated inventory from these past years in one go, bringing his fortune to a total of 110,000 yuan. However, gazing at the system panel, Chitian found himself both amused and exasperated. In his previous life, Chitian had stumbled upon a financial system. Yet before he could become a wealthy magnate, he was struck by a speeding truck and transported to this world. Although reborn in a high martial arts realm, the system remained the same financial one. The issue was, this was not a world rife with credit loans and online borrowing. As an orphan, he had no capital whatsoever. While other transmigrators could earn money simply by signing in, he had to painstakingly save and scrape together funds through dubious means. Money balance, 0. Spirit energy balance, 7,700 points. With 17 hours remaining until the next withdrawal. Fortunately, this system not only failed to allow for savings but could also store all manner of items, including spirit energy, which could accrue interest. Although Chitian could not break free from the constraints of being underage, whenever he reached the peak of his vitality, he would store some spirit energy within the system. After repeating this for many years, he finally reached the age of 18. However, Chitian held little interest in the so-called martial artists. To others, martial artists were revered guardians of the world, enjoying immense privileges. Yet in Chitian's eyes, They were merely high-risk professionals. He had no desire for the blood-stained life of a martial artist. In this second life, even as others pursued the pinnacle of martial prowess, Chi Tian was solely focused on amassing wealth. Just as Chi Tian deposited all his money onto a bank card, he received a call from the orphanage director. "Xiao Tian, where are you? Hurry back, someone is trying to take the orphanage's land, director. Don't worry, I'll be right back." Chi Tian immediately hailed a taxi and rushed back to the orphanage. Having lived in this world for 18 years, the orphanage was home to him. However, upon arriving, he found a group of people arguing with the director at the entrance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chi Tian declared. As the oldest child in the orphanage, he felt a sense of responsibility. "Xiao Tian, you're back. They want to take the orphanage." The elderly director's face was filled with urgency, her empty sleeves swaying without support. "How dare you? Are you seeking death? This is the orphanage for the children of martial artists." In this world, martial artists held significant status, and the title of orphan children of martial artists had always served as a protective charm for the orphanage. All the orphans were the surviving offspring of fallen martial artists, which was one of the reasons Chi Tian was reluctant to become a martial artist himself. "Please, don't be upset. We are not here to cause trouble. I am a staff member from the Yang Group," one of the men spoke politely. "The city government has authorized us to construct a grain processing factory, and this land has been sold to our group. Our paperwork is all legitimate." He waved a document in his hand. "But don't worry, the company is willing to provide you with 500,000 as relocation fees. Just find another place. Perhaps due to the martial artist's prestige." The man spoke with great courtesy. 500,000? With so many people, how could we possibly manage? Chi Tian was infuriated. That amount would barely cover a small house in a slum, and it would be impossible to accommodate dozens of children. "Everyone is working hard for the continuation of humanity. I understand your concern for these kids, but this is a directive from the federal government. Not just Binjiang, but all Bay cities are expanding grain processing factories. We have no choice. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. They have the city government's authorization." Chi Tian felt increasingly cornered. "In any case, this land now belongs to the Yang Group. You either relocate or pay us 100,000 yuan in rent every quarter. We will build the factory elsewhere at a high cost, which will also be a contribution for these children." 100,000? Both Chi Tian and the director were astonished. That was the annual food budget for the children. "We are an orphanage. We don't have that much money." The director was on the verge of tears, as ensuring that the children had enough to eat each day was already a daunting task. "Let alone paying rent. Then there's nothing I can do, and if not, I will have to call the security department to enforce the eviction." "All right, I will pay the rent." For ordinary people, 100,000 yuan was a substantial sum. Yet Chi Tian's first bucket of gold had just vanished. He felt not only heartache but sheer frustration. "Fine, the land will remain untouched today, but I will be back next quarter." With that, the man departed, leaving Chi Tian in deep worry. "Xiao Tian, where did you get the money?" "Don't ask, director. Let's just hold on for 3 months." Gazing at the director's empty sleeve, Chi Tian felt a pang of guilt. The money was originally meant for her mechanical prosthetic, but now it was sacrificed for the orphanage. He was too weary to explain, but the problem remained. Not only had the money disappeared, but what would happen in 3 months? Chi Tian's only hope lay in the entrance examination at Binwu University the following day. After a sleepless night, Chi Tian arrived early at Binwu University. He needed to become a prospective martial artist first, then find a way to earn money. The playground of Binwu was bustling with a crowd of over 10,000. These were all 18-year-olds who had passed their high school exams in 3 subjects. Based on past statistics, it would be considered good if 1/5 of them passed the assessment. "Why didn't you answer my call yesterday? You didn't return my messages all day?" A melodious voice chimed beside Chi Tian. Turning around, he found his high school classmate, the renowned beauty Lin Ran.as. For why he hadn't answered her call the previous day, he was busy engaging with number 16 at the bathing center. "Leaving no time for phone calls? I was a bit busy yesterday." Chi Tian was puzzled as to why Lin Ran, who was usually distant with others, always initiated conversations with him. "Busy making money? I see. I heard someone is betting on whether you can break through. I don't know where to place the bet. Otherwise, I would go for it. That money is too easy to pass up." Chi Tian felt as though he had missed an opportunity. Being a betting option for underground gambling meant he was among the top talents from various high schools, most of whom had reached peak vitality by their first year of high school or even earlier. Their chances of breaking through were significantly higher and thus more valuable for gambling. Always thinking about money, it seems you only have eyes for cash, Lin Ran remarked, seemingly annoyed, pouting as she walked away. Hey, wait a minute. I still have 1,000 yuan left. I need to make a comeback. Chi Tian shook off his thoughts of Lin Ran and began searching around. Finally, he spotted a chubby figure in the crowd and hurried over. If anyone knew where to place bets, it would surely be the fat guy. System. After 18 years of hard work, you spin it all at once. Chi Tian. What hard work? Just give me some interest. Didn't I earn most of it myself? Chapter 03. Bloodline Divine Weapon. As for whether he could break through to the body refinement stage, Chi Tian held no doubts whatsoever. The system had stored so much spirit energy. If he couldn't break through, wouldn't that be a bug? If that were the case, he might as well delete his account and start fresh. Having heard Lin Ran's words, Chi Tian quickly searched for Hong Bao. He would surely know where to place bets. Fatty, are you betting in the underground casino? Am I on the list? Chi Tian pulled the fat guy aside. Huh? You found out? Hee, with your talent, you must be on the list. The fat guy was taken aback. Enough chatter, place a bet of 1,000 yuan for me. Chi Tian handed over his remaining funds. Are you betting on whether you can break through or not? What do you think? Chi Tian rolled his eyes. Of course, I'm betting that I can break through. Hurry up. The fat guy stepped aside, picked up the phone, and placed the bet for Chi Tian. Just then, the loudspeaker on the playground began to announce 80 years ago, when the spirit energy revived and the space fractured, ancient beasts emerged from the depths. And surface animals were also demonized, plunging humanity into an unprecedented crisis. The three great holy kings rose during this peril, leading the remnants of humanity to contend against the beasts, which led to the formation of the Human Alliance and the establishment of our survival bases. Martial artists are humanity's bulwark and hope, and Binjiang Martial Artist University is the cradle of martial artists. All qualified students can use a free activation stone once with their qualification certificates. As long as they reach the body refinement stage, they can enroll. This year, new students will also participate in a competition. Whoever achieves first place among the newcomers will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. A barrage of words. Chi Tian barely absorbed any of it, but the mention of the prize money sparked his interest. His pockets were emptier than his face, and upon hearing about the 100,000 yuan, Chi Tian instantly felt restless. Everyone began lining up for the assessment. Besides the academy's evaluators, there were many reporters present. Each student represented the future pillars of Binjiang City, and at this time every year, everyone would tune in to watch the live assessment of Binwu Academy on television. That moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the AI is that not Yang Bufan? You know, I placed a hefty bet on your failure to break through. Yang Bufan? He is a classmate of Chi Tian. Just like Hong Ba, I hope you didn't wager too much. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits. Chi Tian, disinterested in this petty, envious rich kid, retorted, What are you doing here instead of queuing? The tone of the portly boy was rather unfriendly, seemingly harboring a dislike for Yang Bufan. Q? Ha! What do you see here? Yang Bufan extended his palm, and a black long spear materialized in his grasp. Activation stones are not exclusive to schools. They can be purchased in the market as well. Yang Bufan's actions instantly captured the attention of those around him. A highly practical divine weapon was something every young person yearned for. Have you already broken through? Chi Tian was momentarily taken aback. It's known that a single activation stone on the market costs a staggering 100,000. It appears Yang Bufan is indeed quite affluent. During our combat classes, you often made me look foolish. How does it feel now? I am now an aspiring warrior, endowed with a family lineage, wielding a divine spear, complemented by specialized techniques. Are you envious? Yang Bufan paid no heed to the envious gazes around him, instead reveling in showing off before Chi Tian and Hong Bao. Fool! Chi Tian and the portly boy echoed in unison. It was precisely because they were paired in combat classes that Chi Tian often left Yang Bufan looking like a beaten pig. Today, it seemed Yang Bufan had come specifically to flaunt. Chi Tian, if you fail, what will you do? As a fellow classmate, I can introduce you to a job at my family's factory. At least it will fill your belly, fool, but I must warn you. Stay away from Lin Ran. That woman is mine. With that, the long spear vanished, and Yang Bufan swaggered off to report. Fool! Chi Tian and the portly boy had no time to spare for Yang Bufan. By now, The crowd had formed an orderly queue and commenced the assessment point. One student grasped the activation stone in both hands, and as the vital energy surged, the red activation stone transformed into a beam of crimson light that entered their body. Subsequently, red spiritual energy emanated from their exterior, signifying a successful breakthrough. Although the probability of success was low, those participating were all high-achieving students, yielding a success rate of 1 in 5. The most eye-catching aspect of the entire assessment was the awakening that followed the breakthrough to the body refinement realm. Each individual reaching this stage would have an opportunity for a bloodline awakening, wherein the bloodline power would coalesce into an item. The future trajectory of a warrior's development is significantly influenced by the attributes of this item. Wow, it's a sword. This must be a combat-type warrior. What a beautiful sword, but it pales in comparison to the blade of the Thunder Blade Sage. Enough chatter. The larger the bloodline divine weapon, the stronger the ability. Do you think reaching the Saint King level is that easy? The scene was a cacophony of reactions. Those who succeeded were elated, while the majority expressed regret. Becoming a warrior is the dream of every young person. Once the opportunity at 18 is missed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break through again. Even if one does manage to break through, their achievements will be limited. This moment, Lin Ran took the stage, and Chi Tian involuntarily turned his gaze toward her. Dressed in a light yellow tracksuit, paired with her egg-white complexion, she truly embodied the beauty of the first high school. Lin Ran had been Chi Tian's classmate since elementary school, through middle school and now high school. He couldn't quite recall when this tomboy had blossomed into such a stunning beauty, and she seemed to be growing more enchanting by the day. Chi Tian spent his days contemplating wealth, not just for his own grand dreams, but also to provide for the young ones at the orphanage who relied on him for their meals. Yet, Lin Ran's frequent closeness to him inevitably drew numerous rivals. She broke through. Lin Ran has broken through. How cool! Oh no, I bet Lin Ran wouldn't break through. I've lost. The crimson light radiated from her body, indicating her successful breakthrough. Lin Ran then raised her palm, and a red whip appeared out of thin air. Wow, another weapon! The beautiful Lin Ran has broken through. If I fail, I'll never get another chance to get close to her. Don't be disheartened. Even if you break through, she wouldn't look at you. But I like this little whip. I wonder what kind of delightful sensations it brings when it strikes the skin. If you fail to break through, that whip might just finish you. Lin Ran stood behind the instructor after her successful breakthrough, her face displaying joy, yet a hint of concern lingered in her gaze as she fixed her eyes on Chi Tian. Soon after, the portly Hong Bao took the stage and, to everyone's surprise, also managed to break through, though the nature of his bloodline divine weapon drew curious glances from onlookers. Look, that portly fellow's bloodline divine weapon is 3 dice? Dice? Isn't that just a game? He probably can't become a combat-type warrior. He might as well be an entertainment-type warrior. Playing dice with others, he could gamble with beasts, placing bets on life and death. Surely there's a chance he could win. Ha ha. Some expressed their regrets, while others mocked, yet breaking through was still an achievement. As for the utility of the bloodline divine weapon, it would depend on how the instructors allocated them after enrollment. Hong Bao, Chi Tian, what's your relationship with Lin Ran? She seems quite concerned about you. Chi Tian, just friends, Yang Bufan. Lin Ran is mine. I'm an aspiring warrior now. Chi Tian, Hong Bao, fool. Chapter 04. The twins. The examination site of Binwu University was filled with nearly 10,000 candidates, forming 10 long lines. Those who passed stood behind the instructors, while many others left in disappointment. Finally, it was Chi Tian's turn, and several familiar classmates were watching him intently. Chi Tian, you can do it. Lin Ran, who had just been angry with Chi Tian, stood among the successful candidates, cheering him on. Lin Ran, he's just an orphan, without money or power. Why are you so close to him? Yang Bufan stood beside Lin Ran, consumed with jealousy. Mind your own business. Lin Ran shot back icily, casting Yang Bufan a disdainful glance before turning her attention back to Chi Tian, her expression seemingly more anxious than when she had broken through herself. Chi Tian had already reached the peak of vital energy during middle school, making him a seed candidate in this Binwu examination, well known to many. After the assessment instructor verified Chi Tian's information and identity, a red stone, about the size of a chicken egg, was placed on the table. Grip the activation stone and circulate your spiritual energy. Chi Tian complied, gripping the activation stone, but as the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, an odd force emanated from the stone, stimulating his meridians. The spiritual energy melded into his body, nourishing every cell within. Subsequently, the energy began to overflow from his body, enveloping him in a radiant red glow. Excellent. Well done. Lin Ran was so excited she nearly leaped in joy. The portly boy also wore a look of satisfaction, having placed a hefty bet on Qi Tian. Only young Bufan appeared grim, unable to believe Qi Tian had also broken through. Glory, accolades, women, everything belonged to Qi Tian. Meanwhile, the seemingly privileged young Bufan felt like a mere clown. Hiss to hiss, Qi Tian felt as though his entire being was ablaze. The spiritual energy was cleansing his skin for the first time, akin to a fierce dragon exploring a narrow valley. A mix of pain and pleasure, qualified, the staff, sensing the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Qi Tian's body, smiled broadly. Feel the bloodline. Condense the bloodline power in your hand. Bloodline power? Qi Tian was unaware of what that entailed. He merely closed his eyes to sense it, only to suddenly feel his blood boiling, two unfamiliar yet familiar presences coursing through his veins. Point 2. That can't be right. Could it be that I possess a twin bloodline? Though it was his first time condensing a bloodline divine weapon, Qi Tian still retained basic knowledge. Each individual possesses only one bloodline power, even if they manifested dual weapons like dual blades or, as in the case of the portly boy, 3 dice. The essence could only be one, yet now, Qi Tian distinctly sensed 2 bloodline powers within him. Could this be due to my reincarnation? Qi Tian alone knew his secret. A tall tree attracts the wind, and to avoid being targeted, he opted to condense only one of the bloodline powers. Wow, as expected of a top student from the first high school, that weapon is impressive. It's massive. I've never seen such a large hammer before. This is definitely a combat-type warrior. Alas, what a pity. I bet Qi Tian wouldn't break through. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Qi Tian gazed at the divine weapon in his hand. A nearly meter-long hammer, with a double-sided, flat hammerhead. The hammer gleamed silver, radiating a brilliant light, clearly a weapon of war. A combat-type warrior. Qi Tian felt no interest whatsoever. He retracted the bloodline, and that great hammer transformed back into bloodline power. Returning to Qi Tian's body. Wait for me behind. The instructor stamped Qi Tian's name with a qualified seal. Ha ha. Qi Tian, well done. I've made a fortune this time. The portly boy threw an arm around Qi Tian's shoulder, laughing exuberantly. What were the odds? Qi Tian himself had bet 1,000, 5 to 1. I wagered 10,000 on your breakthrough, turning 1,000 into 5,000. Qi Tian felt a wave of regret. Had he not squandered his money yesterday, he would have directly amassed 500,000. A sense of defeat washed over him, making him feel as though he had lost not merely money but his very life. Congratulations! Upon seeing Qi Tian's breakthrough, Lin Ran rushed over to extend her congratulations. Thanks. Despite achieving a breakthrough and acquiring a fine divine weapon, Qi Tian could not muster any joy, especially after losing tens of thousands. The assessment continued, and Qi Tian stepped aside, directly accessing the system in his mind. This is Qi Tian's last glimmer of hope, a system boasting the title of an all-powerful golden finger. Surely it must offer more than just a mere savings function. Ding! The universal financial system is at your service. Current functions: storage, exchange. Storage interest rates, annual fixed rate of 20, and a variable rate of 10. Exchange function allows for the conversion between various materials, currencies, and energies, with the system providing a comprehensive evaluation of the exchange rate. Balance, spiritual energy, 7,700 points, available for withdrawal. Suddenly invigorated, Qi Tian realized this rudimentary financial system was indeed as he had anticipated. As he upgraded, so too did the system. The storage interest rate had doubled, meaning if he deposited 10,000, he could earn 2,000 in a year. Finally, this system was beginning to show some semblance of worth. Qi Tian felt elated. However, what did the exchange function entail, literally speaking? After cursing the system's creators inwardly, Qi Tian continued to inquire. Can I convert my spiritual energy into money? Indeed, the ratio is 1 to 100. But the system charges a 10% fee. Thus, you can exchange 1 point of spiritual energy for $100, and after the fee, you will receive $90. How unscrupulous! Though he grumbled internally, Qi Tian's heart was already bursting with joy. Having accumulated over 7,000 points of spiritual energy, that translated into an astonishing sum. For warriors, upgrading took years of toil, each step fraught with challenges. If other warriors were to discover he could exchange precious realms for money, they would surely harbor ill intentions towards him. Yet, the sudden prospect of wealth sent Chi Tian into a euphoric frenzy, urging him to dash to the restroom. The thrill of potential riches was undeniably exhilarating. Suppressing his excitement, Chi Tian rejoined the crowd to observe the events unfolding. As the day drew to a close, over 2,000 individuals had completed the assessment, while the unsuccessful candidates and journalists were promptly expelled from Binwu University. Congratulations, everyone, on becoming prospective warriors. However, the journey is not yet over. We will now conduct today's freshman assessment to determine your attributes and allocate classes based on your performances. After receiving their identification tokens, all students were directed to the refining hall. A token bearing their personal information served as the emblem of Binwu University. Anyone spotted with such a token on the streets would be met with envious glances from passers-by. The 2,000 gathered in an indoor arena several times larger than a gymnasium, where 20 10-meter square arenas were set up. The surrounding seats were filled not only with freshmen but also many upperclassmen eager to see if any exceptional talents emerged among the new cohort. Yet, after a year of body refining, many had already reached the third or fourth levels of this realm. Attending to the newcomers was merely a pretense. The male students were busy critiquing the new female students. A large screen stood against the back wall, instructing everyone to ascend to the arenas for one-on-one combat. Sniper rifle. What about me? Why can't I make an appearance? Chi Tian, spare me the nonsense. Do you want me to be studied as a monster? Chapter 05. Invincible in battle, unassailable in attack. The announcement outlined the rules of the arena competition. Martial arts combat practice follows similar regulations to those in high school. Bloodline weapons may be used, but lethal force is prohibited. Should an opponent surrender or leave the arena, further attacks are forbidden. Violators will be expelled from the academy, with severe cases referred to the Judgment Office, an entity specifically tasked with managing and regulating the conduct of warriors. Comprised of high-ranking warriors themselves, as the 20 arenas commenced simultaneously, chaos erupted. Fighting, referred to as combat class, was a mandatory subject in high school. Some wielded shields, others long spears, while some opted for bows and arrows. Meanwhile, Chi Tian, whose turn had not yet arrived, discreetly slipped away to the restroom, seeking solace in the confines of a stall to tap into his other bloodline power. Perhaps due to the transmigration, Chi Tian discovered he possessed two bloodline powers, one of which he dared not reveal. As Chi Tian gazed at the sniper rifle he held, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Bloodline weapons were traditionally limited to the creation of melee weapons. He had never heard of anyone manifesting a sniper rifle. This was irrefutable evidence that this bloodline must belong to his previous life, for it could not otherwise yield such an incongruous weapon. By condensing spiritual energy into bullets, he could fire them through the gun's barrel, inflicting tremendous damage. As he absorbed the information imparted by the sniper rifle, Chi Tian shook his head. He had no desire to be a warrior on the front lines. What use was a sniper rifle to him? Yet, it was a comforting thought to possess a means of defense should danger arise. Upon stabilizing his excitement and exiting the restroom, it was finally Chi Tian's turn to step into the arena, facing off against a bald opponent wielding dual blades, someone from a different high school, whom Chi Tian did not recognize. Hello, I am Reno, and these two blades are called the Thunderstorm Twin Blades. Thunderstorm Twin Blades? Why does your weapon have a name? Chi Tian inquired with surprise. As bloodline weapons were typically the result of bloodline condensation, he had never heard of anyone naming their weapon. I just named them myself. Reno chuckled awkwardly. Then my hammer shall be called the Invincible and Unassailable Hammer, specialized in defeating the Thunderstorm Twin Blades. While the aspiration to become a warrior was not a dream, Chi Tian would not tolerate anyone flaunting their prowess before him. It was a matter of principle. Having consistently excelled in combat classes, he had bested all who dared to show off in front of him. And today would be no different. Annoyed by Chi Tian's lack of decorum, Reno charged forward, swinging his twin blades. Observing his opponent's movements, Chi Tian placed his hammer aside and swiftly dodged the blade's edges, delivering a powerful punch to Reno's abdomen before sending him flying off the arena with a kick. Your fundamentals are lacking. Go practice some more. Chi Tian felt no pressure. Although they were of equal realms, he regarded Reno's combat skills with disdain. Turning his gaze, he noticed Lin ran using her whip to sweep her opponent off the arena, while the hefty Hong Bao hurled 3 dice as concealed weapons, knocking his adversary out of the ring. The freshman assessment arena competition at Binwu University was in full swing, showcasing a plethora of talent, due to the varying skills, foundations, and bloodline weapons among the participants. The matches exhibited a mix of rapid victories and drawn-out struggles, leaving spectators disinterested. As the second round commenced, Qi Tian continued to refrain from using his hammer, relying solely on his fists and agility to defeat his opponent. After emerging victorious, he graciously helped his adversary to their feet and offered some friendly advice. That's not how sword techniques should be executed. You've just acquired your bloodline weapon, but you're not yet familiar with it. Instead of flailing about, using your fists may yield more direct results. Thank you. Though he had defeated the beautiful opponent, Qi Tian seized the opportunity to build rapport. Meanwhile, Lin Rant's expression seemed to darken. As the sky grew dim, the third round continued. Yet, this time, an acquaintance stepped into the arena. Yang Bufan? In high school, Yang Bufan had often been on the receiving end of Qi Tian's punches. They had encountered each other in the plaza, and now fate brought them together once more. Qi Tian, in the realm of vitality, I was no match for you. But now that I have reached the body-refining realm, it's time for me to take my revenge. Allow me to showcase the prowess of my overlord spear. Yang Bufan brandished his iron spear, its tip glimmering ominously, exuding an air of intimidation. Fine. Then let me demonstrate the might of my invincible and unassailable hammer specialized in defeating the overlord spear. Not only did Qi Tian disregard his opponents in terms of combat skills, but he also refused to back down in boasting. Today, let me show you that possessing a divine weapon is futile without the proper techniques. The spear tip danced, disorienting onlookers with its dark gleam. Yang Bufan, possessing some skill, swung his spear with the grace of a dragon, clearly having trained extensively in spear techniques. A wealthy heir like him was bound to have a solid foundation. Qi Tian could not afford to be careless. The strength of a warrior was determined not only by their realm and bloodline weapon, but also by their techniques. Techniques were classified into 4 tiers: red, gold, purple, and yellow. Ranging from high to low. It was said that even the most basic yellow-grade technique could fetch a price exceeding 1 million. To Qi Tian's surprise, Yang Bufan possessed such backing. He hefted his massive hammer onto his shoulder. Perhaps due to the nature of his bloodline power, all weapons bore their own weight, yet to the wielder, they felt as light as a feather, effortlessly maneuverable. Yang Bufan, do not fool yourself. If your fundamentals are lacking, even the strongest techniques will reveal flaws. Qi Tian evaded Yang Bufan's attacks, and although his spear skills were formidable, his footwork was rather pedestrian. Soon, Qi Tian identified a gap in Yang Bufan's defenses. Closing in, he swung his hammer, sending both Yang Bufan and his spear tumbling off the arena. All right, Qi Tian, just you wait. Having endured 3 years of defeat at Qi Tian's hands, Yang Bufan believed he had finally found a moment to assert himself. Yet once again, he found himself overpowered. Till this day, Yang Bufan possessed nothing. No reputation, no friends, no women. How could he possibly lose to a pauper? Oh, and I forgot to mention, there's no need to offer me a job. As the third round concluded, the day had grown late, and today's trials came to a close. Qi Tian waited patiently for the hefty Hong Bao to exchange their gambling winnings before returning to the Welfare Institute. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he found himself surrounded once more by a throng of people, this time led by none other than Yang Bufan. On that fateful day, Yang Bufan, who had just been sent flying by his own actions, exclaimed, "Why have you come again? I have already paid the rent." The mention of rent made Qi Tian wince. Today, the second young master of the Yang group has personally arrived, which suggests that matters may have taken a turn for the worse. The Yang group? The second young master? Qi Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that the Yang group, which had come to reclaim the land yesterday, was indeed the company owned by Yang Bufan. While Qi Tian was indifferent to Yang Bufan himself, the men standing behind him instilled a palpable sense of pressure. Are they all at the body refinement stage? Yang Bufan's cunning seems to be growing more pronounced. Which ridiculous name have you given me? Qi Tian remarked, it's just a name. It can be changed at will. Chapter 6. The first upgrade. Yang Bufan. What's the matter today? Can't handle defeat, so you brought such a large entourage. Qi Tian sensed that Yang Bufan's intentions were far from benign. The director and a group of children had lost their bearings and, seeing that Chi Tian knew the other party, hoped he could negotiate with them. Chi Tian, I am not so petty. I am here for official business. This land is to be developed into a grain processing facility. An error on my company's part led to your renting this land, which is unacceptable. Yang Bufan straightened his suit collar, embodying the essence of a young master. Yang Bufan, can you not survive without putting on an act? Aren't you just here to settle personal scores? Chi Tian loathed the pretentious demeanor of Yang Bufan. No, I must reiterate that I am here representing the Yang Group. The construction of the grain processing facility is a directive from the federal government, and we are merely acting upon that mandate. Nonsense. I have heard that your estate is quite expansive. Why not build the factory there? These children in the welfare home merely wish for a roof over their heads. Although Chi Tian despised Yang Bufan, he loathed this world even more. His parents, both warriors, had sacrificed themselves for humanity. Yet these children couldn't even aspire to a stable life. No, my family has warriors. My father and my uncles are all warriors. A warrior's family is entitled to protection. Surely, you cannot be so ignorant of this basic principle. Yang Bufan chuckled triumphantly. And what of these children's parents, who are also warriors? Do they not deserve protection? But the truth is, they have perished. I have now become a quasi-warrior. This place is my home. And I deserve protection. Although a quasi-warrior is likely to become a true warrior, they are not yet one, and thus cannot be afforded that privilege. Even if you can defeat me, what does it matter? A true victor in life does not measure success by a single encounter. Yang Bufan's delight grew with each word, as if he were expelling the frustrations of the day. Even if we lack warriors here, you have already accepted our rent. Surely you cannot go back on your word. Though Chi Tian was agitated, he found himself at a loss. Here is 600,000. 100,000 is your rent, and the remaining 500,000 is your relocation compensation. I am indifferent to money. I simply want to see you move out, now, immediately. Yang Bufan had finally discovered his leverage over Chi Tian, his status. The land now belonged to the Yang family, and Yang Bufan was compelling Chi Tian to vacate at once. And what if I refuse to move? Chi Tian retorted. With over 30 people, where could we possibly relocate to at this hour? Refuse? Given that we are all classmates, I shall offer you a choice. I have 3 bodyguards. If you can defeat them, you may continue to rent this place. If you fail, you must leave immediately. Xiao Tian. He is not your classmate. Why is he behaving this way? The director was on the verge of tears. It was nearly dark, and moving now was simply absurd. I cannot afford to associate with such classmates. Director, do not worry. I will bear the brunt of it if the sky falls. Yuan understood that Yang Bufan had come to exact revenge, but having just entered the body refinement stage, he possessed no combat techniques. Defeating the bodyguards who stood behind Yang Bufan with only the basic fighting skills he learned in high school was manifestly impossible. Very well, let your men come forth. Chi Tian chose to accept the challenge. Haha, Lao Chi, step up and give him a beating. Just don't kill him. Yang Bufan's delight was palpable at Chi Tian's acceptance, as he summoned a fighter clad in combat attire from behind him. Li Guangcan, body refinement stage 4, already at the bone refinement stage. Don't say I am bullying you. I'll even let you have 3 moves. The newcomer regarded Chi Tian with disdain. In terms of cultivation, he was merely a fledgling who had just entered the body refinement stage, a being from an entirely different realm. Then I shall express my gratitude. Chi Tian would not hold back, understanding that Li Guangcan, at body refinement stage 4, had already reached the bone refinement stage, while he himself had just begun the body refinement stage, making him no match. Yet, since his opponent had allowed him the first move, an opportunity had presented itself. Taking a deep breath, Chi Tian brandished his war hammer, charging toward his opponent. With a leap, he swung down the hammer with formidable force. The hammer, being a heavy weapon, bore an intimidating presence. It seemed as if Li Guangcan had anticipated Chi Tian's intention. Without condensing his bloodline weapon, he retaliated with a punch against the descending hammer. The impact of their collision produced a resounding clang. With the man in black remaining steadfast, while Chi Tian was sent reeling backwards, landing after a somersault, his hands trembling slightly. Although the difference in their cultivation levels was merely 3 tiers, Li Guangcan's physical strength far exceeded Chi Tian's. Even with his bloodline weapon, Chi Tian failed to inflict any damage, nearly losing his grip on the hammer. Impressive. a mere novice in body refinement, possesses such combat prowess. If we were of equal cultivation, I would indeed have difficulty against you." Li Guangsan was astonished by Qi Tian's resilience. For any other body refinement practitioner, that punch would have been sufficient to dispatch them. Qi Tian had gauged his opponent's strength and recognized that he was no match for him. However, Qi Tian still had a choice. The spiritual energy within his system remained. Since he could not defeat Li Guangsan at the first level of body refinement, he would upgrade and return to battle. "System, manifest before me, ding. The universal financial system is at your service. Current functions: storage, exchange balance, spiritual energy value. 7,700 points, available for withdrawal. Enough with the formalities. Withdraw 1,000 spiritual energy points. Ding! Withdrawal process completed." As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, a surge of energy flooded into Qi Tian's body. Having just reached the body refinement stage, Qi Tian felt excruciating pain coursing through his skin, as if it were about to tear apart. For others, upgrading to the second level of body refinement typically takes at least 2 months, but all that torment was condensed into a single moment for Qi Tian, leaving him drenched in sweat. Though still in the skin refining phase, he could sense a significant enhancement in both strength and defense. It seemed that the 1,000 spiritual energy points corresponded to a minor tier within the body refinement stage. Feeling the newfound power within, Qi Tian brandished his hammer once more, maneuvering to flank his opponent, and delivered a sweeping blow. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't this merely the body refinement stage 4 bodyguard? Even Yang Bufan's associates felt the shift in the atmosphere. How had this fledgling in body refinement suddenly become so formidable? It was not an illusion. Qi Tian's aura, speed, and power had surged significantly in an instant. Had he concealed his true strength? All present believed that Qi Tian had hidden his capabilities, and even Li Guangsan sensed the change. Not daring to underestimate him, he immediately condensed his bloodline weapon, manifesting a small round shield. Bang! The war hammer struck the shield with a deafening buzz, causing both Qi Tian and Li Guangsan to stagger backward a few steps. This collision had resulted in an evenly matched encounter. The second level was still insufficient. Then let it be the third level. System, withdraw another 1,000 spiritual energy points. Qi Tian's eyes burned with intensity, not only from the agony brought on by the upgrade, but also from the realization of what he was sacrificing. 1,000 spiritual energy points equated to 100,000 in cash, gone in an instant. Director Xiao Tian, isn't he your classmate? Why is he targeting you? Qi Tian, it's fine. Dealing with such a person is merely a matter of discipline. Chapter 7. The upgrade. Again, Qi Tian had not anticipated Yang Bufan's pettiness in seeking out the welfare home. A quasi-warrior at body refinement stage 4, especially one who had reached the bone refinement stage, was far beyond Qi Tian's capacity to contend with. Faced with no other option, Qi Tian resorted to the spiritual energy stored in his system. The withdrawal of 1,000 points propelled him from the second level of body refinement to the third. The explosive surge of power nearly tore his skin asunder. Yet, even with his newfound strength, Qi Tian still found himself at a disadvantage. With no avenue for retreat, he opted to elevate his standing once more. 1,000 spiritual energy points were drawn from the system, merging into Qi Tian's body. At that moment, he felt as though his skin were being ripped apart, with some blood vessels beneath the surface becoming distinctly visible. Here we go again. Enduring the agony, Qi Tian sensed a considerable boost in his strength and launched another attack. Fortunately, while the bodyguard had achieved body refinement stage 4, he lacked any particular combat techniques. It was likely that if he had the means to acquire techniques, he wouldn't be reduced to serving as a bodyguard for the Yang family. A small shield was hardly a match for Qi Tian's warhammer. As Qi Tian's strength surged, the bodyguard exerted all his effort, yet when the hammer came crashing down, he was still sent flying. In terms of cultivation, it was clear that Yang Bufan's bodyguard had the upper hand. However, in terms of combat skills and the bloodline weapon, Qi Tian held a distinct advantage. Qi Tian, through sheer will, had defeated a body refinement stage 4 opponent with his own stage 3 prowess. Though it was not a life-or-death battle, the scene left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How could Lao Qi be defeated? Did he not just undergo body tempering today? Has Qi Tian concealed his true power? How could he possibly elevate his cultivation? It must be a temporary technique to enhance one's prowess, and surely the cost of such an art is substantial. Have you seen how his skin has turned red? Nevertheless, despite the astonishment of those present, Qi Tian emerged victorious. Yang Bufan was deeply unsettled. Not only had he been bested by Qi Tian earlier in the day, but now even a mere fourth-level body tempering practitioner was being vanquished by Qi Tian. How could this be? Lao San, you must go. It appears I have underestimated Qi Tian. Yang Bufan initially intended for these body temperers to take turns teaching Qi Tian a lesson, but now he realized that he must summon a true expert. Rest assured, young master, he is merely relying on his secret technique. Even if he possesses such skills, he is still just a third-level body tempering practitioner. The man known as Lao San had already attained the 7th level of body tempering, having completed the tempering of skin and bones. Eye in his eyes, Qi Tian posed no threat. Qi Tian, I truly underestimated you. This person is at the 7th level of body tempering, and it is not too late for you to concede. Young Bufan, you hold me in too high regard. If I do not subdue you today, I shall cease to be Qi Tian. With no path of retreat left, Qi Tian faced the formidable 7th level opponent, feeling utterly hopeless. System, extract another 1,000 spirit points. As the spirit points surged into him, his skin split open, several wounds beginning to bleed profusely. Yet the most critical pain emanated from his bones, as if they had been crushed under heavy weight, rendering him nearly unable to stand. Sweat mingled with blood as Qi Tian clung to life with sheer determination. Still increasing in power, Lao San deemed it unacceptable for Qi Tian to gain any more strength, directly summoning his bloodline weapon, a pair of scissors. It appeared he was quite the skilled tailor. Qi Tian spat out blood and rushed forward, but Lao San's small scissors deftly evaded the attack, effortlessly slicing open Qi Tian's back. Despite the searing pain, Qi Tian retaliated with a kick, only for his opponent to absorb the blow with his sheer physical strength. Having completed the tempering of skin and bones and reaching the stage of internal organs, Lao San's physical prowess far surpassed Qi Tian's system. Extract another 2,000 spirit points. In matters of face, the key was to endure. Having invested so much effort, Qi Tian could not afford to relent. Should he concede, not only would he lose face, but this entire crowd would have nowhere to go. It felt as if all his bones were shattering. Qi Tian yearned to lose consciousness. The pain was unbearable. Were it not for the energy still enveloping his bones, he might have suspected he would simply dissolve into a puddle of mush. Yet that overwhelming power instilled him with confidence. The strength of a 6th-level body tempering practitioner was a far cry from what he had faced before. Enduring the agonizing pain, blood seeping from his body, Qi Tian advanced, wielding his hammer with bloodied hands. With no technique, no respite, he relied solely on his strength, delivering a hammer strike at a 45-degree angle towards his adversary. His opponent sensed Qi Tian's escalation. The blood on his surface began to boil, clearly indicating an increase in power. What kind of secret technique was this that could elevate someone so drastically? Was it a bloodline technique? After using it, would one not fear for their life? No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. They merely sought to restore their young master's dignity after the earlier embarrassment. But who could have foreseen the anomaly that was Qi Tian? The hammer whistled through the air, and Lao San, realizing his scissors were inadequate, swiftly dodged. Yet Qi Tian, undeterred, exerted even more force, making the hammer circle back for a second strike. He evaded the first blow, yet could not escape the second. Lao San was sent flying like a ragdoll. Upon landing, he quickly regained his footing. Though he bore no external injuries, his internal organs throbbed painfully, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could a 6th-level body tempering practitioner possess such formidable offensive power? This weapon was indeed remarkable. Lao San had underestimated its might. Most astonishing was that a mere body tempering practitioner had been elevated to the 6th level. All present fell silent, having gained a newfound understanding this night. Qi Tian's actions had instilled awe in everyone gathered. Yet one person remained unsatisfied. Yang Bufan. Qi Tian, you are ruthless. Lao Yi, go and bring him down. Young master, this may not be appropriate. An elder approached Yang Bufan, his expression troubled. What is inappropriate? I am not asking you to kill him, merely to teach him a lesson. Yang Bufan was incensed. A bodyguard dared to hesitate before his orders. Fine. As Qi Tian leaned on his hammer, gasping for breath and enduring his body's agony, an elder approached once more. With no fluctuations of spirit energy surrounding him, the elder appeared as an ordinary person. Yet Qi Tian did not regard him as such, realizing a potential truth. A martial artist? Heh, the young man has a discerning eye. I am not like you talented youngsters. I have spent my entire life reaching the foundational stage. So, you intend to face me, a body-tempering practitioner, with your foundational level? Qi Tian bypassed the elder, gazing at Yang Bufan behind him. One can be shameless, but one must not be utterly devoid of shame. Sniper rifle, let me out. I shall take down that shameless one. Qi Tian, silence. Chapter 8. The Judgment Office. Qi Tian was truly infuriated. He had already fought beyond his level twice. Yet, who would have thought that Yang Bufan would send out a martial artist? Was this not blatant bullying? The foundational stage and body-tempering stage were entirely different realms. What could he possibly do in a fight? Once one reached the foundational stage, physical prowess was no longer the sole concern. Spirit energy could manifest externally, enabling attacks of myriad forms. In the presence of a foundational stage martial artist, a body-tempering practitioner was akin to a child. Qi Tian glared at Yang Bufan, who seemed somewhat embarrassed, quickly averting his gaze. Qi Tian had already expended 5,000 spirit points, leaving him with 2,700. To avoid being crushed by the martial artist, he decided to extract all remaining spirit points. Surpassing the 7th level, Qi Tian ascended to the 8th level of body tempering, yet every part of his body ached. Were it not for his determination to persevere, he might have wished to restart from scratch. Despite having reached the 8th level, Qi Tian still lacked confidence in confronting a martial artist. Young man, I shall not bully you. Endure 3 of my punches, and if you can still stand, consider it your victory. Are we agreed? Come on. The martial artist remained stationary, merely thrusting forward with a punch. Qi Tian felt a mass of spirit energy condensing before the martial artist, morphing into a spirit energy fist aimed directly at his chest. The speed was such that even Qi Tian, now at the 8th level of body tempering, had no time to evade, forcing him to grit his teeth and swing his hammer in response. Bang! The hammer was sent flying again. The elder remained unmoved, delivering a second punch. Qi Tian had no time to retract his weapon. He exerted force with his legs and retaliated with a punch. The spirit fist collided with his flesh, and despite his skin having significant resilience, he was still propelled backward like a projectile, crashing through the walls of the Welfare Institute. Already bleeding profusely, Qi Tian now found himself drenched in blood, his right arm hanging limply at his side. One more punch. Qi Tian felt a burning resentment. He had lost the money he had saved for 18 years, and now he was devoid of spirit energy. His skin ached, his bones throbbed, and his internal organs felt as if they were on fire. Ironically, the punch from the martial artist, while injuring his arm, brought him the least pain. Young man, you have done well. The elder, who had initially sought to overpower the young, found himself admiring Qi Tian, coalescing his fist once more. Qi Tian braced himself with one hand. However, the force of the blow sent him flying once more, crashing against the brick wall and becoming buried beneath rubble and dust. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Qi Tian Gij. The director of the Welfare Institute and the children rushed forward, clearing away the debris in search of Qi Tian. Cough. I'm fine. Qi Tian struggled to sit up from the rubble, the effort appearing arduous. Yet the elder's punches had caused limited damage. Most of his suffering stemmed from his own eagerness to break through. What a remarkable young man. I concede. Seeing Qi Tian withstand 3 punches and still remain standing, even the martial artist felt reluctant to continue. I concede, he declared, turning to leave. Stop. Who allowed you to concede? The one who has lost is Qi Tian. What are you doing? Yang Bufan's face reddened with embarrassment. Clearly, it was Qi Tian who had lost. He wanted to order Qi Tian to leave immediately, yet the elder's concession left him bewildered. Young master, I am a martial artist. It is a severe violation to strike a body-tempering practitioner. It would be inappropriate to continue. The elder's expression darkened. Humph. Do not hide behind your status as a martial artist. You are ultimately a member of the Yang family. I command you to strike whoever I say. Yang Bufan cared not for the elder's agreement with Qi Tian. He was solely intent on making Qi Tian pay today. The elder, infuriated, found himself torn between his martial identity and his own conscience. Yet what could he do? Having reached an advanced age, I have spent a lifetime to attain the status of a martial artist. However, such an elderly warrior holds little value for the alliance. Securing a position as a bodyguard for the Yang family is already a considerable achievement. Yet here I am, about to confront a mere youngling who has just begun to refine his body. This aged visage hardly befits the title of a martial artist. Indeed, faced with the choices of dignity or sustenance, the elder has ultimately chosen the latter. Qi Tian emerged from the ruins, swaying slightly as he retracted his divine weapon, casting a cold glance at Yang Bufan and the martial artist. My young brother, I apologize. It is I who have insulted the profession of martial artists. The previously agreed 3 strikes were now rendered void, for the elder had broken his word. I understand. Strike if you must. Qi Tian realized that the pressure of the situation could no longer be contained. He had triumphed over 2 masters of body refinement, yet he felt the weight of impending defeat. The spiritual energy coalesced around the elder's fist, appearing far more volatile than before. Should this blow land, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Knowing he had insulted the title of martial artist, yet still preparing to strike. What kind of martial artist is that? Just as concern for Qi Tian permeated the atmosphere, a voice coldly interrupted. The crowd looked up to see an individual standing on a nearby rooftop, clad in a battle suit of black and gold. Surveying the scene, it appeared to be a woman, her features obscured by the light behind her. Yet her attire spoke volumes of her identity. She from the Judgment Division? The very organization tasked with managing martial artists? They are indeed formidable figures. The martial artists under Yang Bufan quickly bowed in respect. External martial artist Hoer pays his respects to the esteemed members of the Judgment Division. Martial artists are forbidden from striking those below the Foundation establishment stage without cause. Are you not aware of this rule? The elder, Hoer, trembled with fear as he stammered, "Esteemed one, we are from the Yang group, and this land has been designated by the municipal government for the construction of a grain factory. These individuals refuse to vacate. It is not a violation on our part." Silence. Came a sharp rebuke as the figure descended from the sky, positioning herself between the 2 parties. Qi Tian finally discerned her appearance. To be frank, she was as striking as Lin Ran, though she bore a greater air of vigor and less fragility. I care not who you are, but martial artists must adhere to the martial artists' covenant. Otherwise, the Judgment Division shall intervene. Even the municipal government cannot intercede. The Judgment Division operates independently of the municipal government, directly under the Human Alliance, specifically tasked with overseeing martial artists. This statement evidently conveyed dissatisfaction towards Yang Bufan. Yet her gaze was directed at Hoer. I shall ask you once more. Have you lost? I have lost. Hoer felt immense gratitude towards the member of the Judgment Division. With her presence, he could openly admit defeat. Since I have conceded, may I continue to rent this place? With the elder's admission of defeat, the agreement for 3 battles between Yang Bufan and Qi Tian now favored Qi Tian. Very well, Qi Tian, today fortune smiles upon you, but I shall return. Prepare yourself. Yang Bufan had not anticipated the involvement of someone from the Judgment Division and dared not escalate the matter further. Deciding to retreat, as Yang Bufan and his company prepared to leave, Qi Tian called out, "Wait, we shall no longer require this place." Qi Tian, having emerged victorious, had a sudden change of heart. Director Xiao Tian, do not act rashly. Without this place, we will have nowhere to stay, Qi Tian replied. Director, he causes disturbances daily. We must devise another plan. Chapter 09. The rift in space. Tomorrow we shall relocate. I will accept this card. No need for farewells. Qi Tian picked up the bank card that Yang Bufan had thrown his way. Winning the 3 contests was for the sake of pride, yet Qi Tian did not wish to linger here any longer. Given Yang Bufan's character, he might return to cause trouble at any moment. Having already been accepted into Binwu University, Qi Tian could not remain at home indefinitely. After much consideration, he resolved to move. Although the compensation was only 500,000, along with his own 100,000 in rent, he believed he could manage for a while. As you wish. Qi Tian agreed to relocate. Yet Yang Bufan was not displeased. He had come to witness Qi Tian's folly, only to be thoroughly humiliated by 3 overwhelming defeats suffered at Qi Tian's hands. How utterly disgraceful. You too should depart. Should I discover any further violations on your part, I shall not be lenient. Thank you, esteemed one. Hoer bowed in farewell. An external martial artist. no longer possessing potential as a foundation builder, found it exceedingly difficult to maintain dignity in life. Having left, Hoer felt a growing desire to join the front lines. Today's humiliation had thoroughly shattered his pride. Thank you. I did not expect to draw the attention of the Judgment Division. May I inquire your name? Cold Fei. She responded. I happened to be nearby and felt the energy fluctuations, so I came to observe the commotion. Thank you once more. Chi Tian expressed his gratitude. Had you not arrived, it might have ended in utter catastrophe. Is there no place for you at your welfare institute? I happen to have a location available. It may be a bit lacking, but it is spacious enough. If you are interested. Really? That would be splendid. Chi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had intended to find a cheap hotel to settle down temporarily, but now he had a potential solution. Here is the address. Simply mention my name when you arrive. As an orphan of martial artists, it was only right to lend a hand where possible. After exchanging a few words, Cold Fei took her leave, her toes barely touching the ground as she transformed into a fleeting shadow. The situation had finally reached a resolution, yet Chi Tian found himself utterly drained, coupled with the excessive loss of blood. He collapsed unconscious. When he awoke, daylight had fully illuminated his surroundings. The director had tended to him throughout the night, her eyes shadowed from fatigue. Director, please take this money. I still need to go to school. You should first visit the place Cold Fei mentioned yesterday. Once I've finished my tasks, I will come find you. 60,000 was the entirety of the Welfare Institute's assets, while he himself had only 5,000 left. Even the spiritual energy he had stored in the system had been completely withdrawn. That amounted to several 100,000, and the mere thought of it filled Chi Tian with sorrow. Your injury has yet to heal. You need not go today. Have you not already been accepted? The director reminded him. We saw you on television yesterday. The younger children are so proud of you. Though I have been accepted, the assessments are not yet concluded. Chi Tian was still preoccupied with thoughts of the 10,000 in prize money. After a night of recovery, although he still felt pain throughout his body, his cultivation at the 8th layer of body refinement had allowed him to adapt considerably. There are important matters today. You go ahead. Hire anyone you need. I will find a way to resolve the financial issues. Having turned 18, Chi Tian was technically free to leave the Welfare Institute. Yet having been cared for 18 years, departing without a word would be beneath him, even more so than Yang Bufan. After eating and stretching his limbs, Chi Tian, bandaged from head to toe, set off to report to Binwu University. System, can I store the spiritual energy I withdrew last night back into the system? At this stage, Chi Tian was merely a freshman. While the spiritual energy had elevated his cultivation, it held little practical value for him. According to his original plan, he intended to convert this energy into money to improve the living conditions at the Welfare Institute, of course. Very well, I will store 7,000 points. As a demand deposit. Although time deposits offered more favorable interest rates, no one could predict when he might need access to them. Fortunately, with the system's upgrade, even demand deposits now boasted an interest rate of 10%. Feeling the spiritual energy within him slowly dissipate, Chi Tian finally stabilized his cultivation at the first layer of body refinement. However, due to the remaining 700 points, he sensed that he was not far from reaching the second layer. As his cultivation stabilized, the pain in his body diminished significantly, and he hurriedly made his way to Binwu University. Depositing the spiritual energy into the system was not only a precaution for emergencies. During last night's battle, Yang Bufan and his associates had speculated that Chi Tian had employed some secret technique. If it were truly possible to elevate one's cultivation at such a rapid pace, he would undoubtedly be dissected for study. If that were to happen, it would certainly be Yang Bufan who betrayed him. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall of Binwu University, everyone had already gathered. Chi Tian, what happened to you? Lin Ran inquired with concern. It's nothing. I had a run-in with a rabid dog last night. Just some surface injuries. Is it not Yang Bufan causing you trouble again? Chi Tian and Yang Bufan's rivalry had persisted for quite some time, and Lin Ran was well aware of it's all in the past. Goodness. Did you challenge a martial artist? Who could have injured you to such an extent? The plump fellow approached, astonished. Chi Tian's combat skills had always been exceptional in high school, and his performance during the assessments had been noteworthy. Though the plump fellow exaggerated somewhat, he had indeed guessed correctly. It was a martial artist who struck me. Believe it or not, I'll wager 5,000. Chi Tian was well aware that the plump fellow had profited immensely from him the previous day. I won't bet. The plump fellow, of course, found it hard to believe that Qi Tian had truly fought a martial artist, but Qi Tian's confident wager suggested that he would indeed be the one to lose. Emph! Qi Tian regarded the plump fellow with disdain at his refusal. Having completed the 3 assessments, many had already been assigned to their respective classes and dormitories and had been taken away. However, 300 individuals remained, comprising those who had achieved a perfect record and a few outstanding performers, once again gathered together in solitude. Qi Tian surveyed his surroundings. Among the selected 300 were several familiar faces. Alongside Lin Ran and Hong Bao, even Yang Bufan, whom he had sent flying just yesterday, was present. Qi Tian was not a petty person. Yet he swore that if an opportunity presented itself, he would ensure Yang Bufan face some hardship. A mentor stood upon the stage, consolidating the remaining 300 individuals. Other students had officially commenced their studies, but not you. It is not due to any shortcomings on your part, but rather because you possess immense potential. The school has deliberately opened a secure little space for you, where these seed candidates will be further evaluated. The first place winner will receive not only a cash prize of 100,000, but also an advanced yellow-level cultivation technique. Best of luck to you all. A spatial rift? The crowd erupted in astonishment, for everyone was aware that 80 years prior, the sudden emergence of spatial rifts had triggered a resurgence of spiritual energy on the blue star, leading to the rapid transformation of all pets, beasts, and plants into demonic forms, resulting in a cataclysmic change for humanity. Moreover, countless ancient beasts had surged forth from the depths of the earth, and humanity had been utterly overwhelmed. Were it not for the 3 great holy kings, humanity would likely have been extinguished. A group of individuals followed the mentor to a secluded building, where a pitch-black rift stood ominously at the center. It was a breathtaking sight, brimming with spiritual energy, yet exceedingly eerie. Yang Bufan. Humph, it truly is a secret technique or potion for elevation. It looks like it's for refining the body's first layer. Qi Tian. You are correct. You had better pray not to encounter me alone. Chapter 10. The little supermarket spatial rifts can be classified into 2 types. Those that remain permanently once they appear and those that vanish shortly after emerging. However, these variations are not to be feared. Humanity has developed a detection device to ascertain the nature of these rifts, which have also been categorized into different types and levels. Some rifts lead to sacred cultivation grounds, while others harbor treasures or divine weapons left by unknown civilizations. Some contain demonic beasts or malevolent entities. In short, they are a myriad of wonders, embodying both peril and opportunity. Within lies a permanent little world, devoid of significant dangers, with an exceptionally abundant supply of spiritual energy, yet only those below the foundation establishment stage may enter. You will have 3 days for this assessment. 3 seniors at the 9th layer of body refinement will accompany you. Each of you will receive a copper bell. At the conclusion of the trial in 3 days, your rankings and rewards will be determined based on the number of copper bells you possess. During the 3-day period, the rift will be sealed, and no one is permitted to leave. Even if bells are stolen, you may still cultivate in peace. After the introduction, the 3 seniors took the stage. Since the rift prohibits entry to those above the foundation establishment stage, these upperclassmen became the ideal guardians and overseers for the participants. 2 males and 1 female, all relatively young, yet they had secured this opportunity to cultivate within the rift. A privilege not easily attained. The newcomers listened intently, receiving 30 minutes to contact their families before submitting their phones and collecting their bells, preparing for the assessment. While termed an assessment, it can also be regarded as a reward for this elite group. Even if you lose your bell, such a paradise for cultivation allows for serene practice, which is quite advantageous. Within, normal competition is permitted, but should anyone exploit the opportunity to harm others, we reserve the right to eliminate them. I trust you understand the rules. Each person receiving a bell merely serves to incite competition. Is this not an assessment of the participants' abilities through combat? Nothing particularly surprising. Qi Tian first called the director of the orphanage, and upon learning that everything was proceeding smoothly, he began to prepare for the assessment. Yet, as he pondered further, seizing the opportunity during the preparation time, Qi Tian hurriedly made his way to the supermarket outside, purchasing everything from bottled water to instant noodles and sanitary supplies, spending all of his 5,000 yuan. To others, this was a sacred place for cultivation, but one must eat and drink, after all, with the system offering him a free storage space. Not taking advantage of this opportunity would be a disservice to himself. By the time he returned, the participants were ready. After submitting their phones and receiving their bells, Qi Tian and the others lined up behind their mentor to enter the rift. Upon crossing the rift, they found themselves in a forest, where the spiritual energy that usually required careful comprehension rushed forth like steam from a boiling pot. Within the mountains of the forest, the spiritual energy had materialized, swirling like mist, and why goodness, the spiritual energy here must be dozens of times that of the outside world. This is incredibly comfortable. Indeed, cultivating here for 3 days is likely equivalent to several months outside. Who would still be interested in competing for bells? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? But let us not forget, the first place still comes with a technique reward, which is quite a rarity. Indeed, for those from ordinary families or without wealth, who can afford to purchase techniques. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, this trip is worthwhile. As everyone engaged in discussion, all 300 individuals had now entered the rift. And the 3 seniors settled into meditation to guard the spatial rift. The spiritual energy within was even denser. Do as you please, we shall meet again in 3 days. The crowd dispersed, some forming alliances, others acting alone, each devising their plans. Qi Tian, are you planning to cultivate or to seize bells? The chubby one approached. I'm not going far. I'll remain nearby. Although Qi Tian was intrigued by the prospect of first place, he found the idea of wandering the mountains in search of combat to seize bells rather foolish. Then I'll take my chances. See you later. The chubby one went off to team up with others, while Lin Ran approached him. Aren't you leaving? You go ahead. I have something to attend to here. Qi Tian walked a short distance, selecting a bustling thoroughfare for his cultivation, a choice that undoubtedly posed the greatest danger and likelihood of disturbance. Lin Ran, unsure of Qi Tian's intentions, proceeded with her female companions. In this little world, the rift had been sealed, and the 3 seniors were meditating, while alongside the main road leading into the dense forest, Qi Tian had set up a sign. Bottled water, 51 per bottle, instant noodles, 101 per pack, toilet paper, 101 rolls, assorted snacks, 501 servings, sanitary pads, 1001 per pack. Lin Ran shot a concerned glance at Qi Tian, and upon seeing the advertisement board, nearly lost her temper. This was a spatial rift, a place that countless individuals yearned for, yet Qi Tian, instead of seizing bells or cultivating, had taken to open trade? Lin Ran, I heard you are quite familiar with Qi Tian? One of her companions inquired. Our relationship is rather ordinary. Seeing Qi Tian, who was so engrossed in profit, Lin Ran felt embarrassed to admit her acquaintance with him. Only Qi Tian could think of opening a supermarket in a paradise for cultivation. The spiritual energy here, which could replace months of practice, was worth far more than any trivial sum. Alas, a voice from beside her chimed in. I was hoping you could introduce me. Can we get a discount on purchases? Although Lin Ran disapproved of Qi Tian's approach, she did recognize this issue. No one had brought supplies upon entering. This was cultivation, not wilderness survival. Qi Tian, are you truly planning to sell goods here? Of course. This is prepared for you. Take it. Qi Tian handed Lin Ran a small bag containing water and bread. Let us go. Although Lin Ran accepted Qi Tian's offering, she still departed. Qi Tian had always been like this, never missing an opportunity to profit. At times, even Lin Ran felt embarrassed to acknowledge their acquaintance. As Qi Tian unveiled his advertisement board, many began to grasp the situation. Everyone had entered without provisions, and 3 days without food and drink was hardly feasible. There must be some supplies on hand for emergencies. You reselling these at such exorbitant prices? Isn't this highway robbery? Indeed. I thought the school would provide supplies, yet they offered nothing. A bottle of water outside costs only 2 yuan, and you're charging 10. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? Qi Tian, it's me. We attended the same high school. Could you perhaps lower the price? Despite the multitude of grievances, Qi Tian remained unfazed. Fair dealings for all. If one lacks funds, an IOU may suffice, but prices will not be lowered. Pricing is a matter of freedom, and there shall be no coercion. Qi Tian was resolutely focused on making a profit. Why would he lower his prices? Some, infuriated, stormed off, yet many opted to purchase a few items for emergencies. Once everyone had entered the dense forest, a broad grin spread across Qi Tian's face. Though he had only sold half of his stock, he had already raked in 50 to 60,000. This was truly a windfall. System. Can you please stop treating me like a backpack? I am an all-purpose financial system. Qi Tian. Spare me the chatter. It's just 3 days, and I'm not asking you for interest. Chapter 11. A profitable venture. 300 individuals had entered the spatial rift. While Qi Tian engaged in his small-scale trading venture, following the initial wave of customers, despite inciting widespread discontent, Qi Tian's pockets began to swell. As the crowd dispersed, Qi Tian found himself alone. The entrance of the rift had been sealed, and he had no desire to mingle with the 3 seniors. If someone were to ask him for a bottle of water, what would he say as a newcomer? Should he accept their money or not? With no one around, Qi Tian simply sat cross-legged and began to cultivate spirit energy according to the basic breathing technique published by the Human Alliance. Just yesterday, he had broken through to the body refinement realm, and by that very night, he had ascended directly to the 8th level of body refinement. Qi Tian was thoroughly familiar with the sensations of refining skin, bones, and organs that accompanied this realm. However, he felt a peculiar sensation during his breathing exercises today, perhaps due to having previously attained a higher level. It was astonishingly fast. Although the external spirit energy was dozens of times more abundant, Qi Tian experienced no sense of stagnation while cultivating. He had already stored 7,000 spirit energy points in the system but retained 700, and coupled with the rich spirit energy of this blessed land, Qi Tian officially broke through to the 2nd layer of body refinement in just over an hour. Indeed, this pace of normal breakthrough was quite pleasant, devoid of pain. Qi Tian was quite satisfied with his state, but soon entertained mischievous thoughts. System, can the spirit energy here be stored? To his surprise, Qi Tian contemplated packing up and taking the spirit energy with him. Ding! Non-host items cannot be stored. Though Qi Tian's scheme had come to naught, he continued to cultivate. While others could cultivate here for a day, equivalent to 1 or 2 months, he felt he could break through a layer in merely half a day. System, store the spirit energy I accumulated after reaching the 2nd layer of body refinement. There was no rush for upgrades. After reaching the 2nd layer, Qi Tian began to store spirit energy, eager to see just how fast he could progress. After another hour, he finally grasped the situation. At his current speed, he could accumulate nearly 150 spirit energy points in just 1 hour. This translated to a profit of 15,000 in monetary terms per hour. After downing a can of Green Bull, Qi Tian rose and ventured deeper into the dense forest. There was no time for rest. This was an opportunity to earn money. Qi Tian's pursuit of cultivation had no end. But when it came to earning money, he was highly motivated. Some were meditating by the riverside, others were cultivating under the pine trees, and some were engaged in a scuffle, fighting over each other's bells. Ignoring these individuals, Qi Tian made his way to the foot of a mountain, where he continued his cultivation in solitude. An hour later, system, store the spirit energy accumulated after reaching the 2nd layer of body refinement. Ding! Stored amount, 220. Current spirit energy balance, 7,800. Indeed, the denser the spirit energy, the faster the progress in cultivation. Thus, Qi Tian's earning speed increased correspondingly. In a near-insomniac state, he persisted for a day and a night. When his spirit energy balance reached 11,000, he could no longer endure and found a flat rock, laying down a mat to rest for a while. Warriors are also human. Besides eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, sleep is essential. It was unclear how long he slept, but he was awakened by a commotion, and upon opening his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Help! Help! A murder! A fellow student fled in haste, but a shadow swiftly pursued, and with a single punch, transformed into a spiritual fist, instantly killing the one in front. What was happening? Killing among students was strictly forbidden, as was any form of homicide among human warriors unless serious conflicts required a life-and-death duel sanctioned by the Judgment Office. This secret realm was primarily for cultivation. It was hardly worth taking a life over a mere bell. Upon witnessing the murder, Qi Tian hurriedly concealed himself. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was simply that the killer's speed and methods far surpassed those of a body refinement practitioner, resembling instead those he had seen from a Foundation establishment practitioner under Yang Bufan. How could a Foundation establishment individual enter here? Who was that person? Qi Tian dared not reveal himself. As a mere body refinement practitioner, confronting a Foundation establishment practitioner head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Your bloodline is impressive. I shall take it today. The murderer, having slain the individual, did not take the copper bell from the deceased's pocket, but instead plunged his hand into the corpse's chest and extracted the heart. In his hand, a bloodline weapon materialized, a vial, into which the heart was placed. After completing this gruesome act, the killer departed, seemingly in search of another target. Heart extraction? This seemed reminiscent of cultists. Chi Tian recalled having heard of cultists before. A group of humans outside the human alliance who defied its governance, opposing it at every turn, even hunting down warriors within the alliance to drain their bloodline powers for the creation of new warriors. Previously dismissed as mere rumors, today it unfolded before his very eyes. This could not continue. He did not know how the assailant had infiltrated, but it was far too dangerous. Chi Tian was no saint. But he found himself deeply entangled in this situation and had to find a way to escape. Avoiding the murderer, he confirmed the student was completely dead before seizing the bell and hastening toward the fisher's exit. However, upon reaching the exit, he discovered that the 3 seniors who had been meditating had already met a grisly end, their hearts extracted as well. This effectively severed the connection between the secret realm and the outside world. An overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. The fissure had been sealed from the outside, and the secret realm now resembled a sealed chamber, utterly cut off from the outside. The only individuals who might have communicated with the outside had perished, leaving the remaining 300 students as mere lambs waiting for slaughter. Hide. Chi Tian's instinct was to find a place to conceal himself until the assessment time arrived. Once the time was up, if no one exited, the school would surely send someone to investigate. However, while this was usually unproblematic, in this critical moment, Chi Tian thought of Lin Ran. Despite his usual cold demeanor towards her, they had grown up together. In this perilous situation, he could not bear to let Lin Ran remain endangered. Chi Tian began to search for her, scanning for her figure. Oh, isn't this the money-making expert? Chi Tian? Why aren't you at your stall? Have you seen Lin Ran? I don't have time for idle chatter. She was in that flower grove earlier. I have no idea now. If nothing's wrong, find a place to hide quickly and don't expose yourselves. Chi Tian wanted to be honest, but even if he told the truth, who would believe him? Moreover, once word got out, he feared he would become the first target of that Foundation establishment practitioner. Humph! The student dismissed Chi Tian's words entirely. Among 2,000 students, the top 300 were the C-Army de la C-Army, proud and seldom receptive to others' advice. Seeing that the individual remained unperturbed, Chi Tian refrained from further conversation and left hurriedly. Cautiously, he moved, wary of encountering the murderous Foundation establishment practitioner. Sniper rifle. Why are you being so timid? Let me out. I'll take a shot. Chi Tian. They are a Foundation establishment practitioner. Are you certain you can kill them? Sniper rifle. Fine. I'm going back. Chapter 12. The murderer of the Foundation establishment realm. With thoughts of cultists rampaging about, Chi Tian had no time for idle chit-chat. He finally located Lin Ran, only to find her embroiled in a brawl. A group of shameless boys, numbering over a dozen, had surrounded Lin Ran and several other girls under the pretense of robbing their bells. Come on, hand over the bells, and then take off your clothes. We'll let you go once we confirm there are no bells hidden. You shameless scoundrels, even if we give you the bells. Why must we strip? The 2 girls beside Lin Ran blushed as they scolded. How do I know if you've hidden the bells? Hurry up and strip. Don't waste everyone's cultivation time. Ha ha, strip, strip. The boys nearby jeered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. We won't give you the bells, nor will we strip. If you have the guts, come and try. Lin Ran's demeanor was icy, her whip unfurled, unlike the other girls. She was ready for a fight. All right, since the beautiful Lin Ran is interested, let us play. Let us see what your little whip feels like. Chi Tian had arrived but had no time to indulge. The Foundation establishment practitioner could appear at any moment, and this childish fight was merely a waste of time. Enough. There's no time to play. Lin Ran, come with me. Chi Tian stepped forward, grabbing Lin Ran to leave. Hey, do you think we don't exist? The group of boys was incensed, their fun interrupted as Chi Tian attempted to whisk Lin Ran away. Get lost. We don't have time to entertain you. Chi Tian spoke truthfully, but it only served to provoke them further. Brothers, let us take them down. Someone is here to deliver the bells. Many had revealed their bloodline weapons, ready to teach Chi Tian a lesson. Though Chi Tian was only at the 2nd layer of body refinement, his spiritual energy far exceeded theirs, and having reached the 8th layer the previous night, his body had undergone considerable refinement. Chi Tian anxiously scanned the area, not taking the dozen or so individuals around him seriously. Chi Tian, what is wrong? Why are you so flustered? Having grown up alongside Chi Tian, Lin Ran immediately sensed something was amiss. Let us deal with these nuisances quickly. Being surrounded by so many would waste time. Chi Tian opted for a quick resolution. You all come at me. I don't have time to play. The already infuriated group became even more incensed upon hearing Chi Tian's condescending words. Everyone here belongs to the elite cohort selected for evaluation, not just ordinary students. What gives you the right to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? Act now! No sooner had the words left my lips than someone charged at me wielding a knife. Chi Tian, be careful. Use your divine weapon, Lin Ran cautioned. Yet Chi Tian had no intention of resorting to the bloodline divine weapon. Fighting on the second level, if he needed to rely on the divine weapon, he would scorn himself. He exerted force beneath his feet, and leaves and mud erupted around him as Chi Tian shot forth like a cannonball. Before the assailant could even react, Chi Tian's fist landed squarely in their abdomen. Ah, with a wail, the individual collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Chi Tian had no time for theatrics, omitting any dialogue as he charged forward. Like a wolf among sheep, he plunged into the throng, delivering a punch with his left and a kick with his right. A dozen outstanding students fell before him, not even catching a glimpse of Chi Tian's divine weapon. What? You've already reached the second level of body tempering? These individuals were not fools. With Chi Tian's strength and speed, it was evident he had attained the second tier of body tempering, even within this secret realm. To achieve such a level in just over a day was a testament to genuine talent. Everyone had broken through together yesterday. Although this place was a paradise, Chi Tian's training speed was astonishingly swift. The disparity between the first and second levels was insurmountable. These people chose to lay low. Enough, cease the fighting. I'll give you the bell. Chi Tian was not in it for the bell, but rejecting it would be somewhat against the code of the martial world. Enough, Lin Ran, hurry and follow me. What on earth is happening? Cultists have infiltrated, hunting down students and seizing their bloodlines. Haha, what? If you want to get close to Lin Ran, at least don't use such an excuse. Exactly, this is a secret realm within a spatial rift. How could cultists possibly enter, especially with 3 senior students guarding the entrance? The girls surrounding Lin Ran believed Chi Tian was exaggerating. Believe it or not. Just then, a frantic ringing of bells echoed from a short distance away, signaling someone was sprinting towards them. Help! Help! There's been a murder! A student rushed towards them in panic, closely followed by an individual with a mocking demeanor. Brimming with arrogance, murder, what a joke. Is there no code of conduct left? Those who had previously been knocked down were now on their feet, and upon hearing someone mention murder, they couldn't help but sneer. Chi Tian is impressive, isn't he? He single-handedly took us all down without even daring to mention murder. Who has the audacity to kill like that? Fool. Chi Tian paid no heed to these remarks and went straight to Lin Ran's side. There's no time, let's go. Chi Tian grasped Lin Ran's hand and took off running. Others questioned Chi Tian, but Lin Ran had never doubted him. Though Chi Tian often thought only of money, it was for the sake of his younger siblings in the orphanage. As Chi Tian held her hand, his expression was grave, yet Lin Ran's cheeks flushed, her face blooming with color. They had just traversed the dense forest when the sounds of battle erupted behind them, followed by anguished cries, which soon fell silent. Chi Tian, could it be that cultists have truly infiltrated? Lin Ran began to realize that something significant was amiss. Yes, a foundational warrior. I don't know how he got in, but he must be a cultist. We need to hide. Upon reaching the outskirts of the mountain, the pair encountered Hong Bao. While others dismissed Chi Tian's warnings, Hong Bao believed him, and the 3 fled together. Taking refuge in a crevice of the mountain. What? 3 senior students are dead? Then we are surely no match. Upon hearing the news, the rotund boy grew anxious. Enough with the chatter, we should be safe here. Let's use this time to cultivate. When the time comes, the school will surely send someone. Chi Tian distributed some provisions to the chubby boy and Lin Ran, then sat down to meditate. He had experienced foundational warriors before. Killing these students would be as simple as chopping vegetables. With just over a day left, Chi Tian could not afford to rely on others. Furthermore, achieving a previously attained realm again meant his body had undergone tempering twice. Even if he encountered a 3rd-level body tempering opponent now, he would not falter. Chi Tian's greatest advantage lay in being superior to peers of the same realm, coupled with an unparalleled speed of cultivation. He needed to level up as much as possible. At a crucial moment, it might save his life. Wait, why is the spiritual energy in this cave so abundant? An hour later, Qi Tian found that the spiritual energy stored in the system had reached a staggering 35,000 in just an hour. Lin ran. Have you finally started thinking of me? Qi Tian. Nonsense, isn't there a murderer about? Chapter 13. The students at the mercy of others, just to evade the murderous warrior. The trio hid within the mountain's crevice. However, they were taken aback by the astonishingly dense spiritual energy in this fissure. Something feels off. I'll go down to take a look. You all wait here. This mountain must be the core of this secret realm, but the concentration of spiritual energy in this crack is exceedingly high. Others might not perceive it as distinctly, but Qi Tian's stored spiritual energy values could not be mistaken. He ventured down the crevice, passing through a narrow stone fissure that could accommodate only one person, and after a short while, he stumbled upon a vast cavern. This must be deep within the mountain. Without needing to store it, he could feel the spiritual energy intensifying. In the center of the cavern lay a modest stone pit, where the spiritual energy, condensing from the stalactites above, dripped into the pit, which was filled with a liquid essence of spiritual energy. Qi Tian dipped his hand into the essence, placing a drop in his mouth. It was somewhat bitter, yet a rich surge of spiritual power coursed into his body, swiftly alleviating the pain from his rapid ascension in realm. Moreover, his cultivation level saw a significant boost. My goodness, what a remarkable substance. Pain relief and cultivation in one system. Can this spiritual liquid be stored? Yes. Although there's only a limited quantity, it's sufficient for several individuals to ascend to warrior status. If taken outside, it could fetch an exorbitant price. Gathering the essence into his storage, Qi Tian raced back to summon Lin Ran and the chubby boy. Let us cultivate here. When the time is up, we'll figure out a way to leave. My word, we can encounter such a miraculous place while fleeing. This luck is worth testing at the gambling table. Once they confirmed the environment was secure, the trio entered a state of cultivation. Qi Tian was not stingy. He pulled out some supplies from his backpack and handed them to the others. Qi Tian, how can your bag hold so much? Lin Ran noticed something amiss. Qi Tian had sold a fair amount of goods for profit, yet his backpack remained bulging. My bag has compartments. Stop asking and get to cultivating. With matters concerning the system, Qi Tian could only offer a vague explanation. A day and a night passed, and the chubby boy had reached the second level of body tempering, while Lin Ran, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, finally attained the third level. Qi Tian, too, officially entered the fourth level of body tempering, reaching the stage of bone tempering. In just 3 short days, Qi Tian had achieved what would typically require a year of training for an ordinary person. Faced with the astonishment of the chubby boy and Lin Ran, Qi Tian could only sheepishly attribute it to his innate gifts. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached this realm. Now, he was adept and astonishingly swift. Not only had he reached the 4th level of body tempering, but he also had 16,000 spiritual energy points in the system. When the time was up, the trio cautiously ventured into the mountain's crevice, carefully surveying the situation outside. Patience, watch my move. The chubby boy took action, launching 3 exquisite dice into the air to scout the surroundings. Dice not only serve as throwing weapons but also possess a shared vision ability, making them perfect for observation. As the dice flew, the images they captured were visible to the chubby boy. Goodness. I said this akin to having a 1,000-mile eye. Previously, some had derided the chubby boy's dice as a useless divine weapon, merely for entertainment. However, during the arena competition, the chubby boy had tossed the dice, sending opponents flying, proving their extraordinary nature. Now, it turned out that these dice were not only weapons but also reconnaissance devices, showcasing their remarkable abilities. 1,000 miles? Not quite, but within 2 to 3 kilometers is certainly feasible. Having just reached body tempering, Qi Tian believed that in later stages, the observation range of these dice would undoubtedly expand. After a while, the chubby boy retrieved the dice. There was no one nearby, but numerous corpses littered the ground, roughly 100 by his estimation. Everyone has left? Qi Tian was astonished to learn that so many had perished. Unclear, but there's no one left in the core area. Do you think the school sent someone in? Qi Tian, what should we do? Lin Ran, encountering such events for the first time, looked at Qi Tian alongside the chubby boy, awaiting his decision. Let us go. We'll head to the exit and regroup. With the chubby boy's dice for scouting, we can make a quick getaway if anything unexpected arises. Guided by the dice's observations, the trio cautiously made their way through the mountain and into the dense forest. Just as they neared the exit, they finally spotted the remaining students, Chitian. There are about 100 left. All gathered together. A stranger is making each one reveal their bloodline divine weapons, seemingly selecting something that I see. Although he can forcibly strip others of their bloodlines, there must be a limit to how many he can take. He is likely choosing his favorites, but the time has come. Why haven't the others outside come in yet? Uncertain, they decided to wait patiently, for surely some unforeseen event had transpired. The trio, emboldened by their courage, ascended to the heights of a towering tree, gazing at the gathering of students in the distance. Faint sounds drifted toward them from afar. Next, as long as you cooperate, I can spare your lives. My capacity to take bloodlines is limited. If you refrain from tricks, I shall not slay you. Each individual before that martial artist unleashed their bloodline weapons one by one, receiving his critiques in return. A machete, is it? Quite practical, yet utterly mundane, lacking in allure. A dagger, sharp enough, but still insufficiently impressive. Ah, a triangular prism. This bloodline possesses merit. Keep it. The student wielding the triangular prism was taken aback, realizing that the martial artist had taken an interest in his bloodline weapon, one he had awaited for 18 long years, now on the verge of being seized. Cooperate, and I may yet spare your life. Nonsense. Who hasn't toiled for 18 years, striving to break through and gain admission to Binwu University? To relinquish it so easily? None shall acquiesce. The student feigned a thrust before turning to flee. Ha! A clever little trick. The unknown martial artist swiftly accelerated, closing the distance, and plunged a fist into the fleeing man's back, subsequently extracting his still-beating heart. Forming a large vial in hand, the martial artist deposited the heart within, the vessel nearly full. All right, next. Before the martial artist, these newly minted students, having just attained the body refinement stage, were akin to pets, subject to his whims. All stood trembling, awaiting the foundation builder's selection. At that moment, the foundation builder approached Yang Bufan. What a splendid spear! It merely lacks the final infusion of bloodline power. You shall do. The foundation builder had made his choice, yet Yang Bufan was drenched in cold sweat. Sir, my spear holds no remarkable qualities. Among us, there exists a whip, 3 dice, and the weapon of another, which is far more intriguing. One possesses a massive hammer, truly unique, and his bloodline even contains the means to temporarily enhance cultivation. How shameless, truly brazen. Indeed, when it mattered most, Yang Bufan betrayed his comrades without hesitation. System. Its essence elixir, not bodily fluid. Please refrain from disgusting remarks. Chitian. Aren't they synonymous? Both imply essence. Chapter 14. Body Refinement Level 9. Binjiang Martial Arts University stands as the hope of the entire Binjiang region. With each year's graduates dispatched to various battlefronts, safeguarding the peace of Binjiang. The birth of a genius is deemed even more significant than that of a city lord. Following the annual influx of students, the academy meticulously selects those with extraordinary talents, be it in rapid cultivation, combat prowess, or unique weaponry. As long as they can contribute to humanity's martial strength, the Human Alliance spares no effort in nurturing these prodigies. To ensure students can focus on their training, the Academy's Soul Spatial Rift has been fortified with restrictions, supervised by a teacher who ensures it remains sealed until the designated time. Yet, outside the rift, chaos reigns. Several martial artist instructors, including those of extraordinary rank, lie wounded and incapacitated. Standing nearby are individuals clad in blood-red cloaks, their heads adorned with crimson masks. Desist your struggles. Our agents have already infiltrated disguised as students. If you now lift the seal, your losses can be mitigated. Nonsense. You from the Blood Garment sect? Do not presume we are unaware of your schemes. You covet our academy's bloodlines. Should we open the restrictions? Those students would surely fall victim to your machinations. The teacher, blood seeping from his lips, wore a pallid expression. Do not doubt us. I shall inform you. Before our people entered, they were instructed. If the door is not opened in time, one will die every minute. Do you believe us or not? The teachers exchanged anxious glances. The Blood Garment sect is notorious as an evil cult, specializing in hunting down exceptional bloodlines from humanity to transplant into their own. Their presence is often felt on battlefields and within schools. Just as a few were guarding the rift, several powerful individuals burst in, swiftly subduing the instructors and imposing restrictions on the entire building, preventing any messages from being sent out. The Blood Garment sect pressured them to open the rift, yet the instructors understood that once it was opened, the students would be at their mercy. However, according to the claims of the Blood Garment sect, they had already dispatched infiltrators. Were the students not in grave danger? The instructors found themselves at an impasse regarding whether to open the seal. All gazed towards the highest-ranking member among them, the extraordinary teacher by Bing. Humph, do not try to frighten us. I do not believe it. The students inside are all prodigies, including 3 at body refinement level 9. I refuse to believe your people could gain any advantage. Should they be at the body refinement stage? Indeed, they could not. But what of those at the foundation establishment stage? The Blood Garment sect members laughed derisively. Impossible. This rift does not permit entry for those above foundation establishment. We possess drugs to suppress levels. Having come this far, how could we be unprepared? Open the door. Bai Bing was nearly frantic. If what the Blood Garment sect claimed was true, then within, it was likely a scene of carnage. Those at the foundation establishment level, the body refinement students were not but ants. 1 major realm cannot be countered merely by numbers or weaponry. Yet Bai Bing dared not fully trust the Blood Garment sect. What if they were lying, merely trying to trick them into opening the restrictions? Then, when the students emerged, they would be lambs to the slaughter. Why had the school leadership not yet arrived? Attempting to alert the Judgment Division proved futile. Damn it! Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the rift, Yang Bufan, in a bid to protect his bloodline power, had betrayed Qi Tian and the others. Sir, you may not have encountered these individuals. Their bloodlines are uniquely exceptional, far surpassing my meager spear. Oh, it seems someone is hiding. I have yet to discover them. Indeed, that must be it. I overheard classmates mention that Qi Tian has already detected your presence and is hiding with Lin Ran and Hong Bao. Perhaps in a panic, Yang Bufan scanned the surroundings, noticing that the foundation builder had taken an interest and sought to further delay. However, upon glancing up, he spotted 3 figures perched atop a distant tree. Sir, look, they are right there. In his desperation, Yang Bufan inadvertently revealed Qi Tian and his companions. Discovering them was one thing. To save himself, he directly reported their whereabouts. Damn it, are you even human? The trio of Qi Tian were enraged, and even the surviving students could not tolerate it. Betraying one's kin was no longer merely a disgrace for a martial artist but a capital offense in the eyes of the Judgment Division. Yang Bufan was oblivious to this. In his quest to preserve his bloodline power, he had drawn the foundation builder's full attention to Qi Tian and his companions. It's over. We've been discovered. Run! The portly student, realizing he had been betrayed, hastily attempted to flee. No need to run. It's futile. Qi Tian's expression darkened. He understood the level of the foundation builder all too well. Fleeing at this juncture was meaningless. The crux of the matter was that even if they fled, it was impossible for all 3 to escape. Someone would inevitably be captured. If we don't run, then what shall we do? In a moment, utilize the dice's ability to take Lin Ran and hide, but do not stray too far. Once the rift opens, be the first to dash out. As for the foundation builder, I shall do my utmost to divert his attention. Qi Tian did not wish to act altruistically. The opponent was a foundation builder, and among them, he could think of no one other than himself capable of keeping the foundation builder occupied. Qi Tian, do not be foolish. You are no match for him. Lin Ran's eyes were reddened with anxiety. Then shall you go? In this life-and-death situation, Qi Tian exhibited no gentlemanly demeanor. Enough with the chatter. Stay put. After issuing his orders, Qi Tian leapt down from the tree, striding boldly toward the others. Quite intriguing. You are indeed a bold lad. Reveal your bloodline. Let me see what merits your bloodline possesses. Qi Tian concentrated his bloodline power, manifesting the silver hammer in his grasp. Indeed impressive, surpassing that spear by a considerable margin. Surrender your bloodline, and I shall spare your life. Are you jesting? You claim you can spare my life just like that? I offer you a choice. Relinquish those hearts and step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite. Qi Tian dared not approach the martial artist too closely, maintaining a safe distance while entering full bravado mode. Ha! You truly do not comprehend who I am. Killing you is as easy as pie. Anyone can boast. Can you say something of substance? While Qi Tian engaged in a war of words with the foundation builder, he began to take action. System. Extract 5,000 spirit points. In an instant, that familiar agony surged forth once more. Though it was not as excruciating as before, it still brought Qi Tian to the brink of tears. A drop of spiritual liquid appeared in Qi Tian's hand, and upon ingestion, the pain significantly subsided. Coupled with his previous experience at body refinement level 8, the suffering of body refinement level 9 was now something he could just about endure. Observing the rapid increase of Qi Tian's spiritual energy, the martial artist's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never encountered a bloodline power capable of temporarily enhancing one's strength. It was far more exhilarating than that hammer. The martial artist transformed into a blur, charging toward Qi Tian. Qi Tian had no intention of engaging in combat with a martial artist, regardless of the opponent's prowess, even if they were at the 9th layer of body refinement or had undergone a second upgrade. In a flash, he turned and sprinted towards the dense forest behind him. You can't catch me. You are my grandson, Lin ran. Qi Tian, you would do this for me. Fatty. Qi Tian, well done. Qi Tian, get lost? Let whoever can take the lead. Chapter 15. The fierce battle with the Foundation Establishment Master Qi Tian was oblivious to the situation unfolding outside, only aware that the infiltrating cultist had killed numerous individuals. At a critical moment, Yang Bufan, this useless individual, did not disappoint. He diverted the blame eastward, betraying Qi Tian and his companions for his own safety. With no option to retreat, Qi Tian chose to confront the threat head-on. After all, what was a martial artist? If pushed to the limit, he could still incapacitate them. Qi Tian directly withdrew 5,000 spirit energy points from the system, elevating his realm to the 9th layer of body refinement. Coupled with the nourishing effects of the spiritual liquid, his realm had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Exposing himself before the cultist was a deliberate move to draw their attention away. Buying time for others. As long as the rift's door opened, those individuals would find safety under the school's protection. However, Qi Tian felt a sense of unease. Logically, the time had come, yet the school had not opened its doors. Something must have gone awry outside. At this moment, to survive, he could not place his hopes on others. Having reached the 9th layer of body refinement, following 2 rounds of refinement, Qi Tian's physical prowess had peaked. He transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing into the dense thicket. 1 afterimage fled while another pursued. Despite Qi Tian's speed, he could not outpace the cultist, who was rapidly closing in. Damn it! As the cultist approached, their spirit energy coalescing ominously, Qi Tian summoned his mighty hammer. He came to a sudden halt, seizing the initiative, and swung the hammer ferociously at the cultist. The clash of spiritual fists and the giant hammer resonated like thunder. And Qi Tian felt the force of the impact. Taking advantage of being knocked back, he made another escape. Damn it, stronger than that Ho air. My bones feel like they are about to shatter. Although not fatal, the cultist's punch still rattled Qi Tian's internal organs. This was the result of repeated refinement. Any ordinary 9th layer body refiner would have been rendered immobile by such an attack. Just like the 3 seniors guarding the rift, who had been slain by the cultist. Sniper rifle, ready. With his life at stake and now distanced from the crowd, Qi Tian held nothing back. He stowed the hammer and drew his second bloodline divine weapon. The sniper rifle. Concentrate the bullets. As Qi Tian grasped the sniper rifle, it seemed to transform into a vortex, voraciously drawing in the spirit energy from his body and converging it within the gun. With a surge of speed, Qi Tian, taking advantage of the distance from the cultist, aimed the sniper rifle, turned, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The cultist had never anticipated that such a formidable figure lurked among the newcomers. Not only did he possess a remarkable bloodline weapon, but he also had the ability to elevate his own realm. This was unprecedented. Capturing this bloodline power would be a monumental achievement. Yet, to their shock, Qi Tian had directly ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement, and with a single swing of the hammer, he had withstood their attack, even managing to create distance between them. You can't be naive enough to think you can escape. As the cultist scoffed, Qi Tian's silver hammer vanished, replaced by a gun. Firearms existed in this world, but for a martial artist to wield one, It was nothing short of absurd. Just as the cultist derided him, a sudden surge of spirit energy erupted from the wall. No, it's not a firearm. This is a spiritual weapon. Crafted from spirit energy, such weapons were exorbitantly priced. Many warriors fought their entire lives without ever encountering one. A massive wave of energy surged forth, its speed too swift to evade. The cultist could only adopt a defensive stance, forming a barrier of spirit energy before them. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed as the tremendous energy collided, obliterating the surrounding trees, leaving a barren landscape within meters of the cultist. The cultist's expression soured, blood trickling from the corner of their mouth. That lad's shot had not only broken through their defenses but had also wounded them. This weapon was simply otherworldly. Its value was comparable to that of the cultist's own bloodline talent. Wow! Impressive! Chi Tian was equally astonished by the sheer power of his shot. At present, he was merely at the body refinement stage. Yet he had managed to injure a Foundation establishment master with a single bullet. The sniper rifle was truly a weapon of extraordinary prowess. Chi Tian felt confident. Now at the Foundation establishment stage, no one could withstand his shot. However, despite the significant force, the cultists did not lose their fighting spirit and continued the pursuit. To dodge the bullet's trajectory, they deliberately veered in a curved path. Noticing that one shot had not ended the fight, Chi Tian continued his flight. One sprinted in a straight line. The other followed in a curve, and their distance remained locked in a stalemate. Whenever the cultist drew near, Chi Tian would turn and fire a shot, regardless of whether it would hit, simply to maintain distance. Yet, while the sniper rifle's power was formidable, the energy consumption was equally substantial. After 3 shots, Chi Tian's spirit energy was nearly depleted. After downing a drop of spiritual liquid, Chi Tian felt renewed vigor and continued his escape. The hammer was ineffective, but the sniper rifle proved useful, though the cultist was now clearly on guard. Was it necessary to elevate his realm once more? Chi Tian was reluctant to break through to Foundation establishment, for once he did, his system could only store the current realm's spirit energy, rendering a return to body refinement impossible. Upon becoming a martial artist, he would be subject to the management of the Judgment Department, potentially being dispatched to the battlefield, a perilous occupation Chi Tian had always sought to avoid. He had a welfare home to care for, as well as younger siblings needing his protection. He could not afford any mishaps. But without breaking through, he had no means to defeat the cultist. Though he was confident the cultist could not catch him, he remained unable to escape their relentless pursuit. What to do? What to do? If he did not advance, the only option left was the sniper rifle. But, suddenly, Chi Tian had a flash of inspiration. While fleeing, he loaded the sniper rifle with bullets, but this time, they were not formed from his spirit energy but rather crafted from the spiritual liquid within the mountain. A surge of immense spirit energy flowed into the sniper rifle, completing a brand new energy bullet. Finding the right angle, he halted, turned, and swung the hammer at the cultist. Yet, just as the hammer and the cultist's spiritual fist were about to collide, Chi Tian abruptly released his grip, allowing the hammer to be sent flying by the cultist's strike. In its stead, he grasped the sniper rifle, firing directly at the cultist's forehead. Oh no! Caught off guard by Chi Tian's cunning, the cultist hastily tried to defend themselves. But the bullet sped toward them with no time to react. Boom! The proximity was so close that not only the cultist but also Chi Tian was caught in the explosion's radius. The condensed spirit energy bullet detonating and flinging them both away. Dirted and in excruciating pain, Chi Tian rose cautiously, eyeing the smoke, from which a figure emerged. It was the cultist. However, the once formidable cultist now bore no semblance of their former self. Having lost an arm in the blast, "Kid, you seek death." Fury ignited within the cultist, vowing to eliminate Chi Tian. Sniper rifle. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Chi Tian, impressive. What about a one-shot kill? You're just all talk. Sniper rifle. Come on, you're at a different realm. It's not the bullet's fault. Chapter 16. Shooting from behind. Chi Tian had been cautious, yet he was still kicked away by the cultist's leg. Being kicked by a Foundation establishment master was no pleasant experience. Even though Chi Tian was at the 9th layer of body refinement, his body, akin to iron, had several bones fractured, and his internal organs churned painfully. Damn it! Chi Tian was ignited with genuine rage. This Foundation establishment master was truly using lethal force, The Foundation Establishment Master swung their fist, while Qi Tian downed a drop of spiritual liquid to heal his injuries, engaging in a fierce battle with his hammer. You give me a punch, I'll give you a hammer. If it hurts, I'll take painkillers. If there's distance, I'll shoot. Qi Tian managed to hold his ground against the Foundation Establishment Master, relying solely on his ninth-layer body refinement cultivation. Meanwhile, in an office at Binwu Academy, a middle-aged man with black curly hair sipped tea leisurely. What's going on? The students should have exited through the rift by now. Yet there's not a whisper of news in the group. Under ordinary circumstances, whenever a genius emerged or something novel occurred, the group would have erupted in discussion, but today, the silence was as profound as a still pond. Unable to remain seated, the curly-haired man called the teachers on site, but there was no response on the other end. Switching to another line yielded the same dead air. The man's expression shifted, and he flung open the window. Soaring towards the rift's location, barrier, something's wrong. Upon seeing the spirit energy barrier surrounding the building, the curly-haired man immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Hovering in mid-air, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the barrier with ease, and charged into the building. The teachers underground had lost their fighting capabilities, each one severely injured, while a few figures dressed in red and wearing masks stood nearby. The Blood Robe Sect. Such audacity to target Binwu Academy. Fury surged within the curly-haired man as he launched a punch towards the cultists of the Blood Robe Sect. Yet, their leader also ascended into the air, meeting his fist with their own. Boom! Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy shattered the walls of the building, transforming a once sturdy edifice into a precarious shell. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation between Wanda and the members of the Blood Robe Sect ended in a stalemate. Ah, Director Bonin, it seems a wise individual has finally arrived. Our people are still inside. If you do not lift the restrictions on the fissure soon, I fear your precious students will not survive. What? Director Bonin surveyed the surroundings, quickly grasping the situation. Open the restrictions, but Director, what if their people are not inside? What if they are merely deceiving us into lifting the restrictions? The teacher voiced his concerns. Rest assured, with me here, we shall open it. The restrictions on the spatial fissure were heavily fortified, requiring the collaboration of several teachers to dismantle. With the director's presence, the teachers felt reassured and united to unlock the barriers. As the fissure opened, students poured out in a frantic rush, and all the teachers instinctively shielded them, positioning themselves protectively in front. Teacher, there are Foundation Establishment warriors inside, intent on killing and seizing bloodlines. Many students have perished. The survivors, having narrowly escaped, immediately began to lament to the teachers. At that moment, the members of the Blood Robe Sect frowned in concern. Why had their own not yet emerged? They had mobilized so many to ensure a safe exit, yet now the door was opened, and still, they remained inside. Amidst their rising anxiety, a grotesque figure resembling a pig crawled out from the fissure. Teacher, save me! Hong Bao and Lin Ran are trying to kill me. Upon closer inspection, the distressed voice belonged to Yang Bufan. Ever since the Foundation Establishment cultivator Qi Tian had departed, Hong Bao and Lin Ran had vented their frustrations upon Yang Bufan for betraying his classmates. Yang Bufan was soon followed by Hong Bao and Lin Ran, who continued to pummel him mercilessly. Enough! What is happening inside? Director Bonin's stern voice commanded the scene to silence. Yang Bufan, in a bid for self-preservation, betrayed Qi Tian and the others. Go protect us. Qi Tian led that cultist away. The three seniors fell victim to that cultist attack. Qi Tian is likely still inside, contending with that Foundation Establishment cultist. Please? Teacher, save him. As the students clamored to recount the events, the earlier battle had stirred the school, and many were hastening to the scene. The members of the Blood Robe Sect appeared anxious, knowing that their plan hinged on swift action, strike quickly, and retreat. Yet now, with the fissure opened, why had their fool not yet emerged? Teachers, escort the students away. I will keep watch here. Director Bonin remained steadfast at the scene while the teachers and students departed. The members of the Blood Robe Sect seemed impatient, yet they restrained themselves, knowing that leaving now would render their efforts futile. Qi Tian was locked in fierce combat with the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Fortunately, the cultist's divine weapon was designed for bloodline extraction, proving less effective in direct combat. This Foundation Establishment cultivator was not a battle-oriented warrior, yet Qi Tian found it challenging to subdue him quickly. Drawing strength from his spiritual energy and divine weapon, Qi Tian grew increasingly emboldened, while the cultist, having lost an arm, began to weaken. Just as they both neared exhaustion, a commotion erupted from a distance. The fissure had been opened. Qi Tian felt a wave of relief. Now that the fissure was accessible, the cultist posed little threat. However, the cultist found himself in a quandary. The young man before him not only wielded a hammer-like divine weapon, but also possessed bloodline powers capable of elevating his realm. It was a treasure beyond measure. According to their agreement, he was supposed to exit at the first opportunity the fissure presented, for outside awaited allies, yet he found it hard to part with Qi Tian's bloodline. After much deliberation, the cultist ultimately chose to honor the agreement, abandoning Qi Tian and making his way towards the fissure. Trying to flee. Since you dared to intrude and wreak havoc, there must be an escape route. Qi Tian mused, chasing after him, not with the intent to kill, but to create distractions. If you run, I will strike. If you retaliate, I will flee. Let's see who becomes anxious first. After some time, the cultist, realizing he could not afford to linger, launched a powerful blow, widening the gap between them, and swiftly darted towards the fissure. Just as I anticipated, Qi Tian had been waiting for the cultist to create distance. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his sniper rifle. Condensing spiritual liquid into bullets, locking onto the cultist's back, the cultist, moving rapidly, chose a straight path in his haste to escape, and just as he was about to slip through the fissure, Qi Tian's bullet struck true. Bang! Without any defenses, the bullet impacted the cultist's back, the explosive force propelling him out of the fissure. Witnessing the cultist's departure, Qi Tian did not rush to follow, but instead gathered the scattered bodies of the fallen students. Uncertain of the situation outside, he settled into meditation within the fissure, replenishing his energy. Sniper rifle. See? I am quite formidable. Qi Tian, you are but a hidden weapon. In direct combat, you are utterly worthless. Chapter 17. Steady income with the fissure now opened. Director Bonin was engaged in a standoff with the Blood Robe sect members, who were growing increasingly restless now that all the students had evacuated. They had dispatched a Foundation establishment powerhouse. And logically, there should have been no unforeseen complications. Why had no one emerged yet? Meanwhile, Director Bonin had pieced together the situation. A new student was entangled with a cultist, just as concern mounted on both sides. A figure shot out from the fissure, though tragically, he was missing both arms, a gaping hole blasted in his back. Gasping for breath, I'm sorry, I was careless. Before he could finish, the cultist met his demise, and the bottle-like divine weapon vanished, leaving behind a scattering of hearts. Useless. The Blood Robe sect members surged forward, intent on seizing the hearts, but Director Bonin was quicker, with a mere wave of his hand making the hearts disappear from sight. With the situation resolved, Director Bonin showed no restraint, gripping a long sword, prepared to execute the cultist. Humph! Retreat. Faced with failure and the loss of their members to a mere refinement stage warrior, the Blood Robe sect had no desire to linger. Fully aware that they were within the confines of Binwu Academy, where reinforcements would soon arrive, boom! An explosion erupted, red smoke billowing, obscuring vision. Using the cover of smoke, the members of the Blood Robe sect vanished without a trace. And Director Bonin did not immediately pursue them. Many teachers, having heard the commotion, rushed to the scene. What transpired? Quickly informed the Judgment Department. The Blood Robe sect has infiltrated with true Essence Realm experts, slaughtering our new students and attempting to seize bloodlines, Director Bonin instructed before soaring off to pursue the cultists. They needed to interrogate the surviving students, notify the Judgment Department, and hunt down the cultists. Chaos engulfed the academy. Teachers were injured, and half the students lay dead, all in a state of shock. Even Director Bonin's efforts had failed to detain the cultists. Binjiang was in disarray. Upon hearing of the cultist incursion, the Judgment Department sprang into action, and everyone was preoccupied, while Qi Tian remained within the fissure, until the rotund figure and Lin Ran found the teacher that they remembered there was still a student unaccounted for. When the inspection team entered, Qi Tian had once again stored spiritual energy within the system, restoring himself to the fourth layer of the refinement stage. His energy reserves now totaled 16,000. Moreover, while collecting the bodies, Qi Tian had gathered a considerable number of bells, most of which now occupied his pockets. Where's Yang Bufan? Just wait until I get my hands on him. the first thing Qi Tian intended to do upon emerging was to vent his frustrations on young Bufan, who had betrayed his classmates for self-preservation. Qi Tian would not be satisfied until he had thoroughly punished him. Rest assured, we have finished dealing with him. Hurry, our summary meeting awaits your presence. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, the school continued to operate. Regrettably, this trial had resulted in the loss of 130 students. Yet, such is the fate of warriors. We must always be prepared for sacrifice as we stand for ordinary people. The hope of humanity? Nonsense. This is clearly the school's oversight, yet they speak so loftily now, attempting to shift the blame. Humanity is always like this, spouting sweet words while ultimately sending you to your doom. As for warriors, my disdain for them only grows. This is not merely a high-risk profession. It is a path to self-destruction. Let us focus on making money instead. Aim to remain at the 9th layer of the refinement stage without graduating. And then find ways to profit. Although the losses were substantial, many outstanding candidates had been identified among the surviving students. Those who lived were the elite. You are the backbone of humanity's future. However, are those who survived not the ones with less remarkable bloodline powers? Qi Tian silently scoffed. This assessment still held validity. I hereby declare Qi Tian as the first place of this assessment. A 4th layer of the refinement stage cultivator who dared to confront a foundation establishment cultist. Amidst the applause, Qi Tian ascended the stage to accept his reward, which not only included a monetary prize of 100,000, but also a yellow-level cultivation technique. In the Human Alliance, all techniques were documented, and unauthorized dissemination to others was prohibited without the Alliance's consent. After confirming the rewards, everyone was assigned to their dormitories, and after a day of rest, classes would officially commence the next day. Fatty, I have a question. Why am I assigned to share a dorm with you? As an exemplary student, the accommodations were quite favorable, 2 individuals sharing one room. I specifically applied with the teacher, but look at you now. You've become quite remarkable. Everyone knows your lineage is extraordinary. You managed to survive in the hands of foundational warriors. The cost is substantial. You re-free today, right? I'll return for a while. For the foreseeable future, I must reside on campus, and having gone missing for 3 days, I'm still unaware of the situation at the orphanage. I found the address given by the personnel from the tribunal. It leads to an abandoned independent courtyard. In the past, the tribunal would send people to guard the entrance, but now they not only collect rent, but also require no one to watch over it. Xiaotian, look, it's only 10,000 a month. Quite reasonable. Having such a place to settle down, the director is already quite satisfied. Director, please manage the children here for the time being. Once I have the funds, I will arrange for a better place for you. The house is rather dilapidated, with many walls leaking air. Yet, this price is undoubtedly affordable. Director, I will be moving onto campus tomorrow. Here are 100,000. IVE already made a reservation for you, and you can finally get a mechanical prosthetic. Over the years, the director has been using only one hand. Qi Tian can no longer bear to see this. Oh, why waste that money? I've grown accustomed to it. Having a prosthetic would make your work easier, wouldn't it? Be obedient. You needn't be so frugal anymore, as I will find a way to earn money. Qi Tian feels somewhat perplexed. He does not wish to become a warrior, yet without becoming one, he lacks the capital to earn more. He aspires to be a wealthy individual, and being a warrior seems to be his greatest shortcut. Despite the perilous nature of this assessment, Qi Tian has gained much. Not only has his realm ascended to the 4th level of body refinement, but he has also accumulated 16,000 spirit points, which translates to over 1 million in currency. Additionally, those spirit liquids, each drop equivalent to 400 or 500 spirit points, several bottles amounting to astronomical figures. Qi Tian has stored all the spirit liquids in the system, and the daily interest amounts to roughly 1 drop, sufficient for healing and usage. If converted to wealth, that would yield an income of 40 to 50,000 daily. Unexpectedly, Qi Tian's heart blossoms with joy at this prospect. After 18 years, he finally possesses a stable income. As for the bonuses and the money earned from selling supplies, compared to these gains, they pale in significance. Furthermore, he has acquired a yellow-grade martial technique, albeit provided in electronic form. Upon opening his phone, entering his identity information along with facial recognition, the martial technique appears in his email. The advanced yellow-grade technique, Shadow Step, is a superior combat maneuver that complements close-quarters combat. This technique is transmitted to the first new student from the Binhai Martial Arts Academy, Qi Tian. The technique is prohibited from dissemination. Otherwise, it will be pursued by the Human Alliance. Now that I have money, I must find a way to make it multiply. System, hurry and upgrade. Your spirit points are abundant. Qitian. No, I still need to earn money. Chapter 18. Clarifying the bloodline talent after packing his clothes and waiting for his belongings. Qitian bids farewell to the orphanage and officially enters Binhai Martial Arts University as the top new student. The focus of study includes theory, combat, especially the combat techniques that match his divine weapon, while the remaining time is dedicated to cultivation. The minimum requirement over the 4 years of university is to achieve the status of a warrior, as being a warrior offers more choices in this society. To provide the best cultivation conditions for the students, a training tower has been constructed, filled with the crystal cores of ferocious beasts and enhanced by restrictive barriers. While the density of spirit energy may not match the previous spatial rift, it is several times greater than that of the outside world. As the first theoretical class concludes, Qitian is summoned to the office by the educational director. Hello, Qitian. I am Bonin, the educational director of Binhai Martial Arts. Alongside the director, there is a familiar face, Long Fei, who had aided Qitian that night at the orphanage entrance. Clad in a striking black and gold combat outfit, her impressive figure is accentuated, tempting one to commit a crime. Greetings, Director Bonin, Lady Long Fei. Although discussions about the rift are strictly prohibited within the academy, Qitian is aware that this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Do you know each other? Director Bonin, with his curly hair, had not anticipated that Qitian would be acquainted with someone from the tribunal. I previously knew her, assuming she was a senior student. I didn't realize you were a new student, 4th level of body refinement. I am quite curious about your cultivation level. Long Fei looks at Qitian with intrigue. Haha, a genius? Naturally, the cultivation speed is rapid, especially since he has just emerged from our academy's secret realm, indeed advancing swiftly. Bonin assumes Long Fei is praising Qitian's cultivation level, but a few days ago, when I saw him, he was at the 8th level of body refinement. How did his level drop? Long Fei's words leave Bonin momentarily speechless. Yet this is precisely the reason for summoning Qitian. Qitian, it is rumored among students that you possess a bloodline ability that allows for a temporary enhancement of cultivation. Is that true? The moment has arrived. Qitian knows he cannot evade this issue. Indeed, that is correct, Director and Lady Long Fei. Upon hearing Qitian's affirmative response, both display expressions of astonishment, particularly Bonin, as if he has discovered a treasure. However, my bloodline ability is quite peculiar. The lower my realm, the higher the temporary enhancement I can achieve. Qitian has already devised a strategy to cope with this. Regarding his bloodline, he can articulate it however he pleases. Previously, when I was at the 1st level of body refinement, I could elevate to the 8th level. This is something Lady Long Fei has witnessed. At the 1st level of body refinement, I could temporarily enhance by 7 small realms, but now at the 4th level, I can only increase by 5 levels. Moreover, I can sense that once I reach the foundation building stage, the enhancement will likely diminish further. Alas, after listening to Qitian's account, Director Bonin expresses regret. What an extraordinary bloodline talent. Yet, why does the enhancement decrease as the realm increases? Alas, I understand the situation regarding your realm, but I still need you to confirm it in person, as this pertains to the invasion of heretical sects. We must investigate any anomalies. Qitian's own words require verification from Long Fei. Of course, the truth serves as the sole criterion for verification. Following his battle with the warriors under Yang Bufan, Qitian had already prepared his plan. To conceal the uniqueness of his system, he must attribute all peculiarities to his bloodline ability. Qitian pretends to be in distress, his expression resembling that of constipation. As he struggles, system, extract 5,000 spirit points, but do it in increments of 1,000. Under the joint witness of Director Bonin and Long Fei, Qitian's realm ascends from the 4th to the 5th, 6th, 7th, and finally to the 9th level. When Qitian stores the spirit points back into the system, his realm plummets back to the 4th level of body refinement. Wow, how astonishing! In my life, I have never seen or even heard of such a bloodline talent. Director Bonin exclaims in childlike wonder. Indeed, the rise of humanity has been too brief. There are still many mysteries left undiscovered. The affirmations from Long Fei and the director effectively clear Qitian of any doubts regarding his ability to elevate his realm at will. Now, please recount in detail what transpired in the rift. How did you manage to kill a foundational realm warrior? Surely, being at the 9th level of body refinement should not suffice. The blood-clothed cult's members seized the student's bloodline talents. And indeed, that individual deserved death, but it is somewhat unbelievable that he fell to a 9th level student. As for that, I do not know. Although the heretical cultist had a high realm, his bloodline divine weapon was a peculiar vessel capable of containing another's heart but unsuitable for combat. Had I faced him at the same realm, I could have defeated him without the divine weapon. However, given the significant disparity in our realms, I was in a precarious situation. Fortunately, I had experience battling warriors, allowing me to hold my ground. You have fought against warriors? Director Bonin gazes at Qitian in astonishment. Indeed, when he was at the 8th level of body refinement, he had battled against warriors. If it is said that the 9th level could contend with warriors, it is understandable, provided they are not of the combat type. Yes, and when he finally attempted to flee, I seized the opportunity to ambush him, and to my surprise, it actually succeeded. Lung Fei and Qitian harmonize in their narrative, successfully clearing Qitian's name, leaving him with no lingering suspicions. By the way, Director, Lady Lung Fei, I must report a grievance. During the secret realm incident, we were hiding well, yet Yang Bufan betrayed us, selling out the warriors. Even if they are merely prospective warriors, shouldn't there be consequences? Seeking vengeance for a slight is not a commendable trait, and Qitian is aware of this flaw, yet he has no intention of rectifying it. I know. Your classmates have already reported him, and we have interrogated Yang Bufan. He has been sent off to explore the map. Upon hearing that Yang Bufan had been dispatched to explore the map, Qitian feels considerably relieved. All right, we are merely conducting an investigation. You may return to class. Understood, Director. As Qitian prepares to leave, he turns back and bows to Lung Fei on behalf of the 36 children at the orphanage. I thank you, the orphans of warriors. It was but a small effort, Director. I will also report back to the tribunal. Whether by coincidence or design, Lung Fei and Qitian exit the director's office together, chatting as they walk. Your talent is impressive. Once you become a warrior, would you be interested in working for the tribunal? Haha, but isn't it still 4 years away? Isn't it premature to discuss plans now? For years? If you truly take 4 years to elevate to a warrior, even if you wish to join the tribunal, I'm afraid they might not want you. This knowledge pertains to martial artists. And Qitian is not particularly well informed. Among martial artists, the shorter the time taken to reach proficiency, the greater the innate talent displayed. The tribunal only accepts prodigies, rejecting the mediocre if you take 4 years to become a martial artist. It would be wiser to serve in the army, honing your skills against demonic beasts. Understood, I will give it serious consideration. It seems that not all martial artists in the martial arts university have seen battle. Qitian thinks the tribunal is quite commendable, at least stationed by the riverside, where the danger is minimal. Yet, Qitian refrains from giving an immediate answer, as it is only his first day at school. And he has ample time to ponder. Qitian, Lady Lung Fei, do you have a boyfriend? Lung Fei, what does that have to do with you? Qitian, of course it does. Chapter 19. The first avenue. Now that everyone is a quasi-martial artist, it is crucial to comprehend that our primary adversaries are the demonic beasts. 80 years ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy led to the transformation of animals worldwide into demonic forms, and many ancient monsters emerged from beneath the earth, taking over the environments vital for human survival. We have endured the most challenging times. Our current mission is to eliminate demonic beasts, explore our surroundings, and expand human territory. We categorize demonic beasts into 8 grades based on their abilities, ranging from grade 1 to grade 8, corresponding to the 8 realms of human cultivation: body refinement, foundation establishment, transcendence, opening the origin, true essence, separation and reunion, king realm, and saint realm. As quasi-martial artists, you may struggle against even a grade 1 demonic beast in the wilderness. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate. Only by becoming a martial artist can you possess the ability to protect yourself. In our city of Binjiang, the most lucrative businesses revolve around martial artists. Being a martial artist signifies status, honor, and is the foundation for ordinary individuals to rise above the masses. As the teacher passionately expounded in the classroom, Qitian found his mind wandering, preoccupied with thoughts of how to amass wealth. Yet, the teacher's words sparked an epiphany within him. Martial artists? Who possesses the most wealth in this world? Undoubtedly, it is the martial artists. Instead of pondering how to exploit the common folk, it would be far more prudent to target the martial artists themselves. While Qi Tian had no desire to become a martial artist, there was nothing preventing him from profiting from them. Once he accumulated enough wealth, he could hire martial artists as bodyguards, which would be even more impressive than being one himself. This revelation opened a new line of thought for Qi Tian. He had been attempting to distance himself from martial artists, but how absurd that notion was. Why not simply profit from them instead? Afternoons typically involve self-training, and regarding that cultivation tower, it is hardly worth his effort to join the crowd. The spiritual energy derived from the interest of his spiritual liquid far exceeds the toil of a day spent there. Qi Tian, regardless of circumstances, you saved my life in the fissure. I, Fatty, am grateful and will arrange something for you tonight. Arrange for me? I have never taken advantage of Fatty beyond our bets, of course. What do you wish to eat or play with? I shall not refuse. Fatty patted his chest vigorously. Then take me to explore the First Avenue. I have yet to visit. Qi Tian was eager to venture out. And having someone like Fatty, who frequently navigated the marketplace, as a guide was perfect. Oh, I understand now. Rest assured, tonight I will make you feel like you're in paradise. Fatty's mischievous glance nearly made Qi Tian retch. Get lost? What are you thinking? I simply want to experience it. Having spent all his time in the orphanage and school, Qi Tian had only heard of Binjiang's most bustling First Avenue but had never set foot on it. With pockets cleaner than his face, he felt apprehensive about indulging in such high-end establishments. Do not worry. I understand, Fatty said earnestly while changing into a brand new outfit, styling his hair, and spritzing on cologne before leading Qi Tian out. After a 30-minute cab ride, they finally arrived at the most prosperous area of Binjiang, First Avenue. As night fell, the crowd surged, and the streets glimmered with vibrant lights and revelry, showcasing affluence. This First Avenue is the most extravagant part of Binjiang, with one side dedicated to serving martial artists, featuring shops and auction houses, where anything related to martial artists can be found. Fatty acted as the narrator. However, the true extravagance lay across the street, filled with dining, entertainment, and endless pleasures. Even in this paradise for men, it is also a haven for women. As long as you possess wealth, this place will allow you to indulge and forget your troubles. Indeed, the street, though lavish, was distinctly divided. One side was lined with shops, while the other brimmed with entertainment venues. Qi Tian, let me ask you, do you know when 0 is greater than 1? 0 greater than 1? I do not know. Fatty's question left Qi Tian bewildered. Aha. When you place 1 inside 0, ha. The sight of Fatty's lewd demeanor nearly drove Qi Tian to despair. Let us go. We must feast on something exquisite and drink something splendid. The two entered a restaurant and settled at a window-side table on the second floor. 1 serving of black gold abalone, stir-fried kidney, and a grade 1 demonic beast, the long-legged antelope. Also, a chicken stew with mushrooms. And make sure the chicken is a grade 1 blazing chicken. No slacking. Lastly, bring a pot of spiritual vine wine. Fatty expertly ordered a plethora of dishes, all made from the flesh of grated demonic beasts. With a single plate costing thousands, the banquet totaled over 10,000. Qi Tian had never indulged in such luxury. Fatty, you are far too generous. Usually, he wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, but you are my savior. I see there is saying that the greatest tragedy in life is dying without spending one's money. The most tragic thing in life isn't merely living. It's running out of money. In high school, they were merely classmates, but apart from their bets, Qi Tian and Fatty had little in common. Now, as classmates, roommates, and comrades in hardship, their bond had certainly deepened. Soon, the table was laid with food and drink, and Qi Tian wasted no time, indulging heartily. The dishes made from demonic beasts were not only delicious but also infused with strands of spiritual energy, making the experience truly delightful. Amid the feasting, Fatty regaled Qi Tian with tales of First Avenue. Qi Tian, do not be deceived by the splendor here. The real spending occurs in the shops across the street. The supplies, medicines, and materials from the hunted demonic beasts, as well as their cores, are all sold in those stores. Just think, martial artists spend thousands merely to dine. Their expenditures on cultivation are incalculable. Qi Tian observed the throngs of people passing by, most clad in combat attire, and his resolve solidified. Fatty, if I offered you a chance to spend 100,000 to elevate your body refinement stage by 1 level, would you be willing to part with your money? Chi Tian was not speaking aimlessly. He now earned a drop of spiritual liquid's interest daily, roughly equating to 500 units of spiritual energy. If converted to currency, that would amount to about 50,000. After deducting the system's 10% fee, 1,000 units of spiritual energy equated to a small level up, which would leave him with 90,000. What if he sold it to a quasi-martial artist or a martial artist? How much would it fetch? 100,000 for a level up. If such a bargain exists, I would rob a bank immediately. Us students from Bin would generally take about 6 months to level up once. And only the top students manage it in 3 months. If it were possible to exchange money, the base price would be 500,000. Chi Tian was already plotting. After their sumptuous meal, the two exited the restaurant, but Fatty, having drunk too much, insisted on dragging Chi Tian to witness how 0 could be greater than 1. Stop it. Wait. At the side of First Avenue, in front of a small shop available for rent, Chi Tian halted Fatty and called the posted number directly. The annual rent, including utilities, was 500,000. For a mere 20 square meter shop, the annual rent was astonishingly high, a testament to the prime location of First Avenue. Come here. I am renting this place. The inebriated Fatty watched as Chi Tian signed the contract and received the keys, murmuring to himself, who truly drank too much today. System. Do you have no shame? Host. Chi Tian. What's wrong with me, system? I work hard to help you exchange, charging only a 10% fee. Is that excessive? Chi Tian. Be quiet. Chapter 20. Authentic goods. Spiritual vine wine is brewed from a type of plant demonic beast. Rich in spiritual energy and potent effects. T.O. expresses gratitude. Fatty managed to intoxicate himself. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. Fatty awoke from his dormitory bed, stretching lazily. Ah, this wine was delightful. It truly lives up to the reputation of martial artists' drink. Of course you're comfortable. You might want to ask who carried you back, Chi Tian said, slightly annoyed, as he had to bear the burden of Fatty's drunkenness. Actually, it was my first time trying this wine. I didn't expect it to hit so hard, and I even had some illusions. I dreamt you rented a storefront on First Avenue. Fatty chuckled self-deprecatingly as he got out of bed to wash up. That wasn't a dream. I truly rented a storefront to start a small business. Really? I knew you were drunk. What? Fatty swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste, choking and coughing. Did I hear you right? You actually rented a storefront? Do you know how expensive those places are? And what are you renting it for? Never mind. Come help me clean this afternoon. Hurry up. Class is starting. After a morning of classes, once the lessons concluded, Chi Tian prepared to drag Fatty to work. Lin ran. What brings you here? Fatty said. You need more hands for the cleaning. Sure enough, upon hearing about the work, Fatty immediately recruited Lin Ran. The residence is modest in size. It previously served as a shop for the sale of monster pelts, owned by a prospective warrior who, it is said, was devoured by a beast during a hunting expedition. Left behind were the rotund fellow and Lin Ran, tasked with tidying up the premises, while Chi Tian ventured out to procure an array of tables and chairs, returning with a sign that read Elite Martial Artist Boutique. Chi Tian conjured what he deemed a rather impressive name. And the group labored until evening, marking the official opening of their little establishment. Chi Tian. Why do you always think about making money instead of focusing on your cultivation? Lin Ran could not fathom Chi Tian's mindset. Previously, he had no money, but now, as a prospective warrior, he seemed preoccupied with profit rather than honing his skills. What is the purpose of being a warrior, if not to earn a living? I'm merely avoiding detours to reach my destination directly. The shop, though small, was arranged by Chi Tian to resemble a tea house, leaving no indication of its intended merchandise. I must ask, Chi Tian, have you actually rented this place? What exactly do you plan to sell? Heh. Chi Tian pulled out a sealed glass container from his pocket, containing a substantial drop of milky liquid. This is what I'm selling. I call it spirit essence. Just this single drop is sufficient to elevate someone in the body refinement realm by an entire minor level. Is that truly the case? How remarkable! Lin Ran had never encountered such a thing and was curious about Chi Tian's source. Is this what you were asking me about yesterday? The rotund fellow understood that Chi Tian must have stumbled upon a treasure, prompting his decision to open a shop for profit. Indeed, I plan to sell it for 200,000. You can also promote it at school. Just 200,000 will elevate one level. What an astounding value. Chi Tian, you cannot be serious. Does this truly have such efficacy? Deceiving a warrior is a grave offense. The rotund fellow remained skeptical. Nonsense. I am a paragon of integrity, fair to young and old alike. While they deliberated the merits of the liquid, the shop's door swung open. Oh dear, how amusing. An elite boutique. Yet there's nothing here. A middle-aged couple, evidently warriors, stepped inside. Who says there's nothing? Look at this. Chi Tian began to ardently promote his spirit essence. Just this single drop contains the energy to elevate someone in the body refinement realm by a minor level, easily absorbed, with no side effects, suitable for all ages. Ha! This is utterly ridiculous. You claim a mere drop of water can raise someone's level? Are you jesting? I assure you, I am honest. If it doesn't work, I'll refund double. How much is it? 200,000. The customers hesitated. If it could genuinely elevate someone by a level, 200,000 would be a pittance. Yet they had never heard of such a thing. You doubt my word? Very well, I shall demonstrate. As the first customer of this fledgling shop, Chi Tian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Which of you would like to be the test subject? If they were skeptical, he would show them the results. Once word spread, Chi Tian could raise his prices. He turned to Lin Ran and the rotund fellow, seeking a volunteer. The rotund fellow, filled with doubt, retreated a step. However, Lin Ran, fully trusting Chi Tian, stepped forward at this critical moment. As warriors, you should be able to sense her level. Those of lower realms cannot perceive the capabilities of those above. But the higher realms can easily discern the levels of the lower. She seems to be around the third layer of body refinement. The customers, being warriors themselves, recognized the spiritual energy emanating from Lin Ran. Without hesitation, Lin Ran uncorked the glass vial, releasing a rich aura of energy. She drank it down, and the essence transformed into a potent energy that coursed through her body, resulting in an immediate elevation to the fourth layer of body refinement. Overwhelmed by the sensation of her bones undergoing refinement, Lin Ran was left speechless with astonishment. This spirit essence is truly effective. I've leveled up. Chi Tian shot a glance at the inexperienced Lin Ran. Of course it's effective. I told you it offers exceptional value and is genuine. It's truly effective. This is wonderful. I'll buy 5. Not only was Lin Ran astonished, but even the customers were taken aback. Having been warriors for so long, they had never encountered such a miraculous substance. The customers were satisfied, but the rotund fellow was already regretting his earlier skepticism. Had he known it truly could elevate levels, he would have been willing to try it regardless of potential side effects. Unfortunately, we only have one available each day. If you wish to purchase more, come early tomorrow. The spirit essence was stored within Chi Tian's system, producing 1 drop daily. This particular sale consisted of 2 drops, and to ensure his business remained viable, Chi Tian retained a single vial for sale, storing the rest securely. With a 20% annual interest rate, Chi Tian could guarantee a daily sale, which would certainly contribute to his initial capital. What? Only 1? Yes, just 1 each day. There are no more if you're interested. See you tomorrow. After the experiment, the customers were convinced, and Chi Tian promptly ushered them out, returning with the others to the school. Chi Tian, my ancestor, I was wrong. Please give me a share. The rotund fellow was almost in tears, emerging from the spatial rift. Chi Tian was at the 4th layer of body refinement, Lin Ran at the 3rd, while the rotund fellow languished at the 2nd layer. They had trained within the rift, and such opportunities may never come again. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ran had ascended to the 4th layer, while he felt like a slacker. Fine, I'll set one aside for you, but it'll cost 200,000. Ah! After a moment's hesitation, the thought of 200,000 was more agonizing than a guaranteed purchase. Rotund fellow. Chi Tian, dare you make a bet for 1,000? Chi Tian. On what? Rotund fellow. I bet you 1T give me a free share. Chi Tian. You lose. Chapter 21. Premium Spirit Essence. Chi Tian ultimately granted the rotund fellow a share. Although he hadn't succeeded in bringing the rotund fellow to math class the previous night, he had certainly enjoyed the benefits. I'll give you the item for free, but you must keep busy. Come help me at the shop tonight. Rest assured, CEO Chi, every night from now on, I'm all yours. The rotund fellow grinned mischievously. Luck is essential in gambling, but with Chi Tian at his side, he needed no effort. Fortune had smiled upon him, elevating him a level. The following evening, Chi Tian and the rotund fellow returned to the shop, with Lin Ran joining out of curiosity. Both the rotund fellow and Lin Ran were intrigued about the origins of this miraculous substance, but Qi Tian would never divulge such secrets. Lin Ran found it peculiar. This was a treasure capable of elevating levels, yet Qi Tian chose to use it for profit rather than pursue his own advancement. Upon their arrival, the two customers from the previous night were waiting at the door, accompanied by a young man whom Qi Tian recognized as a near graduate from their school. "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting all day. I only open at night. I'm busy during the day." "Then why did you tell us to come in the morning? We've been waiting all day. I suggested you come early." Qi Tian had no intention of treating them like gods. Once word of his treasure spread, he would become the deity they revered. "Are you joking? In this shabby shop, if the product were any good, wouldn't they already be warriors?" "Oh, I witnessed its effects firsthand yesterday. You needn't worry if it fails to deliver. I'll smash this place to pieces." The young man's brother had been stuck at the 8th layer of body refinement for quite some time. With graduation approaching, failing to ascend before then would mean missing numerous opportunities. Thus, he had brought his brother to wait here since early morning, only to find that the shopkeeper had not left a contact number. "Cash or QR code?" "Cash. Here is the money if it doesn't work. Not only will we refuse payment, but we'll also demolish your shop." Though 200,000 was not a vast sum for warriors, it was still hard-earned money, and no one wished to see it squandered. He tossed the bag of money onto the table, eager to use his brother as a test subject. "All right, please wait." Qi Tian pretended to search through the cabinet, retrieving a test tube-like glass vessel and presenting it to the customer. Under pressure from his brother and sister-in-law, the young man promptly downed the liquid within the test tube. Not only did it lack any unpleasant odor, but it was also sweet and fragrant. Merely a single drop contained an overwhelming surge of energy that swept through his body like a dragon. Both his brother and sister-in-law, being warriors, immediately recognized the change in the young man, who had been stagnant at his level for months, now evidently breaking through. "I'm at the 9th layer of body refinement. I really made it. I can graduate." "Ha ha!" The young man, who had previously doubted the spirit essence's authenticity, erupted into joyous laughter. After enduring countless skeptical glances due to his stagnation, he had finally broken free from that pressure. "Indeed, this product is exceptional. The shopkeeper has not deceived us." The siblings rejoiced, but the sister-in-law maintained her composure. Scrutinizing Qi Tian, "Shopkeeper, are you certain there are no side effects?" "Of course. Just look at his current level. Have you ever heard of someone descending after an elevation?" "Very well." The trio happily completed their transaction and left in high spirits. As for Qi Tian and his companions, despite having just opened, they had already made a successful sale. To celebrate the shop's first transaction, Qi Tian treated the two to a grand feast. It is akin to taking a leisurely stroll and enjoying a meal. And yet, Qi Tian effortlessly earned 200,000 isn't life looking up. Every penny Qi Tian earns is meticulously deposited into the system, even if the interest on a savings account is merely 10%. Once the capital accumulates, it becomes a substantial sum. For now, I shall sell him for a few months. Once everyone acknowledges the efficacy of the spiritual liquid, I shall raise the price. While others are diligently attending lectures, Qi Tian is busy strategizing for his future. First, he shall amass wealth, then let that wealth generate interest, and once his finances flourish, he will venture into real estate and establish factories. He intends to amass all the riches in the world. That evening, Lin Ran was engrossed in her training at the cultivation tower and did not accompany him. Instead, Qi Tian ventured out with the portly fellow. Qi Tian had devised a plan. He would have the portly fellow manage the shop while he assumed the role of a carefree proprietor, with his salary being compensated through the spiritual liquid. The portly fellow would surely be elated. However, upon their arrival at the store, they were met with a throng of people, numbering in the hundreds, obstructing the entrance to the small shop. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" Qi Tian and the portly fellow found it nearly impossible to enter. "Make way for what?" The line forms at the back. "Don't you know the order of arrival?" "Indeed, look at you two, merely at the refinement stage. What business do you have here?" "We've been queuing since morning. If you wish to make a purchase, join the line at the back." To their astonishment, the crowd was there to queue for something. The fervent scene almost made Qi Tian lose control of himself. "I am the shop owner. If you don't let me through, how am I to open the door for business?" "What? You are the owner?" Although the crowd was skeptical, They hastily parted to allow Chi Tian to unlock the door. "Portly fellow, just one portion. There are too many people." Chi Tian signaled, and the portly fellow promptly blocked the entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but our shop's spiritual liquid is limited to one portion per day, available on a first-come, first-served basis. However, since you all are so supportive, I shall hold an impromptu auction right here. The highest bidder wins, and this is a fair transaction for all." Chi Tian turned his head, exclaiming, "Goodness, this portly fellow is a business prodigy. Starting bid at 200,000. With each increment not less than 10,000. The successful bidder must pay immediately, and we support on-the-spot verification of the product. Now, the inaugural auction of the high-end martial artist store begins. 200,000. 250,000. 300,000. The price surged to 480,000 before the crowd ceased bidding. 480,000 once. 480,000 twice. 480,000 thrice. Sold. Everyone had heard of this miraculous substance, but its efficacy remained a mystery. As the price neared 500,000, the crowd hesitated, waiting to witness the spectacle. The bidder was an elderly gentleman whose son had already reached the 7th stage of refinement. To verify its authenticity, he had his son drink the spiritual liquid on the spot. As expected, under the witness of numerous martial artists, the reputation of the high-end martial artist store was officially established. "Incredible, it truly works, how astonishing." However, they lamented that it could only be used once within the refinement stage. How wonderful it would be if it could be utilized multiple times, or if martial artists could benefit from it too. The crowd's regrets left Chi Tian momentarily stunned, who claimed this substance could only be used once. "Let me clarify, the spiritual liquid produced by our store has absolutely no side effects. It can be consumed continuously. Even martial artists or those at higher realms can partake. Not only does it enhance spiritual energy, but it can also heal internal injuries to its, just that the effects are particularly pronounced for those at the refinement stage, with one portion elevating them by one level. For martial artists, it is another matter entirely." Chi Tian merely explained the attributes of his spiritual liquid. "What? It can be consumed continuously? Wouldn't T9 portions directly elevate one to the pinnacle of refinement? Martial artists can use it too. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for them to advance a level?" Chi Tian: "Portly fellow, tell others that this substance can only be used once." Portly fellow: "I never said that. Perhaps the customer from yesterday assumed so." Chi Tian: "My product can be used repeatedly. Mass production to the pinnacle of refinement is absolutely feasible." Portly fellow: "Why not use me as a test subject?" Chi Tian: "Get lost." Chapter 22. Citywide sensation. The spiritual liquid in Chi Tian's possession originates from a spatial rift. The world within that rift has existed for countless years, and the spiritual liquid formed over millennia cannot possibly have side effects. As long as you possess wealth, Chi Tian can guarantee your ascension from the 1st to the 9th stage of refinement. Of course, one must be prepared to endure the pain that accompanies rapid advancement. With each level gained, the body undergoes refinement, but as you ascend, the suffering, which Chi Tian has personally experienced, is inevitable. Having collected the payment, Chi Tian closed the door before the crowd. "Let us go eat." The portly fellow was overjoyed, relishing the notion that they would only spend 10 minutes at the shop before dining out. Such a life felt ethereal. "Old Chi, I mean no offense, but why don't you directly elevate yourself to the 9th stage of refinement, or even to a martial artist? Having earned a significant sum today, both indulged in drinks. Tell me, why does everyone aspire to become martial artists? Isn't it obvious? With the revival of spiritual energy and the dominance of monstrous beasts, territories on the planet have been seized by these creatures. Only martial artists serve as the sharp blade against them." Despite the portly fellow's gambling tendencies, he was well aware of these fundamental truths. What happens when one becomes a martial artist? What happens? Those who graduate as martial artists typically have commendable records. They serve in the military, accumulating military achievements on the front lines. Conversely, if an ordinary individual becomes a martial artist, it often indicates a lack of talent, and they usually end up as bodyguards for the wealthy. The front lines? Do you know the survival rate for rookie martial artists on the front lines? When it came to this matter, Chi Tian had much to say, as the orphanage was filled with the offspring of martial artists. How many survive? Engaging in combat with monstrous beasts on the front lines. Casualties are an inevitability, right? 30%. Out of 10 who enlist, it's fortunate if 3 survive. Ah, it's that perilous. The portly fellow suddenly grasped Chi Tian's implication. It wasn't he that Chi Tian couldn't break through, but rather that he didn't wish to. After a hearty meal, the two returned to school. However, the following day, as classes commenced, they overheard their classmates engaged in fervent discussions. Have you heard? A mysterious shop has appeared on the First Avenue, offering items that can directly elevate individuals. I heard that a senior drank it and instantly ascended from the 8th to the 9th stage of refinement. Indeed, my father called me. He witnessed it firsthand yesterday, with someone jumping from the 7th to the 8th stage. Moreover, this substance can be consumed continuously. Wouldn't he ascending to martial artist be as easy as boarding a plane? My family mentioned they would buy it for me today. Such rare treasures must be cherished. Not only were students discussing this, but even the teachers were engrossed in the topic. By noon, news about the spiritual liquid had already graced the headlines of the Binjiang News Network. The entire city was in an uproar. Everyone was eagerly awaiting official verification of the substance's authenticity, questioning whether it was truly miraculous or merely a malicious hype. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the identity of the shop owner. Rumored to be a young individual, likely just an employee, if this substance is genuinely effective, the implications would be monumental. Not only Binjiang but even the Human Alliance would take notice. Chi Tian certainly possessed the items. And through the system, he could ensure a continuous supply of the spiritual liquid. However, his true intention was not to produce martial artists, but to amass wealth. The more hype there was, the better. Chi Tian was prepared to count his riches. By nightfall, the entrance to the small shop was utterly congested, and it wasn't until Chi Tian revealed his identity that the crowd parted to create a path. So young, he must not be the owner, too at the refinement stage. They're merely employees. Regardless of who secures it, let us test it publicly. If it's truly effective, our Binjiang will be fortunate. Journalists had already set up cameras, ready to capture the unfolding event. Portly fellow, the usual rules apply. You go. Chi Tian sat inside the shop, brewing himself a cup of tea, made from the newly purchased high-end spiritual tea, with strands of spiritual energy swirling around his mouth and tongue, refreshing the senses. Meanwhile, the portly fellow stood at the entrance, hands on hips, detaining everyone outside. Quiet down. If you don't hush, I won't sell anything. Listen up, today we'll follow the auction format. The highest bidder wins, fair and square, payment in hand, and goods in hand. The portly fellow managed the entrance with surprising orderliness. Chi Tian was quite pleased, finally embodying the role of a proprietor. Given the portly fellow's diligence, he decided to reward him with a portion of spiritual liquid in due time. The previous day's auction had concluded at 480,000. Chi Tian was curious about the price it would fetch today, considering the multitude of people and the extensive advertisements. All right, enough noise. Yesterday's final price was 480,000, therefore today's starting bid will also be 480,000. The portly fellow established a new rule. The previous day's winning bid would serve as the starting bid for the current day. What? The crowd expressed dissatisfaction. Under this auction method, if someone offered a high bid, would prices never decrease in the future? Fear not. Our store will regulate the prices, as we are indeed in the business to sell. We wouldn't want our products to remain unsold, would we? Now, let the auction commence. Right at the entrance of the small shop, bidding voices rose and fell. Although the 480,000 price tag was already steep, Chi Tian and the portly fellow had underestimated the wealth of Binjiang's populace. Let us not speak of the affluent, for take young Bufan, for instance. Upon reaching the age of 18, he simply procured an activation stone for himself. Who possesses the patience to await the complementary activation stones offered by Binwu? Regardless of how the world may evolve, the wealthy invariably enjoy certain imperceptible privileges. Today, there are even more onlookers, yet many merely seek to authenticate the item's legitimacy, while others remain hesitant, refraining from placing bids. Meanwhile, those genuinely intent on purchasing have escalated the price to 600,000, culminating in a final bid of 610,000 for today's spiritual liquid. Before the assembled martial artists, the demonstration confirmed that the spiritual liquid can enhance a warrior's cultivation without any adverse effects. There was no need to wait until the following day. That very night, the entire city was abuzz. Previously, treasures of such nature would not have been widely recognized. Yet now they are being sold openly, spreading like wildfire throughout the corners of Binjiang overnight. Moreover, Chi Tian and Fatty's identities were soon recognized. They were indeed freshmen at Binwu University this year, with Chi Tian being the top student among them. Having just begun their studies a few days prior, these two had already reached the third and fourth levels of body refinement. It would be incredulous to believe that they achieved this without assistance. As the news spread, it only grew more sensational and exaggerated. While Chi Tian and Fatty were still asleep, their dormitory door was besieged by students and teachers alike. Chi Tian, are you awake? I'm your neighbor. Is Hong Bao there? This is Teacher Li. Bang, bang, bang. With so many people present, it was unclear who among them was so reckless as to pound on the door. Startling the two awake, Chi Tian, do you still have that item? I want to buy it. Fatty, can you speak to the owner? The school wishes to purchase in bulk. Can we arrange a meeting? Chi Tian. I am actually your distant cousin. Can we have a private conversation? Chi Tian and Fatty were taken aback. It seemed the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. Fatty, old Chi, didn't you say that if I performed well, you'd give me another share? Chi Tian. I did think so before. I intended to give it to you today. Fatty. Really? Hand it over. Chi Tian. No way. The price has gone up. You'll have to wait a bit longer. Chapter 23. A tall tree attracts the wind. This is a school. We are merely employees. For any inquiries regarding the spiritual liquid, please consult the high-end martial artist store. We still have classes to attend, so please disperse. If it were ours, we would have directly ascended to being martial artists. Seeking us is futile. The situation escalated too quickly. To avoid complications, Chi Tian told Fatty to claim they were merely acting as agents for someone else. Finally rid of the incessant questions from classmates and teachers, Chi Tian and Fatty could attend their classes without interruption. Yet, some matters cannot be denied. There were always people surrounding them, inquiring for information. However, for Chi Tian, it mattered little. His ambition was to become a magnate. And the feeling of being lauded by others was inevitable. Nevertheless, resting at school was no longer an option. Chi Tian and Fatty rented a modest apartment outside the school for 3,000 a month. A mere trifle for Chi Tian at this point. Chi Tian did not pay extra for the rent, as he had plans of his own regarding the welfare home. While the current housing was indeed inexpensive, it had fallen into disrepair. Chi Tian contemplated securing a better location for the welfare home. He had scouted various places, and even the more remote options were priced in the millions, while more desirable areas soared past 10 million. Being children, Chi Tian sought a safe environment, eyeing a location that would cost nearly 20 million. Although he was earning swiftly, it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Nevertheless, this pursuit attracted the attention of higher authorities. The director of Binwar, the curly-haired man Chi Tian had encountered before, personally called him. In Director Bonan's office sat numerous individuals, each introduced to Chi Tian in turn. Chi Tian, this is our school's vice president of operations. Principal Li, this is Long Fei from the judiciary. You've met previously. This is Steward Long Feijio, representing the city government, and this gentleman, Mr. Baida, is the special representative of the Human Alliance stationed in Binjiang. This is Chairman Du from the Binjiang Business Association, and this is Commander Zhao from the Binjiang Alliance Army. A room full of influential figures, and although Chi Tian did not recognize them all, he understood that they were prominent personalities in Binjiang, gathered here principally for his spiritual liquid. Chi Tian, as a formally educated student, you must comprehend the significance of martial artists to the Human Alliance. Earning is not the issue, but in the face of humanity's survival, we must focus on what truly matters. I won't mince words. The judiciary wishes to purchase your spiritual liquid. Name your price. Chi Tian, as a student of this institution, we hope that at a comparable price, you will sell that miraculous substance to the school, benefiting the academy. Chi Tian, do not heed these bureaucrats. You possess a product, and I have a market. Not just in Binjiang, but let us collaborate to sell it throughout the Human Alliance. Please disclose the details. How much do you have? Can a legion be formed? They say you have a backer. Who is it? If you reveal it, I will personally negotiate with him. The barrage of voices made Chi Tian realize that everyone was here for the spiritual liquid. It seemed the school could no longer withstand the external pressure and had gathered everyone to present the dilemma to Chi Tian. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your intentions, but I am merely acting as an agent for someone else. I have promised confidentiality regarding their identity. If it were to leak, they would cease production of this substance. Production? Are you suggesting this item is man-made? Someone quickly caught on. I am uncertain. That is what my employer stated. So it is futile to question me. Thank you all for your interest. To my knowledge, This item can only be produced once a day, so those wishing for bulk purchases or to form a legion should let go of such hopes. As for humanity's survival, I support it wholeheartedly. But this item is not mine. I am simply selling on behalf of someone else. Whatever their requirements are, I must comply. If you are truly interested in this item, please visit the store to purchase. All the commercial representatives, government officials, and military personnel. If one wishes to buy this spiritual liquid, they must queue. Flattery is ineffective. After clarifying everything, Qi Tian took his leave. These individuals could unearth your entire lineage with the slightest opening. For now, Qi Tian only wished to earn money and had no intention of forming alliances with them. However, the events did not cease. After selling another portion of the spiritual liquid that evening, as the crowd dispersed, one man remained behind. Dressed in attire indicative of a martial artist, though his rank was unclear, he approached Qi Tian. "Oh, you are Qi Tian? Apologies, but we only have one portion available each day. If you wish to purchase, you may come back tomorrow to bid." "Oh, I'm buying on behalf of someone, but I dislike competing with others. Could you sell me a portion directly?" "Well," Qi Tian hesitated. Selling directly would indeed fetch a higher price, but how to explain to others tomorrow? "I am willing to bid 2 million. "What?" The offer of 2 million piqued Qi Tian's interest. 2 million. "I do not wish to disturb your store's market value. You can deliver the goods to this address tomorrow afternoon. We will exchange cash for the item. Here is 100,000 as a deposit." "All right, see you tomorrow." In order to quickly gather the funds for the welfare home's new location, Qi Tian decided to engage in some under-the-table dealings. After all, it was his product, and he could sell it as he pleased. The next afternoon, after instructing Fatty to watch the store that night, Qi Tian took a taxi to the transaction site. However, the location was rather remote, situated within an industrial complex. The man from yesterday awaited him at the entrance. "My boss is inside. You can transact with him directly." Qi Tian followed him into the factory without suspicion, but upon entering, he quickly realized something was amiss. What appeared to be a bustling factory from the outside was, in reality, a dilapidated and abandoned site. Clearly, someone had laid down restrictions in advance, and the purpose was undoubtedly to ensnare Qi Tian. "What do you want?" "I must inform you, this is Binjiang, and I have a good relationship with the judiciary." "Ha ha, the restrictions are already in place. Even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape." The once polite man suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, revealing his true nature. "What do you intend to do?" "I am merely selling spiritual liquid on behalf of someone else. Capturing me serves no purpose. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Yet I claim that my boss is someone else. What good is capturing a mere employee? Today, I do not seek your spiritual liquid. I seek your life." With a chilling smile, the man extended his hand, grasping a dark, gleaming long spear. Qi Tian recognized the weapon. It felt eerily familiar. "Familiar, is it? This is my family heirloom. My brother is Yang Bufan, and I am Yang Buhui Dam." A wave of dread washed over Qi Tian. This man was indeed the brother of Yang Bufan. And today, it seemed his fate was grim. "Qi Tian, now that I have money, I should hire some bodyguards." "Fatty, don't be ridiculous. This is Binjiang. A quasi-martial artist is no match for you. And the judiciary keeps a check on martial artists. Who would dare lay a hand on you?" Qi Tian, you make a valid point. Chapter 24. Do not force my hand. Qi Tian had been rather careless. After all, he was in the urban area of Binjiang City, and he presumed he was in no real danger. It was solely due to his singular focus on making money that he had been lured away, still contemplating a profitable venture when he realized he had been ensnared. Initially, Qi Tian did not worry, thinking that the other party merely coveted the spiritual liquid. However, when the adversary revealed a bloodline divine weapon and introduced himself, Qi Tian was left astounded. Yang Bufan's brother? Wasn't Yang Bufan taken away to locate a map? Why had his brother come looking for him? "I am a classmate of Yang Bufan." "What does this mean?" "What do you mean? If it weren't for you, would my brother have been conscripted against his will? Without being a martial artist, he would only be sent to the beast territory for reconnaissance, facing certain death. You are the cause of all this." Yang Buhui pointed a gun at Qi Tian, her face contorted with rage. "Wait, what does this have to do with me?" "Your brother betrayed his classmates in the Rift secret realm. Even if there is blame, it lies with him. Why don't you go seek the Judgment Bureau?" "Words are futile. You are the one to blame. You are the true culprit." "Nonsense. if you must assign blame. Directed at the blood-robed sect. Why bring me into this? Chi Tian was nearing the brink of exasperation. Was every son of the Yang family so dim-witted? The brother was foolish, and the elder brother was unreasonable. I had heard my brother speak of you before, always targeting and making things difficult for him. Today, I shall kill you to avenge my brother. Can you not be so obstinate? I am merely at the body refinement stage. I will say it again. Your brother brought this upon himself. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Buhui was entirely unyielding. Her spear danced, and spiritual energy surged around her, hurtling directly toward Chi Tian. Damn it, Yang Buhui. Think this through. It's not too late to stop now. Do not force my hand. They specifically spent a considerable sum to set up this restriction to kill you, and you think you can simply decide not to? You want to fight? I have investigated you and know you can temporarily elevate your cultivation level. Come on. I will show you the true strength of a martial artist. As her spear descended, the spiritual energy bore down like a mountain. Chi Tian had acquired a body refinement technique, but he had not yet had the opportunity to cultivate it. This strike forced him to evade hurriedly, the spiritual energy sweeping across him with an agonizing sting. System, 5,000 spiritual energy points. Chi Tian's cultivation level surged instantly to the 9th layer of body refinement, yet he was still sent flying by Yang Buhui's next attack. This must be akin to the 4th or 5th layer of foundation establishment. Chi Tian was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Even a mere graze left him feeling as if his blood was boiling. Do not force my hand. You? What could you possibly do to me? For 7 days, he attempted to break through the restriction, but it was robust, completely isolating him from the outside world, rendering escape impossible. Damn it! Chi Tian was on the verge of being driven mad. The reason he had never broken through to foundation establishment was his desire to avoid becoming a martial artist, to evade the front lines and death. Yet now, if he did not break through, he would be beaten to death by that deranged Yang Buhui. Once he reached foundation establishment, reverting back to body refinement would be impossible. However, for the sake of his life, Chi Tian had no choice but to consume, system, accelerate by 1,000 spiritual energy points. Now, Chi Tian was at the 9th layer of body refinement, nearing its peak. This 1,000 spiritual energy points were more than sufficient for a breakthrough. It felt as though a glass barrier had shattered. His spiritual energy erupted violently, revitalizing every inch of his being. Skin, bones, and organs felt as though they were evolving anew. The most significant difference between the foundation establishment and body refinement stages was the capacity for spiritual energy storage, enabling detachment for attacks, alongside a physique stronger than that of body refinement, allowing for independent combat against beastkind. This is what it means to be a martial artist. Even the most rudimentary martial artist serves as a steadfast bulwark for humanity. What? You actually broke through at this moment? Humph. Then your death is assured. Yang Buhui's attacks remained relentless, each strike aimed to kill, but even after breaking into foundation establishment, Chi Tian still found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed he was not at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He would try again. Chi Tian's agility had improved significantly, but as merely a first-layer foundation establishment, while his spiritual energy and physical strength were commendable, he lacked any techniques, rendering him still inferior to Yang Buhui. System, 1,000 spiritual energy points. He felt an increase in spiritual energy, yet his realm remained unchanged, another 1,000. After reaching foundation establishment, each minor level increase required 2,000 spiritual energy points. Twice that of body refinement. How could he still level up? As Chi Tian continued to ascend, Yang Buhui found herself perplexed. How could this little fellow, merely at the 4th layer of body refinement, possibly break through to foundation establishment using bloodline secret techniques? Moreover, to think he could continue to upgrade afterward, did he believe martial arts cultivation was akin to playing a game? Upon reaching the 2nd layer, Chi Tian's body experienced a notable discomfort, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin, bones, and organs. He understood this was a manifestation of his cells evolving post-upgrade, yet advancing 2 levels at once was quite taxing. It felt as if there were an impulse within him that yearned for release. Chi Tian let out a long howl, his spiritual energy bursting forth, forming a vortex around him. Armed with a silver hammer, he engaged in combat with Yang Buhui. I merely wish to earn some honest money. You forced my hand. Though he lacked techniques, his body had been refined repeatedly during the body refinement stage, making him a formidable opponent in close combat against others of the same level. The second layer of foundation establishment found him evenly matched against the fourth layer. The two battled fiercely within the restriction, exchanging blows for what felt like an eternity, their spiritual energy and physical strength gradually waning, particularly Qi Tian, whose exhaustion was pronounced. One drop of spiritual liquid restored him instantly and with renewed vigor. He wielded his silver hammer against her long spear. Qi Tian managed to wear down Yang Buhui through sheer attrition. All right, I concede. I admit defeat. Yang Buhui, true to her status as the Yang family's young master, showed both humility and resilience, conceding defeat outright. Concede? You little brat. Her brother was arrogant, and now that he was unable to win, he chose to surrender. What about the fierce demeanor he had when he sought to kill me before? Having fought to this extent, with his secrets now exposed to Yang Buhui, failing to eliminate her would surely lead to the system condemning Qi Tian. One was drained of spiritual energy, the other ferociously relentless, fighting for their lives. Ultimately, with one decisive blow, the formidable martial artist, now at the fourth layer of foundation establishment, was reduced to a pulp by Qi Tian's hammer. Under the pressure of spiritual energy, combined with the impact of the hammer, Yang Buhui was left unrecognizable, her visage so mangled that even her own mother would not recognize her. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? Qi Tian gathered some combustible materials, ignited a fire, and obliterated the evidence. Yang Buhui, you can kill me, but why burn my body? Qi Tian, honestly, it's my first time killing someone. I felt a bit shaky, and seeing it frightened me, so I burned it. Yang Buhui, is this better now? Qi Tian, looking at the charred remains, I'm even more frightened. Chapter 25. Exposure after a fierce battle. Qi Tian finally triumphed over Yang Buhui. Though he had taken a life and the immediate threat had passed, the restriction remained intact. Such restrictions typically had a time limit, so Qi Tian could only wait. System, stored 2,000 spiritual energy points. This spiritual energy could be stored or not. Having long wished to remain at the body refinement stage, Qi Tian had finally broken through to foundation establishment. He sought to return all his spiritual energy points to the system but was met with refusal. The system did not permit the host to downgrade their stored levels. Now at the first layer of foundation establishment, Qi Tian accessed the system panel. Having ascended to foundation establishment, he had not yet formulated a plan for explanation, yet here he was, having directly reached the second layer. Qi Tian promptly stored his spiritual energy into the system and opened the system panel. Beep, the universal financial system is at your service. Current functions: storage, exchange, loans, storage interest rate, annual fixed rate of 30, and a 20 current rate. Loan interest rate, annual rate of 30. Exchange function, allows conversation between different materials, currencies, and energies. The system will assess the exchange rate. Balance, spiritual energy points, 12,200, available for withdrawal. The interest rate on deposits had increased with his cultivation level, which Qi Tian had anticipated. Loans? What did the system mean by this? Literally, it means the host can borrow from the system based on actual circumstances. The current borrowing ratio is 1. If repayment cannot be made on time, tasks can also be completed to settle the debt. While being able to take out loans is beneficial, everyone experiences times of financial need. However, borrowing from the system seemed unnecessary. The interest was exorbitant. 30%? Wasn't that akin to usury? Qi Tian, a morally upright youth, would not encourage such corrupt practices. Nevertheless, that 30% interest rate was undeniably tempting. His spiritual liquid trade could continue. Considering the system, Qi Tian could not help but glance at the hammer in his hand. Wasn't the system capable of storing anything? If he stored the hammer, would he receive another in return? Could I store my bloodline divine weapon in the system? All items belonging to the host can be stored. Incredible! Qi Tian smacked his forehead. Had he known earlier, he would have stored it long ago. He placed the hammer into the system, even going so far as to set a fixed term for it. This foolish act of storing his bloodline divine weapon for a fixed term was something only Qi Tian would dare to do. He undertook this action because he had broken through to foundation establishment. Once he became a martial artist, he would face conscription. 3 years of military service was no trivial matter. Encountering a formidable beast could lead to his demise. Yet, while he could conceal his level from classmates, concealing it from the school and teachers would be impossible. Once the system upgraded after he reached martial artist status, the deposit interest would rise again, ensuring his spiritual liquid business had a promising future. Chi Tian has already prepared himself for a life of leisure. Such a moment. How could he possibly enlist in the military? When the period of confinement ended, Chi Tian finally escaped from that dilapidated factory area. First, he called the school, then he took a sick leave and cocooned himself in his apartment. Avoiding the outside world, as for the small shop, he simply entrusted it to Fatty. Every day, Chi Tian comfortably counted his money at home, diligently practicing his martial arts. Ever since acquiring this yellow-grade technique, he had yet to formally practice it. The advanced yellow-grade technique, Shadow Step, designed for close combat, is worth millions, and it was a reward for being the top freshman at Binwu University. Chi Tian had possessed it for quite some time but had never found the opportunity to practice. If others were to learn that he owned a technique yet chose to pursue wealth instead of honing his skills, they would surely think him deranged. This time, Chi Tian was genuinely starting to practice. Otherwise, if he encountered someone intent on taking his life in the future, at least he would have a hidden ace up his sleeve. As for the situation at school, Chi Tian was essentially left to his own devices. With a few doses of upgrading elixir, why did he need to remain at school fighting for resources? After half a month, Chi Tian's finances were finally sufficient, allowing him to procure a new site for the orphanage. A brand new building with numerous rooms. No longer would a horde of children be crammed into a single space. There was even a vacant lot in the back for growing vegetables. Ever since the director's mechanical prosthetic was completed, his hands had never been idle. This area would be perfect for cultivating crops. Brother Chi Tian, can we really live here from now on? Of course, Xiaobei, you're in high school now. Work hard. When the day comes that Brother Chi Tian is no longer around, you must take care of the orphanage like a man. Understand? Don't worry, Brother Chi Tian. Xiao Tian, where did you get so much money? Is it safe? Don't worry, Director. This money was specifically earned for the orphanage. You haven't been around these days. Lin Ran has come looking for you several times. Saying you haven't been to school? Oh, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll go back in a few days. That girl even came here. Chi Tian felt a bit helpless. Lin Ran was quite close to him, but he had no choice but to deliberately distance himself from her. Xiao Tian, you're getting older. Lin Ran has been with me since she was little. I know her well, and now she has become a budding martial artist. She is worthy of you. Think about it. All right, Director, I understand. Please allow me to handle this matter on my own. Lin Ran had often visited the orphanage since childhood, but due to their familiarity, Chi Tian viewed her as a sister. Embracing multiple relationships was not something Chi Tian opposed, yet with Lin Ran, he could never bring himself to act wickedly. However, if it were Long Fei, he would not hesitate, with an exceptional figure and a chilling demeanor. She ignited a strong desire for conquest within him. Just as Chi Tian was lost in thought about Long Fei, her call came through as this Chi Tian. This is Long Fei. You need to come to the tribunal. Is it possible to skip it? I'm unwell. Someone reported that you committed murder. You must come. What? Chi Tian was taken aback. Could it be that the incident involving Yang Buhui had been exposed? No, he had checked thoroughly after it ended, and there was no one around. Anxiously, Chi Tian made his way to the tribunal. In the city center stood a beautiful independent building, the institution dedicated to managing martial artists under the Human Alliance. You have established your foundation? Upon seeing Chi Tian, Long Fei's usually frosty expression revealed surprise. Indeed, my recent performance has been exceptional. My boss rewarded me with a bonus, which led to my breakthrough. A bonus? Is it the elixir? I had a substantial dose, and then I broke through. Chi Tian had already prepared an explanation for his foundation establishment. With the elixir present, it was entirely normal for his progress to accelerate. And Yang Buhui, was he killed by you? Long Fei's expression grew serious again. Yes, he intended to kill me, and I countered him, sustaining severe injuries and losing my bloodline weapon. What? Long Fei's face shifted from serious to terrified. A bloodline weapon was not easily lost. A martial artist who lost theirs was essentially rendered useless for life. During this time, Chi Tian had been the topic of discussion among the upper echelons of Binjiang. The top freshman from Binwu University, also the seller of the miraculous elixir. The key was the temporary enhancement provided by the bloodline power, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigy destined to bring infinite glory to Binjiang. Yet, such a genius had not had his bloodline weapon destroyed. System, don't you need a loan? Chi Tian, not for now. I still need to wait. System, wait for what? Chi Tian, for your deposit interest rate to exceed the loan interest rate. System, your mother. Chapter 26. The tribunal's verdict. Chi Tian was summoned to the tribunal. Whether it was the breakthrough or the murder, Long Fei could accept those matters, but the bloodline weapon of Binjiang's top genius being destroyed was a significant issue. Outsiders were unaware, but Long Fei and those at the tribunal knew some details. Whether it was Bin Wu or Binjiang, even the tribunal wanted to recruit Chi Tian. Genius with the ability to enhance energy with elixirs was destined to be a pillar of humanity. But now, this pillar was flawed, particularly with the loss of the weapon. A martial artist without their weapon was like a man without his vitality. Enter, clarify the situation. I believe you had your reasons for killing. Of course. Chi Tian felt confident. He never provoked others, and this time it was merely Yang Buhui attempting to frame him. However, he still chose his words carefully, as the deceased was a martial artist. And even the tribunal had to consider public opinion. Rest assured, I acted solely in self-defense. What's wrong with that? Chi Tian was quite unperturbed by the matter. In a small courtroom, the presiding judge sat at the forefront, surrounded by a group of well-dressed individuals making accusations. There was even someone recording the proceedings with a camera. To Chi Tian's surprise, reporters were present. The Yang family was wealthy and had brought media to witness the event. My eldest son, Yang Buhui, heard that his brother was being bullied and intended to teach the other party a lesson. As a family of martial artists, we deserve protection. What's wrong with that? But in the end, he was killed in the city center, within the human survival base. Who dares to murder a martial artist? Is there no law left? Our Yang family has contributed significantly to the construction of Binjiang. We have many martial artists in our lineage. We are a genuine family of martial artists, yet we were so brazenly bullied. Upon Chi Tian's entrance, the group of mourners immediately rose in outrage. It's him. He is Chi Tian. My youngest son was forcibly conscripted because of him. My eldest son went to teach him a lesson and ended up dead. It must be his doing. Silence. Do you think this is your home? This is the tribunal. The presiding judge snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy instantly filled the room, causing everyone to feel as if they were a leaf adrift on the vast ocean, susceptible to being tossed about at any moment. As silence fell, the judge resumed questioning. You claim that the individual before you, Chi Tian, killed your son? As far as I know, the judge was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chi Tian in astonishment. You have established your foundation? Yes, my lord, I have established my foundation. It had been less than a month since the start of the academic year at Binwu, and Chi Tian had already established his foundation. What extraordinary talent! However, issues arose. According to prior calculations, Chi Tian lacked the ability to kill Yang Buhui. But now it seemed that with his foundation established, Chi Tian could indeed have the power to do so. The tribunal had previously discussed recruiting Chi Tian, yet they had not anticipated his rapid advancement to foundation establishment. Chi Tian, the opposing party claims you killed Yang Buhui. But you need not worry. Without evidence, no one can do anything to you. This is blatantly biased. The questioning is clearly favoring Chi Tian. What do you mean by no evidence? It suggests that as long as Chi Tian does not admit to it, no one can touch him. They are all martial artists. Why should Chi Tian have such privilege? The expressions of the Yang family turned ashen. Their son was also a martial artist. How could such blatant favoritism be allowed? I did it, Chi Tian boldly admitted. Everyone in the room, except for Long Fei, who already knew, was taken aback. Killing a martial artist was a grave offense. Who would dare to admit to such a thing? Especially the family of Yang Buhui, who had prepared for Chi Tian to deny everything, were taken aback by his admission. You admit you killed a martial artist, and a serving martial artist at that? The judge's words carried more weight, clearly reminding Chi Tian that the crime of killing a serving martial artist was severe. Yes, I admit it, but to be precise, it was not I who killed him. He intended to kill me, and I acted in self-defense. Chi Tian recounted the events of that day with conviction, stating the truth aside from his cultivation level. To prevent him from killing me, I exerted my utmost effort. I was not only severely injured, but I also lost my bloodline weapon. Impossible, nonsense, utter nonsense. My son intended to teach you a lesson. There was no intent to kill you. Don't think that just because someone died, you can fabricate lies. Do not presume that just because you are a warrior, you can utter reckless words. What self-defense? I see nothing but malice towards the Yang family in your heart. A deliberate act to take my son's life. The two parties are at an impasse, and the Yang family is not to be trifled with. They have even produced a plethora of evidence. My lord, behold, this is the record of our company's visits to the orphanage, conducted strictly in accordance with the law. Yet, Qi Tian harbors resentment against us due to this matter. Furthermore, my youngest son, Yang Buhui, was conscripted into military service because of Qi Tian. Indeed, my son made a misstep while in the secret realm, but at the moment of life and death, what is wrong with a mere aspiring warrior reacting instinctively? Yet, Qi Tian remains relentless. My eldest son returned from leave, intending to have a word with Qi Tian. With matters having escalated to this point, I hoped for a resolution, but alas, my eldest son has met his demise. You must render us justice. A noblewoman, Yang Buhui's mother, weeps as she speaks, portraying herself as a victim of profound injustice. Why do you weep? Had I not broken through in time, it would have been me who perished. Your son's death is entirely of his own making. Nonsense, your words are futile. Since you are the one who took a life, you must pay the price. The two sides remain locked in contention, with even Qi Tian feeling exasperated. Is this not sheer unreasonable provocation? To verify Qi Tian's claims, they even dispatched personnel to examine his body. Fortunately, Qi Tian had already stored the sniper rifle within the system, and the examination revealed that there were indeed no traces of the bloodline weapon within him. Now, is there anything else that requires disclosure? If not, we shall proceed without recess, awaiting the verdict. The presiding judge appeared somewhat displeased. Pausing the session to convene privately, fear not, I shall advocate on your behalf. I have faith in you. Long Fei offered some words of comfort to Qi Tian before turning to depart with the judge. Little did anyone anticipate that this meeting would extend well into the night, with journalists having already sensationalized the affair online in an instant. The populace of Binjiang was aware that Qi Tian, the foremost newcomer in martial arts, had committed homicide. As for the reasons, no one spoke or paid heed. Murder is murder, and an acknowledgement suffices. It is now proclaimed that, since the party involved has passed away, we cannot rely solely on Qi Tian's testimony. Nevertheless, Qi Tian has admitted to the act of killing, yet he cannot substantiate it as an act of self-defense. Given the lack of clarity in the facts and insufficient evidence, we render the following judgment. Qi Tian, having dangerously slain a warrior, is sentenced to compulsory military service for 1 year, effective immediately. What? Is there no semblance of reason in this? Qi Tian was taken aback. Instead of regular service, he was condemned to forced conscription, akin to a death march. Qi Tian. No, is the judiciary devoid of reason? Is this not a form of oppression against the innocent? Long Fei. The Yang family has mobilized, and this matter has garnered too much attention online. The judiciary cannot suppress it any longer. Qi Tian. What shall I do? Does this imply that I am a criminal? Long Fei. This outcome is the best we could achieve. Endure for a year, and you shall return. Chapter 27. Compulsory military service. Qi Tian, having killed Yang Buhui, was sentenced to compulsory military service, also known as conscription. This enforced service differs from ordinary military duty, colloquially referred to as opening the map, and is typically a punishment for common offenders. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, monstrous beasts have overtaken most of Blue Star's territory, leaving humanity on the brink of losing their very existence. Eventually, a saint emerged, leading humanity to establish a coalition, and with the rise of warriors, they regained the means to procreate. However, 95% of the land and territorial waters have already been claimed by these beasts. For humanity to survive, vast expanses of land and resources are required, necessitating combat against the monsters. The once familiar Blue Star has transformed into a mist-shrouded realm for humanity, where every corner may conceal insurmountable beasts and peril. The offenders conscripted into military service serve as the vanguard, probing these hazardous territories. Tio put it bluntly, they are mere cannon fodder within the regular army, tasked with scouting dangerous areas and assessing the situation regarding the beasts. Generally, individuals at the Qi blood and body refinement realms face such punishment upon committing offenses, yet Qi Tian, a warrior, now finds himself subjected to this fate. Compulsory military service, opening the map, with survival rates scarcely above 10%, is well known to all. This 10% survival rate refers to a single battle. It is rare to hear of anyone enduring multiple confrontations and emerging alive. I am already a warrior. Must I still face compulsory military service? Chi Tian protested. If your bloodline weapon were still intact, it would allow you to redeem yourself within the regular army. But since your weapon has been destroyed, you are relegated to forced conscription. The judge lamented, having cautioned him, yet Chi Tian foolishly admitted to the act of murder. The warrior, even if in error, cannot simply take life at will. Such matters must be reported to the judiciary, where lives are decided in the arena. Yet today, Chi Tian has evidently been played, being sentenced without evidence from either side. The verdict took immediate effect, and Chi Tian was taken away, his phone confiscated. It was not until he reached the small confinement cell that Long Fei entered, her expression heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry, Chi Tian. I did not foresee such an outcome. The situation is more complicated than you can imagine. It is not just the Yang family but others who have set their sights upon you. Now, in the absence of others, Long Fei's face was suffused with shame. The judiciary had lingered for so long. Matters can often be magnified or minimized, yet this instance is different. Certain individuals are deliberately orchestrating this. Moreover, Yang Bufan was summoned by me, and I never expected such a result. Can I see my friends before I leave? No, you cannot meet anyone now. I will speak with the school and ensure your enrollment is preserved. You must remain here overnight. Tomorrow you will be dispatched directly to the front lines. If there is anything you wish to convey or any matters to address, I can relay them. In my absence, please keep an eye on the orphanage for me. Chi Tian, I am so sorry. No need for apologies. I was the one too naive. No, it is I who was overly innocent. The major factions had previously discussed you, regarding you as a rare talent in Binjiang, all vying to recruit you. They should have favored you. I understand. In truth, at the onset of the trial, the judge had already warned me. But I did not take it seriously. It was only during the meeting that I realized the gravity of the situation. Not only the media but also business circles and the city government have intervened, demanding severe punishment for you. Had I known, I would not have allowed you to confess to this matter. Let it be. This was my choice. Please deliver this package and letter to my classmate, Hong Bao. For me, I hope to see them again someday. Relay my regards to Chi Tian. This is the only assistance I can offer him. In the cold, stark confinement, Chi Tian leaned against the hard wooden bed, gazing at the moon outside. Coldness and desolation enveloped him. He merely sought to protect himself, yet this turmoil had befallen him. Moreover, as Long Fei mentioned, the intricacies of the situation seemed far from simple. Did Yang Buhui truly seek to end his life at the behest of his brother? Who, ultimately, is orchestrating this matter, and what is their aim? Could it be for that spiritual liquid? Chi Tian was uncertain, and Long Fei was equally in the dark. Yet, Chi Tian now comprehended that, though humanity had banded together for warmth, the treachery of human nature lurked persistently. Upon my return, I shall uncover the truth behind this entire affair. And those who conspired against me shall pay dearly. What grandeur, what wealth, the endless indulgence, the imagined blissful life Chi Tian once envisioned had dissolved into mere illusion. His current reality was that of a prisoner, with survival as his singular objective. Only by living could he seize the opportunity to uncover the truth and exact vengeance. Lin Ran, the fatty, the dean, Xiao Bei, the second girl, Xiao Shi. The shadows of these individuals flickered like photographs in Chi Tian's mind. And as his thoughts settled, dawn broke. It is time to depart. Let us go. Now, Chi Tian was no longer the top newcomer but merely an ordinary convict, escorted by the judiciary personnel onto a truck. The bumpy ride led them to a military-controlled area on the outskirts of Binjiang City, where nearly 1,000 individuals had already gathered in the square. Wrongfully accused, I did not steal those items. That young lady framed me. I have parents. I cannot be conscripted. Why am I being apprehended? I merely snatched a morsel for my child. Must I really be sent to open the map? Is it a crime for my child to seek a meal? Please, release me. I am still a minor. I would rather die than go open the map. Among those agitated, one individual, unable to bear the pressure, attempted to flee, only to be pinned to the ground by a flying knife. The defiance in his eyes gradually faded as his blood ebbed away. This is the world of today. Although Chi Tian had grown up in an orphanage, the inhabitants there were all the orphaned offspring of warriors. Though life was arduous, they were not starved. Beyond the orphanage, however, the entirety of Binjiang City was starkly polarized. The affluent and influential resided in spacious, luxurious homes at the city's center, indulging in a life of excess and opulence. While in the slums surrounding Binjiang, many went hungry. Activation stones, priced at 100,000 each, are beyond the reach of most. Few possess the talent to reach the Qi blood pinnacle by 18. Yet many, preoccupied with survival, neglect their cultivation, remaining in the Qi blood realm at 18, forced into labor or perilous endeavors. To establish a grain processing factory, even the orphanage had to relinquish some of its space. How could the truly distinguished individuals stoop to consume food manufactured in a processing plant? All were gathered together and ushered into a dark entrance, boarding a train. The train sped along the underground tunnel. Gradually departing from Binjiang, Qi Tian found himself nestled in a compartment rife with the mingled stench of sweat and foot odor, silent and brooding. After 2 hours, as the train emerged from the underground, it signified not only the departure from Binjiang, but also their arrival at the front lines. System. Host, are you foolish? Who admits to their own crimes? Qi Tian. Is it wrong to act in self-defense? System. Between knowing the law and breaking it, you have made a truly foolish choice. Qi Tian. Get lost. Chapter 28. The Front Lines in Military Garb. Qi Tian, a convict drafted for compulsory military service, was being conscripted. As the train pulled away from Binjiang, the reflections of slums and struggles for survival faded in the distance. Transported alongside other convicts to the front lines, where life and death loomed, Qi Tian's mood was exceedingly foul. Hey, move your legs. Can't you see Brother Long is trying to pass? The train, in its effort to accommodate more passengers, had scant seating, leaving most to sit on the floor. While Qi Tian was deep in contemplation about future plans, he was suddenly kicked by someone. Are you sick? Can't you move over? Just as Qi Tian was seething internally, he looked up to see a scrawny individual with a sharp face posturing arrogantly before a burly man. Who are you talking to? You look young enough not to have heard of Brother Long's reputation. He is a formidable warrior of the body refinement realm. Body refinement realm? A formidable warrior. Qi Tian couldn't decide whether to feel happy or pity for the man who appeared to be in his 30s yet was merely at the body refinement realm. Such a level of capability, and Qi Tian could easily vanquish a whole group with a mere fart. Having been inexplicably expelled from Binjiang, his dreams of grandeur shattered, he was incensed at the thought of being forced into military service. Now, someone dared to add fuel to the fire. Get lost, or I swear I'll smash you. Qi Tian retorted sharply. Look at you, still lacking in maturity, truly courting death. This provocation did not even require the body refinement warrior to intervene. The thin fellow at the blood Qi realm kicked directly at Qi Tian's face. Courting death. At such a low level of blood Qi realm, Qi Tian could single-handedly take on 10 of them back in high school. Even beating him would be doing him a favor. Just as Qi Tian was about to retaliate, a stooped figure suddenly positioned himself between Qi Tian and the scrawny man, pressing down on Qi Tian with one hand while seizing the thin man with the other. Qi Tian was taken aback, realizing he had been intercepted. The unassuming old man sitting nearby was, in fact, a practitioner at the Foundation establishment realm. We're all conscripts here. It's tough for everyone. No need for hostility. The old man held Qi Tian down, looking obsequiously at the thin man. You, magnanimous one, let us old and young pass. Consider yourselves fortunate. Humph. The thin man swaggered away, accompanied by the body refinement warrior. You saved their lives. Qi Tian observed the old man with keen interest. The early bird gets the worm. One must remain low-key. We are all conscripts now. Staying alive is paramount. The old man had a clear understanding. And Qi Tian grasped the old man's meaning. It was precisely his prominence that led to his downfall, resulting in his current predicament among a group of convicts. However, given that the old man had already reached the Foundation establishment realm at such an age, how had he ended up conscripted? Qi Tian was curious about the old man's background. It's just a matter of men's affairs. To continue enjoying life, the prerequisite is to survive. Men's affairs? Did you not pay for the massage? Qi Tian's question darkened the old man's expression. Am I some sort of? The old man nearly shouted but quickly lowered his voice. Could I engage in such matters? Am I that depraved? The old man's words made Qi Tian feel a bit embarrassed. He had indeed done so in the past. In any case, remember, surviving is what matters. After all, you are a practitioner. Are you not? Easier said than done. They say that in a map, only 1 in 10 survives. Who can guarantee their survival? Not necessarily. This is my 3rd time being conscripted, and I'm still alive and well. The old man seemed to possess considerable experience in survival. Upon hearing the old man had survived, Chi Tian hastily pretended to rummage through his clothes, retrieving a bottle of water from his system's space and offering it to the old man. Sir, how did you manage to survive? Care to share? If one can live, who would wish for death? Upon seeing the water, the old man's eyes lit up as he hurriedly accepted it and drank heartily. Let me ask you, if 2 people encounter a beast in the wild, who survives? The old man said mysteriously in a low voice. Surely the one with higher cultivation. Wrong, it's the one who runs slower. Can a person outrun a beast? If you can't outrun a beast, can you outrun others? Damn, Chi Tian was stirred. This was reminiscent of his past life's encounter with a bear in the forest. If you can't outrun a bear, can you outrun your companions? Concealing one's cultivation and biding one's time, only to flee when danger arises. No wonder the old man had managed to survive. He was truly crafty. Old man, you're impressive. I am Gu Tian. I am Chi Tian. As the train ventured further from the city, the surroundings transformed into lush forests, interspersed with many dilapidated and abandoned structures, remnants of humanity's endeavors prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Now mere nests for birds and beasts. Finally, the train halted at a military camp, and everyone was ordered off. The train departed, and an officer tasked with overseeing the conscripted convicts stepped forward. Listen up. I don't care whether you were ordinary people or practitioners before, nor do I care if you were poor or wealthy. In the vanguard camp, you will either be coiled like a dragon or gripped like a tiger. But any violations will be dealt with according to military law. All were to receive identification numbers in order and proceed to their assigned dormitories. Subsequently, weapons would be provided and training would commence. The harder you work now, the greater your chances of survival on the battlefield in the future. The leading officer's cultivation was indiscernible to Chi Tian, but he was evidently at least beyond the Foundation establishment level. However, none of this mattered. He was now a captive, merely cannon fodder at the front lines. Just as Gu Tian had said, survival was the only truth, in an orderly manner. Everyone received their numbers, uniforms, and helmets. The attire, though inferior to a practitioner's combat suit, was sturdy enough and resembled the camouflage uniforms of Chi Tian's previous life. They were then assigned to dormitories, though small and shared between 2. It was fortunate that Chi Tian was rooming with Gu Tian. With 2 practitioners together, their chances of survival would significantly increase. After acclimating to the military camp, everyone began to receive weapons. When Chi Tian beheld the assortment of weaponry, he nearly thought he had traversed dimensions again. Submachine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, an array of firearms. It was known that, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the significance of firearms had diminished greatly, to the tough-skinned and robust beasts. The damage inflicted by these weapons was limited, a stark contrast to the bloodline divine weapons. Yet here in this cannon fodder camp, firearms had become standard issue. All stood before the pile of weapons, selecting their armaments, and when it was Chi Tian's turn, he unhesitatingly chose the sniper rifle. Chi Tian, the sniper rifle is rather cumbersome. While it poses no issue for practitioners, it can be quite a hindrance when running. Gu Tian kindly reminded from behind him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sniper rifle, what are you doing? With me around, you still choose the sniper rifle. Are you trying to outshine me? Chi Tian, are you foolish? I'm looking for a substitute for you. With this substitute, I can use you openly in the future. Sniper rifle, that logic is sound. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 29. Conscription as Special Forces. Combat suits, sniper rifles, various firearms, imaging devices, and an array of advanced high-tech instruments. This was not conscription, but rather a special forces unit. Is this what conscripts receive? Chi Tian could not help but inquire of Gu Tian. What does this amount to? Over there, they have tanks and planes. However, before the beasts, they are merely scrap metal. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the significance of firearms has become negligible. These items are only suitable for us cannon fodder soldiers. Gu Tian dismissed the firearms entirely, instead retrieving his bloodline divine weapon, a vine, resembling Lin Rant's whip. Bloodline divine weapons inherently possessed spiritual energy, effectively dealing damage to beasts. whereas those firearms were only effective against first-tier beasts. As for second-tier beasts, they largely ignored such weapons, relics of a bygone era. Qi Tian's understanding of firearms was still rooted in his previous life when the competition among nations revolved around them. 80 years ago, this world was the same, but since the resurgence of spiritual energy, they had turned into scrap metal. The two chatted idly, distant roars of beasts echoed from the deep mountains, causing the entire forest to tremble. Get used to it. These beasts have a strong territorial instinct, and if humans intrude, it becomes a fight to the death. The Vanguard Camp, also known as the Cannon Fodder Camp, began distribution of equipment and instruction on usage. Despite being cannon fodder, there were still divisions. Some were tasked with reconnaissance, while others charged ahead. Those like Qi Tian, who chose the sniper rifle, were directly assigned to the sniper group. ILLB in the reconnaissance group, primarily responsible for surveying the terrain and collecting various environmental samples. It's safer that way. You should remember, if you sense any trouble, run. Having only just acclimated to the military life, a mission was swiftly assigned. The commander of the Vanguard Battalion, a foundation builder, summoned all personnel. I am your commander. My name is Fei Wu. The 580 of you are now under my command, and any insubordination will result in immediate execution. Qi Tian was somewhat speechless. It seemed ill-fated for so many to be governed by a fool. Now, with a mission at hand, it was reported that there were mineral deposits 50 kilometers away, guarded by monstrous beasts. If there are beasts, why not send warriors instead? Why must we serve as cannon fodder? Qi Tian pondered the senselessness of sending those with vital energy and body refinement into such peril. Was it merely a death sentence? A long line, like a dragon, began to advance along the mountain path. Aside from the occasional roar of beasts, the forest was lush, the air fresh, and the environment pleasant. However, just as Qi Tian dismissed the situation, a vine unexpectedly shot forth from the underbrush, as if animated, ensnaring a soldier of vital energy before dragging him into the depths of the thicket. Help! Save me! In response to the soldier's cries for aid, Fei Wu chose not to intervene but instead instructed his subordinates to take notes. Southeast slope, direction into the mountains, there are vine-type monsters, suspected to be first tier. Continue onward. Qi Tian understood the grim reality of being cannon fodder. It was a true death march. The cannon fodder battalion pressed on, yet their pace noticeably slowed, heightened vigilance in the air. Should those vines strike, one could hardly expect the commander to return for rescue. Without warning, 3 more vines emerged from the thicket, 2 ensnaring soldiers while one carelessly lunged toward Commander Fei Wu. 2 soldiers fired immediately, but the bullets merely sparked against the vines, failing to impede their advance. Even with comrades assisting, their firepower only scratched the vine's surface, leaving everyone powerless to prevent the abduction of the 2 soldiers. Another vine approached Fei Wu, who remained unfazed, condensing his bloodline weapon into a gleaming axe, which he wielded to sever the vine. Green liquid sprayed from the cut, exuding a faint aura. Note this, should be a second-tier 1,000-hand vine. Continue forward. Normally, first-tier vines possess a single tendril, but the 1,000-hand vine is a far more troublesome creature. With numerous appendages, its true body lies underground, and unless it is destroyed, severing 1 or 2 tendrils will inflict minimal damage. The army did not halt but continued onward, and after the loss of another 10 souls, they finally emerged from the thicket into a gorge. Snipers sought higher ground, while the assault team arranged themselves to advance, and the reconnaissance team prepared to gather data. Fei Wu appeared well-versed in leading a cannon fodder battalion. He understood what needed to be done and what must be sacrificed. Most soldiers grasped their weapons and began to enter the gorge, while Qi Tian ascended the mountainside with his sniper rifle, and Gu Tian skillfully deployed surveying equipment. However, once everyone had entered the gorge, Fei Wu's expression darkened. The ground was littered with excrement, evidently from wolves. Wolves are inherently pack animals, even as beasts, and such creatures are a nightmare for humanity. Even first-tier beasts, in numbers, pose a significant threat. The depths of the gorge contained an abandoned copper mine, rich in essential resources, now claimed by the beasts. The purpose of the cannon fodder battalion was to assess the situation within the gorge. Advance slowly, engage with the beasts only if necessary. We withdraw once the reconnaissance data is collected. Fei Wu had no desire for direct confrontation. Most of his men were of vital energy, and engaging the beasts would be akin to courting death. As the group stealthily navigated the gorge, a howl resonated through the valley, quickly followed by a cacophony of wolf howls, indicating their discovery. A horde of wolf demons appeared, each the size of a calf, their fur shimmering with a metallic sheen. Indeed, all first-tier beasts in terms of realm. First-tier beasts are on par with the body refinement realm, but in one-on-one encounters, body refinement practitioners struggle against them. At the rear of the pack stood a larger white wolf demon, evidently a second tier. Form ranks, prepare for battle. Should the wolf demons attack, suppress them with firepower, and the reconnaissance team gathered data swiftly. The rear team focused on geological sampling, while the front soldiers served to delay the onslaught. Their territory invaded, the pack surged forward at the command of their leader, charging recklessly toward the cannon fodder battalion. 51st tier wolf demons, accompanied by a second-tier wolf demon. Chi Tian, armed with his bloodline weapon and sniper rifle, perched atop a rocky outcrop, surveyed the unfolding scene. Sniper rifle. Now they shall see my prowess. Chi Tian. What prowess? I fail to see it. Sniper rifle. That is merely your ineffective ammunition. With stronger bullets, I could pierce the heavens. Chi Tian. Keep dreaming. Chapter 30. The slaughter of wolves. This was Chi Tian's first encounter with true nightfall, but fortunately, he had already established his foundation. Had he remained merely with vital energy or body refinement, the scene would have been utterly terrifying. Dozens of first-tier beasts charged forth. Even the wolves, despite their size, shattered fragile rocks beneath their weight. Chaos erupted in the ranks, as those who had been conscripted for their mistakes had never witnessed such a spectacle. Before the wolf demons could close in, they unleashed a torrent of firepower. Submachine guns, shotguns, and even rocket launchers were indiscriminately fired at the wolves. Yet, the metal projectiles caused minimal harm. Even a direct hit from a rocket merely wounded a first-tier wolf demon, while the rest of the pack breached the human ranks, resulting in friendly fire casualties. Meanwhile, Fei Wu, the highest ranked among them, stood apart from the fray, coldly observing the distant wolf leader. He remained motionless, knowing that should the second-tier beast reach the throng, the hundreds would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. Fei Wu's inaction allowed the soldiers to battle the beasts, an utterly lopsided slaughter. Humans of the vital energy realm possessed considerable physical prowess, easily lifting weights of 100 to 180 pounds. Yet against the agile beasts, they were sorely outmatched. Fortunately, some in the crowd had achieved body refinement, like the burly man Chi Tian had encountered on the train, who had now manifested his bloodline weapon, a scythe-like implement capable of piercing through wolf flesh. However, even those of body refinement could only protect themselves, unable to assist others. Jiu Tian, the astute elder, had wisely opted for reconnaissance, trailing behind to gather data, remaining safe from the fray, while the cannon fodder suffered immensely. With dozens perishing in mere moments, amidst the melee, the snipers on the rocky ledges were also busy, seeking opportunities to strike at the beasts. The sniper rifle exhibited considerable power. With precise shots, it could inflict substantial trouble upon the wolf demons. How intriguing! Chi Tian infused his bloodline weapon with spiritual energy, charged the sniper rifle, and fired. The bullet, imbued with spiritual energy, hurtled toward a wolf demon's skull. The immense force sent the beast tumbling to the ground. Its skull shattered, while a nearby soldier, narrowly escaping death, realized he had nearly wet himself. Was this like using a cannon to swat a fly? Chi Tian, a foundation-level warrior, easily dispatched the first-tier beasts with a single shot. In swift succession, he claimed the lives of 7 or 8 wolf demons. He understood now. It was not that conventional weaponry was ineffective, but rather the disparity between mundane gunpowder and spiritual energy was vast. Chi Tian grasped the reality of this world. Due to the presence of spiritual energy, the beast's defenses were formidable. To inflict harm, one must employ spiritual energy. The physical damage of ordinary gunpowder was simply inadequate. The successive slayings of wolf demons soon caught the attention of the pack leader, who swiftly turned its gaze toward Chi Tian. As the wolf leader charged in Chi Tian's direction, Fei Wu, seeing the threat diverted from himself, chose not to intervene and instead melted into the throng. All data has been collected. Fall back, fall back. Under Fei Wu's command, the group began to retreat while continuing to fend off the beasts. Their mission was to gather data, and while casualties were inevitable, no one wished to await death passively. Fei Wu cast a glance at Qi Tian atop the rocky ledge, but soon abandoned the thought, leading his men directly out of the gorge. The wolf pack did not pursue but instead encircled Qi Tian, eyes fixed upon him, as he casually sat on the rock wall, drinking water. This was the individual who, armed with only a sniper rifle, had claimed numerous lives among their kind, a stark contrast to the mere food they were accustomed to. What is this? Do they wish to prevent my departure? As if the dead wolves were insufficient? Amused, Qi Tian felt no anxiety. With a second-tier beast and dozens of first-tier beasts surrounding him, and a spiritual sniper rifle in hand, he had no reason to fear. Even if he couldn't win, he could certainly escape. However, in response to Qi Tian's inquiries, he was met only with the howls and fierce glares of the wolf pack. At the leader's command, the wolf demons charged towards Qi Tian. Yet, due to his elevated position, even with their considerable leaping ability, they could not reach him directly. Instead, they had to approach along the mountain's steep face. This brief interlude was sufficient for Qi Tian to drain the last drop from his water bottle. Raising his sniper rifle, he began to fire with precision. One shot, one kill. Watching the wolf demons tumble down the cliff, Qi Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. He had once envisioned a carefree life by the riverside, free from such burdens, yet here he was, condemned for reasons unknown, forced into this predicament. As the top student of a martial arts school, it was disheartening to find himself cowering among a band of petty ruffians. Qi Tian had never intended to bully others. He even relished in showing off a bit, but this life was far from what he desired. The pent-up frustration within him began to dissipate with each wolf demon he felled. However, the wolf demon leader discerned Qi Tian's uniqueness. The bullets from his weapon were unlike those of his subordinates, capable of claiming the lives of the wolf demons with a single shot. With a low growl, the remaining 20 or so wolf demons retreated. After the skirmish, the pack had diminished by half, and as the leader, he could not allow such audacity within his territory. The silver-furred wolf demon leapt gracefully, nimbly maneuvering across the rocky outcrops, swiftly closing the distance to Qi Tian. You think you're impressive, huh? You're at the second tier, but I'm also at the foundation stage. Let us see who is truly formidable. Qi Tian steadied his rifle, taking advantage of the advantageous terrain as he aimed at the wolf demon. The creature moved with incredible speed, seemingly anticipating the bullet's trajectory, and miraculously evaded Qi Tian's first shot. Undeterred, Qi Tian fired again. The wolf demon, unable to dodge in time, was struck and plummeted from the air. Though it landed upright, a fist-sized wound on its back gushed blood. Qi Tian's shot from the first layer of foundation, while not fatal, had inflicted significant harm. The wolf demon howled in agony, realizing it had encountered a worthy adversary. With the leader's command, the remaining wolves began to flee. Damn it, are you getting away? Qi Tian leapt and dashed along the cliffside, continuously firing, systematically taking down the remaining wolf demons from his elevated position. The gorge was strewn with bodies, both human and wolf demons alike. The stench of blood permeated the valley. And at that moment, a man and a wolf demon locked eyes. One roared with threats, while the other remained unfazed, gun in hand, wearing a confident smile. Sniper rifle. So, what do you think? Impressive, right? Qi Tian. They're just first-tier beasts. What is so impressive about that? Sniper rifle. Then why are you using me? Nonsense. Didn't I store the hammer in the system? If not me, then who? Chapter 31. A human head with a serpent's body. Qi Tian faced off against the wolf demon leader one-on-one. The wolf demon appeared wary of the weapon in Qi Tian's hands, torn between attacking and retreating. All right, I'll let you leave today. Gunfire echoed through the forest, reverberating endlessly. The silver-furred second-tier wolf demon ultimately fell to Qi Tian's might. It was said that demon beasts produced crystal cores within their bodies. This was something of value from the past. Once Qi Tian confirmed that all the wolf demons had been slain, he gathered their scattered corpses. He then retrieved a dagger from the body of another soldier and began the dissection. Despite the ordinary dagger's limitations in cutting through the tough skin and skull of the demon beasts, Qi Tian's strength as a cultivator allowed him to sever the heads of all the wolf demons. Finally, within the skull of a first-tier wolf demon, he discovered a small red crystal, no larger than a soybean, yet radiating with spiritual energy. The yield of crystal cores from first-tier demon beasts was disappointingly low. Afterward, Qi Tian decapitated the second-tier wolf demon and discovered a crystal core the size of a peanut. Quite exquisite. The market price for a first-tier crystal core was typically around 100,000, while a second-tier core could fetch several hundred thousand. Fortune had smiled upon him amid misfortune. Having previously operated a store on the First Avenue, Qi Tian was quite familiar with the market prices of these demon beasts. He stored the 2 crystal cores in his system and began the laborious task of dismantling the wolf demons. Aside from the crystal cores, the valuable components of the wolf demons included their teeth and fur, all of which were highly sought after on the First Avenue. Even the meat of the wolf demons, which was not particularly valuable, was not discarded by Qi Tian, as it would not spoil within the system. He sliced the meat into various sizes and added it to his inventory. Consider this a procurement mission. When I return, I'll definitely recover my cost with interest. The release of tension after slaughtering the wolf demons lifted Qi Tian's spirits, returning him to his former self, one who was always preoccupied with making money. Just a year, right? Time flies. I'm a cultivator, after all, and my chances of survival are still quite promising. After cleaning up the battlefield, Qi Tian ventured deeper into the valley, where a former mine still bore remnants of equipment, now damaged and rusted into scrap metal. These were relics from before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, Qi Tian sensed a rich aura emanating from within. No wonder the wolf demons had congregated here. It seemed there must be some rare treasures inside. With such dense spiritual energy, could he encounter liquid spirit again? Qi Tian's initial fortune had come from the liquid spirit he had obtained in the spatial rift. And combined with the system's interest, it had allowed him to continue earning, enabling him to provide a new home for the orphanage. Today, he found himself in a similar situation, and with a brightened mood. He stealthily made his way into the mine. It was pitch black, and he could hardly see his hand in front of his face. Fortunately, Qi Tian had always used his system as a storage device. So he had a source of light. The underground mine was a chaotic labyrinth, and after much wandering, he finally reached the bottom, squeezing through a narrow crevice just wide enough for a single person. Shortly thereafter, he entered a constricted passageway, and just as he was about to give up and turn back, an astonishing sight captivated him. What is this? A breathtaking beauty was trapped within a crystalline structure. Her upper body was human while her lower body was that of a serpent. From her waist down, she possessed a vivid green tail, and while her upper half was alluring, the scaly lower half rendered her less appealing. Was she human or a demon beast? How had she ended up trapped here? Qi Tian felt that the crystal did not possess coldness. Rather, it felt more like a cool, crystalline substance. As he hesitated, a sudden force emanated from the crystal, causing the spiritual energy within Qi Tian's body to uncontrollably flow toward it. What on earth is this? Qi Tian found his hand firmly adhered to the crystal. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not pull it away, leaving him at the mercy of the crystal's voracious appetite for his spiritual energy. As his energy drained away, even the reserves stored within his cells began to dissipate. Leaving his body in a parched state, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Qi Tian. If he continued to be absorbed like this, his demise was inevitable. System: extract 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Typically, 2,000 points would allow Qi Tian to ascend another minor realm, but at this moment, the energy he released from the system was swiftly drawn away by that terrifying force. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged through him, and he felt as if his life was ebbing away. Extract 5,000, again, 5,000. All of it. Feeling the specter of death loom over him, Qi Tian withdrew every last bit of spiritual energy from the system. As he released the energy, his cultivation level soared rapidly. First layer of foundation, second layer, all the way to the 8th layer of foundation. However, as his energy reserves were depleted, his cultivation level began to plummet once more. 7th layer, 6th layer, 5th layer. Convert all my money into spiritual energy. Qi Tian still had some funds left from selling the liquid spirit, which he converted entirely into spiritual energy. While he exchanged his resources, his other hand was not idle either. He began withdrawing all the liquid spirit from within the system, both the active and fixed deposits, disregarding any accrued interest, and began to gulp it down. First layer of foundation, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Qi Tian felt as though something within him shattered, and under the influx of spiritual energy, His cultivation level clearly surpassed the foundation stage, reaching the extraordinary realm. It is important to note that the foundation stage represented a martial artist, but to truly contend with demon beasts, the extraordinary realm was the primary combat strength, even within a formal military. Extraordinary realm cultivators held significant sway. Ding, congratulations, host, you have leveled up. The universal financial system has been upgraded. The system's upgrade notification chimed, but Chi Tian had no time to worry about the system. He was fighting for his life. Although Chi Tian had leveled up, the terrifying force of attraction did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. His cultivation level rapidly declined once again, falling from extraordinary to the 9th layer of foundation, then the 8th layer. 7th layer. Chi Tian sensed that if his cultivation level dropped to the bottom, it would signify his demise. 3rd layer, 2nd layer, 1st layer. A wave of helplessness washed over Chi Tian as his realm plummeted to the body refinement stage. Yet the insatiable pull remained, greedily siphoning off his spiritual energy. Body refinement 9th layer, 8th layer, 7th layer. This cannot continue. Below body refinement lies the realm of Qi and blood. Panic surged within Chi Tian. There exists a notion in this world of forbidden thresholds, a taboo that even his own system cannot breach. Should he fall to the Qi and blood realm, it could spell the end of his cultivation for this lifetime. What to do? What to do? Chi Tian was genuinely distressed, never before having faced such a crisis. His supply of spiritual liquid was exhausted, every last coin spent, and even the spiritual energy he had stored in the system had vanished. Was he truly to perish here today? System. Host, must you treat me as a mere meat locker? Can you not use me as a refrigerator? I am, after all, a system. Chi Tian. Nonsense, it was you who suggested the storage. What I choose to store is none of your concern. Chapter 32. A desperate famine. On the brink of death, a spark ignited in Chi Tian's mind as a lyric suddenly surfaced. Thankfully, I did not give up. He realized he could still take out a loan. He hastily opened the system. System, I wish to take out a loan, the maximum allowable amount, and convert it all into spiritual energy. Ding! Based on the host's highest realm evaluation, your loan limit is set at 48,000 units of spiritual energy, and the funds have been allocated. As the spiritual energy surged into him, Chi Tian engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the crystal. He converted all his possessions into spiritual energy to counter the crystal's voracious pull. Yet as all resources dwindled, the crystal resembled an insatiable abyss, persistently demanding more. Only the weary ox falls, but the field remains unspoiled. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped Chi Tian. Faced with the threat of death, he ultimately opted for a loan from the system, which, having recently attained the transcendent realm, granted him a staggering 48,000 units. 48,000 units of spiritual energy equated to nearly 5 million based on the conversion rate, a sum Chi Tian had previously taken lightly, but now, it represented his sole asset. His realm surged once more, leaping from the Qi and blood stage directly to the transcendent realm. Amidst the tumultuous rise and fall of his levels, every cell in Chi Tian's body seemed to curse in anguish. After a brief taste of the transcendent power, his energy was once again drained. For ordinary individuals, depletion of spiritual energy merely leads to fatigue without altering one's realm. However, this crystal was different, capable of extracting every ounce of energy from one's body. Under such relentless demands, Chi Tian found himself utterly defeated. Transcendent realm, foundation establishment realm, body refinement realm. Funds exhausted, now every bit of the loan had been utilized. The spiritual energy he possessed could have birthed a formidable opening realm expert. Yet it was all consumed by the crystal. Just as Chi Tian felt utterly cornered, the crystal's pull suddenly weakened, ceasing its extraction. Chi Tian, now in the initial body refinement stage, appeared pale and gaunt. Having lost considerable weight, lying on the ground with no strength left to extend a hand. After absorbing Chi Tian's energy, the crystal developed cracks before shattering into nothingness, releasing a captivating woman with a human head and serpent body, who then opened her eyes. Human, thank you. A drop of blood emerged from her fingertip, soaring directly toward Chi Tian's brow. In his weakened state, Chi Tian could only feel a strange power surging into his body. As if a remarkable transformation was underway. If you survive, we shall meet again. The enchanting woman flicked her tail and moved forward, glancing back at Chi Tian before looking upward. her gaze seemingly penetrating through the earth to behold the outside world. Has it begun? The calamity seems to have arrived earlier than expected, she murmured, her expression rife with concern. With a sigh, she vanished without a trace. Indeed, she was not human. How could she refer to Qi Tian as human? Such a being could not possibly be human. Yet, despite feeling utterly drained, he was fortunate enough to have escaped death. However, the fatigue overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed. How long, he could not tell. When Qi Tian finally awoke in the pitch-black underground space, accompanied only by his nearly depleted flashlight, exhausted and famished, his body was at its limit. Qi Tian yearned to escape but lacked the strength to rise even slightly. How hungry he felt as he opened the system to search for sustenance. His gaze locked onto the demon wolf meat he had previously stored. Though wolf meat was unpalatable, demon wolves were still beasts, and their flesh fetched a higher price than ordinary pork in the market. Qi Tian had collected it merely to accumulate resources, yet now, his mouth watered uncontrollably at the thought. What was happening to him? This was raw meat. Had hunger driven him to madness? The insatiable hunger took control. And Qi Tian seized a piece of demon wolf meat, tearing into it ravenously. The flesh, which had previously resisted cutting even with a dagger, yielded effortlessly to his teeth as he devoured it greedily. After consuming the wolf meat, a warm sensation spread through his body, and the seemingly lifeless cells began to awaken. More. After devouring a 3 or 4 pound piece of demon wolf meat, Qi Tian felt a surge of strength. Though his hunger only intensified, he then took out a piece weighing over 10 pounds and continued to gnaw it in the dark subterranean space. A frail figure could be seen, clutching a bloody piece of raw meat, voraciously consuming it, the sound of bones crushing audible. What had become of him? Having narrowly escaped death, Qi Tian was now gripped by fear. He had consumed the flesh of several demon wolves, each weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. And now he had ingested nearly 10,000 pounds of meat. Yet, the hunger remained uncontrollable. Despite this, Qi Tian had regained considerable strength, and his realm was slowly advancing. Body refinement first layer, second layer. After consuming the flesh of over a dozen demon wolves, Qi Tian finally felt satiated, achieving the body refinement 9th layer. The most tragic events of life had unfolded. He was alive, yet his wealth had evaporated. Having filled his stomach, Qi Tian found no joy in his state, instead wearing a sorrowful expression. All his money, spiritual liquid, and energy had been depleted, and he had borrowed 48,000 units of spiritual energy. Not only was he broke, but he had also plunged into a dire famine. Who was that woman? What had transpired to his body? That woman must be a demon beast. Otherwise, how could she possess a serpentine tail? Furthermore, his body was now utterly transformed. He had never heard of a human's teeth being capable of crushing demon beast bones. Yet he had just done precisely that without any struggle. Though the wolf meat was hardly delectable, it sufficed to stave off hunger. With renewed energy, Qi Tian squeezed through the fissure he had entered. Upon emerging, he was greeted by the dawn light of the second day. He had anticipated uncovering treasures below, only to find himself thoroughly thwarted and devoid of wealth, now in debt. Ding! The universal financial system is at your service. Current functions: storage, exchange, loan, pawn. Storage interest rate: 40 annual fixed rate, 30 current rate. Loan interest rate: 40 annual rate. Debt: 48,000 units of spiritual energy, repayment period 1 year, with monthly installments of 4,920 units of spiritual energy. Balance: 0, 1 bloodline divine weapon hammer. Following his prior breakthrough, the system had upgraded again, increasing the storage interest rate, but the loan interest had also risen. The issue remained. He owed 48,000 units of spiritual energy, and after a year, he would have to repay 67,000 units. How could he possibly repay that? Moreover, all the wealth and treasures he had painstakingly accumulated had vanished, with even the spiritual liquid completely consumed. The only remnant was a solitary bloodline divine weapon, left desolate in the system. Qi Tian felt an overwhelming urge to weep, a deep, rolling sob of despair. What had he done to deserve this? A flock of birds chirped overhead, further aggravating Qi Tian's tumultuous emotions. Look, there's a person down there. What is so extraordinary about a human? Qi Tian looked up as the birds flew away. Was it an illusion? Or could he actually understand the birds' chatter? A wave of terror washed over his face. Cells, you're either going to starve us to death or stuff us to bursting. This back and forth is unbearable. Chi-Tian, spare me the nonsense. If I die, you all will perish too, cells. Why don't we mutate into cancer? Chi-Tian, get lost. Chapter 33. Back to the cannon fodder camp. Chi-Tian was despondent to the utmost degree. Not only had he lost all his cultivation, but he had also exhausted every valuable resource in the system. Most critically, he was burdened with a mountain of debt. How could he repay it? He had initially expected to encounter rare treasures, but had instead faced utter catastrophe, leaving him completely bankrupt. As for the enchanting woman with the human head and serpent body, along with the so-called calamity, Chi-Tian had no curiosity left to ponder. Upon exiting the cave, he was bewildered once more. He could hear birds in the sky conversing. Am I hallucinating? Chi-Tian was momentarily dazed as he attempted to step beyond the valley. Yet the nonsensical voices persisted around him. Look, that person is coming out. He's the one who killed the wolf demons. How terrifying, run. Don't let him see you. In the jungle, even the slightest disturbance often goes unnoticed by the average person. However, Chi-Tian seemed to have caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent, he unexpectedly stumbled upon two rabbits, each the size of a dog, nestled within the underbrush. It was too late. They had detected him. Run. The rabbits, though demonic beasts, appeared to possess merely the strength of 5th or 6th tier Qi practitioners. Upon spotting Chi-Tian, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, at the very moment Chi-Tian laid eyes on them, a sudden wave of hunger surged within him, as though he had come across a delectable feast. Without hesitation, he lunged after them. He proved effortless. Once captured, the two rabbits frantically pleaded for mercy. Please, don't kill us. We are merely adorable bunnies. But Chi-Tian paid no heed to their cries. Grabbing a rabbit, he tore it in half and began voraciously chewing on the flesh. Tender and succulent, although lacking in spiritual essence. The texture of the meat far surpassed that of wolf meat by 100-fold. What has happened to me? After consuming both rabbits raw, Chi-Tian was utterly distraught, sitting by the stream and lamenting his fate. Have I turned into a demonic beast? I have dined on the flesh of demonic beasts in restaurants, but never has anyone eaten it. My teeth and stomach now seem akin to those of a beast, capable of consuming anything, even raw flesh and blood. Have I truly become a demonic beast? After much contemplation, Chi-Tian realized that it was the drop of blood from the woman with the serpent's body and human head that had caused this transformation. It had granted him an instinct for hunting akin to that of a demonic beast and the ability to comprehend their language. This revelation left Chi-Tian in anguish, in a fit of frustration. He kicked a massive tree that would require several men to encircle, and under the force of his blow, it splintered in two. Yet the pain he sought was disappointingly feeble. He was all too familiar with the condition of being at the 9th level of body refinement. But now, his physique had undergone a significant transformation. Though he retained the body of a 9th level practitioner, it was undoubtedly superior to that of most foundational martial artists. It felt as though he had transformed into the body of a demonic beast. Gazing into the stream, which served as a mirror, Chi-Tian meticulously examined himself. He still bore the same handsome face, with no signs of abnormality. Even after removing his clothing for a thorough inspection, he found no changes, save for the remarkable enhancement of his physical strength. If it were merely an increase in physical prowess, it would be of little consequence. He was still human, just stronger. There was nothing to fear. He then reopened the system, for during his struggle against the crystal's pull, he had ascended to the extraordinary realm, prompting an upgrade of the system as well. Pawning. Chi-Tian noted that aside from changes in storage and loan interest rates, the system had awakened a new skill called pawning. As the name suggests, the host can pawn any valuable item to the system in exchange for any form of goods or energy desired. Wasn't that akin to selling? No, pawning differed from selling. The value of the items received would be lower than the market price, serving as a lifeline in desperate situations. Now that Chi-Tian was no longer in Binjiang, could he not exchange any resources for cash or spiritual energy? He was already familiar with the system's intentions. It simply sought to profit from the price difference. However, he found himself bereft of any valuable possessions. Just then, Chi-Tian remembered he had 2 crystal cores left, one 1st tier and one 2nd tier. remnants from the pack of demonic wolves. Pawning the first-tier crystal core will yield 800 points of spiritual energy, while the second tier will yield 13,000. Wait, this conversion seems off. Why is there such a vast difference between first and second tiers? While the price disparity was one matter, the system's valuation seemed disproportionate. The system is fair. A first-tier crystal core is merely produced by a second-level demonic beast, while a second-tier core comes from a fourth-level demonic beast. The price cannot be judged solely by tier. Qi Tian comprehended that the quality and level of each crystal core varied significantly, even among those categorized as second-tier demonic beasts, influenced by their type and realm. Just as there was a stark difference between a first and ninth-level foundation practitioner. The same held true for the cores of demonic beasts. Pawning. Although it amounted to selling at a lower price, Qi Tian had, at least, glimpsed hope amidst his overwhelming debts, with outstanding loans totaling 4,920. He finally possessed a means to combat his financial burden. He hastily gathered every item he could find. Numerous soldiers had perished at the scene, leaving behind an assortment of weapons and gear. He collected all the discarded remnants and submitted them en masse to the system. However, these firearms were worth little in the eyes of human martial artists, and even the system disregarded them. Ultimately, he managed to pawn them for a mere 200 points of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Qi Tian's system now boasted a total of 14,000 spiritual energy points. He immediately utilized 1,000 to elevate his realm to the first level of foundation. Leaving the remaining 13,000 untouched, mindful of his impending loan repayments. Listening to the whispers of demonic beasts resonating through the jungle, Qi Tian left the valley in a daze. He retraced his steps with caution, wary of the vines that might spring forth unexpectedly, and ultimately emerged from the area, returning to the military camp on foot. Qi Tian has returned. What? He is still alive. Wasn't he surrounded by demonic wolves? How fortunate! Within the vanguard camp, only Gu Tian had an inkling of the truth. Others were astonished that Qi Tian had made it back. Qi Tian, you truly survived. Well done. Fei Wu offered a casual compliment. The mission had been successfully completed, albeit with over 100 casualties. Yet, for the vanguard camp, the loss of 100 men was merely par for the course, with replacements sure to arrive in due time. The cannon fodder camp served as the explorers of the martial artist forces. Fei Wu, having grown accustomed to death, understood the gravity of the situation. Even though the fallen were often those who had erred, not all were nefarious. Nonetheless, as the death toll rose, the living grew desensitized. Surviving this time doesn't guarantee you'll survive the next. However, for the ordinary cannon fodder, Qi Tian's return held a vastly different significance. Each survivor represented the honor and hope of the vanguard camp. Everyone wished for such fortune in their own times of peril. Qi Tian, congratulations. Haha, you're our mascot. Next time, I'll team up with you. The life of the cannon fodder camp had only just begun, and Qi Tian still had a year ahead of him. Gu Tian. Qi Tian, it's time for dinner. Here are some of your favorite vegetables. Qi Tian. No thanks, I want meat today. Gu Tian. All right, eat plenty. Qi Tian. Why isn't it demonic beast meat? It's so bland. Chapter 34. Craving meat. Life in the cannon fodder camp was isolated from the outside world. Even attempts to contact family were futile. The communication and power systems linking the city to the outskirts had long been severed by the demonic beasts. The few remaining satellites had become the nexus for communication among the higher-ups of the human alliance. Outside the city, martial artists sharpened their blades, preparing for battles with the beasts, while those conscripted to the cannon fodder camp spent their days in a state of longing for death. Fortunately, as the vanguard of the exploratory forces, their rations were still relatively adequate. When Qi Tian first arrived, he relished the food, particularly in contrast to those in the city who often went hungry. The provisions were undeniably sufficient. Yet now, after 3 days back, Qi Tian found himself utterly disinterested in the meals presented before him. Old Gu, when is the next mission? What? You're still eager to head out on a mission? That could mean death. Old Gu shot him a glare in response. It was not merely the chi and body refinement levels at stake. Even as a foundation practitioner, one could not guarantee survival with each endeavor. Yet, Qi Tian's tone suggested he was still inclined to undertake missions. Sigh. Qi Tian yearned for demonic beast flesh. With only a handful of crystal cores remaining, how long could he sustain himself without venturing out? As Qi Tian languished in the military camp, reminiscing about demonic beast meat, An unexpected change occurred in the surrounding forests. Distant and near, the roars of the demonic beasts echoed, their frequency markedly heightened. To other humans, these roars might sound terrifying, but Chi Tian discerned an undercurrent of joy within the cacophony. He could not ascertain what event had incited such elation among the beasts, yet as he listened, he believed he could detect the appetizing aroma wafting from their bodies. Let us get on a mission already. I am starving. Perhaps the heavens had heeded Chi Tian's lamentations, for a new mission was finally dispatched. All personnel, assemble. With the call to gather, Chi Tian and the 800 or so other cannon fodder, including fresh recruits from the past 2 days, convened. Listen up, the Alliance has issued an order. Recently, the demonic beasts worldwide have been unusually agitated, and we are to investigate the cause. Our vanguard camp's target is the northern mountain range. Global unrest was no trivial matter. Since the 3 great holy kings had safeguarded humanity, though humans were not a match for the beasts, they had managed to carve out a space for survival, rarely encountering any significant upheaval. Could it be? Chi Tian suddenly recalled the words of the serpent-bodied woman from 3 days prior, lamenting something about an impending calamity. However, Chi Tian is merely a minor conscript among the cannon fodder battalion. These significant national matters should be left to the capable individuals to ponder. Yet, the prospect of undertaking a mission implies the potential for hunting demons, at the very least sparing one from hunger. Although the flesh of demon beasts is delectable, Chi Tian harbors no desire to consume raw meat, for he is human. Cooked food signifies a higher standard, and it is also more flavorful. Seizing an opportune moment, Chi Tian stealthily pilfered a substantial stash of cooking supplies from the kitchen, pots, bowls, various seasonings, all of which he stashed in his system space. Such petty thefts rarely attract scrutiny. Anyone could vanish on an outing. The vanguard battalion readied themselves and commenced their departure. Meanwhile, not far away, the warriors also set off, albeit without the cumbersome gear. They donned only resilient combat attire and carried minimal supplies with a graceful leap. A squad of warriors vanished into the dense forest like ethereal spirits. What are you staring at? That is a team of warriors, all foundational cultivators. They are also going to scout, but they will be investigating demon beasts of the 2nd rank or higher. Unlike you burdens, focus and advance at a brisk pace. With Fei Wu's command, a group of individuals, armed with rifles and artillery, cautiously made their way into the woodland. What was once a road into the mountains had become a carpet of greenery. Pockmarked with decades of neglect, the vanguard battalion progressed along the mountain path, every rustle heightening their alertness. Stay vigilant. Just as Fei Wu alerted everyone, dozens of vines suddenly lunged from the thicket. 1,000-hand vines? I encountered them on my last mission, but these new recruits have never seen such things. The gunfire erupted before the vines could approach, and chaos ensued among the ranks. Stay calm. Maintain formation, Fei Wu urged as the vines surged into the crowd, ensnaring several soldiers and pulling them deep into the forest. At that moment, a burly man stood on guard among the throng, a tempered body cultivator who had condensed his divine weapon, a blade resembling a kitchen knife, clutched tightly in his hand. Though he trembled uncontrollably, that a vine lashed out, aiming to ensnare him, and the man reacted swiftly, swinging his knife at the vine. Though he managed to slice through its exterior, it did little to deter the vine's assault. After being struck, the vine accelerated, poised to ensnare him. Dodge! In a critical moment, a figure charged in, forcefully pushing the man aside, but in doing so, the figure became ensnared by the vine. Comrades, take care. Fei Wu's conduct was well known. Those taken by the 1,000-hand vines were as good as sentenced to death. The man rescued, however, stood in shock. His savior was none other than the youth with whom he had clashed on the train en route to this place. He had dismissed the brash young man at the time, yet here he was, having survived a dire situation with a pack of wolves, and today, he had saved him. Why? A slender figure approached. Brother, that's the kid Chi Tian. He definitely won. Survive this time. Get lost. If I hear you speak ill of Chi Tian again, I'll have your head. Chi Tian had merely bided his time until the last vine appeared, using it to escape. Although it was a 2nd-rank plant demon beast, to think that one vine could bind him was a naive notion. Chi Tian's body had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Even he was unaware of its extent. Once he broke free from the battalion and ventured deeper into the forest, he summoned all his might, successfully freeing himself from the vine's grasp. Haha, finally, I can feast. With a swift motion, Chi Tian dove deeper into the woods, setting up a pot and igniting a fire with seamless efficiency. Just as the water in the pot began to boil, he returned with 2 first-rank mountain chicken demon beasts. Having also gathered several enormous mushrooms from the forest, let us prepare a chicken and mushroom stew to start. The aroma wafting from the pot, even before the meat was cooked, made Chi Tian's mouth water. Gu Tian, what on earth are you up to? A foundational cultivator has nothing to fear from those vines, Chi Tian. Saving a life is worth more than building a towering pagoda. Gu Tian, I don't believe you'd rescue anyone. Chi Tian, don't believe it? Then shut it. Chapter 35. Could the Holy Mother be Nuwa? Chi Tian, indulging in his chicken and mushroom stew, found the satisfaction derived from the demon beast meat to be utterly incomparable to that of the cafeteria fared in no time. He had devoured the 2 demon chickens, leaving not even a drop of soup. How delightful! After several days without a proper meal, Chi Tian felt a long-lost sense of fulfillment in his belly. However, the probability of a first-rank demon beast yielding a crystal core was exceedingly low, and he found none in the 2 newly ranked beasts. Tidying up the area, he summoned his bloodline divine weapon and leaped away, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as he vanished into the thicket. Another human has intruded. Perhaps we can savor a change in flavor. Leaning against a rock to rest, Chi Tian noticed 2 striped tigers approaching silently from behind, their massive forms resembling mountains. You 2 think you can devour me? Yet, he mused, I've never tasted tiger before. Chi Tian rose, turning to face the 2 tigers. You can understand our speech? The tigers were taken aback. Look at you, a hillbilly. You can't understand me? Chi Tian scoffed dismissively. Curious human, perhaps consuming you could enhance my cultivation. One tiger remained stationary, flanking the other, while the second roared and lunged at Chi Tian. Second rank, let us give it a try. Since being infused with the blood of that enchanting beauty, Chi Tian's physique had transformed, resembling that of a demon beast. He had longed for a worthy opponent among demon beasts, and this tiger was just the right match. Chi Tian sheathed his divine weapon and engaged the tiger in hand-to-hand combat. The colossal beast, despite its size, employed straightforward attacks. After several exchanges, Chi Tian discerned that his strength was nearly on par with the tiger's. While he often found himself sent flying, it was merely due to his lighter weight. In terms of raw power, Chi Tian was not inferior to this tiger demon, who was technically of a higher realm. Who was that woman? How could a single drop of her blood elevate me to this level? Chi Tian dismissed such thoughts, focusing solely on the battle, relying on his iron fists and the agility of his shadowy steps to engage the tiger. After a prolonged skirmish, once Chi Tian had deciphered the tiger demon's tactics, it became apparent that the tiger was merely on the receiving end of the beating. I can't hold on much longer. Come help me. I'll distract this human while you attack from behind. The tiger's roars echoed as it communicated with its companion. Hey, can't you 2 discuss strategies a bit quieter? Chi Tian thought, exasperated. I have my pride. You know. The second tiger, realizing its plan had been exposed, charged forward, but Chi Tian had already adapted to countering the tiger's tactics. The difference between facing 1 or 2 was negligible. Regrettably, his trusty hammer was on a cooldown in the system, making it inconvenient without a reliable weapon. Facing 2 mid-second rank demon beasts, even a peak foundational cultivator would hesitate to take them on alone. Yet, Chi Tian held his ground, trading blows with the 2 beasts in a stalemate. After a while, Chi Tian suddenly turned to flee. The tigers, mistaking his retreat for cowardice, pursued relentlessly. However, Chi Tian was not genuinely running. He drew out his sniper rifle, creating distance, and with a swift turn, fired a shot that pierced the skull of the first tiger. Did you really think I couldn't kill you? I was merely using you for practice. The remaining tiger, witnessing its companion's demise, attempted to flee, but Chi Tian called it back. If you run, I'll shoot. Let us see whether you can outrun my bullet. The tiger, realizing the futility of escape, pleaded, Don't kill me. I've never eaten a human before. Today's events were all his instigation. The last tiger immediately prostrated on the ground, begging for mercy. How sentient! Chi Tian was merely curious about the taste of the tiger demon. With the creature pleading for its life, There was no need to annihilate it entirely, had it been incapable of speech. Qi Tian would have slain it without hesitation, but witnessing such a proud creature grovel was somewhat disconcerting. In his past life, these were protected species. Despite having transformed into a demon, Qi Tian still perceived these beasts as simpler than their human counterparts. All right, since you've begged for mercy, rise, I have a few questions for you. Please, speak, and I shall answer truthfully. The tiger demon stood, nuzzling against Qi Tian like a cat. What has happened recently? Why is the mountain so chaotic? This time, both the Vanguard Battalion and warriors have mobilized, not just around Binjiang, but it seems the entire human alliance is involved. The Holy Mother has returned, and all demon beasts are elated. The Holy Mother? Qi Tian mused, I'm not entirely sure. I've merely heard that our demon race is governed by the Beast King for terrestrial creatures and the three-legged golden crow for avian beings. Yet all demon beasts are under the Holy Mother's jurisdiction. You serve her, yet you don't recognize her. Qi Tian found the tiger's claims dubious. That's not quite right. We, the ones who transformed from beasts to demons after the spiritual energy revival, have never encountered the three great holy kings. We've only heard of them. Qi Tian understood that after the revival of spiritual energy, all living beings in the world were influenced by it. Humans became warriors, while beasts transformed into demons. The tiger demon before him was merely a product of postnatal evolution, unfamiliar with the true demon clan. Realizing this, he noted that you were also an external personnel. When spiritual energy revived, part of it was due to the demonization of wild beasts, while another part emerged from ancient demon beasts that had leaped from the earth's depths. It seemed that the true core of the demon beasts should be those ancient ones that had long slumbered underground. I have never seen the Holy Mother. I have only heard that she possesses a human-like appearance and a serpent-like tail, and not only is she of the demon clan, but even the human clan was created by her. Oh, you may leave. After releasing the tiger demon, Qi Tian began to ponder. A human head and a serpent body. Wasn't that precisely the demon he had freed days ago? To liberate it, that crystal had nearly drained him of life essence. And he had even exhausted the system's reserves, accumulating a mountain of debt to preserve his own life. Yet, if that person were indeed the Holy Mother of the demon clan, it would not be entirely unfathomable. After all, she claimed to have created humanity. Qi Tian suddenly smacked his thigh, as he had almost forgotten a crucial detail during his prolonged stay in this world. In his previous life, the legendary creator of humanity, Nuwa, also had the form of a human head and a serpent body, didn't she? Could it be that the entity he had released, the so-called Holy Mother, was indeed the legendary Nuwa? Qi Tian felt overwhelmed by this revelation, and he had no desire to delve into such weighty matters. Whether Nuwa was human or a beast could be set aside for now. He needed to deal with the deceased tiger demon first. He opened its skull and extracted a crystal core, immediately pawning it to the System Point 1 second-tier crystal core, pawned for a value of 14,000 spiritual energy, together with the 13,000 he had saved. Qi Tian's total spiritual energy now amounted to 27,000. Finally relieved from the burden of debt, Qi Tian felt a sense of ease. He reserved the intact tiger skin for profit while preparing to cook the bones and meat. Sitting by the pot, he couldn't help but salivate. Nuwa, the wisdom and comprehension of humanity, combined with the physique of demon beasts, is a gift I bestow upon you. Qi Tian. The affairs of humanity are none of your concern. Are they? Nuwa. Humanity is my creation. Qi Tian. Humanity originated from monkeys. Nuwa. Monkeys are also my creation. Chapter 36. Reunion with the Blood Robe Cult, whether it was Nuwa or the Holy Mother of the Demon Clan. Qi Tian paid little heed, as all his attention was focused on the pot of tiger demon meat before him. The meat was somewhat tough, yet it was infused with spiritual energy, emanating a fragrant aroma. With each bite, Qi Tian felt invigorated, a sense of comfort enveloping him. His stomach felt remarkably different. Having consumed nearly half a tiger, he did not feel the slightest bit full, however, while Qi Tian indulged in his feast. Two figures approached from a distance, clad in blood-red garments and masks, the very blood robe cult that had caused a commotion when he enrolled at Binwu Academy. At that time, Qi Tian had only heard of them after they had departed. This group roamed beyond the city, an illegal organization specializing in hunting human warriors to seek unique bloodline talents, seizing the powers of others for their own use. They were one of the cults opposing the human alliance. And it was unclear why these two had ventured into this forest, but they were drawn closer by the enticing aroma of meat. Ha! Who would have thought we would encounter a human here? What a coincidence! The two members of the Blood Robe cult swaggered over. Dio, I know you. Chi Tian, aware of their cultist nature, wished to avoid any interaction. Be why your attire. You must be from the expendable camp. Right? Have you turned traitor? Indeed. With everyone scouring the area, how could a mere expendable be out here cooking in the wild? Must be a deserter. The two laughed heartily as they sat down, reaching for the meat in the pot. Stop. While other matters can be negotiated, daring to touch my meat is sheer folly. Young man, don't be hasty. You can't possibly finish such a large pot alone. Let us help you. No need. Thank you. Chi Tian was not being polite. One tiger was hardly enough for him, so how could he share it with others? Perhaps due to his body's transformation, he had become somewhat possessive of his food. Boy, do you know who we are? If you give me a piece of meat, I can offer you a shelter from the wind and rain. No thanks, Chi Tian murmured, quickening his pace as he devoured the meat. If a fight broke out or if they grew angry and overturned the pot, he would be the one to suffer the loss. We are from the Blood Robe cult. You are a deserter now. It's the first time I've met an expendable at the foundational stage. Why not join us? It would provide you a safe haven. Dream on. You are a cult. Can't even protect yourselves. Chi Tian shot them a disdainful glance, continuing to feast. We can't protect ourselves. Allow me to enlighten you. We possess our own territory, our own factories, and are self-sufficient, living quite well. What benefits would joining you offer? Chi Tian staved for time. Joining us grants you privileges not found in the alliance. Think about it. You're a warrior, yet you've been sent to the military camp. This is a blatant disrespect to your talents. Indeed, once you join the Blood Robe cult, the treatment you receive would be 100 times better than the alliance. Delicious food, beautiful women, all at your disposal. Why endure the condescension of the alliance? Unfortunately, my bloodline weapon has been destroyed. Joining you would be of no use. As he finished the last few pieces of meat, Chi Tian stuffed them into his mouth with fervor. Perfect. Our leader has the ability to replace bloodlines. We can have him change yours directly. A foundational warrior without a bloodline weapon was an ideal target for the Blood Robe cult to recruit. Securing a foundational warrior would be a notable achievement for the two. Yet Chi Tian did not acquiesce, merely lowering his head to continue eating, devouring large chunks as if he had been starved for ages. And oh thanks, I'm doing just fine on my own. After finishing the meat, Chi Tian lifted the pot and gulped down all the soup, letting out a satisfied belch as he lay back on the grass. It's all gone. You ate that way too quickly. Indeed, you didn't leave us a single bite. The two were astonished to find that the pot, once brimming with meat, was now entirely empty, even the soup consumed by this young man. Just how large was his stomach to accommodate such a massive pot of meat? In truth, it was not just this pot. Chi Tian had prepared several, and this was merely the last one, little brother. We only wish to help. You must understand that the Alliance's punishment for deserters is severe. If they catch you, you will undoubtedly die. Yes, if you come with us now, there is still a way out. Think it over. Seeing Chi Tian's stinginess and lack of awareness, their tone turned unfriendly. No thanks, I have no desire to associate with cultists. No need to see you off. Chi Tian, now sated and reclining on the grass, waved them away, uninterested in their chatter. The two members of the Blood Robe cult, feeling slighted, were taken aback by his blatant disregard. Fine, take care of yourself. As they prepared to leave, one signaled the other. Not far behind Chi Tian lay some bones, the remains of an unknown beast. But judging by their size, they were quite substantial, still adorned with fresh meat. If they could feast on that, it would surely sustain them for a day. Since you no longer wish to converse, we shall take our leave, but we'll take a few of these bones for ourselves to stave off hunger. The taller member of the Blood Robe cult headed straight for the bones of the tiger demon. Yet Chi Tian swiftly turned and blocked his path. Sorry, these are mine. No one can touch them, kid. You're pushing your luck. You've eaten the meat. Can't we take a couple of bones for a snack? The two, already irate from being disregarded, now felt resentment towards Chi Tian's blatant greed. No, I've said it's mine. However, if you wish to eat, you can exchange something valuable in the wild, without the convenience of networks. Many found it impossible to barter. In cases where trade was necessary, A good old-fashioned exchange was far more genuine. You think you can trade a few bones for something valuable? You must be out of your mind. Exactly. With someone like you, it's no wonder the Alliance wouldn't want you. Even in their midst, you'd be a pariah. They mocked Qi Tian, who remained unfazed by their insults, as long as they didn't touch his bones. After their tirade, he dismissed them. Enough. I have no time for you. Initially ignored, then disregarded, the two members of the Blood Robe cult were incensed. This young man was exceedingly presumptuous. Brother, teach him a lesson so he knows that when mingling in the world, one must mind their manners. One of the cultists, fuming, stepped forward and threw a punch at Qi Tian, intent on delivering a reprimand. The foundational stage brat was indeed quite audacious. Yet, just as the punch approached Qi Tian's face, he grasped it firmly, rendering the cultist unable to break free, no matter how much force he exerted. Tiger Demon. Does one kill at whim? We merely crossed paths. Is it necessary to invoke a killer's delight? Qi Tian. You were the one who wanted to eat me first. Yet I ended up consuming you. That must count as justifiable self-defense, wouldn't it? Tiger Demon. Nonsense. Your so-called self-defense requires a pot to stew it in. How polite is that? Qi Tian. How is it impolite? I stopped others from snatching your bones. Chapter 37. The innocent suffer too. How pathetic, with such feeble strength, you dare to teach me a lesson. The blood-clad sect's onslaught was ferocious, their thunderous fists easily thwarted by Qi Tian. His initial strike left the two in shock. A mere Foundation Establishment Level 1 brat, without employing spiritual power, managed to withstand the assault of a Level 5 Foundation establishment with sheer physical strength. The first punch from the blood-clad sect was merely a test. Upon realizing Qi Tian was formidable, they summoned their bloodline weapons. One wielding a sword, the other a saber, both swirling with spiritual energy as they advanced. As the battle progressed, Qi Tian grew increasingly aware of his own body. His physique had undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary beasts of the same rank. Utilizing the shadow step, he engaged the two in unarmed combat. A slash from the saber merely left a white mark on Qi Tian's body, while a thrust from the sword only resulted in a white dot. Though there was some pain, it remained well within Qi Tian's tolerance. What is going on? Is this kid impervious to blades and guns? Qi Tian's peculiar prowess utterly terrified his opponents. Being able to contend with those of Foundation Establishment Level 4 or 5 at Level 1 was already remarkable. Yet they had not even summoned their bloodline weapons. This was truly a genius amongst geniuses. Most astonishingly, Qi Tian's defenses were extraordinary. The strength and resilience of his body were not those of a mere human, but rather akin to a humanoid beast. How could such an anomalous individual, with such a miraculous bloodline, be dispatched by the human alliance as cannon fodder? The two opponents grew increasingly alarmed. It seemed Qi Tian possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Becoming more ferocious with each strike, Qi Tian, feeling frustrated, realized that his hammer was on cooldown. Engaging in close combat made it difficult to utilize his sniper weaponry, forcing him to rely solely on his fists and formidable defenses to face two opponents. A swift resolution proved elusive. Cease hostilities. Recognizing that Qi Tian was not to be trifled with, the two decided against risking their lives. After a brief skirmish, they chose to withdraw. Little brother, we have underestimated you. It seems we have found a friend in the heat of battle. Such a talent, yet overlooked by the Alliance. How unfortunate for you. The previously aggressive duo, having witnessed Qi Tian's capabilities, opted to cease fighting and instead pursued the idea of recruiting him. Little brother, consider our offer carefully. Joining the blood-clad sect guarantees you will receive focused cultivation. No need for that. If you wish to leave, do so quickly. The two did not press further. They nodded at Qi Tian and departed. Brother, this person is rather peculiar. I've never heard of a human possessing such formidable defenses. It must be related to his bloodline. Judging by the name tag on him, he is called Qi Tian. We should report this upon our return. His bloodline must hold great value. Yes, if the sect leader hears of such a bloodline, we are certain to be rewarded. The two, having recognized Qi Tian's uniqueness, hurried back to report, while Qi Tian remained blissfully unaware, continuing his days of hunting demons and feasting on meat. In the forest, a group of expendable troops huddled together, almost all of them injured. Clearly having just endured a fierce battle, a bunch of useless fools. I single-handedly entangled that level 2 pig demon. Yet you all couldn't even handle a few minor pig demons. Truly pathetic. The leader of the warriors berated his subordinates. Evidently displeased with the previous conflict, Captain, please calm down. Though those pig demons are level 1 beasts, their hide is tough and their defenses exceedingly high. If Chi Tian were present, he would be astonished to discover that the one placating the captain was none other than Yang Bufan, who had been conscripted. Uselessness is still useless. There are no excuses for this. You have wasted your bloodline weapon. A perfectly good gun in your hands is no better than a firewood stick. The warrior captain's anger had yet to subside when a commotion arose from the distance. A beastly roar shook the entire mountain. Uncertain of what was happening, the group quickly began to investigate. They soon spotted a figure sprinting towards them, pursued relentlessly by a colossal black bear. The enraged bear smashed through trees in its path, ferociously chasing the figure, unleashing a spiritual energy blast from its maw. The figure dodged but left a massive crater where the energy struck. This was a beast of level 3. The warrior captain immediately recognized the beast's rank. A level 3 demon was beyond the capability of ordinary warriors to confront. But who could have provoked such a creature to the point of pursuit? This is bad. Run. The captain then realized that the person being chased was heading straight towards their camp, against a level 3 beast. Their entire unit would not suffice. The fleeing figure appeared oblivious to the presence of the troops, focused solely on escaping while muttering curses. Alas, I was too reckless. I just wanted to taste the bear paw. Yet I had no idea this creature was so powerful. A single shot barely broke its skin. Chi Tian had spotted a black bear dozing and, out of curiosity, fired a shot. However, he had miscalculated. This demon was not a level 2 beast but rather a level 3 bear demon. His cold shot had provoked its wrath. Damn human, I will devour you. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Would you believe me if I said I accidentally fired? Believe you? You must be joking. If I don't run, I'd be a fool. Nonsense. Running is for the foolish against a level 3 demon. Chi Tian was no match, but when it came to stamina, he could still flee. However, this massive bear not only had high attack power but also possessed long-range capabilities, unleashing cannon-like energy blasts from its throat. In close quarters, he couldn't fight back, and from afar, he was still in danger, leaving Chi Tian in a state of disarray. Please, don't come any closer. In his panic, Chi Tian noticed the group from the vanguard camp. Although they were not his own unit, their attire indicated they were expendable troops. Chi Tian hadn't intended to draw trouble to them, but given the circumstances, he had no choice. Move aside, it's dangerous. No need for Chi Tian's warning. Upon seeing the black bear charging, the group scattered in all directions, not wishing to be caught in the chaos. Thus, Chi Tian, with the bear in tow, crashed into the crowd, scattering hundreds of resting and regrouping soldiers. Most of these expendables were at the chi and blood levels, with a few at body refinement, and they had no qualifications to stand against a level 3 beast. In an instant, they were left in disarray, suffering numerous casualties. Damn it, after chasing for so long. This stubborn black bear is so stingy. Damn human, I will kill you. As one man and one bear exchanged blows and insults, onlookers could only view Chi Tian as a madman, conversing with a bear as if it could understand him. Chi Tian? Is that you, this harbinger of calamity? Chi Tian turned to see Yang Bufan, not expecting to encounter him here. Previously, it was because of betrayal that the judgment office intervened, resulting in Yang Bufan's conscription. He had not anticipated meeting him here. With no time to linger, Chi Tian continued to flee with the bear, lest the expendables suffer collateral damage. After Chi Tian departed with the bear, the remaining individuals cursed his ancestors from top to bottom. Chi Tian, big brother bear, can't you let up a bit? Aren't you tired of chasing me? Bear demon. Quit the nonsense. I was wounded by a mere little human. How can I face anyone after this? Chi Tian, can't I just apologize? Bear demon. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Chapter 38. Who let him in? Chi Tian was nearly driven to madness. The black bear had been pursuing him relentlessly for almost an entire day. Unable to escape or fight back, he was on the brink of collapse, wondering how he had provoked such a vengeful creature. If all else failed, Chi Tian contemplated leading the bear to the human military camp, where higher-level warriors would surely be able to handle this bear demon. Just as he pondered how to rid himself of the bear, the space around him trembled, and a fissure appeared in the distant clearing. A spatial rift? Qi Tian was quite familiar with such phenomena. He had encountered one during his time at the Binwu Academy, though that rift had led to a paradise, whereas this one remained uncertain. Should I enter? There are many types of rifts, and it is said they emerged alongside the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet, what lies within them remains a mystery. Forget it. I'll take a gamble, terrified of the relentless bear. Qi Tian gritted his teeth and dove into the rift. The black bear, upon witnessing Qi Tian enter the spatial rift, did not pursue further. Instead, it lingered by the rift for a while before departing. Driven by an instinctive fear of the unknown, the bear chose to retreat, while Qi Tian ventured into the rift. Inside, the world resembled a wasteland, with collapsed buildings strewn about, hinting that this once was a grand city long ago. Yet now, it lay in ruins, devoid of any signs of life. The spiritual energy within the space, however, was dense. Although it could not compare to the paradise at Binwu, it was still quite substantial. Qi Tian lingered at the rift's edge for a moment, and upon confirming the bear had not followed, he began to explore the ruins of the city. Could this be from another civilization? What could have caused its downfall? The stone-built structures remained majestic even after all this time, showcasing the city's former grandeur. Yet, from afar, the bell tower emitted a resonant chime, its sound reverberating through the city, evoking a sense of desolation and solemnity. Is there still anyone alive? With a surge of courage, Qi Tian ventured towards the heart of the city, arriving at the entrance of the bell tower. Greetings, kindred spirit. Who was there? Startled, Qi Tian found himself alone, the disembodied voice sending shivers down his spine. Come forth! The voice, tinged with an air of melancholy, echoed once more. Following the sound, Qi Tian ascended to the top of the bell tower, yet found no sign of life, save for a rusted great bell. Who is present? I am the master of Mangdang City. The demon clan has ravaged my city and slaughtered my people. My remaining soul has lingered upon this iron bell for an indeterminate time. Oh, how pitiable again, the demon clan. This was a term he had previously encountered from Yuwa's lips, yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the demon clan. For countless years, my soul has been on the brink of extinction. At last, someone has come. An unmistakable thrill laced the voice. How may I assist you? Indeed, indeed. Ha ha! The voice emanating from the great bell seemed to spiral into madness, bursting into laughter. I wish to resurrect using your body. Just as that malevolent voice faded, a peculiar force enveloped Qi Tian, desperately attempting to burrow into his being. Goodness, is this possession? Qi Tian had witnessed such scenarios in novels, yet he never imagined he would encounter one himself today. Sharp tendrils pierced his flesh, yearning to claim dominion over his form, yet in that moment, Qi Tian found himself powerless to resist. What is happening? Why is this body so impervious? Qi Tian's physique had been enhanced, surpassing that of ordinary beasts, which startled the lingering soul. Though taken aback, the soul did not relent. It ultimately penetrated Qi Tian's body, and he felt the invasive presence, yet was utterly unable to mount a defense. Just as the soul was on the verge of seizing control, Qi Tian felt a warmth at his brow, akin to the sun illuminating his being. What is that? The soul shrieked in horror, astonished that such a seemingly feeble individual harbored such a formidable presence. Under the rays of that radiant energy, the soul began to dissolve like snow under the spring sun. The power that sought to occupy Qi Tian's body vanished in an instant, restoring his control. Goodness, that was terrifying. Qi Tian, shaken, realized that had it not been for the drop of Nuwa's blood within him, he might have fallen victim to possession. Had that occurred, it would have been a grave injustice. Ever since Nuwa's essence entered Qi Tian's being, it had been transforming him, and just moments ago, it expelled the soul that sought to claim him. However, with the soul's departure, the solar-like energy diminished considerably, now flickering at his brow. This is a precious gift, yet it seems the energy is waning. Witnessing the imminent depletion of this treasure, Qi Tian felt a pang of reluctance, suddenly recalling the existence of his system. Ding! The universal financial system is at your service, system. Can I store the energy at my brow? Certainly. Any item belonging to the host can be stored. Store it in a current account. In an instant, the system absorbed the dwindling energy. This left Qi Tian flabbergasted. The energy, which resided at his brow, was beyond his control. Yet the system swiftly claimed it. 0.1 drop of Nuwa's blood, current account, with an interest rate of 30%. Chi Tian was well aware of the implications of interest, but was astonished that his earlier conjectures had proven true. That woman with the serpent body was indeed Nuwa. Wasn't she a legendary figure from his previous world? Why had she appeared here, and why was she sealed? Nuwa created humanity. How had she become the matron of beasts? What hidden truths lay behind this so-called revival of spiritual energy, and what was this calamity of demons? Chi Tian found himself perplexed, perhaps due to his insufficient understanding of the world around him. Yet, one thing was certain. He had evaded the threat of soul possession and successfully stored Nuwa's blood within the system. The city was not large, and beyond it lay the boundary of the spatial realm. The black bear had likely departed by now. With no other discoveries to be made, Chi Tian resolved to leave. Meanwhile, in the surrounding mountains, a throng of individuals had gathered near the fissure. "Sir, this is the rift." We felt the fluctuations nearby and reported immediately. The captain of the cannon fodder camp was briefing the martial artists on the situation. "Have you entered?" Each spatial rift was crucial, and martial artists were particularly concerned. "No, upon discovery, we reported right away." "Excellent." Just as the martial artist listened to the report, a small head peeked curiously from the fissure. "So many people. It seems the black bear is certainly gone." Who the hell allowed him to enter? What's going on? Upon seeing Chi Tian emerge, all the martial artists were taken aback. "System. Nuwa's blood can be pawned. It has significant value. Are you not considering it? Chi Tian, don't try to fool me. Such treasures should be used to earn interest." Chapter 39. The Great Bear. Within the regular army, martial artists represented the most basic standard. These individuals formed the backbone of humanity, and only those who performed poorly were assigned to the cannon fodder camp to train new recruits. Zhang Peng had been experiencing a streak of bad luck. Despite being a martial artist himself, he had been dispatched to the cannon fodder camp due to a spat with his superior. All he encountered were the dregs of the blood realm, and even a few of the body refining realm were inept. After a single battle, the task remained uncompleted, and many lives were lost. Just as he calmed his frustrations, an unexpected troublemaker appeared, pursued by a third-tier beast. Why must he flee directly into our ranks of cannon fodder? A third-tier beast could give even extraordinary individuals a headache. It was beyond the capacity of mere cannon fodder to contend with. Although both the man and the bear soon departed, many of Zhang Peng's subordinates lost their lives in the process. Who was that? Why was a third-tier beast present here? Zhang Peng was on the verge of madness. A mere cannon fodder in combat gear had caused him such considerable losses. "Captain, I know him. His name is Chi Tian, affiliated with the Binhai Martial Arts Academy. I'm not sure what he did to end up here." Yang Bufan quickly stepped forward to enlighten the captain. "Which cannon fodder camp is he from?" "I can't say. There are too many cannon fodder camps. Although the uniforms bear numbers, it was too chaotic earlier for anyone to notice. Let us continue to follow him. If we can track the whereabouts of a third-tier beast, it would be a significant achievement." Zhang Peng and his team set off to trail Chi Tian and the black bear, but they were too slow and failed to locate their target. Just then, a tremor occurred in the nearby space. As a martial artist, Zhang Peng recognized it as the emergence of a spatial rift. Abandoning Chi Tian and the bear, Zhang Peng swiftly reported the discovery of the rift. The alliance had strict regulations regarding spatial rifts. Each emergence was of immense significance, and unauthorized entry was forbidden. Thus, he waited until the martial artist squad arrived, feeling a sense of reassurance. Discovering a spatial rift was no small feat. He anticipated that he could leave the cannon fodder camp and rejoin the martial artist ranks. However, just as he prepared to take credit, the previously missing Chi Tian unexpectedly emerged from the rift. "Who allowed you to enter?" Zhang Peng was frantic. "Chi Tian? Who permitted you to enter?" "This rift was discovered by us." Yang Bufan was equally anxious, having lived in trepidation within the cannon fodder camp, awaiting an opportunity to earn merit and return to Binhai. Now, Chi Tian had disrupted his plans. "Who are you?" A commanding figure from the Vanguard camp approached aggressively. "B027 Vanguard camp, Chi Tian. I got separated from my team and accidentally wandered in." "What was inside?" "A wasteland." "Nothing at all." Chi Tian lied. The matter concerning Nuwa's blood was something he could never reveal. "Guards, seize him." Anything could lie within a spatial rift. It might be a treasure trove for cultivation or a treacherous dead end. Perhaps even the remnants of an ancient civilization. Who knows what Chi Tian has obtained inside? Why am I being captured? Chi Tian protested. He had committed no offense. He merely entered a newly emerged rift, which had yet to be catalogued. The ownership of all rifts belonged to the Human Alliance. No one knew what he had concealed within. Once we investigate thoroughly, you will be released. The martial artist captain dismissed Chi Tian, regarding him as little more than cannon fodder, and began sending people to probe the mysterious realm. Chi Tian was cast aside, but was not permitted to leave. Look, there's no rift at all. Indeed, it appears quite dangerous. Best not approach. Chi Tian found himself abandoned, and upon glancing up, he noticed two squirrels chattering away in a tree. Hey, do you two know about the great black bear on the mountaintop? Wow, this human can hear us talking. Indeed, that bear is the most formidable beast on this mountain. The two squirrels perched atop the tree conversed with Chi Tian. Him? What a joke. Just yesterday, I gave him a good thrashing. Did you not know? Nonsense. That bear demon is a third-tier beast. Do you believe you can breach its defenses? If you doubt me, go see for yourselves. Why would I deceive you both? The two little demons, perplexed yet unperturbed, leapt down from the tree to witness whether this audacious bear demon had indeed been wounded by a mere human. Meanwhile, the martial artists' team was still exploring the secret realm, which Chi Tian had already traversed. The spiritual energy there was decent, but nothing else of note. One of the cannon fodder camp members dutifully served tea and water to the martial artists, neglecting Chi Tian entirely. Hey, I've gone a whole day without food. Can't you spare me something to eat? Scram. You still have the audacity to ask for food while starving. Chi Tian fumed. Their attempt to gain merit through the rift had nothing to do with him. Although there were some demon beast meats in the system, Chi Tian could not eat them in front of the martial artists and was forced to endure. Once the martial artists finished their reconnaissance of the rift, the captain of the team approached. Chi Tian, right? Honestly, what did you discover inside? Nothing at all. Didn't I mention? It's merely a desolate ruin. I stumbled in while being pursued by demon beasts. Why should I believe you? The captain, an extraordinary being, was astonished that such a martial artist would be sent as cannon fodder, but he found it hard to trust a mere pawn. Stealthy and unscrupulous behavior was the hallmark of cannon fodder. Captain, you cannot trust his words. This person has a penchant for causing trouble. He excels at opportunistic schemes. At the critical moment, Yang Bufan also joined the fray. Believe what you wish. I'm too weary to explain. Search him. Check what he has on him. What? Chi Tian was taken aback. Search me. I may be cannon fodder, but I am also a soldier of the vanguard camp. You have no right to search me. We are martial artists, and we suspect you are hiding treasures from the secret realm. If you disagree, you may report us when we reach the military camp. The captain, being a martial artist, was not easily intimidated by a mere cannon fodder and prepared to search him forcefully. Who dares to lay hands on me will not find me merciful. Chi Tian was furious. He had been stopped without cause, and now they sought to search him. It was blatant bullying. So what if they were martial artists? If it came to it, he would fight back. Just as tensions escalated, the ground began to tremble, and a beastly roar sent the nearby birds and beasts scattering. Finally, the big clumsy bear arrives. Chi Tian glared at the arrogant captain and the fawning Yang Bufan, eager to see the unfolding spectacle. Little demon, have you heard? The bear demon was injured by a human, little demon. Is that true? Who told you? Little demon. Right at the foot of the mountain. A human said it. He can understand beast language. Bear demon. Oh? He's come out. I must devour him. Chapter 40. Human form demon beast. The captain of the martial artists team actually intended to search him, and Chi Tian was ready to retaliate. But at that critical moment, an old friend of Chi Tian arrived. The intrusion of the third-tier bear demon abruptly interrupted everyone's plans. Sir, this is a third-tier demon beast. We have encountered it before. The cannon fodder camp members certainly recognized it, having lost several comrades to this bear demon in the past. Cannon fodder camp, fall back. Martial artists, form up. With a command from the captain, the martial artists quickly surrounded the bear demon. 10 martial artists were all foundation building stage, while the captain had reached the extraordinary stage. Despite this, the martial artists were uncertain they could subdue the bear demon today. It should be a third-tier bear demon. We just don't know its level. Everyone, be cautious. If it were a newly ascended third-tier beast, with this many people, there was still hope, but if it were a high-ranking third-tier beast, They would need to be prepared to flee at any moment. Everyone brandished their bloodline weapons. In an instant, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks made for an impressive sight. Chi Tian, what heinous acts have you committed that this bear demon relentlessly pursues you? Previously, it was Chi Tian who attracted the bear demon, and now it was again. Yang Bufan shifted all blame onto Chi Tian. Yang Bufan, you've already been sent as cannon fodder, and you still lack any sense of propriety? Chi Tian, even as cannon fodder, you remain so arrogant. Let me tell you, we discovered a spatial rift, and this merit is enough to absolve your sins. I'll soon return to Binjiang, while you can wait here for your demise. Emph. Chi Tian had no interest in engaging with Yang Bufan. Instead, he focused on the martial artists surrounding the bear demon. The 10 martial artists, all foundation builders, wielded bloodline weapons, yet they were no match for the bear demon. Only the captain, with his mountain-splitting blade and overflowing spiritual energy, was able to hold his ground against the bear demon. I'll keep it occupied. You set up the formation. The captain clearly had a technique at his disposal. While he couldn't overpower the bear demon, he could at least protect himself. The other team members produced crystal cores, seemingly preparing a formation. Do you see? This is the formation, using the demon beast's crystal cores. Once successfully set up, the bear demon will be doomed. Upon seeing the martial artists arrange the formation, Yang Bufan knew victory was assured. Chi Tian frowned as he observed the martial artists. He hadn't expected they had a formation. The cores they produced should be from second-tier demon beasts. If they managed to set up the formation, the bear demon would indeed have no chance of escape. Chi Tian contemplated offering a warning but feared being ridiculed. Oh no, my stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself. With a swift turn, Chi Tian dashed toward the forest. Hearing news of a human who had wounded him, the bear demon hurriedly pursued, only to unexpectedly encounter the martial artists' team. In the eyes of the demon beast, these martial artists posed little threat, relying merely on their numbers. However, upon seeing them produce crystal cores, the bear demon began to contemplate retreat. When it spotted the human it sought running away. It instantly abandoned the others and charged toward Chi Tian. Do not let it escape. Our formation is nearly complete. Just as the formation was about to succeed, the bear demon attempted to flee. The team leader hastily pursued, but the bear demon had no intention of engaging. It simply broke through their perimeter and bolted into the forest. Damn it! How did it get away? Chase it! With the formation on the verge of success and the energy of the crystal cores nearly expended. Allowing the bear demon to escape would render all their efforts futile. Not only had they failed to capture the bear demon, but they had also squandered a significant number of second-tier demon beast crystal cores, truly a case of losing more than one gained. Those were my rations, and now you benefit. Chi Tian harbored no sympathy for the bear demon. He merely lamented that he had yet to savor the bear paw, which he refused to let others enjoy. He had instructed the little demons to convey messages to the bear demon specifically to incite chaos, allowing him to escape. However, he had not anticipated that the martial artists' team would possess a formation. Nearly robbing him of his meal, Chi Tian ran ahead, with the bear demon in hot pursuit, closely followed by the martial artists' team. Nevertheless, in terms of speed and familiarity with the terrain, the martial artists could not keep up with Chi Tian, let alone the bear demon, and soon fell far behind. Boss, what should we do? Should we continue the chase? No need to pursue. The spatial rift is our priority. This achievement will earn us a substantial reward from the military. Ah, it's a pity about those second-tier crystal cores. We ended up letting the bear demon escape. But why is that bear demon chasing after Chi Tian? Let's go back and ask. The team returned to the vicinity of the spatial rift, where military personnel had already arrived to seal and protect the rift. The martial artists team also found vanguard camps Jiang Peng and Yang Bufan. What? The bear demon's target was Chi Tian. Why was such an important matter not reported sooner? Truly useless. Merit? What merit? We wasted 10 second-tier crystal cores. This loss falls on your vanguard camp. Just as both sides quarreled over merits and shifted blame, Chi Tian had already led the bear demon deep into the mountains. After a skirmish with the martial artists team, the bear demon, though unscathed, had exhausted considerable stamina and had lost Chi Tian. Meanwhile, Chi Tian had already ignited a fire, boiling meat in a secluded corner of the mountain. Humph, I must feast on that bear paw. Chi Tian now relied on consuming demon beast flesh to strengthen his body, so there was no rush to level up. The spiritual energy stored in the system still needed to be exchanged for loans. Sated and refreshed, Chi Tian found a spot to sleep soundly, dreaming of devouring a delectable bear paw. His mouth watering. 3 months swiftly passed. In this mountainous region, Chi Tian had become quite familiar with the terrain, knowing where to avoid formidable demon beasts and where to rest. Before a cave, he stood with his hands on his hips, calling into the darkness, "Big clumsy bear, I'm back again," in pursuit of that coveted bear paw. Chi Tian had spent the past 3 months consuming other demon beasts, honing his physique. With a somewhat stronger body, he returned to confront the black bear demon, having progressed from merely enduring hits to being able to exchange blows. Thus, today, Chi Tian approached the bear demon with renewed confidence. "Human brat, are you seeking death? Heh, how about this? You sever a paw for me, and I shall leave." Roar. Ugh. The bear demon was incensed. This human brat was truly a freak, possessing a tough hide and resilient flesh despite his low level, akin to a demon beast. Key advancements are occurring at a rapid pace. I find myself unable to keep up with him now. Often besieged by harassment, the face of the bear demon has long been lost to his grandmother's home. A spirit energy orb shot forth from the bear demon's mouth. How mundane. Is this all you have? Chi Tian, seeing the energy orb approach, did not flinch or evade. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent the orb flying into the distance. Boom. Rumble. A massive boulder collapsed amidst the explosion, yet Chi Tian's hand remained unscathed. The bear demon's strike had been dismissed as inconsequential by Chi Tian. "Bear demon, let's negotiate. Can you please stop harassing me?" Chi Tian. "No, I demand to feast on your bear paw, bear demon. Don't listen to their nonsense. My paw is not delectable at all. I don't even wash my hands after using the restroom." Chi Tian. "Then I shall eat it anyway." Chapter 41. Someone has come knocking. Chi Tian devoted 3 months to devouring nearly every beast in this region. Although they were primarily first and second-tier beasts, through their nourishing essence and the occasional absorption of the Nuwas blood from the system, Chi Tian's physique has reached a formidable level. A small mountain is on the verge of transforming into a pile of rubble, and the bear demon's cave has been reduced to ruins. After an entire day of battle, the bear demon's territory was utterly annihilated by Chi Tian and the bear demon's fierce confrontation. "Human, you have triumphed. My crystal core and body are yours. No need for that. I only require one of your bear paws." Chi Tian did indeed need the crystal core, yet after months of battling this bear demon, he found himself somewhat reluctant to take it. "You don't want my crystal core?" The bear demon was somewhat astonished. This human had entangled himself with it for so long, only to ultimately spare it. Alas, Chi Tian departed with a bear paw in hand, sighing, "If one encounters a wild beast, defeats it, and consumes it, it is not unremarkable. However, if that beast can speak, it becomes quite uncomfortable." If Chi Tian wished, he could consume every beast within the entire mountain range. After 3 months, Chi Tian finally possessed the strength to defeat the bear demon but chose not to kill it. Similar to the previous tiger demon, he merely slayed one while allowing another to escape. Setting up an iron pot, Chi Tian finally began to stew the bear paw as he had long desired. Even before the meat was fully cooked, the enticing aroma began to waft through the air, causing Chi Tian to pace anxiously. Meanwhile, within the military camp, 2 warriors sought out the 027 Vanguard camp. "Where is Chi Tian?" Chi Tian? The camp leader of the Vanguard could not recall. This cannon fodder camp saw daily casualties, and after 1 or 2 missions, all personnel were typically replaced. As a warrior himself, how could he possibly remember the name of a mere cannon fodder? The current roster held no record, likely indicating that he had perished. The camp leader shook his head, baffled as to why these 2 warriors were specifically searching for a mere cannon fodder. Hong Bao's expression darkened, and Lin Ran beside him appeared equally pale. Over the past 3 months, the 2 had advanced to the Foundation establishment stage thanks to the spirit liquid left by Chi Tian, aiming to enlist early to look after him. Now, however, it was concerning that Chi Tian was nowhere to be found in the cannon fodder camp. The 2 were in disbelief. How could Chi Tian have vanished? "Are you here to find Chi Tian?" An elderly man approached Hong Bao and Lin Ran. "Indeed. Do you know Chi Tian?" Hong Bao was taken aback. This elderly cannon fodder appeared to be a Foundation establishment cultivator. 3 months ago, we noticed something amiss with the beasts. We embarked on a reconnaissance mission, but during the operation, Chi Tian left the team. Left the team? What does that mean? The camp leader had stated that Chi Tian was dead. Yet this old man claimed he had merely departed at that time. Chi Tian was captured by the thousand-hand vine, but I know he allowed himself to be taken deliberately. The reasons for his choice remain unclear to me. Chi Tian was also a foundation establishment cultivator. A single thousand-hand vine should not have claimed his life. Old man, are you suggesting Chi Tian did so intentionally? Indeed. This lad is quite cunning. I cannot believe he would engage in self-destructive behavior. Thank you. Although they were unsure why Chi Tian had left, Hong Bao and Lin Ran believed he would not perish so easily. Just as they remained within the camp, several masked figures in red burst through the camp gates. Intruders! It's the blood robe cult. What? At this moment, the personnel within the military camp were momentarily stunned. How audacious of the blood robe cult to invade the military camp of the Human Alliance. Was this tantamount to courting death? Yet, soon, realization struck. Wait, the warriors in the martial arts camp have all gone on missions. There are not many experts left in the camp. The blood robe cult has come prepared. However, the 5 members of the blood robe cult did not head to the martial arts camp, but instead targeted the cannon fodder camp. Blood robe cult, are you seeking death? This is the garrison of the Human Alliance. And you dare trespass? Have you consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? The experts within the cannon fodder camp feared the so-called camp leader, yet he was merely a warrior. During critical moments, the commanding officers from the martial arts camp also converged on the cannon fodder camp. Your experts have all returned for a meeting, and the remaining warriors are engaged in missions. With your current state, the blood robe cult can come and go as they please. Over 1,000 individuals stood behind, silent as mice. Even Hong Bao and Lin Ran hid among the crowd. Bewildered as to how such a small cult could dare invade the military camp. Among you is a conscript named Chi Tian. Hand him over, and we shall depart. Who? Few were acquainted with Chi Tian, but all were astonished that the blood robe cult had the audacity to invade the Human Alliance's military camp for a mere conscript. What did this mean? The blood robe cult was shrouded in mystery. Their motives more often associated with the pursuit of formidable bloodlines, yet how could a mere cannon fodder possess any remarkable talent? If he did, he would not have fallen to such a lowly status. Ha, splendid indeed. You timed your intrusion perfectly. Do you truly believe our military camp is devoid of personnel? A voice rang out as 3 figures soared through the air. Although they lacked the ability to fly as true essence practitioners, they were at least formidable opening essence cultivators. The appearance of 3 opening essence cultivators immediately instilled confidence in the soldiers below. Much like the vice principal of Binwu Academy, who could indeed fly, these 3 opening essence cultivators represented the military camp's greatest asset in the absence of any true essence practitioners. The remaining reinforcements from other camps comprised dozens of Foundation establishment warriors. Blocking the path to the cannon fodder camp, we have investigated your backgrounds. With just the 3 of you, you cannot impede us. The 3 members of the blood robe cult advanced, all appearing to be opening essence cultivators. Meanwhile, the other 2 blood robe cult members continued to fixate on the personnel within the cannon fodder camp. Hand over Chi Tian, or do not blame us for slaughtering your vanguard camp. The remaining 2 were not opening essence cultivators, but from their visible spirit energy shields, they seemed to be extraordinary cultivators. The Foundation establishment warriors present numbered only 7 or 8. If a fight broke out, they would indeed struggle against 2 extraordinary cultivators. The camp leader of the vanguard felt a growing sense of unease. What was happening today? First, warriors came seeking Chi Tian, and now the blood robe cult had also arrived in search of him. What on earth had he done? Gentlemen, I am the camp leader of the vanguard. The Chi Tian you seek has already perished, so this place harbors no such individual. You may leave, ha ha. The camp leader's words were met with derisive laughter. One of the blood robe cult members swiftly maneuvered to the camp leader's side, gripping his neck with a single hand. Do you take us for mere children? With a forceful grip, the Foundation establishment camp leader's neck was snapped, and he fell lifelessly. Chi Tian, Nuwa, why did you grant me the ability to understand the language of beasts? It feels quite criminal to consume them. Nuwa, the law of the jungle is a rule. A cycle. I have given you power, but it comes with its own constraints, Chi Tian. Are you afraid I will consume all the beasts? Nuwa, I fear you may overindulge and perish. Chapter 42. Chi Tian's returned 5 members of the Blood Robe cult burst into the desolate military camp. 3 opening essence warriors had already engaged in battle with the 3 cultists elsewhere, yet the remaining 2 extraordinary cultivators remained beyond the capability of the human alliance to contend with. The formal warrior teams had begun to provide support. Alongside the personnel from the cannon fodder camp, they numbered only a dozen warriors, yet even that was inadequate against the 2 extraordinary cultivators. "We are not here to kill. Simply bring him out, and we shall spare your lives." This incursion into the military camp was well prepared by the Blood Robe cult. They had seized the opportunity during a time of reduced military strength. And a swift resolution was a central point. One of the Blood Robe cult's members had relayed the information to their leader. A Foundation Establishment cultivator of the first tier had managed to withstand the assault of 2 mid-tier Foundation Establishment warriors purely through sheer physical strength. Such resilience was unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the cult leader personally ordered the capture of Chi Tian. The Blood Robe cult had been scavenging for bloodlines, yet they had never encountered one with such physical prowess comparable to that of a beast. Since the leader had given the order, the subordinates had seized the opportunity to invade the military camp. All Chi and Blood Realm and Body Refinement Realm cultivators, retreat. Foundation Establishment warriors, come forward to assist. The warriors of the Human Alliance began to assemble. A lone Foundation Establishment warrior was no match for the 2 extraordinary cultivators. Only by banding together and forming restrictions did they possess the means to resist. Hong Bao and Lin Ran found themselves among the crowd. They had initially come in search of Chi Tian, only to stumble upon the incursion of the Blood Robe cult. What was even more unexpected was that the motives of these cultists aligned with their own. They had both come for Chi Tian. While the 2 were concerned for Chi Tian's safety, the members of the Blood Robe cult had entirely different intentions. Since the 2 individuals have crossed paths, being martial artists, they cannot simply stand by. Even if they are merely on a leave of absence, a blood-red whip and 3 spinning dice are grasped tightly by Lin Ran and the portly man, joining the fray. Ha! You refuse to surrender. Do you? Let us see how long you can hold out. 2 extraordinary cultists, indifferent to the martial artists before them, prepared to strike with lethal intent. While an individual in the Foundation stage may not pose a threat, a coalition of a dozen Foundation stage fighters could prove challenging even for an extraordinary martial artist to eliminate effortlessly. Split up, the 2 experienced cultists swiftly separated, ensuring the Foundation stage fighters could not converge. Allowing them to strike individually in the distance, shadows flitted across the horizon as several powerful figures engaged in combat. All were of the opening realm, their numbers evenly matched, making it difficult to ascertain a victor, leaving them unable to assist the struggling camp. The outcome here would directly determine the fate of the expendables. Chi Tian? Who exactly is Chi Tian? Indeed, if they seek an expendable, why not just hand one over? Why all this protection? Exactly. Just surrender one expendable. The trembling expendables, hiding in the rear, were bewildered as to how one among them could have attracted the attention of the Blood Robe cult. "I bet at least one of us will die this time." The portly man, his face ashen, had not anticipated such a crisis. "Do not worry. I will bring your corpse back." Lin Ran had no desire to perish. "Since you, portly one, seem so eager to die, you might as well take that fate upon yourself." A multitude of Foundation stage warriors appeared numerous yet merely served as targets, each being knocked aside, only to return, bloodied, to the fray. It's over. These Foundation stage fighters are no match for them. Once they fall, it will be our turn. Yes, quickly contact the other camps for reinforcements. If we fail to deliver a sacrifice, the blame will surely fall on me. The martial artists likely made contact. Yet the distance between the camps was vast. How could aid arrive swiftly? I'm merely being mischievous. The conscription is already severe, yet I do not wish to die at the hands of humans. The martial artists in the front line fought valiantly, while the expendables in the rear anxiously contemplated their futures. The cultists had produced their bloodline weapons, a staff adorned with mysterious patterns and a long knife that exuded an imposing presence. The Blood Robe cult, notorious for their actions, possessed formidable bloodline weapons. They had long sought to plunder bloodline power, and as followers of the cult, they were eligible for bloodline replacements. This was also a reason why the Blood Robe cult was both criticized by the Human Alliance and sought after by many. As a staff came crashing down, aimed directly at the portly man who had just fallen, Lin Ran's whip ensnared him, pulling him aside and sparing him from a fatal blow. "Wow, thank you. Lin ran. I wager you'll marry well in the future. The portly man, reflecting on his remaining life, realized this life-and-death struggle was entirely unlike the simulated drills at school. No time for idle chatter. Focus! Distracted by the portly man's words, Lin Ran was struck by the staff, sending her tumbling to the side. Every opponent we take down counts. The blood-robed cultists had no time to waste. Should reinforcements from the Human Alliance arrive, their small group would be outmatched. Seeing the portly man rescued by Lin Ran, one cultist shifted their target to her. Although Lin Ran reacted swiftly and avoided a direct hit, she was still knocked down by the spiritual force. The cultist, with a swift movement, swung their staff with tremendous force towards Lin Ran. The portly man had yet to rise, and other martial artists, perceiving Lin Ran as merely another expendable, hesitated to risk their lives for her. Lin Ran was drenched in cold sweat, not expecting to be singled out. Should that staff strike true, her life would be extinguished. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for death, a figure appeared before her, halting the menacing staff midair with a slender, pale hand. How shameful it is to strike a woman when you are an extraordinary being. Who? The blood-robed cultist was momentarily stunned, astonished that their impending strike had been thwarted so effortlessly. It was not merely a block. That hand had firmly grasped their weapon. The wind from their arrival was palpable, revealing the incredible speed with which they intervened. Chi Tian, you're alive. Chi Tian, you have returned. As everyone focused, they beheld a young man with black hair, who, despite merely being at the foundation stage, had managed to withstand a lethal strike from an extraordinary opponent. Chi Tian, is that truly him? With Lin Ran and the portly man's exclamations, all realized that this foundation stage powerhouse was indeed the Chi Tian the blood-robe cult sought. You are Chi Tian? The cultist's eyes lit up. They had come specifically for his bloodline, previously fearing they would not find him, only for him to present himself. Moreover, this Chi Tian was as reported, a mere foundation stage martial artist. Yet he had effortlessly blocked their attack. They could not afford to underestimate him. Otherwise, they would meet a dire fate. Chi Tian's bloodline had indeed astonished the cultists. I am your ancestor. Chi Tian glared at the cultist, contemplating how easily he could eliminate such a weakling. Chi Tian, what brings you here? Lin Ran, I sent it to find you? Chi Tian, I asked 2 questions, all right? Chapter 43. Slaying the Extraordinary. Chi Tian had finally vanquished the bear demon and fulfilled his long-held wish by consuming its paw. Ding. The universal financial system is at your service. Current system functions: storage, exchange, loans, pawn, loan repaid. Loan has been fully repaid. Welcome to use our services again. After spending over 3 months in the wild, relying on his robust physique to slay monsters, Chi Tian had finally cleared his debts. Balance inquiry, current balance, 16,000 spiritual points. When it came to making money, Chi Tian felt that selling spiritual liquid was the quickest method, though he regrettably had consumed all of it. Having repaid his loans in 3 months, he was left with a mere 16,000 spiritual points. If used to break through, it would barely allow him to reach the 8th layer of foundation. In monetary terms, that equated to over 1 million. Reflecting on his previous wealth, Chi Tian felt woefully impoverished. Having been separated from the group for over 3 months, he prepared to return to the vanguard camp. If he delayed any longer, explanations would become complicated. However, upon nearing the vanguard camp, he sensed a battle was underway. In the sky, 6 figures clashed, 3 of whom were from the blood-robe cult. Were these cultists foolish? This was a military camp of the Human Alliance. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Yet, upon entering the camp, Chi Tian immediately sensed something was amiss. Aside from the 3 formidable figures in the distance, the camp was filled only with martial artists, and their numbers were alarmingly few. 2 extraordinary cultists rampaged, ensuring the collapse of the Alliance's forces was inevitable. Despite the chaos, Chi Tian watched with detached interest until he spotted Lin Ran and the portly man, at which point his heart sank. What are they doing here? Seeing Lin Ran in peril, Chi Tian could no longer remain aloof. He rushed forward and intercepted the staff meant for him. You are Chi Tian. The cultists were both surprised and delighted, finally encountering the main target. Indeed, this Chi Tian appeared as formidable as the legends described, his physicality impressive. However, the situation seemed slightly different from what had been reported. It had been said that Qi Tian could single-handedly withstand 2 attacks from the Foundation stage bloodline weapons. Yet, seeing how easily he blocked the previous strike, it seemed he might be capable of contending with extraordinary beings. I have heard your bloodline talent is remarkable. Come with us, and we can ensure you live a life devoid of worries. They had come specifically for him? Qi Tian had only interacted with the Blood Robe cult a couple of times, and if anything, he suspected they would have reported him after their last encounter. Burdened by old grievances and new, Qi Tian was not inclined to be courteous. You harmed my friend. Prepare to pay with your life. With one hand still gripping the cultist's weapon, he closed the distance and delivered a punch directly at the opponent. Upon reaching the extraordinary realm, the overflowing spiritual energy was under control, forming a protective barrier, a hallmark of the extraordinary stage. Yet, this seemingly straightforward punch was underestimated. A fist from the Foundation stage was nothing more than a jest before an extraordinary being. Others may have dismissed it, but the cultists took it seriously, as they had just experienced a genuine attack. To their shock, Qi Tian's punch shattered the spiritual barrier, striking solidly against their chest. The impact felt akin to being rammed by a third-tier demon beast. Their bones and internal organs seemed to shatter. While extraordinary beings were indeed powerful, among equals, a human extraordinary was no match for a third-tier demon beast, unless one possessed a peerless weapon or advanced techniques. Stop wasting time. He is Qi Tian. The cultists began to shout for help, and the individual soon realized the dire situation. A single punch from a Foundation establishment stage practitioner unexpectedly injured a companion at the Transcendent stage. Make sure not to kill him. We need him alive. Enough chatter. Be careful not to get killed. Armed with a staff and a long blade, shrouded in a protective aura, the two joined forces again to assault Qi Tian. With such meager strength, does your blood god cult not conduct any recruitment assessments? Qi Tian, seemingly disinterested in evasion, faced the divine weapons head-on. A staff struck his shoulder, and a blade slashed across his chest. Yet he showed no inclination to dodge. The impact of the staff was akin to the clash of metal, and the blade's edge stirred not even a ripple. Qi Tian retaliated with a punch, sending both assailants flying. Seizing the moment before they could land, he charged forward once more, driving them into the earth. What? Are these two transcendent practitioners imposters? No, it seems the Foundation establishment one is the real fraud. Everyone was astounded. The two who had just been rampaging were swiftly subdued by Qi Tian with just a few punches and kicks. Quick, form a restriction and restrain them. The nearby warriors finally reacted. Now that the two had been brought down, it was the perfect opportunity to subdue them. Someone produced a crystal core, preparing to set up the restriction, and no need for that. They are dead. One bold individual approached to investigate, only to discover that the once mighty cultists had now become mere corpses. Dead? No one could believe it. Even as cultists, they were genuine transcendent practitioners. How could they have been killed by Qi Tian in just a few blows? The commotion drew the attention of distant cultists engaged in battle overhead. Having scouted the military camp beforehand, they had expected no formidable opponents. The presence of 3 opening origin stage experts was already an unforeseen development, but how could their transcendent members have lost their aura so swiftly against a group of Foundation establishment fighters? You two, hold on. I'll go take a look. With the death of the 2 transcendent practitioners, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The remaining 2 cultists were now faced with 3 opening origin stage warriors. Though the cultist divine weapons were undeniably powerful, the 3 opening origin practitioners possessed techniques that allowed them to barely maintain their composure. Now, with one less ally, they found themselves struggling. Hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. Seeing that the opposing side had lost a member, the military warriors unleashed their full might. Hold on. I'm almost there. While opening origin experts cannot sustain flight for long, brief bursts are possible. One of them swiftly arrived at the scene of Qi Tian's battle. Dead? Did you kill them? The cultist glared coldly at Qi Tian, suspicion lacing his tone. What, do you have doubts? Shall I call them up so I can demonstrate again? Although the opening origin cultist wore a mask, the shock in his eyes was palpable. A Foundation establishment practitioner, particularly one at the first level, had actually killed 2 transcendent warriors. It appeared that Qi Tian was indeed the one they were searching for. Very well, then your life shall be forfeit. With the situation turning dire, they could no longer afford to delay. Despite the loss of 2 members, completing the mission remained paramount. Though still several meters away, The onlookers failed to see how the cultist moved, and suddenly he stood before Qitian, a massive iron spike appearing, aimed straight at Qitian's brow. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the iron spike struck Qitian, sending him crashing into the military camp, even collapsing the barracks. When an opening origin practitioner faced a foundation establishment practitioner, it was typically a one-sided affair. Just as everyone believed Qitian was doomed, he rose from the rubble, blood flowing from his hand, yet his expression was one of exhilaration. Opening origin, is it? This could be interesting. Sniper. Let me take a shot. I'll blow this guy's head off. Qitian, stop boasting. I'm just at the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 44. Vanguard Captain Qitian's physical prowess had grown formidable enough to slay third-tier beasts in his eyes. Transcendent practitioners were like sandbags. But opening origin was a different story, a realm and opponent he had yet to encounter. Just one strike had left him injured. Indeed, opening origin practitioners are powerful. Today I shall discover just how strong they are. Though blood flowed from his wounds, Qitian's fighting spirit was ignited, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the opening origin cultist. He was unscathed. In stark contrast to Qitian's excitement, the cultist's pupils contracted. Clearly in disbelief, his full-force attack should have ensured the death of anyone, not just Foundation Establishment practitioners. Yet this Foundation Establishment brat had merely sustained an arm injury. Having consumed the bear demon's paw and continuously refined his body with Enwa's essence, Qitian had become even stronger than when he fought the bear demon. Watch my fist. This was Qitian's first encounter with an opening origin practitioner, and he was genuinely thrilled as for the minor injuries. They were of no concern. Look, Qitian is taking the initiative. Is a Foundation Establishment practitioner really this formidable? Not only is he alive, but he is also the first to attack. Qitian is indeed powerful. This is incredible. A chorus of amazement erupted among the warriors and the cannon fodder. Fatty and Lin ran gaped in astonishment. How had Qitian become so strong in just a few months? Only an old man huddled in a corner, having refrained from intervening even when the warriors engaged, eye in his eyes. Nothing was more important than preserving his own life, while others saw him as cannon fodder. He viewed Qitian as a Foundation Establishment practitioner. How astonishing that he was now facing an opening origin opponent. Taking the initiative, Qitian moved with an enigmatic gait, his figure shifting as if leaving multiple afterimages. Clearly utilizing a technique, the cultist, however, remained deadly serious, alternating between high and low stances while wielding the massive iron spike with fervor. Yet as the two engaged, the onlookers were thoroughly shocked. A Foundation Establishment practitioner was trading blows with an opening origin expert. Although Qitian appeared to be sustaining more injuries, with several wounds marring his body, the opening origin practitioner was also feeling the strain. What he had thought would be a minor inconvenience after taking a few of Qitian's punches now left his internal organs in disarray. Qitian had not anticipated that opening origin practitioners could withstand so much punishment, and the cultist had not expected Qitian to be such a formidable adversary. Had it not been for his ability to glide briefly, he might have already succumbed to Qitian's relentless assault. This was all without Qitian wielding a divine weapon. Had he possessed one, the opening origin practitioner might have fled outright. While it appeared as though Qitian was at a disadvantage, the cultist was inwardly terrified, merely enduring the strain. What manner of physique allowed this Foundation Establishment brat to contend with an opening origin powerhouse? Hey, are you ready? We can't hold out much longer. As astonishment filled the air, the other side of the battlefield was faltering. Outnumbered 2-3, they were being relentlessly beaten. If they didn't resolve this soon, not only would they fail their mission, but they might also lose their lives in the process. The Human Alliance had made a significant new decision, prompting many warriors to attend a meeting, which was why the Blood Robe cult dared to invade the military camp. However, time was running out. Once reinforcements arrived, those present would face dire consequences. This won't work. I can't handle him alone. There is something peculiar about this kid, of course. If there were nothing strange, why would we be here? It is precisely because of Qitian's bloodline that we have come. Yet you, an opening origin practitioner, cannot subdue a mere Foundation Establishment fighter, is your cultivation and the divine weapons the cult provided merely for show. This is unacceptable. Hurry up, or do you want to take over? The Blood Robe cult members were thrown into disarray, the numbers in battle skewed, and their expectations shattered. What had once seemed a one-sided battle was now transformed dramatically due to Qitian's involvement. Infighting broke out among the Blood Robe cult members, their focus wavering in the 2-3 matchup. A flaw suddenly appeared. One cultist was grievously injured, suffering a significant loss of combat power. Meanwhile, the opponent facing Qitian also sustained internal injuries. Their combat effectiveness sharply diminished. Retreat. The once-spirited trio, now down to 2 injured members, had no reason to linger. The 3 cultists fled. The 3 opening origin practitioners pursued for only a few steps before returning. Their mission was to guard the military camp. Should they leave, any further infiltration could lead to catastrophic consequences. Qitian, how are you? Qitian, are you all right? Lin ran and Fatty rushed to Qitian's side. Though Qitian had been actively engaging with the cultist, from an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though he was merely enduring a beating, his bloodied body serving as testament to that "I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest." But you two have finally reached Foundation establishment. Observing their advancement, Qitian felt a sense of gratification. Thanks to the spiritual liquid you had Long Fei provide for us, we finally succeeded. Just hang in there. In another 6 months, you'll be back at school. While the 3 engaged in conversation, Qitian was taken away to receive medical treatment from the military doctors. The injuries were superficial. Even without treatment, given Qitian's robust physique, he would recover in a few days. After being bandaged, Qitian was taken aside for a private discussion. You are Qitian? Why is the Blood Robe cult after you? The 3 opening origin experts regarded Qitian with curiosity. You should ask the Blood Robe cult. I have no idea. They must be interested in my bloodline. That is indeed the case. The Blood Robe cult has been plundering bloodlines everywhere. The entire human alliance is aware of this. According to records, you went missing 3 months ago. What happened? While executing our mission, I was ensnared by a 1,000-hand vine and, after I finally extricated myself, I found myself utterly lost and unable to locate my team. Wandering in the mountains until today. These reasons were concocted by me well before Qitian's return. Why entanglement with the 1,000-hand vine has witnesses, and getting lost is hardly an unlawful act. I can explain it all quite clearly. However, what was once a flawless alibi is now met with skepticism from 3 formidable experts of the Kaiyuan realm. Nonsense. You managed to defeat an extraordinary cultist, and yet you claim to have been overpowered by a mere second-tier 1,000-hand vine? My physical enhancement is due to other circumstances. At the time of being ensnared, I was merely a novice in the Foundation establishment stage. Feel free to investigate. It's merely a matter of questioning. As long as there is no irrefutable evidence, who can dictate their own fate? Then how do you explain your remarkable strength? How could someone at the Foundation establishment stage possibly defeat an extraordinary being? Cross-realm battles are not unheard of in human society, but they are reserved for the most exceptional talents, often aided by profound techniques and divine weapons. The notion of achieving such prowess solely through physical strength is simply unprecedented. What does this have to do with you? The bloodline and techniques of a martial artist are their very essence. Qitian is not inclined to divulge, and even the human alliance cannot compel him to do so. Upon returning to the Vanguard camp, orders were soon issued. In light of Qitian's exceptional combat prowess, he has been appointed as the commander of the Vanguard camp, responsible for leading it. Qitian, congratulations. It's only been a few months, and not only have you survived, but you've also been promoted. The chubby fellow was quite pleased to see Qitian's elevation. As long as you're all right. We just came to check on you. Now that we see you're fine, we shall take our leave. By the way, Qitian, I've kept your money safe. Do return soon. Chubby, wow, you're the commander now. That's impressive. Qitian, get lost. I'm merely the commander of a cannon fodder camp, still just cannon fodder with no benefits. Chubby, so when can you come back? The Alliance Grand Competition is about to commence. Qitian, I'm serving a sentence. I don't control the timeline. Chubby, but the Alliance Grand Competition offers substantial rewards. Qitian, I shall think of a way. Chapter 45. A world transformed. Lin Ran and Hong Bao, following Qitian's instructions before he left Binjiang, utilized the remaining spiritual liquid to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. After achieving this, since they had not yet reached their conscription deadline, they took leave to visit Qitian. What they did not expect was that, despite Qitian still being in the Foundation establishment stage, his physical prowess was astonishing. He had single-handedly vanquished an extraordinary cultist and even survived encounters with experts of the Kaiyuan realm. It is truly baffling. Such a prodigy should be cherished by the human alliance, yet he is still being punished with conscription. Upon confirming Qi Tian's safety, the two exchanged a few words before departing. While Qi Tian, due to his outstanding combat capabilities, accepted the position of commander of the 027 Vanguard camp. Engaged in ordinary reconnaissance missions, Qi Tian had no pressing matters, which provided him the perfect opportunity to lead his team in mapping the wilderness. Though he no longer had debts, Qi Tian found himself with precious little of value, and he wished to avoid returning to Binjiang empty-handed. Meanwhile, the officers who had been out for a meeting returned to the military camp, where a gathering of responsible parties convened. Among them were the 3 Kaiyuan realm experts who had previously battled the cultists, albeit seated at the back. Above them sat a major general of the true Yuan realm, and even the leader was a being who had transcended the true Yuan realm, Major General Duan. This encapsulates the sequence of events. To stabilize Qi Tian, we took the liberty of appointing him as the temporary commander of the Vanguard camp. After the Kaiyuan realm experts reported on Qi Tian's situation, they returned to their seats, awaiting the commander's directives. Well, who would have thought a prodigy would emerge from the cannon fodder camp? Truly rare. A major general chuckled heartily. He is a prodigy in Binjiang, but it's a pity that Qi Tian's bloodline and divine weapon have been compromised. Even if he is a talent, his martial path may not be long. Not necessarily. At least Qi Tian possesses a physique capable of contending with demonic beasts, and he should be eligible for the Alliance's prodigy rankings. Prodigy rankings? Don't be absurd. Those are reserved for extraordinary beings, and the top contenders have already reached the Kaiyuan realm. How could this cannon fodder possibly compare? Several true Yuan realm major generals were engaged in discussion. When the presiding major general finally spoke, Qi Tian's offenses are minor. With only 6 months left, as long as he maintains stability, he may be considered for the prodigy rankings, though his academic standing remains in Binjiang. If he performs well, perhaps a reduction in sentence could be arranged. The fact that the major general spoke in this manner indicated that, although Qi Tian had yet to reach extraordinary status, he was still afforded certain privileges. The military recognized Qi Tian's uniqueness, yet the records indicated that his bloodline and divine weapon had vanished, leaving his future bleak. His academic standing remained at Binwu Academy, and the military had not yet expressed a desire to intervene, considering him merely a novice in the foundation establishment stage, not significant enough to attract higher-level attention. The human alliance's structure is now complete, with comprehensive techniques and family bloodlines gradually establishing a system. Talents abound, and though they may not yet rival the demonic beasts, the day will come when humanity strikes back and reclaims control over Blue Star. As for Qi Tian's situation, it's sufficient to keep an eye on him. Now let us discuss the pressing matters. Upon mentioning pressing matters, everyone straightened in their seats, awaiting the major general's instructions. Based on investigations over the past few months, it appears another saint-level demonic beast has emerged among them, and it has even met with the 3 great saints. The saint has decreed that as long as the demonic beasts do not launch a large-scale invasion, the alliance will refrain from initiating significant hostilities. What? No fighting? Did the Saint King engage with that demonic beast? I haven't heard of any confrontation. Could it be that the Saint Realm demonic beast also hails from underground? Certainly. Normally, wild beasts do not attain the Saint Realm. Could it be that the Saint King has truly been defeated? Though this order was vague, everyone could discern that a remarkable figure must have emerged among the demonic beasts. Otherwise, the Saint King would not have commanded a halt to proactive offensives. Please refrain from wild speculation. I too am unclear on the specifics. The higher-ups have arranged it this way. We merely need to execute. Simultaneously, all major military districts and camps of the Human Alliance receive the same order. Cease hostilities and regroup, refraining from offensive actions. Normal training and skirmishes are to continue without high-level oversight. But large-scale battles are temporarily off the table. However, interpretations varied, and no one truly understood what had transpired. There is another matter, the Major General continued. At the mention of the second matter, a chill ran through everyone. If the cessation of war was considered serious, then this second matter must surely be of even greater significance. All units of the Vanguard camp, martial artist squads, and major survival bases are to thoroughly search for spatial rifts. Should any black spatial rifts appear, report immediately. Any delays will be dealt with under military law. Wow. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the human alliance's spiritual backbone. What were the three great Saint Kings truly up to? Why had the demonic beasts of Blue Star suddenly become agitated? Why the abrupt large-scale cessation of hostilities? Why shift focus to spatial rifts? Major General, what exactly is happening? Why is the matter of spatial rifts being prioritized over the demonic beasts? Indeed, I hadn't heard of any black rifts previously. Enough, do not inquire further. I too wish to know why. Now, disperse. The meeting concluded, having said much yet seemingly nothing, conveying that the human alliance's focus had shifted from contesting territory against the demonic beasts to seeking out black spatial rifts. Just as the entirety of Blue Star puzzled over this issue, Chi Tian had already led his team into the mountains. Listen up, those in the body refinement stage will serve as team leaders, and those in the blood chi stage will be team members. Your objective is to seek out the demonic beasts. As long as you complete the tasks diligently, you shall not be treated poorly. Remember, you are only responsible for locating them. Should the demonic beasts take action, make a hasty retreat. Unlike the previous vanguard camp, Chi Tian had no intention of sending these cannon fodder to their deaths. The individuals before him were merely his eyes and ears in the search for demonic beasts. With less than half a year remaining, he needed the flesh of demonic beasts to enhance his body and the cores to exchange for currency. Time was of the essence. Previously, Chi Tian had wandered aimlessly in the mountains alone. Had it not been for his ability to understand the speech of demonic beasts, he might have starved before even encountering one. Upon finding a will of the spirit world before the revival of spiritual energy, they set up camp, and all were dispatched. Chi Tian and Gu Tian had already begun to prepare a fire and boil water. Commander Chi Tian, why haven't you assigned me a task? At this moment, only Gu Tian remained by Chi Tian's side. What task? Your task is to tend the fire. Once we have information, I will go hunting, and we shall enjoy a good meal upon my return. All right, understood. With Chi Tian taking command, Gu Tian felt his chances of survival had significantly increased. Major General, Chi Tian's bloodline is rather unique. Even without his divine weapon, he remains formidable, Major General. It's possible that his divine weapon was severely damaged, leading to its dissolution and subsequently enhancing his physique. Major General, but how could someone at the Foundation establishment stage defeat an extraordinary being? Major General, the cultist's techniques were inferior. Chi Tian is indeed exceptional, but he cannot yet be classified as a prodigy. Chapter 46. The Black Rift Commander, Wei discovered two pig demons. They appear to be second-tier demonic beasts. Upon hearing the report of the demonic beasts, Chi Tian was elated. This was far more efficient than his previous aimless searching. A considerable heap of rice noodles was retrieved from the storage space and handed over to the old man Gu Tian. Soak the noodles and await my return. Shortly thereafter, Chi Tian returned with a team, dragging the corpses of two man-beasts behind him, in addition to a large pot of pork stewed with rice noodles exuding spiritual energy. Chi Tian had also acquired a second-grade crystal core, indulging in hearty meals alongside the cannon fodder of the vanguard camp while simultaneously amassing crystal cores. Chi Tian found his life quite comfortable. As long as he refrained from provoking the high-ranking beasts, he faced little danger. Just then, noticeable spatial tremors emerged from the distant mountains and forests. Chi Tian had encountered such phenomena before. These spatial fluctuations either indicated a fierce battle among experts or the emergence of spatial rifts. Without delay, he led his team to investigate and, upon reaching a rocky outcrop, indeed discovered a spatial rift that had appeared out of thin air. However, this rift was peculiar. Its edges were shrouded in darkness, with flickering black lightning, creating an eerie spectacle. Gather everyone and secure the perimeter. After being appointed as the camp leader, Chi Tian had been assigned a short-range walkie-talkie and promptly reported the discovery to the martial arts camp. Captain, there might be valuable treasures inside. The martial artists may take time to arrive. Why not take a look ourselves? No way. Even if there are treasures, what if there's danger? We might never come back. Chi Tian was no longer a child. Had it not been for Nuwa's essence last time, he would have perished within the previous rift. This rift was evidently different from the others, so he opted to report it. Just as Chi Tian was making his observations, another member from the vanguard camp arrived and was thrilled to see the rift. Fantastic! Another rift discovered. This time, the credit is ours. Captain Jiang Peng, brimming with excitement. Envision the accolades until he spotted Qi Tian orchestrating the perimeter around the rift. So, he has indeed become a camp leader. Humph. Just because he defeated an extraordinary cultist, Zhang Peng felt displeased upon seeing Qi Tian. Gather everyone. We'll encircle the rift as well. Whoever's martial artist arrives first will claim the discovery. A throng of people rushed over, mingling with Qi Tian's team, creating a tight blockade around the spatial rift. Captain Zhang, this rift was first discovered by our 027 unit. What do you mean by this? Qi Tian, irritated by the other party's blatant disregard for their prior discovery, retorted that whoever's martial artist arrives first claims the rift. Regardless of who discovered it, the situation now hinged on which side's martial artist would arrive first to claim the discovery. In the military camp, the priority lay not in the importance of the rift, but in who could claim merit. As Qi Tian and Zhang Peng faced off, Yang Bufan, behind Zhang Peng, remained silent. Yang Bufan had always felt overshadowed by Qi Tian's accomplishments and talents. He had assumed that everyone would be demoted. Yet Qi Tian had first provoked a third-grade beast and then trespassed into a spatial rift. Yang Bufan was baffled that Qi Tian had managed to escape a third-grade beast's pursuit, and news of Qi Tian defeating an extraordinary opponent had recently spread through the 027 camp. If Zhang Peng felt resentment, Yang Bufan harbored a deeper hatred, wishing he could consume Qi Tian whole. It must have been something Qi Tian obtained from the last spatial rift that had suddenly made him so formidable. Just prior to entering the rift, Qi Tian had been fleeing from a third-grade bear demon. Yet upon emerging from the rift, news of his victory over an extraordinary opponent circulated. In Yang Bufan's mind, Qi Tian had only grown stronger after exiting the rift, and the appearance of the third-grade beast was merely a distraction that allowed Qi Tian to escape. The credit for discovering the rift was now nullified by Qi Tian's interference. Both Zhang Peng and Yang Bufan were on the verge of exasperation, having been bullied by Qi Tian since high school. Yang Bufan, a privileged youth, had been continually oppressed by Qi Tian at Binwu. Despite possessing his own martial arts techniques, he remained suppressed by Qi Tian. Within the spatial rift, Yang Bufan had merely sought to survive while Qi Tian distracted the cultists, ultimately leading to his demotion, living in constant fear. Why could Qi Tian enter the rift without consequence while he could not? Why was Qi Tian made a camp leader while he remained overlooked? Why were all the good fortunes and opportunities bestowed upon him? The more Yang Bufan pondered, the more frustrated he became, for he was undeniably tall, handsome, and wealthy. Why must he play the supporting role? Captain, last time Qi Tian entered the rift to defeat an extraordinary opponent. Why not let us go in first this time? Yang Bufan leaned toward Zhang Peng and voiced his thoughts. Don't even think about it. Last time it was Qi Tian, and our credit for discovering the rift was nullified. If he doesn't understand the rules, do you? Zhang Peng was solely focused on claiming credit to return to the ranks of martial artists. However, Yang Bufan, rejected by the captain, felt an insatiable desire brewing within him. As he approached the spatial rift, he suddenly made a decisive move and dashed into the rift. Not good. Someone has breached the rift. Yang Bufan had entered the spatial rift. Yang Bufan's unauthorized entry into the rift was evidently a violation, unlike Qi Tian's previous encounter when no one was present. Now, with the rift surrounded by members from both vanguard camps, his trespass was unquestionably against the rules. What audacity! Yang Bufan, once you emerge, I shall show you how to deal with such recklessness. Zhang Peng fumed, exasperated. Yang Bufan was typically a clever individual at the body refining stage, but today he had committed an absurd act. Qi Tian was equally taken aback by Yang Bufan's audacity, but since he had already entered, there was little he could do but await the arrival of the martial forces. After an indeterminate amount of time, two martial squads led by extraordinary beings hastened from opposite directions. Upon sighting the black-edged spatial rift, they could hardly contain their excitement. The significance of this rift was lost on the cannon fodder. But the martial artists understood it all too well. The world was currently in search of black spatial rifts, and this one was undoubtedly a monumental find. With both vanguard camps having discovered the location, competition was inevitable. However, upon learning that Yang Bufan had entered without permission, the martial artists of the 027 camp were outraged. If you wish to claim credit, do so openly. How dare you employ such underhanded tactics? This rift represented something profound. They surely understood that rather than protecting it, They had allowed their cannon fodder to enter, inviting consequences. Meanwhile, the martial artists from Jiang Peng's camp wore expressions of deep displeasure. Although they had found the black spatial rift, it now seemed they had stumbled into trouble. After both sides reported to their superiors, the black rift suddenly began to tremble violently. Fortune favors the bold. This is precisely how it should be. Yang Bufan emerged from the rift, eyes ablaze and a sinister grin upon his face. Yang Bufan, have you a death wish? Captain Jiang Peng, infuriated, approached to deliver a resounding slap. However, before his hand could reach Yang Bufan's face, Yang Bufan seized Jiang Peng by the throat. Gah! Jiang Peng fell lifelessly, bewilderment etched across his features. A mere body refining stage cannon fodder had slain a Foundation establishment martial artist. All present gasped in shock, realizing something grave had transpired. Qi Tian. Yang Bufan, you seem unwell. Yang Bufan. Yesterday, you looked down upon me, but today, you cannot aspire to my level. Qi Tian. You are ill. You must be treated. Chapter 47. A complete corpse for you. The black spatial rift, unprecedented in existence. Yang Bufan, seeking wealth and risk, had intruded into the rift despite knowing it was against the rules. Captain Jiang Peng, accustomed to reprimanding the cannon fodder, paid no heed to Yang Bufan's crimson eyes and advanced to strike. Yet, the current Yang Bufan was not the Yang Bufan of old. As he witnessed the approaching hand, a blaze of fury ignited within him, recalling the past bullying he had endured, and he swiftly grasped Jiang Peng's throat. You wish to fight me? Humph, you are unworthy. With a surge of strength, Yang Bufan's body, tempered at the body refining stage and nourished by Foundation establishment spiritual energy, easily lifted Jiang Peng, whose superior physique was rendered powerless. With a decisive grip, Jiang Peng met his demise on the spot. Yang Bufan, you violated the rules first and have now unlawfully slain the vanguard camp leader. This warrants the death penalty. Upon witnessing Yang Bufan murder Jiang Peng, everyone stood in shock. Those from the same camp knew Yang Bufan's background. He was merely a fifth-tier body refining candidate. How could he possibly kill a martial artist? Moreover, killing a martial artist without cause was a grave offense within the human alliance. What audacity Yang Bufan displayed. A mere nobody has been killed. Why the fuss? Yang Bufan disregarded the uproar, his gaze fixated on Qi Tian. The next to die would be Qi Tian. Qi Tian was alarmed. In just a short period, how had Yang Bufan transformed into this? His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor violent, and there seemed to be flickering energies about him, reminiscent of the black lightning surrounding the spatial rift. Seize him, await military justice. No one acknowledged Yang Bufan's gaze. The martial squads from both camps had surrounded him, consisting of 20 Foundation establishment martial artists and 2 extraordinary beings. To publicly kill a martial artist of the Human Alliance was a capital offense. Even if you possess a myriad of reasons, you must surrender and await your explanation at the military tribunal. Attempting to capture me? Ha! Ha! Upon finding himself encircled by warriors, Yang Bufan not only displayed no signs of anxiety or remorse, but instead erupted into a brazen laugh. As if he had encountered something amusing. Though you still believe I am the same Yang Bufan of the past? You think you can capture me at will, or take my life as you please? Ha! You know nothing of power. Confronted by 2 squads of warriors, Yang Bufan remained unabashedly proud, which, in turn, reminded Qi Tian of the time when Yang Bufan had just entered high school. Humph! You are utterly ignorant of wealth. The current Yang Bufan, as arrogant and dismissive as ever, had indeed acquired a strength that warranted such arrogance. In the face of those warriors, Yang Bufan swiftly dodged and delivered a punch, striking one warrior in the chest before he could defend himself, collapsing him like a sandbag, sending him flying, lifeless. This isn't right, all at once. Such a heavy hand, taking lives upon first strike, was simply unacceptable. You may have had some prior conflict with your camp leader, but to resort to murder against a squad of warriors is a blatant declaration of war, positioning oneself against the Human Alliance. Yang Bufan killed one without the slightest hesitation, continuing his assault. And in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 more fell to Qi Tian's swift strikes. Fall back, prepare the restraints. The captains of the 2 warrior squads realized that the expendable pawn before them had transformed into a frenzied killer. No longer a candidate for surrender, the foundational realm posed no resistance against him. Only the two extraordinary captains could hope to withstand his onslaught. Even if they could not defeat him, as long as they could entangle young Buffon until the restraints were complete or reinforcements arrived, he could be subdued. Being professional warriors, the captain commanded the remaining warriors to retreat and prepare, while the two captains drew their bloodline divine weapons, intent on slaying young Buffon. Yet, they underestimated him, facing the two short blades and one long sword. Young Buffon showed not a hint of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Ha ha. If Qi Tian can slay two extraordinary beings, so too can I, young Buffon. Young Buffon's arrogance reached new heights, disregarding even his own divine weapons. Opting instead to engage the two with nothing but his bare hands. Ha ha. Is this the essence of power? Ha ha. Is this my defense? Young Buffon's eyes glowed fiercely, even radiating a crimson light. While the black lightning enveloping him became markedly clearer, yet his combat prowess sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. As the extraordinary dual blades came crashing down, young Buffon neither flinched nor evaded, allowing the sharp edges to strike him, yet he remained unscathed. What is happening? The two extraordinary warriors were taken aback, and even Qi Tian found himself at a loss, having ventured into a secret realm. Perhaps he had acquired some treasure or experienced a surge in cultivation, both plausible explanations, but young Buffon's current state was undoubtedly abnormal. His formidable physique appeared to surpass even their own. Had he also obtained the blood of Nuwa? Yet, something felt off about his state and speed. Moreover, that was Nuwa's blood, not something casually discarded every month. Could it be? While Qi Tian was lost in thought, young Buffon had gone mad, enduring the attacks of the two extraordinary beings and beginning to counterattack. The protective aura around him shattered like mere bubbles before young Buffon, and with a single strike, the extraordinary warrior lost all combat capability. This isn't good. It's too late. Hurry and call for reinforcements. The warriors were now panicking. Young Buffon's slaughter of warriors was already astonishing, but to dispatch extraordinary beings with such ease was simply horrifying. At this rate, before the restraints could even be completed, the two extraordinary captains would likely be dead, rendering the setup of restraints utterly futile. Some had already reported back to the military camp, the situation spiraling out of control, with extraordinary beings on the verge of being killed. This was a grave matter. As some expendable pawns retreated during the warriors' preparation for attack, they now fled even further upon witnessing young Buffon's rampage. With the deaths of the two extraordinary beings, the remaining warriors also chose to withdraw. They stood no chance, completely outmatched. If he could so easily kill extraordinary beings, what hope did these foundational warriors have? Aside from young Buffon's dramatic rise in power, what puzzled everyone was why he was so intent on killing. You possess strength, so what? Why resort to murder? Even if Jiang Peng had wronged you, these warriors had done nothing to you. Unable to flee yet unwilling to stay, everyone slowly retreated, but young Buffon, shaking the blood from his hands, paid no heed to the others and advanced toward Qi Tian. Qi Tian, do you see? I haven't even summoned my divine weapon, yet I effortlessly slayed two extraordinary beings. Do you still think I am without merit? Do you believe you are still my equal? Come, kneel before me, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Sinister, ferocious, and bizarre. That was young Buffon's current state, though he had slain extraordinary beings before all. Qi Tian did not retreat. The young Buffon before him had not encountered some fortuitous event. He had lost control. His mind clouded, bloodthirsty. He no longer resembled any normal human being. Fool, young Buffon. My physique is now incredibly powerful. Qi Tian, fool, young Buffon. My spiritual energy has surged. My combat prowess is unmatched. Qi Tian, fool. Chapter 48. Everyone must die. Young Buffon had slain the two extraordinary captains of the warrior squads. Brazenly striding toward Qi Tian. Young Buffon, do you even remember who you are? Qi Tian regarded young Buffon coldly, his current state both strange and perilous, particularly the aura emanating from him, which instinctively instilled fear in Qi Tian. Who am I? I certainly know who I am. I am destined to become the sovereign of this world, the king of all. It was unclear who had bestowed such courage upon young Buffon, but he now appeared mentally unhinged. Come back to the military camp with me. It must be that something went awry in the rift. You are ill. Had the ordinary young Buffon been present, Qi Tian would have long since subdued him, But the current young Buffon had evidently encountered something within the rift. Not only had his strength surged, but his mental state was also compromised. Ha ha, just you. This is no illness. This is divine favor. Qi Tian, prepare to meet your demise. Having personally slain two extraordinary beings, young Buffon had completely lost himself, now seeing the expendable pawns and foundational warriors as beneath his notice. His sole target was now Qi Tian. With a sinister smile, young Buffon dashed toward Qi Tian. Even before he arrived, the force of his punch was palpable, causing Qi Tian's pupils to constrict as he sensed the power behind it. A shock coursing through his heart. This fist undoubtedly surpassed the strength of a third-tier demon beast, reaching the level of a fourth-tier beast. Even his own body would suffer grievous injury if struck head-on. What had young Buffon encountered in the rift to elevate his physical prowess to such heights in such a short span? Shadow Step. Though merely a yellow-tier technique, Qi Tian managed to evade young Buffon's assault with it. Seizing an opportunity to counterattack, however, his retaliatory strike merely staggered young Buffon without inflicting significant harm. Such formidable defense. Feeling the vibrations and currents of electricity coursing through his fist, Qi Tian realized that in terms of physical strength, young Buffon had indeed reached the pinnacle of a fourth-tier demon beast. Haha, quite swift. Let us see what you can do. Young Buffon weathered a punch and continued to grapple with Qi Tian, who was now entirely on the defensive. It was as if an ordinary warrior faced Qi Tian, unable to strike effectively or defend against the onslaught. Qi Tian, no wonder you were able to slay two extraordinary beings. You truly possess some skill. Your physique could likely threaten those of the opening Yuan realm, but before me, it is of no use. Even if an opening Yuan warrior were to arrive, they too would perish today. On this day, you shall die, and all present shall perish. A general success is built upon the corpses of countless others. You are destined to become the stepping stones on my path to divinity. Young Buffon's words were as sharp as his strikes, and he exerted even greater force, his eyes glowing red as if they might coalesce into blood, while the black lightning surrounding him became increasingly pronounced. Resembling a demonic entity of humanity, his hair danced wildly, with black lightning flickering across his body, and his scarlet eyes left the onlookers in a stupor, especially in his battle with Qi Tian. Although neither could fly, their speed, leaps, and the tremendous destruction caused by their clash showcased their powers far exceeding those of extraordinary beings. The more Qi Tian fought, the more alarmed he became. The young Buffon before him was no longer something he could contend with. His injuries multiplied, and it would not be long before this young Buffon would beat him to death. Go preserve his life. Qi Tian prepared to reveal his trump card. He still had 16,000 spiritual energy points and several second-tier crystal cores. But when all was said and done, his level would only reach that of an extraordinary being. Such a warrior's realm was still inferior to his own formidable body, even if he were to take out alone again. He might reach the opening Yuan realm, but at best, he would only match his current physical prowess, which was still insufficient to defeat young Buffon. Qi Tian felt a headache coming on. His physical strength had gradually developed to this level due to the transformation from Yuan's blood, far surpassing his realm. Even if his realm were to increase, it would only allow him to match his current physique, yet it seemed far from enough to deal with young Buffon. The limitations of his realm rendered his divine weapon's power somewhat constrained, and these constraints thrust Qi Tian into a dilemma. Yet, inaction was not an option. System. Extract all the spiritual energy. In an instant, the staggering sum of 16,000 units of spiritual energy surged into Qi Tian's body, propelling his foundational realm from the first layer to the 9th layer as if he were riding a rocket. The 9th layer merely heightened the concentration of spiritual energy within Qi Tian's body, thus enhancing the shadowy step driven by this energy, enabling him to evade several of young Buffon's assaults. It's still your secret technique? Isn't it just a means to elevate one's realm? Today, I will demonstrate to you that in the face of absolute power, such flamboyant displays are utterly futile. As Qi Tian's realm ascended, young Buffon was not taken aback. Instead, he brandished his bloodline divine weapon, a spear belonging to the Yang clan, which he wielded with the clan's martial arts, instantly elevating his prowess to an entirely new level. Damn, you shameless wretch! Qi Tian cursed vehemently, having just augmented his realm to evade a few strikes, only to find young Buffon retaliating with increased aggression. The spear struck Qi Tian, sending him hurtling through several ancient trees, his body smashing through them, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I have declared it. Today, you all shall perish. Young Buffon's arrogance was palpable, his spear in hand, exuding an air of supremacy. Humph, perhaps that is not the case. I doubt you can endure for much longer. Qi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning at young Buffon. After a prolonged battle, Qi Tian had gleaned some insights. Although he was unaware of the reason behind young Buffon's sudden transformation, he understood that the black lightning served not only to paralyze opponents, but primarily to bind. Qi's own body had undergone numerous refinements through the system, supplemented by the essence of Nuwa and countless beastly delicacies. Achieving his current state. Yet young Buffon's rapid ascent implied that his body could not withstand such power. Initially, young Buffon had not unleashed his full strength, retaining some energy even when slaying two extraordinary beings. It was only in combat with Qi Tian that he gradually exerted his full might, which Qi Tian astutely discerned. Humph, my strength can endure until the end of time, so cast aside your illusions. Today, you are doomed. Young Buffon realized that Qi Tian had uncovered his vulnerabilities. Hold on tight. Once your energy is depleted and the binding black lightning dissipates, your body will swiftly turn to mush. Qi Tian had accurately identified that the black lightning coiling around young Buffon was the very essence holding his body together. The explosive surge of power had already fractured young Buffon's form, and it was only the presence of this lightning that prevented complete disintegration. Killing you will suffice. Young Buffon's resolve to eliminate Qi Tian was unwavering. Humph, I'll just sit here and watch you try to kill me. Despite being gravely injured, Qi Tian propped himself up amidst the debris, casually crossing his legs. Qi Tian's demeanor startled young Buffon momentarily, but he soon grasped Qi Tian's confidence. The wind howled as young Buffon turned to see figures approaching from the horizon. They were not gliding, they were flying, an unmistakable sign of true Essence Realm warriors. True Essence Realm. Qi Tian, it's over. You flaunt your power, but you are no match for the true Essence Realm. Young Buffon, and if I am, give me a little time, and I shall slay true Essence warriors as if they were mere insects. Qi Tian, why not try today and see who dies first? You or the true Essence warriors? Young Buffon, I will kill you first. Qi Tian, fool. Chapter 49. The mysterious rift. Young Buffon and Qi Tian had clashed for quite some time. This was Qi Tian's first encounter with such a formidable adversary, even more powerful than the formidable figure he faced at the military camp. Left with little choice, Qi Tian resorted to the system's reserves, while young Buffon revealed his bloodline divine weapon. However, it was evident that young Buffon currently held an overwhelming advantage over Qi Tian. Should this battle persist, the outcome would be dire. With a single punch, Qi Tian felt as if his bones might shatter. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, Qi Tian sat up, crossing his legs and reverting his realm to the first layer of foundation establishment. In the distance, three figures had arrived on the scene, and without the need for Qi Tian's introduction, the surviving warriors and cannon fodder had already begun to recount the events. In short, young Buffon had trespassed into the rift, significantly enhancing his strength, only to emerge and commence a rampage against the innocent, resulting in the deaths of the captains of two warrior squads. Especially now, young Buffon's eyes glowed crimson, surrounded by flickering black sparks, exuding an air of invincibility. Kid, regardless of what you obtained in that rift, openly defying the ironclad laws of the human alliance is a capital offense. Young Buffon had hoped to swiftly claim Qi Tian's life, but he had not anticipated the rapid arrival of the true Essence Realm warriors. Humph, what is a true Essence Realm warrior, after all? Young Buffon remained undeterred, dismissing even the true Essence Realm warriors as inconsequential. Charging forth with his divine weapon, arrogance. You are courting death. Invisible spiritual energy emanated from the hands of the true Essence Realm warriors, manifesting as a colossal sphere of energy hurled toward young Buffon. The explosive sound of spiritual energy echoed, accompanied by crackling electricity, as young Buffon's body reverberated with the impact. A single strike considerably amplified the black lightning enveloping young Buffon, an apparent indication that his body was on the brink of collapse. Having just gained power and engaged in a prolonged battle, facing off against a true Essence Realm warrior now spelled certain doom for him. Qi Tian calculated that Yang Bufan was currently in a state surpassing that of the extraordinary realm. Yet he remained no match for the true essence realm. The moment the true essence realm warrior made a move, Yang Bufan nearly found himself dismembered. Well then, this is where it ends for today. Especially for you, Qi Tian. The next time we meet, I will certainly kill you. Yang Bufan shot a glance at Qi Tian before turning to the three true essence realm warriors. You so-called strong ones? Await my return. When I do, you will all witness the true power of a deity. Yang Bufan had resolved to retreat, yet no one believed he could escape. With three true essence realm warriors present, mere bravado would avail him nothing. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Bufan not only refrained from fleeing, but instead dove into the Black Rift, just as the three true essence realm warriors were about to pursue. The space quivered, and the Black Rift vanished into thin air, disappeared. What on earth is going on? Everyone, return and recount the events in detail. The sudden upheaval alarmed the military. As they searched for the Black Rift, it materialized only for someone to enter and dramatically augment their cultivation. While such occurrences could be attributed to fortuitous encounters or inheritances, Yang Bufan's re-entry into the rift, followed by its disappearance, led many to speculate whether this rift was subject to external manipulation. Historically, there had only been two types of rifts, one immutable and the other ephemeral, but never had there been one that could vanish at the behest of a person's will. Should such a rift exist, it would imply that someone was orchestrating the Black Rift from behind the scenes. Upon his return, Qi Tian learned that the military was in pursuit of the Black Rift. But it was too late. The rift had vanished along with Yang Bufan. The deaths of the two captains from the warrior squad were significant losses, yet the cannon fodder from the vanguard camp remained unscathed due to their lower realms. Having escaped Yang Bufan's notice. What rift? What mystery? Qi Tian had no time to ponder these matters. In just a few months, his military service would conclude, and he was eager to avoid returning to Binjiang empty-handed. His aspirations in Binjiang remained unrealized, and his dreams of wealth awaited his pursuit. Qi Tian, the warrior squad is currently in need of a captain. Can you serve in this capacity for a while? The camp's leader, a true essence realm warrior, summoned Qi Tian privately. Major General, please do not jest. I am merely a conscript, a cannon fodder, marked by a stain on my record. It would be absurd for me to serve as the captain of the warrior squad. In my domain, such matters are inconsequential. The Major General evidently held a favorable view of Qi Tian, but I am merely at the foundational level, not even extraordinary. With my capabilities, even if appointed as captain, the subordinates would hardly respect me. You should seek someone else. Qi Tian declined, as his military service was about to conclude, and he was anxious to amass wealth. He had no time to assume the role of a warrior squad captain. Very well, I shall not press you, however. Upon entering the military camp, you would have the opportunity to engage with the outside world normally and receive a salary. I thought you might find that appealing. Since Qi Tian had declined, the Major General did not insist, but upon hearing about the benefits, Qi Tian's demeanor shifted. He chuckled, Major General, it's not that I am unwilling. I only have a few months left. If I could contribute something to the alliance, wouldn't that be my rightful duty? The Major General was uncertain which aspect had captivated Qi Tian, but as long as he agreed, that was sufficient. Especially given the current manpower shortage, Qi Tian was indeed a suitable candidate. Very well, I hope we shall collaborate harmoniously. Having reached an agreement with the true Essence Realm Major General, Qi Tian transformed from a mere conscript into the captain of the warrior squad. Qi Tian, congratulations! Who would have thought you would suddenly become the captain of the warrior squad? As Qi Tian's sole friend in the cannon fodder camp, Gu Tian personally escorted him out of the camp. Well, you've done well. When you return to Binjiang, we shall meet again. To survive in Guten, Qi Tian is not the least bit surprised. Instead, he realizes that he must earn money quickly during this period. It is important to note that within the formal structure of the human alliance, those in the foundation establishment stage are merely ordinary warriors, while only those in the extraordinary realm can become captains. And the strong at the open origin stage serve as battalion commanders. As for those in the true essence realm, they are already at the level of a major general. The treatment of warriors is vastly different from that of cannon fodder. The latter are merely conscripts, receiving basic sustenance and equipment. In contrast, warriors earn a monthly salary of 50,000, along with a reward of a second-tier crystal core each quarter. Captains, on the other hand, Enjoy a salary of 100,000 per month and receive a third-tier crystal core quarterly. Additionally, any meritorious service can lead to countless bonuses, martial arts techniques, and various benefits. Upon arriving at the warrior camp and perusing the benefits list, Qitian's heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, 7 warriors, including 3 new recruits, were waiting outside for their formal meeting with Qitian. Is there no one else in your camp? How could a Foundation establishment warrior become a captain? This is absurd. The newcomers were filled with skepticism regarding their small team. Indeed, once he emerges, challenge him to a duel and teach him a lesson. The 7 warriors who survived at Yang Bufan's hands wore mischievous smiles. Qitian, Fatty, what are you doing? Miss me, Fatty? How can you make a phone call? What's going on? Has the policy of the cannon fodder camp changed? Qitian, I'm in a warrior team now. I've switched units. Fatty, oh my, you've been promoted. Chapter 50. Captain Qitian has ascended to the position of captain of the warrior team. Previously a battalion commander, he is now a captain, and this promotion is entirely legitimate. The cannon fodder camp is essentially a group of conscripts. Although it appears to have many members, they are merely slackers, criminals passing time. However, the warrior team is different, offering not only generous benefits, but also a profession that commands respect and holds a high societal status. A team of 10 Foundation establishment warriors, led by a captain in the extraordinary realm, will have replacements sent by the military in the event of personnel losses. Currently, Qitian's team is structured this way. Previously, during the battle against Yang Bufan at the Black Rift, 3 warriors were slain by Yang, and the remaining 7 are well aware of Qitian's capabilities. Although they did not benefit from Yang Bufan, they were able to kill 2 beings at the extraordinary level. Even if the targets were cultists, the fact that Qitian could contend with Yang Bufan indicates that his strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of the extraordinary realm. Thus, when the newcomers questioned the captain's strength, the veterans eagerly awaited the spectacle. Hello, everyone, I am Qitian. For the time being, I will be serving as your acting captain. Let us get acquainted today and support each other moving forward. Qitian stepped out of his quarters and greeted everyone before preparing to return. After all, as a first-time member of the warrior team, he is unfamiliar with many rules and prohibitions that he needs to learn. Captain Qitian, since this is our first meeting, merely a verbal introduction seems insufficient. One of the 3 newcomers boldly challenged him. Oh? How would you prefer to be introduced? Qitian was puzzled by the person's intent. Not much. We 3 are also in the Foundation establishment stage, and I am at the 9th layer. I don't understand why you, at the 1st layer, can be captain while we can only be team members. The tone was relatively polite, but there was a clear undertone of defiance. After all, questioning the captain's authority was not a sign of intelligence, and this brash newcomer was not foolish, having included the other 2 in his remarks. I was appointed, and I am merely acting in this capacity. If you have questions, you can direct them to the Major General instead of asking me. Qitian was disinclined to explain to the 3 irate individuals before him. If you have a problem, go find the leader. There's no need to make such a fuss. Since we are both in the Foundation establishment stage, why not engage in a sparring match? If you win, I will acknowledge you. Oh, is that what you meant? Qitian smacked his forehead, realizing that during his time in the cannon fodder camp and battling beasts in the wild, he had nearly forgotten how to interact with normal individuals. Not satisfied? Just defeat you until you are. This is simple. Come at me. Facing a Foundation establishment warrior, Qitian felt no pressure whatsoever. Wait. Just as the opponent was about to strike, Qitian called for a halt. Why don't all 3 of you come at me together? It will save time, and dinner will be ready soon. One-on-one sparring held no appeal for Qitian, nor did he have the time. If they were going to fight, they might as well do it all at once. Despite their anger, the 3 Foundation establishment warriors chose to engage. After all, they had already boasted about their intentions. If they did not act, they would only be looked down upon further. Moreover, they thought, how could a mere first-layer Foundation establishment warrior, who relied on connections to become captain, truly be the strongest in the team? With the aim of setting a new standard, the 3 decided to join forces against Qitian. But just as they were about to strike, Qitian called for another pause. Wait. Impatience was evident on the faces of the 3. Was Qitian truly just a product of connections? It was merely a sparring match. A commonplace occurrence in the military camp. Why was he making such a fuss? If you're afraid to fight, just say so. Why all the pauses? Qitian turned to the remaining 7 warriors. Is there anyone who wants to join? Let's do this together to avoid any hassle. Chietien's remark infuriated the three newcomers. Was his reason for pausing due to a lack of worthy opponents? This was an outright provocation, one that insulted their masculinity, second only to the notion of being cuckolded. What man could endure such a slight? However, the three newcomers were astonished to see that the 7 veteran team members merely endured. Since no one opted to join, the three resolved to confront Chietien together. Point 1 at the 9th layer, another at the 7th, and the last at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. They aimed to team up against Chietien, especially the warrior at the 9th layer, who was eager to showcase his prowess against the acting captain. In mere seconds, Chietien dispatched all three with ease. That's enough. You can all return to rest now. Dinner will be ready shortly. Chietien observed the three warriors sprawled on the ground, unable to move, clapped his hands, and turned back to his quarters. Defeated within 5 seconds, the three had not even been able to exert themselves. Ha! Truly Navi. They genuinely believed that the captain was someone they could contend with. Killing beings in the extraordinary realm is as simple as swatting flies for Chietien. That the 3 Foundation establishment warriors dared to challenge him was utterly laughable. In the face of the veterans' ridicule, the 3 newcomers came to understand that this so-called acting captain was no ordinary individual. A 9th layer Foundation establishment warrior? In Chietien's eyes, they were inconsequential. To possess such combat prowess at the Foundation establishment stage means that Captain Chietien could very well be on the genius list. The 3 obediently returned to their ranks, no longer daring to harbor any notion of defiance. Chietien was overjoyed. The food provided to warriors was incomparably superior to that of the cannon fodder camp. And they even had beast meat to enjoy. It is worth noting that beast meat, even in the fine establishments of Binjiang, commands a hefty price, yet here he could partake for free, with a salary, allowances, and the opportunity to feast on beast meat. Life could not be better. However, just as Chietien was settling into his newfound stability, he was summoned for a meeting as captain. A scout team on a vital transport route had encountered a beast. The report indicated it was a 3rd tier, possibly 4th tier creature, yet no team was willing to engage in its extermination. Slaying beasts is the primary duty of the warrior team. However, 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts pose little challenge. Once a beast reaches 3rd tier, even a captain at the extraordinary level cannot guarantee victory. Typically, the captain distracts the beast while the team utilizes prohibitions. However, once a beast reaches 4th tier, it is beyond the capability of the warrior team to confront. Generally, a number of open origin realm experts are required to subdue a 4th tier beast, and even if it is merely suspected, these teams are reluctant to take risks. While everyone remained silent, a youthful yet excited voice broke through. "Count me in." All eyes turned toward Chietien. Some expressed admiration while others wore sympathetic looks. Should it indeed be a 4th tier beast, even with Chietien's exceptional combat abilities, it could very well lead to his demise. All right, head to the logistics department to collect supplies, and let us set out. If you discover it is a 4th tier beast, report immediately and do not engage. This was already a warning to Chietien regarding the difficulty of the task at hand. Yet he paid no heed. Instead, Chietien's mind was filled with thoughts of 4th tier beast meat. What others perceived as danger, he viewed as culinary delight and financial gain. Everyone proceeded to the logistics department to borrow crystal cores in preparation for departure. Following the coordinates provided by the cannon fodder camp, Chietien's team searched for half the day, yet found nothing. "Captain, are we being played? There's nothing here." "Indeed, let us head back." Chietien bit his lower lip. Surveying the area, something felt off. It was strange to find absolutely nothing. Even if there were no high-tier beasts, there should be low-tier ones around. The absence of any was indeed abnormal. Just then, a 2nd-tier red-feathered eagle soared overhead, and Chietien took out his sniper rifle and shot it down. Red-feathered eagle, why is it so quiet in this vicinity? The team members were dumbfounded. While their captain possessed formidable strength, his sanity appeared questionable. He was actually conversing with a beast, red-feathered eagle. "You can understand what I'm saying, Chietien. Cut the nonsense. Why is it so quiet around here? Not a single beast in sight." Red-feathered eagle, "Sure. Lower your voice. Let me explain. Chietien, can you speak louder?" Chapter 51. 3-headed canine. Chietien led the team on a mission, yet the areas of suspicion raised by the cannon fodder camp yielded no discoveries whatsoever. "Captain, these cannon fodder are all slackers. They report any minor clue just to cover their own tracks. Perhaps it's all fabricated. Indeed, these people have lied more than once or twice. We may have come here for nothing." At times, merely discovering a few tracks or droppings was sufficient for the expendable troops to hastily report, a reality that indeed occurred. However, this time, Chi Tian sensed something amiss. Even in the absence of third-tier demon beasts, the presence of numerous scattered first- and second-tier beasts should have been evident. Ever since his arrival in this area, he had yet to encounter a single demon beast. Such unnatural tranquility was profoundly unsettling. Consequently, Chi Tian undertook an action that defied reason. He struck down a second-tier demon beast from the sky and audaciously inquired about the situation in the vicinity. Observing the Captain Chi Tian engaging in a nonsensical dialogue with the beast, everyone felt he was merely putting on a show. Yet, Chi Tian surprised them further by releasing the demon beast, a second-tier creature that could potentially possess a crystal core, only to be shocked when he let it go. Indeed, a demon beast lurked within the mountains. Ignoring the skepticism of his companions, Chi Tian led his team to a fissure in the mountain and ventured inside. Maintain illumination, keep your distance, and uphold your composure. The information Chi Tian gleaned from the red-feathered eagle was scant. He merely understood that a demon beast had intruded here, typically resting within the mountain, yet the specifics of its nature and tier remained unknown to the eagle. All members of the team were martial artists, well-versed in survival and combat experience, vastly different from the previous expendable troops. However, as they delved deeper into the mountain, an odd sensation enveloped them. Although it was merely an abandoned mountain, the deeper they traveled, the hotter it became. The passage led downwards, and they felt as though they had descended to considerable depths without encountering any demon beast, only an increasingly rising temperature. This must be hiding a volcano beneath. Otherwise, such heat would be inconceivable. Not to mention the current era of spiritual energy resurgence, even prior to this, human exploration of the underground had only skimmed the surface. Just as in the aftermath of the resurgence, ancient demon beasts emerging from below had left no trace whatsoever. Everyone, stay vigilant. Any demon beast capable of surviving in such an environment, even a third-tier one, is likely formidable. If any trouble arises, prioritize your escape and don't concern yourselves with me. Chi Tian's instructions, though commonplace, resonated deeply within the hearts of his team. A mere 18-year-old lad, urging others to flee in a critical moment, was profoundly moving. Chi Tian did not aspire to be a solitary hero. He simply knew that even in the face of a fourth-tier demon beast, he possessed an avenue for escape, though his companions did not share that advantage. The heat intensified, and the spiritual energy thickened. At last, in a place deep beneath the surface, a torrent of molten lava flowed, flames and black smoke billowing ominously. Fortunately, they were martial artists. Had they been ordinary individuals, the smoke alone could have incapacitated them. With their territory invaded, 1 demon beast emerged from the magma. It resembled a large dog but bore 3 heads, each with menacing fangs, its entire form engulfed in flames. Its 3 fierce, blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chi Tian and his companions. What manner of demon beast is this? I have never seen its like before. It resembles a Cerberus. I have seen it in the military database, said to inhabit volcanic regions. How did it come to be here? A Cerberus, you say? I have heard they are quite valuable, and if it possesses a crystal core, each of its 3 heads could potentially contain one. Given its size, towering over 3 meters, it must have reached the 3rd tier. As the discussion ensued, the Cerberus could no longer remain passive. You lot invade my territory and chatter incessantly. I have my pride, you know. One of its heads opened wide, and a massive fireball erupted from its throat. Hurtling directly towards Chi Tian and his companions, Scatter, prepare to set up restrictions. Witnessing the Cerberus's initial assault, Chi Tian braced himself for battle. Such a formidable demon beast rendered ordinary martial artists incapable of engaging. Utilizing crystal cores to establish restrictions was the prudent course of action. Thus, the task of restraining the Cerberus fell squarely upon Chi Tian's shoulders. As he faced the fireball, Chi Tian unleashed a punch. The fireball erupted, scattering sparks like fireworks, yet amid the dazzling chaos, a figure was sent spiraling away by the explosion. It was none other than Chi Tian, propelled by the force of the blast. 4th tier? Chi Tian bit his lip, observing the Cerberus. Although it appeared to have just recently ascended to the 4th tier, its offensive power was far beyond that of a 3rd-tier beast. a fourth-tier demon beast demanded Qi Tian's utmost focus. Although this creature had not yet reached the formidable state of Yangbu Fan, it posed a considerable challenge, and Qi Tian himself was not entirely confident. It is indeed a fourth-tier demon beast. We must expedite the establishment of restrictions. Qi Tian was no longer in the ranks of the expendable troops. He need not fight alone, as long as he could hold the beast's attention. The completion of the restrictions would significantly alleviate their predicament. In recent days, through military training, he learned that there were various types of restrictions, some for isolation, others for illusions, and some for lethal formations. All powered by crystal cores, a vital strategy against demon beasts. Previously, during his examination in the Fissure of Binwar, the blood-clothed sect had laid an isolation restriction outside the crack, while Yang Buhui had set up a dual-layered restriction of isolation and illusion to eliminate Qi Tian. Now, the martial artist team was preparing a lethal formation. Though they were only utilizing second-tier crystal cores, a successful strike could still inflict injury on a fourth-tier demon beast. Despite being blown away, Qi Tian's current physique was nearly on par with a fourth-tier demon beast. Although he appeared disheveled, he was largely unscathed. Rising, he activated his phantom step. A shadow began to engage in combat with the Cerberus. Although it was a fourth-tier beast, it seemed to have recently entered that tier, and Qi Tian, through sheer determination, managed to grapple with the formidable creature. The demon beast was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly low-level individual possessed such formidable physical strength. Meanwhile, his companions were hastily arranging the crystal cores for the formation. Once completed, the battle would undoubtedly become challenging for the Cerberus. Fourth-tier demon beasts are no fools. After attempting to bite Qi Tian, the other two heads unleashed fireballs towards the martial artists. Such was the ferocity of a fourth-tier beast's attack that even foundational martial artists could hardly withstand it. Be cautious, take cover. Despite Qi Tian's warning, the group was caught off guard, thrown into disarray by the explosions. While no one perished, several sustained injuries. Everyone, retreat swiftly. Qi Tian felt urgency rise within him. Though the Cerberus was indeed formidable, it was not insurmountable. The confined underground space limited his options for direct confrontation, leaving his allies vulnerable. Especially the three-headed creature's relentless assault proved nearly impossible to evade. Qi Tian had drawn the beast's attention away. Yet the three heads continued to target the martial artists. Heeding Qi Tian's command, the team hastily assisted one another in their retreat, leaving Qi Tian, the demon beast, and the nearly completed lethal formation behind in the subterranean space. Qi Tian, what the hell? You all just leave me behind. Teammate, didn't you tell us to escape? Qi Tian, then what am I supposed to do? Teammate, don't worry, the funeral will be splendid. Chapter 52. Buried Alive the Cerberus. A dog with three heads, capable of both close and ranged attacks. Qi Tian could withstand it. After all, during this period, he had been daily nourishing his body with the queen's blood from the system. Qi Tian was fine, but his fellow martial artists could not endure. Upon hearing Qi Tian's order, everyone disregarded the incomplete restrictions, abandoning their crystal cores and fleeing in a flash. Damn, they run fast. With his comrades gone, Qi Tian felt liberated to unleash his full potential, engaging the Cerberus in earnest within the confined space. Yet, a fourth-tier demon beast is still a fourth-tier demon beast. Even in a one-on-one scenario against an opening Yuan realm expert, it would remain dominant. Qi Tian's ability to hold his ground was already pushing his limits. Human, you shall not escape today. Escape? I intend to savor your flesh today. You can understand me? What you call speaking, I call barking. Though he feigned bravado, Qi Tian found himself at a disadvantage. He had just managed to create some distance and fired a few shots at the Cerberus, but with his foundation at the first tier, even the most powerful sniper rifle was ineffective against it, causing only minor annoyances. The only remaining hope lay in the incomplete restrictions. 0.9 restriction array plates had been positioned, but the crystal cores were not yet in place. As soon as the cores were placed atop the array plates, the formation would be complete. However, with the Cerberus hot on his heels, any further delay would allow it to unleash its fiery breath. Qi Tian had no time to set up the restrictions. Suddenly, Qi Tian rummaged through his pockets and the system's inventory, and he spotted several smoke bombs from his time in the expendable camp. In the face of high-tier demon beasts, even smoke bombs were of little use. Even explosive charges would be ineffective. However, in this nearly enclosed space, the smoke bombs could at least obscure the demon beast's vision. Even a brief moment would suffice for Qi Tian to establish the restrictions. You're impressive, but I'm done playing. I'm leaving. Qi Tian hurled several smoke bombs at the Cerberus, and upon detonation, the underground space was instantly engulfed in a thick fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Tian first changed positions, landing a few kicks on the Cerberus from various angles before swiftly repositioning to fire 3 shots. After disrupting its sight and focus, Qi Tian dove towards the location of the restrictions. Confirming the array plate's positions, he quickly placed the crystal core atop one of them. Although the Cerberus could no longer see him, its keen sense of smell allowed it to pursue Qi Tian relentlessly. However, Qi Tian did not flee. Instead, he was manipulating the restrictions. Just as the 3-headed dog came charging toward him, Qi Tian successfully installed the last crystal core. Bang! Qi Tian was once again sent flying, but just before being propelled away, he activated the restriction. Kill? The killing formation was indeed formidable, but it was established using a second-tier crystal core. If he were to face an ordinary third-tier demon beast, this strike could have been fatal. Unfortunately, he was up against a fourth-tier demon beast this time. As the restriction activated, the attack was directed at the 3-headed dog. A pitiful howl erupted from the beast. But in no time, the restriction was shattered by the 3-headed dog. As the smoke cleared, the 3-headed dog had transformed into a 2-headed creature, one of its heads utterly crushed and discarded to the side. Human, I will chew your bones to dust, brother. You know, your 2 heads look quite symmetrical. They are much more aesthetically pleasing. Qi Tian had not anticipated such an outcome. Although he had dealt a significant blow to the 3-headed dog, it still possessed 2 heads. Now, rather than being fatal, this only ignited the 3-headed dog's determination to eliminate Qi Tian. Only 2 heads left, and you still dare to act so arrogantly. With 3 heads? Qi Tian struggled to cope, but with only 2, he found it much more manageable. Dodging the splashing magma and debris, Qi Tian clashed with the 3-headed dog once more. The loss of 1 head drove the creature into a frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks that nearly brought the underground space crashing down. Qi Tian, meanwhile, sought openings, delivering heavy blows whenever the opportunity arose. It was unclear how long the battle raged on, but when Qi Tian finally stood up from the rubble, he was battered and exhausted. Fortunately, I have only just entered the 4th tier. Otherwise, I truly would not have been able to handle this. With the 3-headed dog slain, Qi Tian had accomplished a remarkable feat. After all, even a powerful practitioner at the opening Yuan realm would struggle to contend with a 4th-tier demon beast alone. However, as Qi Tian surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback. The 3-headed dog's frenzied rampage had caused the originally accessible passages and spaces to collapse entirely. In other words, Qi Tian was now trapped in this underground realm. Aside from the flowing magma, there was no escape route. Damn it. This has escalated. Being underground meant Qi Tian's communicator was devoid of signal. After taking a moment to rest, he began seeking an escape. Since there is no path, I shall carve one out. He resorted to explosives and moved rocks, yet ultimately met with failure. I'm truly trapped here. With a bitter chuckle, Qi Tian never anticipated this outcome. He had effectively buried himself alive. After an entire day seeking a way out, he had no choice but to dissect the 3-headed dog. To his surprise, he discovered 3 crystal cores within the 3 severed heads. 4th-tier crystal cores were incredibly valuable. Even though he had just entered the 4th tier, these cores were significantly larger than typical 3rd-tier ones. Akin to the size of quail eggs. As for the meat of the 3-headed dog, Qi Tian did not neglect it. Utilizing the magma's intense heat, he initiated a barbecue mode. Once thoroughly satiated, Qi Tian found his depleted stamina replenished. Gazing into the distance lost in thought, the magma flowed slowly, but surely, it must have an outlet. If the 3-headed dog could survive in magma, then surely he could as well. Qi Tian attempted to immerse his hand into the magma. Although he did not immediately face a gruesome fate, the scalding heat compelled him to retract his hand swiftly. No, the 3-headed dog's physique is unique. It must possess fire resistance. While my defenses are strong, I lack such resistance. A single strike was manageable, a fall was bearable, but the intense heat was beyond what Qi Tian could endure. I must wait. I hope the military will come to my rescue. Thankfully, the system still contained plenty of meat and supplies. Although space was limited, Chi Tian could survive. Yet, after several days of waiting in vain for rescue, he was nearing the brink of madness. The space had become increasingly confined. And alone, Chi Tian began to suffer from claustrophobia. These fools cannot be relied upon. Frustrated and enraged, Chi Tian lamented, "Is this how I am destined to die?" In a fit of rage, he began to lash out within the underground space, venting his pent-up frustration when he caught sight of the hide left by the three-headed dog. Three-headed dog. You invade my home, feast on my flesh, and strip my skin. Human, you shall not have a peaceful death. Chi Tian, by the way, is your hide resistant to magma? Three-headed dog. Of course, what are you planning? Don't go too far, Chi Tian. Chapter 53. The fiery egg. Chi Tian had been trapped underground for several days without a hint of rescue. Additionally, his body had low fire resistance, leaving him to lament helplessly in the face of the scalding magma. However, the hide he had salvaged from the three-headed dog still remained, igniting an idea within him. After cutting, stitching, and crafting, he transformed the entire hide into something akin to a coffin. It was sealed all around, save for a single entry point. Grasping the interior with his hands, Chi Tian enclosed himself within the makeshift bag fashioned from the three-headed dog's skin. Damn it, it's now or never. This is better than dying here. With determination, Chi Tian leapt into the slowly flowing magma. The hide insulated him, keeping the temperature within a tolerable range. He lay within the dogskin bag, drifting along with the magma's gentle current. It was uncertain how long he floated or how far he traveled. He only recalled that the flow occasionally quickened and then slowed, just as he was about to exhaust the air and supplies prepared in the system space. The bag suddenly ceased its movement. It felt as though he was now floating atop the magma. Cautiously, Chi Tian opened the bag's mouth to investigate. Sunshine, upon catching sight of a small patch of sunlight above him. His heart soared. If he could not escape soon, he would not only face the risk of being burned to death, but likely starve as well. Emerging from the bag, Chi Tian found himself at the magma's vent of a volcano. Here, the magma had pooled into a lake, with the volcanoes opening above. "Ha, I've finally made it out." In his excitement, Chi Tian could not help but notice a mysterious object before him. A colossal egg? Towering to his height, positioned at the center of the magma, its shell flickering with flames. Heaven has truly favored me. Without a second thought, Chi Tian wrapped the blazing egg in the dog hide and hurried to the side. He ignited a pot, heated oil, and cracked the egg into it in no time. He devoured the entire towering egg. Its exquisite flavor and rich spiritual essence caused Chi Tian's cultivation to soar like a rocket. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. The ascent was so rapid that before Chi Tian could store the spiritual energy into the system for interest, he had already broken through to the extraordinary realm. Extraordinary Stage 1. Stage 2. He continued climbing until he reached the fourth stage of the extraordinary realm. Damn it, I've gone too far. In my haste to eat, there's no turning back now. While the system could store spiritual energy, it could not facilitate cross-realm storage. Now, it was impossible for Chi Tian to revert to the Foundation Establishment realm. System, store the 4 tiers of spiritual energy. Beep. Host has stored 16,000 spiritual energy points. Current balance, 32,000 spiritual energy points. When Chi Tian was in the body refinement realm, 1,000 points were sufficient to upgrade by one minor realm. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment, it required 2,000. Yet, when he attained the extraordinary realm, it suddenly demanded 4,000 for a minor upgrade. Nevertheless, Chi Tian was elated. He was now free of debt, and with savings in the military, he could await the day to return to Binjiang. With newfound strength, Chi Tian continued to utilize the three-headed dog's hide as gloves, scaling the volcano's inner walls. With a physique comparable to a fourth-tier demon beast, climbing a mountain was no challenge. In no time, Chi Tian emerged from the volcano's mouth. Surrounded by active volcanoes, smoke billowed from their summits. Chi Tian had no idea where he was, but he knew he was far from the military camp, as his communicator was without signal. Yet, having finally emerged from the depths, Chi Tian dashed toward the greenery below. He had endured considerable hardship during this time and was relieved to be free at last. Just as Chi Tian was exiting the area, an incredibly loud cry resonated through the sky. Almost immediately, the volcanoes that had remained silent for countless years erupted simultaneously. Flames spewed forth, filling the sky, causing the earth to tremble and all living things to retreat. Fortunately, Chi Tian was far enough away. This natural disaster would not reach him, and he continued on his way. Do you know where Binjiang is? Are there any human military camps nearby? Who could he ask? What tier is that python? 5th tier? Then forget it. In this desolate wilderness, Chi Tian had no choice but to inquire about directions from the demon beasts. He feasted on anything appetizing and avoided any creature above the 4th tier. After a month of wandering, his communicator finally regained signal. Following the directions, Chi Tian ultimately returned to the military camp. You survived? At the time, Chi Tian's squad had already fled, but shortly after, the entrance had collapsed. Burying the path from the surface, it was nearly impossible to create an exit. Eventually, personnel from the military arrived, waiting for Chi Tian for an entire week before they reported his presumed demise. I was trapped in the mountains. It took considerable effort to break through. I don't even know how long I was stuck. How long? It has been 3 months since you embarked on your mission. Chi Tian was stunned, never expecting to have wasted such an extensive period, 3 months. However, you've reached the extraordinary realm. The Major General is a formidable cultivator. And upon encountering the living Chi Tian, he was not only filled with astonishment but also discerned the stark differences in Chi Tian. After such a long duration, it is hardly surprising for someone of my talent to achieve a breakthrough. I have received reports indicating that you encountered a Cerberus underground. What is the situation now? The Cerberus was likely at the initial stage of the 4th rank, but I managed to eliminate it with a binding technique. Alas, it is regrettable that this particular beast lacked a crystal core. It was all in vain. Chi Tian, maintaining an air of composure while lying, knew well that the crystal core was something he had fought hard to obtain. And he had no intention of surrendering it to the military. According to military regulations, all spoils from hunts must be submitted, and the military rewards the teams based on circumstances. Yet in Chi Tian's heart, a different standard prevailed. Anything that the system could store rightfully belonged to the host. Since the system acknowledged that this item was his, how could he possibly relinquish it? Fortunately, the Major General did not question Chi Tian's private hoarding. After all, a crystal core from a 4th rank beast would be impossible to conceal if Chi Tian were to hide it present. Chi Tian appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar, and was promptly dispatched by the Major General to attend to his personal hygiene. By the way, since you have been absent for some time, a new captain has been appointed to the team. You may take a moment to rest. Very well. Chi Tian was indifferent to the position of captain. In just over a month, he would be released from his sentence and return to Binjiang. This captain was merely an acting one, and Chi Tian felt no attachment. With time running short, he had to seize the moment. Without any assigned missions, Chi Tian did not remain idle. He embarked on solitary hunting excursions, collecting crystal cores, teeth, fur, bones, and flesh from various beasts. Anything edible or sellable was promptly stored within the system. However, Chi Tian began to notice that his body seemed to undergo yet another transformation. When he extended his palm into the campfire, he found it entirely unharmed. Not only was there no burn, but he even perceived the flames to be somewhat tepid. Have I become impervious to fire? Chi Tian recalled the fiery egg he had consumed. Perhaps it was that egg which had once more altered his physique. Such a remarkable item. He should have saved a bit of it. As Chi Tian simmered meat over the campfire, a sigh escaped him. System. Chi Tian, how many times must I remind you not to use me as a refrigerator? Chi Tian, spare me the lecture. I'll just sell it later for money, which will ultimately end up stored with you anyway. What is the difference? Chapter 54. Return to Binjiang. Now that Chi Tian was no longer required to serve as captain, he was naturally exempt from undertaking missions. After all, he had been invited by the Major General, and sending him back to the cannon fodder camp would be inappropriate. Moreover, with only a few days left before his release, the others chose to turn a blind eye to Chi Tian, allowing him his freedom. This was fortuitous, as Chi Tian took to the outdoors daily, indulging in meat and accumulating resources for his return to Binjiang. Having been granted such liberty, Chi Tian enjoyed his days outside the military camp, wandering at night. A cannon fodder unit had just discovered the whereabouts of a 2nd-rank beast when Chi Tian barged in, delivering a single punch that felled the creature. Before swaggering off with its carcass, a martial artist team was entangled with a 3rd-rank beast, their trap set. Chi Tian stood nearby, hurling insults at the beast. To everyone's astonishment, the beast abandoned the martial artists to pursue Chi Tian instead. By the time the others located Chi Tian, he was covered in grease, insisting that the beast had fled on its own accord. Given the scarcity of beasts near the military camp, a result of years of extermination, the average beast would not dare approach. Venturing deeper into the mountains escalated the danger for both the cannon fodder camp and the martial artist teams. No one wished to take such risks. Yet now, compelled by Chi Tian, they had no choice but to head into the depths of the mountains, incurring significant losses. Within a fortnight, a plethora of reports had reached the officers, indicating that Chi Tian had disrupted the normal order of the camp. With less than a month remaining until his term ended, Chi Tian's presence had become inconsequential. It was unreasonable to keep him as cannon fodder. Just previously, Chi Tian had also slain a fourth-rank Cerberus. Although he had no spoils to show, it still counted as a notable achievement. Thus, he was released a month early. As for the matters Chi Tian encountered in Binjiang, they held little significance within the military. It was better for individuals like him to return early. Chi Tian, I understand that you are still a student, but should you wish to enlist after the grand competition at school, you are always welcome at our 027 base. The Major General personally escorted Chi Tian onto the train back to Binjiang. Once a student becomes a martial artist, it is customary for them to serve after graduation. Deciding on their future once their service concludes, a martial artist, whether in a military camp or survival base, commands respect. Now, having lost his military status, Chi Tian's future prospects were boundless. Chi Tian offered no commitments. According to his original plan, he had never intended to reach the foundation establishment stage, but contrary to his intentions, he had not only established his foundation but had also attained the extraordinary realm. This level of cultivation would allow him to enlist at any time upon graduation or according to his wishes. For most martial artists, serving in the military is not an unwise choice. It provides a salary, allowances, and access to cultivation resources offered by the army, making it a decent option. However, for Chi Tian, he preferred counting stacks of cash in the survival base, leading a life of comfort and tranquility. Bidding farewell to familiar faces, Chi Tian finally departed the military camp, returning to Binjiang. The hunting vehicle roared past, and compared to the bustling cannon fodder camp he had left, the number of people had significantly diminished. Only a handful of martial artists were returning home to visit family or on leave. Individuals like Chi Tian, who had been released from service, were a rarity. The ruins, the forests overrun by beasts, and especially the distant roars echoed no longer struck fear into Chi Tian's heart. Rather, certain figures even made his mouth water, passing through the mountains and into the tunnel as light flooded back. Chi Tian found himself once again in Binjiang. Dressed in the ordinary attire he had worn before his time in the cannon fodder camp, he blended into the crowd, a young man with black hair departing the military administration office. Ah, what a simultaneously familiar yet strange sensation! As Chi Tian walked along the street, he found himself overwhelmed by the vibrant sights. After nearly a year living off the land, returning to Binjiang felt somewhat disorienting. Wow! These two peaks are even grander than the Nipple Mountain, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Wow! Those long legs are so fair, whiter than peeled chicken legs. I could just bite into them. Wow! This faced it may be a bit unattractive, but it is certainly more pleasant to behold than those old men in the military camp. Chi Tian first returned to the Welfare Institute, the place he had missed the most during his time away. It had been due to his killing of Yang Bufan's brother, Yang Buhui, that he had been indiscriminately sent to the military. Upon his return, Chi Tian was determined to uncover the truth behind the matter. "Xiao Tian, you've returned?" The director, who had been sweeping the yard, was taken aback upon seeing Chi Tian suddenly appear at the entrance, and she quickly rushed over, embracing him and bursting into tears. After a long while of comforting her, the director finally ceased her sobbing. Chi Tian had grown up assisting the director, and as he matured, he became the backbone of the Welfare Institute. However, the day he was called away by a phone call from the tribunal, there had been no news of him afterward. Upon inquiring, they learned that Chi Tian had been conscripted. Being cannon fodder, mapping territories was essentially a death sentence, and Chi Tian's departure had caused the director to fall gravely ill. Recently, Lin Ran had visited, reporting that she had seen Chi Tian in the military camp. The news of Chi Tian's survival had kept the director hopeful each day. Finally, with Chi Tian's safe return, the director's heart could finally be at ease. "Brother Chi Tian, Not just the director, but the children were also overjoyed to see him back. Where are Xiaobei and Arya? They're in high school and haven't been dismissed yet. I believe they're as a combat assessment today. In the blink of an eye, the children who once clung to him were growing up day by day. All right, I'll go pick them up and call Lin ran over. Let us all gather together. After sitting at home for a while, Qi Tian rushed to the high school, which was also his alma mater, where Xiaobei and Arya were currently studying. Yet, in a moment, he found himself in the extraordinary realm, his physical prowess far surpassing the mere opening origin stage, while his eldest siblings had yet to reach 18, leaving him with no worries for the future. Lu Xiaobei, I'm taking Arya out for dinner. What is it to you? Hurry up, or I want to hold back. As school ended, it became evident that something was amiss with Xiaobei. You can't take my sister away. She is not going. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Bai family. The young man spoke with an air of nobility. Someone was forcibly dragging Arya away. And when Xiaobei attempted to intervene, he was kicked aside. Don't hit my brother. Don't hit my brother. Arya, standing nearby, was already in tears, exclaiming, Didn't we agree that if I went to dinner with you, you wouldn't hit my brother? Having just returned, Qi Tian found his younger siblings being bullied. Today, you must come with me, or I'll make him regret it. The young man waved his hand, and a pair of semi-martial artists jumped out from behind him, attempting to seize Xiaobei. With two thuds, the two semi-martial artists in the body-refining stage were kicked away. Brother Qi Tian. Brother Qi Tian, you're back. Wu. Qi Tian swiftly dispatched the assailants, sending them flying. Thug. How dare you? Do you know whose family we belong to? Qi Tian. I care not for any family's affairs. Chapter 55. A visitor at the door upon returning to Binjiang. Qi Tian was merely there to pick up his younger siblings from school when he stumbled upon an unsettling scene where they were being bullied. Though still under 18, they were already formidable in their own right. Yet some individuals, emboldened by wealth and influence, dared to flaunt their power outside the confines of school. Yang Bufan had been one such character, often finding himself at the receiving end of Qi Tian's fists within the school grounds, only to seek trouble outside of them. Today, he once again crossed paths with the same troublemaker, a youth by the surname Bai, who was clearly the instigator of the bullying. Qi Tian, uninterested in the rationale behind the confrontation, swiftly dispatched the two bodyguards with a couple of well-placed kicks. He had shown restraint. Otherwise, with his strength, their lives could have been extinguished in an instant. Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Bai family? Do they wish to court death? Despite his youth, the Bai scion possessed a fiery temper, pointing an accusatory finger at Qi Tian and unleashing a tirade of insults. Qi Tian assessed the young man before him, and without hesitation, delivered a stinging slap that sent the lad spinning multiple times, leaving a clear imprint on his cheek. Remember this. If you dare provoke these two again, I will break your legs. Qi Tian's demeanor was calm, yet it left no room for doubt in the mind of the young scion. This seemingly youthful individual was fully capable of inflicting serious harm. Perhaps that slap had indeed knocked some sense into him. Anyone who could kick a body at the refinement stage with such ease was undoubtedly a martial artist. Until he gathered more information, it would be wise to avoid further provocation. Very well. Just wait. Issuing threats appeared to be a customary tactic among young masters and heirs. It was a way to save face while losing none of their dignity. At only the 5th layer of the Blood Qi realm, how could you possibly protect the girl? Should I encounter such individuals again, a decisive thrashing will suffice. Enough chatter. Let us head home for dinner. The trio returned to the orphanage, where Hong Bao and Lin Ran had also arrived, and the family spent a delightful evening together. After a hearty meal, Qi Tian and the chubby boy saw Lin ran off before returning to their rented apartment. Qi Tian, this is your bank card. There are 2,000 within, the earnings from selling the spiritual liquid. During Qi Tian's time in the military, he had entrusted Cold Fei with a letter and 2 vials of spiritual liquid. And following your instructions, we sold part of it but decided against selling the rest. Lin Ran and I have both utilized the liquid to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This is the remaining half vial. Encouraging the chubby boy and his companion to elevate their cultivation was a means of ensuring their self-protection. Thankfully, there was still half a vial left. Although it may not hold significant value for Qi Tian at this stage, the spiritual liquid could continue to accrue interest within the system. With capital at hand, a turnaround was inevitable for him. Qi Tian stowed away the bank card and half vial of spiritual liquid. reflecting on his military service and the incident involving Yang Buhui, yet he could not discern who had targeted him. Did all the spiritual liquid sell retail? No. Since your departure, the municipal government intervened. Vice Mayor Bai purchased the remaining vial in one go. The Vice Mayor, you say? Chi Tian pondered, suspecting that the individual who had bought his spiritual liquid might very well be the one conspiring against him. Indeed, during your absence, the Vice Mayor was someone I could not afford to offend. Thus, I had no choice but to sell it, though the price was fair. No worries, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. What news from the school? The school has kept your enrollment active, stating that you may resume your studies upon your return from military service. The league competition is about to commence, and the school is eager for you to bring glory to it. However, they did not anticipate your early return. Well, since there is no urgency, I shall not rush back to school. Now that I am back, we must resume our business endeavors. Although Chi Tian currently possessed only half a vial of spiritual liquid, the system's interest had risen, and he could produce a vial worth 1,000 spiritual energy points within 2 days. Chi Tian intended to continue selling, not solely for profit, but also to gauge whether the vice mayor would make a move. After lying dormant for over half a year, the upscale martial artist shop reopened. News of the availability of the realm-enhancing spiritual liquid spread like wildfire, drawing throngs of customers. As was customary, the chubby boy handled the bidding while Chi Tian relaxed inside, sipping tea. Perhaps due to the liquid's growing reputation, no one questioned its efficacy anymore, and the crowd surged forward. Ultimately, the first vial sold for an astonishing 1,500,000. Having grown accustomed to the taste of beast meat, Chi Tian found little interest in food devoid of spiritual energy. After concluding the transaction, he and the chubby boy indulged in a lavish feast at the tavern across the street. However, midway through their meal, a knock at the door interrupted them. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into Hong Bao here. Oh, Chi Tian, the boss, has returned. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair entered, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards who merely stood at the entrance without taking any action. Oh, Vice Mayor Bai, what a coincidence, the chubby boy exclaimed, calling out the man's title and casting a glance at Chi Tian to signal that all was well. They were in a private room, and Vice Mayor Bai was evidently aware of their presence. In Binjiang, there truly was little that escaped his notice. Haha, Boss Chi is indeed youthful and accomplished. Your words are quite forceful, the Vice Mayor, unfazed by Chi Tian's mockery, took a seat without preamble. I won't beat around the bush. I heard that Boss Chi has returned and that the spiritual liquid is back on sale. I wish to purchase the entire stock, which would save you the trouble, wouldn't it? There is indeed a substantial amount of liquid available, but Vice Mayor Bai, what use do you have for so much? The efficacy of this liquid is most pronounced during the refinement and foundation establishment stages. Beyond that, its effects diminish significantly. It requires 1,000 spiritual energy points to elevate a minor level in the refinement stage, while 2,000 is needed for the foundation establishment stage. Yet, upon reaching the transcendent stage, one would require a significant amount of spiritual energy to achieve even a minor increase, rendering its utility substantially less effective. You need not concern yourself with that. I simply wish to buy it all. You should be aware that if I do not want you to sell, your little shop will struggle to remain open. Oh? Chi Tian inwardly chuckled. The vice mayor had resorted to threats, similar to how the chubby boy had been coerced into selling the liquid during Chi Tian's absence. Apologies, but our spiritual liquid is sold retail only, not wholesale. That if Vice Mayor Bai is interested, you are welcome to participate in the auction. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a meal to finish. Chi Tian firmly rebuffed Vice Mayor Bai, who merely smiled and exited the room without anger. One would assume that the matter had concluded. Yet as Chi Tian and the chubby boy made their way home, they were confronted by a group blocking their path. Who are you people and why do you obstruct our way? The chubby boy shouted. However, the group offered no reply and charged directly at Chi Tian and the chubby boy. 7 or 8 individuals ran halfway, revealing their bloodline weapons. 1 Transcendent and 7 Foundation Establishment Warriors. Is this the extent of your strength? Chi Tian pulled the chubby boy behind him and strolled forward nonchalantly. Chubby boy, Chi Tian. Do you think Vice Mayor Bai is involved in the plot against you? Chi Tian. I cannot say for certain, but unusual events surely have their causes. Once the spiritual liquid is on the market, someone will inevitably come looking for us. Chapter 56. Seed Candidates. The lead transcendent warrior was flanked by a squad of martial artists, Such a formation was quite formidable within the survival base of Binjiang. Yet to Qi Tian, it was a source of profound humiliation. Although these martial artists were experts at the 7th and 8th levels, they appeared as mere children in Qi Tian's eyes, and he held the transcendent warrior in equal disdain. Qi Tian, it seems you were correct. Trouble has indeed arrived. The chubby boy appeared unfazed by the sudden turn of events. All the nefarious tactics of villains boil down to intimidation and coercion. When those fail, they resort to violence. Nothing surprising about that. Very well, take care of yourself. The chubby boy patted Qi Tian on the shoulder and discreetly withdrew to the side. This was no situation for a mere Foundation establishment warrior to intervene. Yet Qi Tian remained undeterred. During his time in the cannon fodder camp, the chubby boy had witnessed Qi Tian's prowess. Back then, Qi Tian was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, yet he had managed to subdue 2 transcendent cultists with ease. Now that Qi Tian had reached the transcendent stage, the chubby boy felt justified in abandoning his ally. Surveying the individuals before him, Qi Tian charged straight at the transcendent warrior, absorbing the brunt of the incoming assault and retaliating with a single powerful punch. The once mighty figure was sent flying through the air like a rag doll, shocking the onlookers. The ferocity of the attack was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. With punches aimed at the transcendent and kicks directed at the Foundation establishment warriors. Before they could react, the entire group was already sprawled on the ground. Now, speak. Who sent you? None among them anticipated that a newly minted transcendent would possess such overwhelming strength, nor that his prowess stemmed from sheer physicality rather than the manipulation of spiritual energy. Although they were intimidated by Qi Tian's might, they feared even more the figures lurking behind him, bracing themselves to remain silent. Humph, your silence is of no concern to me. I lack the time to deal with you. Cold Fei, I leave them to you, Qi Tian called out, and from the shadows emerged several figures led by Cold Fei, members of the Judgment Division, a martial artist, to strike innocently within the refuge base. Shall we proceed to the tribunal for a cup of tea? The noble identity of a martial artist carries its own burdens, one of which is the fear of the tribunal, the very organization tasked with overseeing martial artists within the Human Alliance. Qi Tian had already contacted Long Fei to preemptively address any unforeseen circumstances that might arise, ensuring clarity in future discussions. After exchanging nods, Long Fei departed with her entourage. Here, you may choose silence. But once at the tribunal, the decision to speak will no longer rest in your hands. Following Long Fei's departure, Qi Tian let out a long sigh, surprised that Mayor Bai had dispatched such a group of inept individuals. Qi Tian, you truly are impressive, managing to establish contact with Lady Long Fei. Of course, despite their power and influence, their tactics are nothing but lowly maneuvers. I wager that Mayor Bai will now behave himself. I'll bet 1,000, as I suspect this matter is far from over. Qi Tian, however, was not so optimistic. Was it merely due to these spiritual liquids? There might be hidden motives lurking beneath the surface. Leaving him perplexed, he hoped that Long Fei's investigation would yield some insights. Nevertheless, Qi Tian could now enjoy a period of relative tranquility. Though Long Fei had left, he did not depart but turned his gaze towards another direction. Director Bo Nan, you have been watching for quite some time. Are you not prepared to reveal yourself? Upon Qi Tian's words, a figure emerged from the shadows. Director Bo Nan, the teaching director of Bin Wu. Qi Tian, you have transcended. Ha ha, even I, at the Kaiyuan realm, could not evade your perception. Normally, those at the Transcendence realm could not sense the presence of Kaiyuan realm practitioners. Yet, after spending considerable time outdoors, especially with the instincts and senses inherited from demon beasts, he could indeed sense the peril posed by a peak true essence realm cultivator. I merely stumbled upon luck. You are not here to merely spectate at this late hour. Are you? Ha ha, certainly not. I heard you returned and hurried over to find you. A teaching director, a formidable Kaiyuan realm expert, appeared somewhat awkward in front of Qi Tian. I asked about the Alliance Grand Competition. Qi Tian had already deduced the purpose of the visit. Indeed, a few months ago, the Alliance ordered a halt to large-scale warfare against demon beasts, focusing instead on the selection and cultivation of talented individuals, thus initiating the Alliance Grand Competition. Each of the martial arts universities across the 98 base cities of the Human Alliance is allotted 10 slots, making this a global competition that concerns the honor of Bin Wu. So you must participate. Director Bo Nan enthusiastically elaborated on the details of the competition. Yet Chi Tian seemed rather indifferent. There are rewards for those who rank in the top 100, including monetary prizes and cultivation techniques. Not to mention that the school could also benefit. While Chi Tian was unconcerned about other aspects, he was indeed intrigued by these rewards. In half a month, if you agree, you may train in the school's spatial rift, where the spiritual energy is far more abundant. Very well, I agree. Upon hearing that he could enter the spatial rift for cultivation, Chi Tian's eyes lit up. The spiritual energy there is incredibly dense, making training significantly more effective. If converted into monetary value, it would be quite a fortune. The Alliance Grand Competition could wait. Gaining access to the rift was of paramount importance. Excellent. It is settled then. Each year, many Foundation establishment practitioners graduate, and some talented students reach transcendence without serving in the military, simply aiming to break through to even higher realms. The school's spatial rift is undoubtedly the coveted treasure sought by all. We shall meet at the school tomorrow morning. After Director Bonan departed, Chi Tian and the plump fellow returned home, and the next day they found themselves at Bin Wu's martial arts arena. This selection competition aims to choose 9 individuals to represent the school. Everyone, give it your all. Upon the announcement from the teaching director, a commotion erupted among the soon-to-be graduates. Why only 9? I thought there were 10 slots. There are 10, but 1 slot is reportedly reserved. Is it for the greedy wolf? I heard he reached the Transcendence realm a fortnight ago. It's not the greedy wolf. He is competing alongside us. All students above the Foundation establishment realm were gathered together, including Hong Bao and Lin Ran. All Foundation establishment practitioners are vying for those 9 slots. While Chi Tian found himself isolated, Chi Tian was singled out as a seed candidate by Director Bonan, exempting him from the selection process and allowing him to advance directly. Given that it was a competition for Foundation establishment practitioners, Lin Ran and the plump fellow participated in the examination due to the influence of the spiritual liquids. Surprisingly, both managed to become representatives of the school. Alongside Chi Tian, the 3 were prepared to enter the spatial rift for cultivation. Why is Chi Tian exempt from the exam? We refuse to accept this. Just as the roster was finalized, dissent arose. Chi Tian, you 2 are impressive. To reach the top 10 with only Foundation establishment at the 3rd or 4th level, remarkable indeed, Lin Ran. I've been at Foundation establishment for a year. There's nothing to boast about, plump fellow. Isn't it all thanks to your spiritual liquids? That's what we call one person achieving success, causing the rest to rise, Lin Ran. If you can't use metaphors, just keep quiet. Chapter 57. Overall improvement. Binjiang Martial Arts University is set to send 10 outstanding students to participate in the Alliance Grand Competition, a grand showdown of talents among various academies. Despite only being enrolled for a year, the plump fellow and Lin Ran broke through to the Foundation establishment realm shortly after the semester began. Initially, they benefited from the school's spatial rift, but subsequently, it was purely due to the effects of the spiritual liquids left behind by Chi Tian. After progressing to the Foundation establishment realm, they received the school's cultivation technique rewards, and after a year of diligent training, they became part of the school's 10 representatives. While some might attribute their success to sheer luck, others harbored no grievances. However, Chi Tian, having been conscripted shortly after enrollment, was directly exempted from the exam, leaving those who were eliminated feeling quite disgruntled. Director, the school has always prided itself on fairness. Chi Tian has only been enrolled for a year. Even if he is a genius, he shouldn't receive special treatment. Exactly. If he is to take a slot in the competition, he should earn it through the arena selection. Indeed, we refuse to accept this. All participants were selected through the arena matches, and there was no room for dissent. Even if someone had an unfortunate draw, they would have to accept it. However, Chi Tian's presence ignited the ire of the high-achieving Foundation establishment students. This is the school's regulation. You all must comply. Director Bonan, having painstakingly persuaded Chi Tian to join, could not simply abandon the matter due to these individuals' objections. Yet, his words did not quell the unrest. Rather, they intensified the agitation. What a waste of breath. If anyone has an issue, step up. A languid voice rang out as Chi Tian stepped forward, taking to the arena alone. His singular approach to opponents was straightforward, to fight until they conceded. Seeing Chi Tian take the initiative, Director Bonan tacitly allowed it. The soon-to-be graduates, having become martial artists during their time at the school and approaching graduation, had grown skeptical of their teacher's words. A little lesson in humility would serve them well. Chi Tian, be gentle. Qi Tian could effortlessly defeat those at the Transcendence realm. He was concerned that he might inadvertently cripple these Foundation establishment practitioners. Whoever has an issue, come forth together. Stop with the idle chatter. Hearing Director Bo Nan's words, Qi Tian leaped onto the arena. Let the betting begin. The moment Qi Tian prepared to strike, the plump fellow perked up. During Qi Tian's absence over the past year, the plump fellow had nearly gambled on every battle in the school, eagerly opening betting whenever an arena match occurred. He had already established a certain level of reputation and credibility. With Qi Tian about to make a move, the plump fellow recognized another opportunity for profit. As the crowd observed Qi Tian's audacity, disregarding his inscrutable realm, around 10 defiant students surged forward. In truth, their aim was to unseat Qi Tian and claim his slot, with little regard for the honor of victory. Among them was Lin Feng, the school's talented seed known as the Greedy Wolf, who approached Lin Ran's side. Lin Ran, this Qi Tian has already reached the Transcendence realm. It must be due to that spiritual liquid. The rumors of Qi Tian's spiritual liquid purchases had spread like wildfire in Binjiang, and Lin Feng was well aware. What do you mean, Lin Feng? Do you believe Qi Tian is unworthy of that slot? Lin Ran, a Foundation establishment practitioner with a school beauty title, would not dare to speak so boldly to the school's top genius otherwise. It's merely a slot. If he can return alive from the cannon fodder camp, he must possess some skill. Yet, relying on external substances for advancement, I'm afraid it won't last long. Lin Feng was undeniably talented. Yet his arrogance made him unapproachable. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge him. Just be careful. The title of Bin Wu's top genius may soon change hands. Lin Ran understood Qi Tian's prowess. This so-called Lin Feng was nothing in comparison. As the betting commenced, many flocked to place their wagers. Regardless of Qi Tian's abilities, the odds were stacked against him in a situation of one against many, and no one believed he would prevail. Yet, the outcome was rather surprising. Not only did he win, but he did so with effortless ease. It was akin to an adult chastising a child, sending them flying out of the arena with a single slap. This was hardly a contest. It was sheer bullying. At long last, Qi Tian silenced those individuals, and all 10 were cast into the spatial rift. This rift is the treasure of Bin Wu Academy and will not open unless in moments of great significance. Although it is a realm of abundant fortune, the spiritual energy within is finite. Should one indulge excessively, this paradise could easily transform into a desolate wasteland devoid of spiritual essence. Apart from the previous newcomer competition, it had remained untouched until now, reopened for the grand intercollegiate competition. Each participant is a paragon of their respective schools, all of whom have traversed this rift before. Upon entry, they hastily navigated through the dense forest towards the central peak. Eager to harness the rich spiritual energy for rapid advancement, Qi Tian and his companions also had their secret base, nestled within the mountain crevice where they previously discovered spiritual liquid. Although the liquid had been extracted, the spiritual energy here was dozens of times stronger than that of the myriad realms. Qi Tian had not encountered such a splendid location in quite some time. In the wilderness, even with abundant spiritual energy, he dared not relax his cultivation, for a fierce beast could leap from behind a tree and claim his life. Yet here, he felt secure enough to focus on his training. His goal was not merely to elevate his realm, but to refine the spiritual energy for storage in his system. Achieving the opening Yuan realm was a trivial task for him now, yet having grown accustomed to frugal living, he was reluctant to squander resources. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had elapsed, and the 10 emerged from the rift. Previously, only Qi Tian and Tan Lang were at the Transcendent realm, but now another student at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment had broken through. Each individual had elevated their realms to varying degrees. Even the chubby one had reached the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, while Lin Ran had attained the 9th layer. The sole exception was Qi Tian, who entered as a 1st layer Transcendent and exited still at that level. A rolling stone gathers no moss. Indeed, these old adages hold true. Mo Fei, who had just broken through to the Transcendent realm, was utterly disappointed with Qi Tian's performance. Himph, Mo Fei, haven't you just broken through? What is so impressive about that? If you look down on others, why not challenge him to a duel? As Qi Tian faced criticism, the chubby one stepped forward. What is this, Hong Bao? Do you, a notorious gambler, wish to challenge me? Who granted you such confidence? Of course not me. You look down on Qi Tian, so why not face him yourself? The chubby one was unwilling to engage directly, instead pushing Chi Tian forward. Chi Tian. Chubby, did I say I wanted to fight him? Chubby. Someone like him needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he won't know who the real king is. Chi Tian. Then you go ahead. Chapter 58. The Intercollegiate Competition. Missouri Fei, having broken through to the Transcendent Realm, mocked Chi Tian, only to find himself at the center of attention thanks to the chubby one's shove. Stop boasting. If you can fight, do so without all the chatter. The chubby one, eager for Chi Tian to teach Mo Fei a lesson, retorted, Himph, once my realm stabilizes, I'll deal with him. 2 weeks prior, Mo Fei's performance had been on display. Despite his breakthrough, he was uncertain of his capability against Chi Tian. Meanwhile, Chi Tian was called aside by the Director of Education, Bo Nan. Chi Tian, as a student of our academy. When you reach foundation establishment, the school grants you a martial art. Since you were just deployed to the military right after establishing your foundation, I kept a spot for you. However, I heard your divine weapon has vanished. What kind of martial art do you desire? As the Director of Education, Bo Nan had always remembered Chi Tian's need for a martial art. Is there a hammer-type martial art? My divine weapon may have disappeared, but I feel it is merely temporary. It should return. Oh, is that so? Excellent. I have a martial art ready. I will send it to your email shortly. Upon hearing that Chi Tian's divine weapon might still return, Bo Nan was elated. After a 3-day break, the group reconvened, preparing to head to Jiaoyu Island for the intercollegiate competition. Chi Tian, aside from bidding farewell to those at the Welfare Institute, spent his time studying the martial art provided by the academy. Although it was a yellow-grade martial art, the lowest tier, it was a hammer type, and with it, the power of his hammer would enhance once more. Chi Tian possessed 2 bloodline divine weapons, a hammer and a sniper rifle, the former of which he had stored in the system for safekeeping. With a year nearly complete, Chi Tian's hammer was also approaching its return, and he was quite anxious about it. After all, the system's interest rate on fixed deposits was a staggering 40%. He wondered what his hammer would become. A vice principal at the True Element Realm, along with Director Bo Nan at the Opening Yuan Realm, led a group of 12 to a military-guarded train station. After submitting their proof of identification, they finally boarded the train out of the city, while Chi Tian and Lin Ran had traveled beyond the city before. Some students had not left in over 20 years, and their excitement was palpable upon this departure. The train sped along the safe route established by the Alliance Army, carrying them towards distant shores. This intercollegiate competition involved 98 schools, each representing one of the Alliance's survival bases. It was a matter of great significance, so do not take it lightly. To facilitate participation from various regions, the competition venue was set overseas. After several hours of travel, when the train reached the seaside, the group transferred to a boat and sailed into the ocean. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the seas had become a haven for beasts. Even the nearshore areas had required significant effort from the Human Alliance to clear. Had it not been for the recent temporary peace agreement between humans and beasts, the Alliance would not have dared to set the competition venue in the ocean. The island in the sea, though vast, was now dotted with many temporary structures prepared specifically for the participants of the intercollegiate competition. One by one, representatives from the 98 schools arrived, turning the small island into a bustling hub. Wow, that girl is truly stunning. I wonder where she is from. Look at that uniform. She must be from Binjiang. Binjiang. A small place can produce such a beautiful girl. How about marrying me? I'll take you to Kyoto. You can forget it. You are at the bottom of the barrel in Jingwu, yet you dream of marrying the school beauty. Ha! As the crowd grew, so too did the conversations. All were talents from various survival bases on Blue Star, with endless topics to discuss, though the men's chatter often revolved around Lin Ran. What a pity she is only at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Marrying her might be a bit embarrassing. These individuals continued to jest, but the chubby one, emerging from his room, could no longer bear it. What is all this boasting? Just because you're at the transcendent realm doesn't make you special. It is not like your family owns the top spot. One could not deny that upon seeing the world, everyone realized the disparities between schools. Binwar, achieving the status of a martial artist upon graduation was commendable. After which they faced mandatory military service. However, in larger survival bases, there were numerous individuals of the same age who had reached the transcendent realm. Compared to them, the students from Binwar felt like country bumpkins. Don't waste your breath on them. Chi Tian pulled Lin Ran and the chubby one back to their room at Binwar. The Director of Education has something to say. You've all seen it, right? In the eyes of outsiders, Binwa's strength is lacking, so you must strive to make us proud. Director Bo Nan motivated everyone, placing greater hopes on Chi Tian, Lin Feng, and Mo Fei, the three transcendent individuals. Among the 98 schools, if someone can place in the top 100, the school will reward 1 million in cash. If anyone makes it into the top 50, the reward is 5 million. In order to ignite the students' fighting spirit, Director Bo Nan had exhausted every effort. However, it was evident that the school would be satisfied with students making it into the top 100. While the top 50 was likely beyond even Bo Nan's wildest dreams, at this point, the vice principal who went to coordinate returned. The competition schedule is out. Let me brief you. All the students participating had arrived. But the quality varied significantly. To better filter the participants, the first round would directly eliminate half. Eliminate half? Why go through all that trouble? Just give 5 slots to each school. The chubby one was the first to voice that this assessment was utterly meaningless. It's not considered that way. This round will test the underwater secret realm. It's a rare opportunity for cultivation. Beneath this island lies a secret realm, rich in spiritual energy but with immense pressure. Each of you will receive a scoring device. The longer you can endure in the deeper regions, the higher your score will be. Ultimately, your scores will determine your standings. According to the competition committee, the lower half of the scores will be directly eliminated, but cultivating in the underwater secret realm is an excellent process for physical refinement. Physical refinement? We're all at least at the foundation establishment. We've gone through physical refinement already. What is the point of this? Physical refinement is an essential process for martial artists, but it is only done once. If it could be repeated, it would significantly strengthen the body. Chi Tian understood this feeling, recalling how he had undergone repeated refinement during his physical refinement stage through the system, resulting in a hardness far superior to that of an average practitioner. Chubby, Chi Tian, do you think this secret realm can enhance everyone's hardness? Chi Tian, why bother? Just find yourself a girlfriend instead. Chapter 59. The extreme cold secret realm. The Human Alliance has exerted considerable effort to transport these talented students here. Not for mere sightseeing, but with a singular purpose, to explore the spatial rift beneath the island. Although there exists a hierarchy among these prodigies, this secret realm has the potential to enhance the physical prowess of martial artists, thereby contributing to the overall strength of humanity. The vice principal emphasized the significance of this realm to everyone, reminding them to proceed judiciously. Any rash actions could lead to missed opportunities for cultivation. This secret realm is peculiar. An individual may enter only once in their lifetime, and even the 3 great holy kings of humanity have ventured here but a single time, thus it must be cherished. After imparting these important instructions, all participants were summoned to gather in the square. Each received a device resembling a wristwatch, equipped with a distress button on the side, while the front displayed a numeral 0. Upon entering the rift, combat was strictly prohibited. The deeper one descends into the rift, the lower the temperature becomes. Whether for cultivation or striving for points, one must advance gradually and cautiously, should danger arise. Pressing the distress button will summon assistance. A powerful practitioner of the true element realm, who had never before entered, was specifically assigned to address any emergencies, ensuring that aid would be rendered promptly should anyone find themselves in peril. However, as human intervention can sometimes falter, individuals must take responsibility for their own safety. After reiterating numerous precautions, nearly 1,000 students began to enter in an orderly fashion. They queued through the surface passage leading underground, flanked by martial artists for protection, a testament to the Alliance's serious regard for this secret realm. Upon reaching the subterranean depths, a towering spatial rift came into view, where a true element practitioner reiterated the relevant rules before leading the group inside. Chi Tian, don't cause trouble once inside. Focus on your cultivation. Among us, you have the greatest potential. Chi Tian glanced back at Lin Ran, bemused by the insinuation that he was a troublemaker. As the trio engaged in conversation, the time to enter drew near. Crossing through the spatial rift, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. A staircase descending before them, nearly 100 meters wide, with steps that resembled jade or ice, emanating a chilling aura. Goodness, this temperature is rather low. Upon entering the secret realm, the astonishing staircase was matched only by the frigid air. The plump student shivered uncontrollably. The deeper we go, the colder it will get. You too must be cautious. If you feel unwell, retreat immediately. If it becomes unbearable, call for help. Don't push yourselves. As Qi Tian sensed the biting cold, he discerned an indistinct aura of a demonic beast. Could this chilling atmosphere be the result of a beast's birth or its demise? Fortunately, Qi Tian's physique rivaled that of a fourth-grade demonic beast, rendering the cold negligible. He boldly took a step down from the platform. While the platform merely exuded coldness, stepping down unleashed a bone-chilling current that surged through his body, akin to a baptism. At that moment, the watch's display altered. The front now read 1, indicating a multiplier. While the back recorded the time spent on the staircase, Qi Tian and his companions had entered late, and many had already descended significantly. Each step was 3 meters wide, and after a mere 10 steps, they had ventured dozens of meters down. Qi Tian gauged the cold. Although it tempered his body, it had little effect on him. He pressed onward. While Qi Tian continued unperturbed, Lin Ran and the plump student lingered on the first step for a full minute, only daring to proceed cautiously to the second step once their bodies acclimatized to the chill. Attention, everyone. Only upon completing the current step's tempering can you continue downward. Rushing ahead may result in being frozen solid. If you realize it too late, you will have no one to blame but yourselves. After all had entered, the leading true element practitioner reiterated the rules. Once everyone had familiarized themselves with the environment, he began to descend the steps, simultaneously tempering his body. Though summoned to protect the students, it was his first time here, and such an opportunity for body tempering was not to be squandered. Thus, under the guidance of the true element practitioner, they ventured step by step into the icy abyss. First, after acclimating to the initial steps, the group maintained a relatively brisk pace, reaching the next step in just a few minutes. However, upon reaching the 10th step, those in the early stages of foundation establishment hesitated to proceed any further. The coldness of the current step was unbearable, and taking another step would surely result in being encased in ice. Yet, some defied caution, forging ahead without acclimatization. Before the eyes of all, one such individual found himself completely encased in ice, the chilling power of the cold overwhelming him from his feet upward, gradually freezing his body. This student attempted to resist, but the force of the ice offered no opportunity for defiance. Once frozen, even attempting to retreat to the previous step became impossible. He could only watch as he transformed into an icy statue. Desperate, the student pressed the distress button on his watch. Acknowledging the alert, the true element practitioner, visibly displeased, returned and hoisted the partially frozen figure, bringing him back to the initial platform. I'm sorry, I want to act recklessly again. The student, having narrowly escaped, regretted his earlier bravado. No more chances. I don't have time to play with you. The true element practitioner flung the frozen figure from his grasp into the rift. Let me remind you for the last time. Anyone I rescue loses their opportunity to temper their body here. If I am not timely with my aid, I will return your remains. Everyone felt not only the chill of the air but also a profound sense of dread. The true element practitioner had made it abundantly clear. Whether or not one received assistance was entirely at his discretion, and the choice between life and death lay solely in their own hands. Those of higher cultivation possessed an undeniable advantage. By the time they reached the 20th step, even those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment were forced to slow their pace, hesitating for half a day before daring to descend further. Beyond 20 steps lay the domain of the extraordinary realm, and even Lin Ran, standing on the 19th step, trembled, her brows frosted, fearful of descending further. Lin Ran, stay here and cultivate. Do not proceed until you break through to the extraordinary realm. Qi Tian, having descended over 20 steps, returned to Lin Ran to offer this advice before continuing downward. While all others were tormented by the biting cold and the harshness of the steps, Qi Tian appeared utterly unaffected, strolling leisurely as if meandering through a garden. Chapter 60. Beneath the secret realm, an extremely cold secret realm evoked a mixture of admiration and resentment among all. They appreciated the abundant spiritual energy that facilitated both cultivation and body tempering, yet resented the ever-present risk of becoming frozen statues with a moment's inattention. If the true element practitioner maintained vigilance, the situation might remain manageable. Alas, he had ventured further ahead to cultivate, and should aid be delayed, eternal youth might become a reality for some. While everyone tread carefully, Qi Tian seemed entirely unconcerned, with his body tempered by the system. The essence of Nuwa and ample consumption of demonic beast flesh, this degree of chill posed no threat. The group had split into several tiers. The weakest remained trapped at the 10th step, while those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment halted at the 20th step. Only those of the extraordinary realm could continue their descent, and even most extraordinary practitioners dared not venture beyond 30 steps. Those who pressed further were the outstanding prodigies from major bases. Having reached the late extraordinary stage, at the forefront stood the true element practitioner tasked with safeguarding the academy, shrouded in cold mist. Seemingly oblivious to how far he had descended, Qi Tian recognized the benefits of this place. The deeper one went, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, making it an exceptional venue for cultivation. While Qi Tian had no immediate aspirations to elevate his realm, accruing more spiritual energy points through cultivation was paramount. For Qi Tian, spiritual energy points were akin to gold and silver. Now standing in third place, Qi Tian appeared vibrant and unperturbed, in stark contrast to others whose hair had turned frost-white from the cold. Look at that guy. How dare he press forward when he is only at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm? Indeed, the individuals ahead are all among the top 3 in this competition, each above the 6th level of the extraordinary realm. This fellow must possess something extraordinary to endure this far. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Qi Tian reached the 39th step, standing shoulder to shoulder with a robust man. Hey! Which base are you from? To reach this point at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm is quite impressive. The burly man, typically straightforward, remarked, Not bad, I suppose. Your presence here marks you as a seed candidate in this competition. Haha, I'm Bing Zhu, from the Northern Survival Base. We are accustomed to the frigid temperatures there, so we have developed a resistance, then good luck to you. After a brief exchange with Bing Zhu, Qi Tian continued his ascent. Although the spiritual energy on the 39th floor was overwhelmingly dense, Qi Tian remained dissatisfied. Upon reaching the 45th floor, he encountered a stunningly voluptuous woman, her brows encrusted with frost and her expression contorted in agony as she struggled against the frigid air while attempting to harness her spiritual energy. How is it possible that a mere first-tier transcendent like you has made it this far? Qi Tian's arrival left the woman in disbelief. Do not call me a mere waste. It seems you have done little for humanity yourself. Her haughty demeanor irked Qi Tian immediately. Am I mistaken? For a first-tier transcendent, you must possess some peculiar bloodline. There is nothing to boast about. He dismissed her with a wave of his hand. The woman, being an 8th-tier transcendent, was considered a prodigy even within the base city, let alone the human alliance. Yet, Qi Tian merely rolled his eyes and pressed on. Dismissing her entirely. As he reached the 52nd floor, he had already achieved the best performance among the current competitors. A strikingly handsome man stood there, exuding an air of superiority. Upon hearing the commotion, he shot a glance at Qi Tian, filled with confusion and anger. Having been born in the capital, he was an unrivaled presence among all competitors, constantly pursued but never surpassed. Yet, now, a stranger from a small place had caught up to him. Well, I must admit, the spiritual energy beyond the 50th floor is indeed impressive. Just as Qi Tian prepared to cultivate, the handsome man let out a cold snort and stepped forward, moving directly to the 53rd floor. Scoffing at the man's reluctance to be surpassed, Qi Tian took 2 bold steps and reached the 54th floor. The man fell silent. The 53rd floor was already his limit, yet that first-tier transcendent appeared unfazed. His once steadfast martial heart shattered like glass, leaving him in despair. He attempted to advance further, but as he lifted his foot, he hesitated, unwilling to take the next step. Enough with the bravado. Just focus on your cultivation here. Seeing the man had reached his limit, Qi Tian did not push him further and continued his journey with effortless grace. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 onlookers, Qi Tian strode forward with determination, unexpectedly claiming the title of first among the competitors, much to their chagrin. The second-place genius could barely catch a glimpse of Qi Tian's trail. He boldly pressed on to the 75th floor, where the chilling air was palpable, even to Qi Tian. A seasoned beast, a wave of cold surged from below, invading his very being. Just as he prepared to use his spiritual energy to combat it, a fire ignited within his bloodline, dispelling the cold entirely. Could it be that entity? Qi Tian recalled the sensation he experienced when consuming that fiery egg. It allowed him to gather all the warmth within, and deciding not to venture deeper, he began to cultivate. Yet, faint whispers echoed in his ears. Help me! Save me! The voice emanated from the mist ahead, likely belonging to a powerful figure in the true essence realm. Was he trapped as well? With the intangible flames burning within his bloodline, Qi Tian felt no fear of the cold and pressed on. Upon reaching the 85th floor, he discovered the true essence expert nearly encased in ice. Only a faint breath remained, but as he exhaled, it instantly froze into shards, falling to the ground. Help! The weak cry was audible only to Qi Tian. He hurried forward, hoisting the true essence expert onto his back and sprinting back to the platform above. After a moment, the true essence expert finally regained his composure. Thank you. Had you not found me, I would have perished here today. While students have protection from the true essence realm, should anything happen to a true essence expert, no one can offer protection. However, how could you, a mere early-stage transcendent, reach such depths? The true essence expert inquired. The domain of the true essence realm is inaccessible even to those in the opening essence realm. Perhaps there is something peculiar about my bloodline. I seem to possess a natural resistance to the cold. Qi Tian chuckled as he departed, leaving the 85th floor as his sanctuary for cultivation, undisturbed by others. Even the true essence expert now dared to remain at the 80th floor for training, while Qi Tian's figure vanished into the mist, becoming the most formidable warrior known to all. Such a familiar flame. Who's there? Come forth and converse. A beastly roar intertwined with the wailing winds, yet only Qi Tian could hear and comprehend it. Startled from his meditation, Qi Tian gazed warily into the endless abyss below. What nonsense, Blue Dragon. What the hell, can you not speak properly? Qi Tian, what nonsense. You beasts have 100 ulterior motives. Chapter 61. The illusory voice of the Blue Dragon. Qi Tian walked ahead of everyone, blessed with unparalleled cultivation conditions, and emerged as the victor of this competition. As he feverishly absorbed spiritual energy. Once he broke through to the second tier of the transcendent realm, he would store all his energy points in the system, tallying 4,000 each time. Quite the lucrative sum. Translated to currency, that amounted to 400,000, and each deposit brought Qi Tian immeasurable joy. However, just as he reveled in his newfound wealth, a faint beastly roar resonated from below the secret realm. Being at the lowest level, Qi Tian heard it clearly and understood its meaning, yet he had no intention of descending. There could be all sorts of strange entities lurking down there. There was no way he would go. You can understand my words. It seems you truly possess the bloodline of a beast. Come down, and we shall converse. Get lost. I wouldn't trust you for a second. Qi Tian was not swayed by such temptations. After all, he had previously encountered a being named Nuwa, who had nearly led him to his demise using seduction. If not for the system's ability to lend him assistance, he would have undoubtedly been drained of his essence. Now, faced with another strange voice calling him down, Qi Tian was far too clever to make the same mistake twice. Young one, you bear the flames of the three-legged golden crow. I am the Blue Dragon. We are of the same beastly lineage. Helping me will bring you no harm. Spare me your tricks. If I freeze to death, that's on you. You are protected by the three mystical divine flames. How could you fear my ice? As long as you assist me, I shall not shortchange you. I possess a treasure to offer. Though Qi Tian was reluctant to descend, the mention of potential benefits stirred his heart. A super beast, a dragon no less, might possess something valuable. All right, just don't try to play any tricks on me. The term Blue Dragon was unfamiliar to Qi Tian, yet being a dragon, it was unlikely to deceive him. Lured by the promise of treasure, Qi Tian began to descend. From the 85th floor onward, the cold intensified, halting even the true essence experts in their tracks. How could Qi Tian, despite his formidable physique, continue? While his body was robust, it only matched the level of a fourth-tier beast. As he descended, even that level of defense waned. Yet the fire within his bloodline burned ever more fervently, and as he ventured deeper, he felt no chill. Rather, warmth enveloped him. Thus, on the darkened steps, surrounded by an icy atmosphere, Qi Tian walked downwards, emanating heat and steam. The cold had crystallized the air into blue ice, yet the flames within him blazed with competitive fervor. Growing ever stronger, shielded by the flames, Qi Tian descended over 150 steps. No wonder even the sacred kings don't reach the bottom. This place truly isn't fit for mortals. Beneath the 150 layers, even sacred kings had to tread carefully. However, It wasn't that they lacked the means to descend. It was merely the case that this secret realm could only be entered once in a lifetime. Even if a sacred king attained the means later on, they would still be unable to return. Qi Tian's resolve remained steadfast as he continued downward until he reached the 199th floor, where the mist completely obscured his vision. Emerging from the fog, he beheld a massive blue ice crystal, within which a dragon was sealed, a living dragon, its body radiating azure light, its scales shimmering blue. What? A human? How can a human possess the three mystical divine flames of the three-legged golden crow? A human being altered by Nuwa, embodying the traits of both beast and human, left even the blue dragon astounded. What is the matter? My body is simply like this. It seems you have never seen such a sight. Qi Tian was the first to dare jest before the blue dragon. Indeed rare, but I've encountered demigod physiques before. I simply did not expect that, after being sealed for so long, I would still witness one. Quite the rarity. The blue dragon, trapped within the blue ice crystal, conveyed its thoughts to Qi Tian. Demigod physique? This was the first time Qi Tian had heard such a term regarding his body, which he had always hesitated to disclose. It seemed to possess a special designation. In ancient times, demigods existed, but during the cataclysm against the demons, they were all slain. Who would have thought he would witness one again today? The blue dragon, unaware of how long it had been imprisoned, suddenly spoke of ancient times, leaving Qi Tian perplexed. Cataclysm against the demons? I've heard others mention this term. What exactly is it? The demon god traversed the myriad realms, slaughtering all life to forge a legion of divine servants. In ancient times, this world was invaded by the demon god. The human race, beast race, and those demigods fought against the cataclysm together, but ultimately, the world was shattered, lives extinguished. Some survivors chose self-imprisonment, awaiting the next cataclysm. Perpetually perplexed by the intricacies of this world, Qi Tian finally grasped the unfolding events after hearing the blue dragon's narrative. This so-called ancient era must refer to a long-forgotten time when a malevolent deity invaded, prompting all beings to unite and repel the invader, albeit at the cost of spiritual essence dissipating and the land fracturing. Now, it appears that the calamity of magic is imminent, and those wondrous beings, sealed away for countless years, are beginning to awaken. Yet are you saying that you sealed yourself? Qi Tian finally comprehended that the one who had imprisoned himself was none other than the blue dragon. Yes, not just me, but all surviving beings have suffered near-fatal injuries and had no choice but to seal themselves away for healing and survival. My early awakening merely indicates one thing. The calamity has arrived sooner than expected. If you sealed yourself, why not simply unseal yourself? Why do you require my assistance? Such a seal cannot be undone by oneself unless the time is right. However, with the calamity upon us, I must break free and restore myself to prepare for the impending threat. The blue dragon's voice seemed to carry an enchanting allure. I am but a minor figure in the realm of the extraordinary. How could I possibly save you? Upon uttering these words, Qi Tian himself found it strange that, despite facing a beast before him, he so readily believed in the creature's words. Use the samadhi fire of the three-legged golden crow from your being to scorch the crystal. As soon as it shatters, I shall be free. Do you truly mean that? Qi Tian gazed upwards at the boundless blue crystal, contemplating the absurdity of attempting to melt it with his meager flame. Fear not, I will assist you from within. We are both lives of this world, and I would never harm you. The blue dragon's voice resonated with charm, compelling Qi Tian to believe him, and his body involuntarily ignited. A blazing inferno erupted in his hands, and that fiery palm pressed firmly against the blue ice. As the blue ice met the flames, smoke billowed forth, and the biting cold pierced through Qi Tian's being, bringing clarity to his mind. Wait, I never said I would save you. Since engaging in dialogue with the blue dragon, Qi Tian seemed to have fallen under its spell, unable to resist extending a helping hand. As the flames surged, the spiritual essence within Qi Tian poured into the fire, fueling its blaze, and his hand became firmly affixed to the crystal. Oh no, I've been deceived. Panic surged within Qi Tian as a sense of impending doom enveloped him. Qi Tian, you scoundrel, you tricked me into saving you. Blue dragon, your cultivation is too low. You cannot discern even a hint of illusion. How foolish. Qi Tian, just wait, if I survive this, I will skin you alive. Chapter 62. Just you wait. Qi Tian, merely curious about the treasures hidden beneath this secret realm, mustered his courage to venture down. Though he had descended, he had already resolved that he would never again engage in such foolish acts of heroism. However, upon encountering the blue dragon and exchanging a few simple words, Qi Tian seemed to lose his senses, his every action falling under the dragon's enchanting influence. When the blue dragon implored him for salvation, Qi Tian found himself recklessly igniting his samadhi fire, risking his life to melt the crystal. It was only when the icy chill infiltrated his body that clarity returned, but it was too late. His hand was already ensnared. Much like the fateful moment when Yuhua saved the serpent-tailed figure, he found himself ensnared in a perilous trap. Blue dragon, you wretched creature, you deceived me. Ha ha, do not say that. When you rescue me, I shall truly reward you with precious treasures. Get lost. You are just like that Yuhua, a deceitful spirit. I will not save you, and you dare to use illusion to trick me. Qi Tian was incensed, and in an instant, his cultivation plummeted from the extraordinary realm back to the foundational stage. Yuhua? Could it be that she has awakened prematurely as well? Upon mentioning Yuhua, the blue dragon appeared invigorated. Yet Qi Tian had lost the desire to respond to its inquiries. His realm was rapidly declining, and all spiritual essence transformed into fuel for the samadhi fire, aiding its relentless blaze against the crystal. Foundation Stage 9, Foundation Stage 8, Foundation Stage 7. His cultivation deteriorated swiftly, soon reaching the body refinement stage. As his realm fell, the depletion of spiritual essence accelerated. Yet the blue dragon seemed indifferent to Qi Tian's plight, closing its eyes to perceive the changes in the crystal, awaiting the opportunity to break free from its confinement. Damn it, not again. I wonder if I can survive this time. Qi Tian felt urgency rising within him. There was no way to extricate himself now. The highest expert here was merely at the true essence stage. Not only could they not save him, but they were also incapable of descending the very steps upon which he stood. In a place unreachable even by true essence cultivators, or rather, a secret realm untouched even by the holy kings, the only one capable of saving him was himself. System: withdraw all spiritual essence. Fortunately, Qi Tian had previously accumulated tens of thousands of spiritual essence points. And within this secret realm, he had amassed even more. Now, the total in his system had reached over 100,000. The body refinement stage required 10,000, the foundation stage 20,000, while the extraordinary stage demanded merely 40,000. The requirements for cultivation were exponentially increasing, and just as Qi Tian was on the brink of descending to the body refinement stage, all spiritual essence surged like a torrential flood into his body. Body refinement, foundation, extraordinary. The influx of spiritual essence was overwhelming. Before the samadhi fire could ignite, it propelled Qi Tian directly past the extraordinary stage. First layer of the opening yuan stage, second layer of the opening yuan stage. Yet as the samadhi fire continued to burn, his realm, which had just broken through to the opening yuan stage, began to plummet once more, swiftly descending back to the extraordinary stage, then to the foundation stage. System: I still have over 20 million in my bank account, converted all into spiritual essence points. This 20 million was the result of the profits the plump merchant made selling spiritual liquid while Qi Tian had been away for over a year. And now he recklessly spent it all. The conversion rate was 100 to 1, instantly flooding Qi Tian with over 200,000 spiritual essence points. His realm surged upward once again, but the samadhi fire continued to consume his spiritual essence, burning fiercely. Having reached the 9th layer of the opening yuan stage, the relentless draw of spiritual essence continued, and Qi Tian's realm did not cease its decline. System: convert all the accumulated crystal cores into spiritual essence points, quickly. Once he fell to the Qi and blood stage, Qi Tian understood that he might never have the chance to return in such a dire situation. Patience was paramount. If he could endure, he might yet survive. This is quite intriguing. Not only does it possess a demigod's physique, but it also harbors such extraordinary power. Where does this spiritual essence come from? At that moment, the blue dragon also recognized Qi Tian's uniqueness. According to its plan, even if Qi Tian sacrificed himself, the samadhi fire likely would not suffice to free the dragon. However, it could indeed expedite the process of breaking its seal. Yet, in just a short while, the seal had already been breached significantly. Perhaps this peculiar human could genuinely unlock its confinement, granting it more time to prepare for the calamity. The blue dragon seemed to have an epiphany, its azure light intensifying, a wondrous power manifesting as lightning, swiftly launching an assault against the seal. Human lad, exert yourself. Perhaps I truly can break free. Get lost. Even if you escape, I will still skin you alive. Qi Tian had exhausted all his crystal cores, and over 100,000 spiritual essence points had been consumed. Yet before him, the ice crystal exhibited cracks but showed no signs of yielding. The most alarming aspect was that Qi Tian's realm began to decline once more. Gritting his teeth, he reopened the system. System, I want a loan. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, Qi Tian would never have considered a loan, but now, failing to secure one would mean being drained completely. This was his final trump card. Ding! The universal financial system is at your service. Current loan limit is 150,000 spiritual essence points. Would the host like to take the maximum loan? The maximum limit? Stop wasting time. Qi Tian had no time for banter with the system. The loan amount was contingent upon his realm. And having just reached the pinnacle of the opening yuan stage, the loan limit had risen to 160,000. As the loan's spiritual essence flowed in, Qi Tian's realm surged once again, directly ascending to the opening yuan stage, yet it continued to decline rapidly. Blue Dragon, I tell you, this is my last resort. You better put in the effort, or you will miss this opportunity. Qi Tian recognized that the Blue Dragon was also striving. Yet having taken out a loan, failure would mean his demise. Just a moment longer, lad, hold on. Initially, the Blue Dragon had intended to deceive Qi Tian, but it was astonished to discover the young man's immense capabilities. Thus, the Blue Dragon too exerted itself with utmost desperation. Echoes of dragon roars reverberated from the depths of the secret realm, reaching even those students practicing on the steps and the true essence experts. What is that sound? It resembles a magical beast. How could there be a magical beast within this secret realm? Perhaps it is just the wind. The dragon's roar traversed through the crystal, muddled by the icy fog, arriving at the ears of the onlookers as a mere whisper, and none paid it any heed. Yet, at the bottom of the secret realm, spurred by the final efforts of both the Blue Dragon and Qi Tian, a fissure finally emerged in the crystal, leading to its collapse. Beneath the ruins of shattered ice crystals, both a man and a dragon lay on the brink of collapse, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. Blue Dragon, thank you, little brother. Qi Tian, damn it, you wait right there. I will make you my mount. Blue Dragon, make me your mount. You must be joking. Chapter 63. The new function of the system. The higher-ups of the Human Alliance issued a surprising command for a temporary large-scale war against the Beastmen, prompting the entire Alliance to shift its focus towards the cultivation of prodigious talents, giving rise to the Alliance Grand Tournament. Elite students from the 98 survival bases martial arts universities gathered for the tournament. However, while everyone else diligently trained on the steps of the extreme cold secret realm, Qi Tian was already on the verge of exhaustion at the uncharted depths of the secret realm. A blue dragon, self-sealed within ice crystals, initially intended to deceive Qi Tian, but was astounded to discover that the aura emanating from Qi Tian was capable of manifesting seemingly from thin air, spurring the flames of the Samadhi divine fire. This ignited a glimmer of hope within the blue dragon to break free from its confinement. With both parties exerting their last ounce of strength, the ice crystals finally shattered, yet Qi Tian and the blue dragon collapsed amidst the icy ruins, utterly depleted. Damn it, I just managed to pay off my debts, was ready to splurge, and now you've made me bankrupt. After surviving, Qi Tian's first act was to berate the blue dragon, who was now unconscious and unable to hear the insults. Once he exhausted his energy for cursing, he hastily resumed his cultivation. Qi Tian's realm had plummeted to the foundation establishment stage. Had it not been for the Samadhi divine fire within his flesh and blood, he would have frozen to death in this bottomless abyss of frigid air. Eventually, he restored his realm to the transcendent stage, at which point the blue dragon regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, the blue dragon disregarded Qi Tian and instead bit into the shattered ice crystals. Qi Tian realized that the ice crystals were likely a means for the blue dragon to replenish its strength. If the dragon could consume them despite its dire state, then so could he. Ignoring the blue dragon, Qi Tian mimicked its actions, taking a smaller shard of ice crystal and devouring it. Ha! Human, that's my source of energy. You can't possibly consume it, and even if you did, you wouldn't be able to digest it. The blue dragon laughed at Qi Tian's attempt to imitate it, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. Qi Tian's formidable bite not only allowed him to swallow the ice crystals, but seemed to render him immune to the biting cold. Facilitating digestion. Oh, I forgot. You possess the Samadhi divine fire, which enables you to digest my ice crystals. Go ahead. Consider it my compensation for your troubles. A mere human, standing less than 2 meters tall, facing the towering mountains of ice crystals. How much could he possibly consume? The blue dragon observed Qi Tian's insatiable appetite and made no attempt to stop him, but soon realized something was amiss. The speed at which Qi Tian was consuming the ice crystals was astonishing. Not only was the blue dragon astonished, but Qi Tian felt a remarkable surge of power coursing through him as he swallowed the first shard. The ice crystals transformed into an extraordinary force that melded seamlessly with his being. This sensation was reminiscent of consuming beast flesh, but the energy from the ice crystals was exponentially more potent. Forged from the blue dragon's own energy in ancient times, the ice crystals contained vast reserves of energy, which the blue dragon could readily harness, but Qi Tian's ability to digest them was unexpected. Ultimately, the blue dragon, undeterred, turned away and began voraciously consuming the larger ice crystals, while Qi Tian, feeling encouraged by the dragon's tacit approval, indulged even more fervently. Protected by the flames of Samadhi, he munched on the ice crystals, feeling no chill. After swallowing, he absorbed all the energy within. Delicious. How does it taste even better than beast flesh? Despite lacking flavor, the sheer abundance of energy left Qi Tian wanting more. After an indeterminate amount of time, the blue dragon finally finished devouring the largest shards and prepared to absorb the smaller ones, only to find them completely vanished. What the hell? How could you eat so much? The blue dragon nearly coughed up its rage, its already weakened body swaying perilously. Although most of the ice crystals had been consumed by the blue dragon, Qi Tian had still managed to devour a small mountain's worth. It's just one piece of ice. Look at you being so stingy. I nearly died because of you. Qi Tian's words left the blue dragon feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly since it had employed illusionary tricks against him, an act considered disgraceful among both humans and beastmen. Fine, I'm too weak to argue. I'll take a rest, perhaps due to its prolonged confinement or from overeating. The blue dragon succumbed to drowsiness and began to snore in front of Qi Tian. It was not that the blue dragon lacked vigilance. Rather, a human at the first layer of the transcendent realm was no threat to him. Even if armed with a divine artifact, Qi Tian, equally fatigued and having consumed a significant quantity of ice crystals, felt drowsy and lay down on the ground. Perhaps due to the ice crystals he ingested, the previously bone-chilling cold was now barely perceptible to him. Open system. Qi Tian had numerous matters to attend to. His system had reached the opening Yuan realm during the fierce battle, prompting another upgrade. He wondered what new features the system would bestow upon him. Ding. The universal finance system is at your service. Current system functions: storage, exchange, loan, pawn, lending, storage interest rate, annual fixed interest rate 50, current interest rate 40, loan interest rate, annual interest rate 50. Lending interest rate, annual interest rate 50. Debt, 150,000 spirit value, repayment period 1 year, monthly repayment 18,750 spirit value. Balance, 3,000, 1 bloodline divine weapon hammer. Aside from the anticipated loans and a small amount of spirit value stored, Qi Tian discovered that both his lending and borrowing interest rates had increased, with the most critical addition being a lending function. System. Wasn't there already a loan capability? What did lending mean? Qi Tian understood the literal meaning of lending, but given his current massive debts, whom could he lend to? It can lend based on other situations, with the system assuming the loan. What about the blue dragon before him? As long as the host and the borrower agree, the lending function can be activated immediately. The blue dragon before you is of demigod-level power and can borrow up to 5 million spirit value. Should the contract be fulfilled, the host receives a 10% commission. What? Such a sum? Qi Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, having toiled for a mere 150,000 limit, while this first-seen blue dragon had a staggering 5 million limit. However, if the blue dragon agreed to borrow, Qi Tian would earn a commission of 500,000. But what if the borrower failed to repay? Qi Tian pondered this crucial matter. If the borrower fails to repay or is unable to do so, The debt falls upon the host. Damn it. Why? Chi Tian nearly exploded with anger. He was facilitating the system's lending, and if the borrower defaulted, the system would come after him for repayment. This was utterly outrageous. Of course, the host does not suffer loss. Should the borrower fail to repay, the host has the right to seize the borrower's possessions, wealth, or any items, including the borrower themselves. What? If the Blue Dragon couldn't repay, would it then become my slave? Slave, Beastmaster, any title will suffice. Chi Tian understood. This was a quintessential capitalist scheme. Gazing at the slumbering Blue Dragon, Chi Tian felt his mouth water. Chi Tian, if he can't repay, can I take him as my mount? System, do as you please. Chapter 64. Lending to the Blue Dragon. Chi Tian, duped by the Blue Dragon, unwittingly found himself in considerable debt. Yet, with the elevation of his realm, the financial system within him unlocked a new skill. Lending, the 10% commission intrigued Chi Tian, but the obligation to repay should the borrower default weighed heavily on his mind. However, if he repaid on their behalf, the borrower would belong to him. If this Blue Dragon became his bodyguard, he would undoubtedly be invincible. Observing the still snoozing Blue Dragon, Chi Tian felt exhilarated. The system's new feature, combined with his financial acumen from his past life, revealed an opportunity for wealth and prosperity. Currently, the exchange rate of spirit value to currency stood at 1 to 100, a clearly asymmetric conversion rate, indicating that earning profits would be significantly faster than merely absorbing spirit value. If he lent to the Blue Dragon, and it managed to repay, he would profit without concern. But if it couldn't, the Blue Dragon would become his, in essence. Chi Tian would use the Blue Dragon to earn money and repay his debts. A perfect equation. The system merely viewed Chi Tian as an intermediary guarantor, yet he plotted to exploit the borrower. Hey, wake up, wake up, Chi Tian urged, shaking the Blue Dragon vigorously. Human, don't think that just because you're shaking me, I am not half dead in here. The Blue Dragon appeared genuinely weak. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. I have a method to expedite your recovery. Do you wish to try? Initially, the Blue Dragon thought Chi Tian was jesting. How could a mere human possibly solve the recovery of a formidable Blue Dragon? Unaware of the duration required to seek out extraordinary treasures and to cultivate spiritual energy for recovery. In order to confront the impending tribulations, the thought of Chi Tian's previous feat, wherein his vanished spiritual power was miraculously restored, instilled a flicker of belief in his words. How can one restore such power? Are you aware of the magnitude of energy required for my resurgence to peak form? Moreover, this energy is not merely the essence drawn from the surroundings, but rather, it must be genuinely absorbed by the body. Unable to contain his curiosity, the Blue Dragon inquired further that, of course, should one fail to meet the terms, it would be rendered void. However, the energy must be returned with interest, 50%. 50% interest, you say? While Chi Tian's words bore the semblance of truth, the Blue Dragon seemed indifferent to the matter of interest. Having languished in silence for too long, he had lost a great deal of energy within. If a swift restoration to his zenith were possible, the supposed interest would be but a trifling concern. Very well, it is agreed. Faced with the prospect of regaining his strength, the Blue Dragon readily acquiesced. Allow me to reiterate. I shall lend you the strength to restore your body to its peak condition, yet you must repay me monthly. Should you default, you will be transformed into a servant. Subject to the will of the witness, Chi Tian. Chi Tian extended his hand, signifying the binding agreement between himself, the system, and the lender. Agreed. I, Ao Guang, the Blue Dragon, consent. A dragon claw emerged, and as it collided with Chi Tian's hand, an extraordinary energy materialized, revitalizing Ao Guang's hollow form. Ding! As per the host's request, the body of Blue Dragon Ao Guang shall be restored to its peak, incurring an energy cost equivalent to 400,000 spiritual energy points. Loan agreement activated. The host receives a commission of 40,000 spiritual energy points. A surge of blue light emanated from the Blue Dragon, intensifying, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar that conveyed immense relief. Is it truly this miraculous? The Blue Dragon hovered in the air, astonished as he examined his body. The scars from ancient battles and the emptiness within had vanished, restoring him to his prime. Do not be surprised. You have utilized 400,000 energy points, and thus owe a total of 600,000 points. The monthly repayment amounts to 50,000, starting from today. Should you default? Do not blame me, I understand. Although I am uncertain of the nature of this energy, it is merely 1/10, and I am aware. Splendid. My name is Chi Tian, and I reside by the riverside. Do not default. Haha, understood. I, Ao Guang, am a dragon of my word. The blue dragon soared in the air, spiraling before transforming into a streak of blue light and vanishing. Hey, what about the promised benefits? Chi Tian's call went unanswered, as the blue dragon had already departed. How typical. I knew he was not a trustworthy dragon. Previously, the blue dragon had deceived Chi Tian, promising rewards upon his rescue, and now, having been saved and restored to peak condition, he had fled without a trace. Patience. We shall surely meet again. With the blue dragon gone, Chi Tian intended to resume his cultivation, but the temperature within the secret realm began to rise rapidly, and the dense spiritual energy diminished, indicating an imminent collapse of the realm. It seems the blue dragon's departure inflicted irreversible damage upon the secret realm. I must leave before it collapses. Turning swiftly, Chi Tian returned to the side of the students who were engaged in their own cultivation, all wearing bewildered expressions, unaware of the changes occurring within the realm. The situation is dire. A collapse may ensue. And thus the assessment concludes. All individuals are to exit the rift space in an orderly manner. Chi Tian had no choice but to follow suit, glancing at his watch, which indicated a depth of 80 layers. Surely the organizers had not anticipated that any students could reach such depths, as they had not established protocols for it in just 2 days. The first round of the competition was abruptly terminated due to the rift's issues. However, once everyone emerged, no one seemed concerned about rankings. Instead, they inquired of one another. Did you see a beam of blue light? Some reported hearing a beastly roar during the process. Did you discover anything? According to the accounts from outside, aside from an early incident where a student was expelled by a true origin realm expert, there had been no anomalies. Yet, 2 days later, a blue light shot forth from the spatial rift, vanishing into the heavens. Following the emergence of this blue light, the rift exhibited significant trembling, followed by a cessation of coldness and spiritual energy. Shortly after all the students exited, the entire spatial rift collapsed and disappeared. As the student who had ventured the deepest, Chi Tian was naturally subjected to repeated inquiries, yet all he could utter was that he did not know. Thus, the infamous extreme cold secret realm vanished without explanation. Fortunately, the students had made considerable progress during their trials, with some even surpassing the transcendent realm and attaining the opening origin realm. Yet, Chi Tian was an anomaly. Despite having ventured the deepest, his cultivation remained unchanged. He entered as a first-tier transcendent and exited as a first-tier transcendent. While awaiting evaluations, a blood-red cloud appeared in the sky, swirling ominously above the camp. Within this blood cloud, several figures resembling hot air balloons floated, and numerous silhouettes leapt from the airships, clad in blood-red garments and masks. They descended upon the ground at I have heard that the seeds of the human alliance are gathered here. Today, we shall collect them all. The blood-robe cult. Alarm and outrage swept through the crowd. How audacious of the blood-robe cult to dare intrude upon such sacred ground. Yet, the descending figures hovered in the air before crashing to the ground. True origin realm? This spells serious trouble. Chi Tian, Ao Guang, do not default. Ao Guang, rest assured, I shall attend to some urgent matters first, and then I will provide you with some extraordinary treasures. Chi Tian, a word of caution. Speaking of extraordinary treasures, you are a treasure yourself. Ao Guang, haha, indeed I am a treasure, but you are unworthy. Chapter 65. A convergence of masters and unforeseen incident unfolded beneath the extreme cold secret realm when a blue light shot forth from the rift, signaling the commencement of the realm's collapse. The selection of this location for the grand competition was intended to offer students an opportunity for growth, yet it has now concluded prematurely. As everyone concluded their investigations and prepared for the scoring assessment. A blood cloud drifted in, unleashing a multitude of blood-robe cultists from the hot air balloons. Some glided to the ground, while others hovered in the air, amounting to hundreds in total. It must be noted that this was the grand competition organized by the Human Alliance's martial arts school. Set in a highly protected area like the extreme cold secret realm, which was safeguarded by experts of the harmonization realm. Furthermore, with the leaders of 98 martial arts schools present, all of whom were true origin realm experts. The audacity of the Blood Robe cult to disrupt this event speaks to their folly. Blood Robe cult, do you know where you are? This is no place for your recklessness. A voice resonated within the military camp. Though no figure was visible, the sound reverberated through the air, unsettling even the true Origin Realm experts hovering above. Of course we know. The finest bloodlines of humanity converge here, and we come for the future of humanity. A voice echoed from within the blood cloud, restoring the composure of the Blood Robe cultists. The strength of a Harmonization Realm expert is indeed formidable. Merely the resonance of their spiritual power destabilizes our forms, nearly sending us plummeting from the clouds. Harmonization Realm? Could it be that the Blood Robe cult possesses a Harmonization Realm master? Have they truly mobilized their entire force? Amidst the discussions, an elderly figure with white hair and youthful features descended slowly from the blood cloud. Crimson light enveloping him as he surveyed the ground. In response, the military camp erupted in thunderous fury as a figure shot into the sky, surrounded by crackling lightning. Resembling a celestial being, it turned out that the commanding general was an old acquaintance. How rare it is! Spare us the pleasantries. You have betrayed the human alliance and now seek to instigate conflict once more. Today, I shall slay you. My bloodline has changed. Do you still believe I am the same martial artist you once controlled? The Harmonization Realm expert of the Blood Robe cult and the Harmonization Realm general stationed in the military camp were revealed to be longtime acquaintances. After exchanging heated words, they soared into different directions. A battle between Harmonization Realm experts within this space would surely embroil others in chaos. Retain the worthy bloodlines. Eliminate the rest. When the cultists invade, kill them without mercy. Clearly, both were confident in their subordinates. Having issued their commands, they vanished without a trace. On the Alliance's side, numerous figures ascended into the air, including true Origin Realm majors and various vice principals. Nearly 200 individuals swiftly took to the skies to confront the invading cultists. Additionally, the opening Origin Realm martial artists and the school's instructional staff, numbering in the hundreds, assembled to stand against the Blood Robe cultists. All students and martial artists below the opening Origin Realm. Step back. This was undoubtedly the most advanced battle scenario these students had ever witnessed. With both sides comprising hundreds, one faction in the air and the other on the ground, the opening Origin Realm was merely a ticket to participate in the battle. The students and ordinary martial artists, including the captains, were entirely excluded from this conflict, observing from a distance to learn from the spectacle. Uncertain who struck first, both sides quickly assembled, the air filled with the sounds of slicing winds and clashing forces, shaking the very fabric of space. Goodness, this is quite intense. 300 in the sky and 400 on the ground. Who do you think will triumph? Obviously, the Alliance will win. After all, this blood-clad cult has but a handful of followers. Can't you see they are already surrounded? In terms of the Kaiyuan realm, the Alliance indeed boasts greater numbers, yet it appears that in the Jinyuan realm, the cult holds the advantage. As the spectators debated the unfolding battlefield, they were taken aback by the audacity of the cultists, who, despite facing a coalition of 98 educational institutions, still possessed the will to fight. While the Alliance certainly had superiority on the ground in the Kaiyuan realm, the outcome of this battle would ultimately hinge on the high-end combat strength. The two combatants in the Lihue realm had long since departed, and a decisive victor was unlikely to emerge soon, leaving the outcome of the battle primarily dependent on the aerial Jinyuan realm experts. Yet concerns began to mount. In terms of the number of Jinyuan realm elites, the human alliance appeared to be at a disadvantage, as the cultists significantly outnumbered them. Anxiety rippled through the crowd. After all, this was not merely a contest. Should the alliance falter, the only fate awaiting these individuals would be the loss of their bloodlines and lives. Stop dawdling. Those above the extraordinary realm, follow me. Prepare the restraints. In the military camp, the warriors had access to various means. Although the extraordinary realm fighters could not directly confront the formidable individuals of the Kaiyuan realm, they could still prepare the necessary restraints. Qi Tian and his companions did not linger, promptly joining the ranks to set up the restraints, while other extraordinary realm students faltered, as Qi Tian had prior experience in military camps and was familiar with such preparations. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, pregnant with crimson lightning, while near the sky, shadows darted about in a heated melee. Yet the most spectacular sights lay beneath the ground, where the battles among the Kaiyuan realm experts threatened to raze the military camp to the ground. Chaos reigned, an extreme frenzy. It was evident that the blood-clad cult had come well prepared, boasting a core strength of Kaiyuan realm fighters that surpassed the entire military camp. As the strong fought in disarray, the students and ordinary warriors found themselves in utter confusion. Some busied themselves fleeing, while others hastily prepared restraints, transforming the camp into a hive of frantic activity. However, the crux of this conflict would hinge upon the highest combat capabilities. The airborne Kaiyuan realm experts from the blood-clad cult clearly held the upper hand, and after tentative exchanges, several genuine realm cultivators had descended to join their ranks. We shall deal with these Kaiyuan realm fighters. You focus on gathering bloodlines. The strategy of the blood-clad cult was crystal clear: to engage their surplus Xinyuan realm fighters in order to entangle the numerous Kaiyuan realm warriors of the Alliance, thereby diminishing the Alliance's numerical advantage. Meanwhile, the Kaiyuan realm fighters freed up by the cult began advancing towards the gathering of students. We seek only the bloodlines of the students. Do not resist, and we shall spare your lives. Resist, and you shall find your graves here. The approaching Kaiyuan realm fighters represented an overwhelmingly formidable force before the students and warriors. Are they coming for us? Of course. If the blood-clad cultising after bloodlines, then what could they possibly want? All being Kaiyuan realm fighters, how could they possibly contend? Fear gripped some, while others lamented, yet a greater number began to retreat, hoping to be the fortunate few to escape unscathed. Hadn't some students already ascended to the Kaiyuan realm within the secret realm? Hurry up. We need to prepare the restraints. Yes, what about that top genius? Amidst the crowd's urgings, a stern young man stepped forward, the one who had previously held the top rank in the secret realm before being overtaken by Qi Tian. I am Ouyang Fei from the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Come, let me see what skills the blood-clad cult possesses. Haha, from Kyoto. A student has actually reached the Kaiyuan realm. What a prodigy indeed. Just as the blood-clad cult marveled at Ouyang Fei's prowess, they raised their eyes and spotted Qi Tian amidst the throng. Qi Tian, you are here too, what a coincidence. The moment Ouyang Fei was put forth as the representative, he was instantly overlooked, as the cultists disregarded him and rushed towards Qi Tian. Ouyang Fei, hey. I am the strongest among this group, blood-clad cult. Oh really? The others can entertain you. I have more pressing matters at hand. Chapter 66. Old acquaintances within the ranks of warriors. No Kaiyuan realm fighters remained. Yet someone recalled that within the secret realm, some had already reached the Kaiyuan realm by harnessing its spiritual energy. Talents often possess numerous skills. If not now, when? Encouraged by the crowd, Ouyang Fei stepped forth. Though trepidation gnawed at him, he had indeed reached the Kaiyuan realm, but only just, risking his own life in the process. However, as the foremost student, he felt an undeniable obligation. As the greatest talent among all universities in the Human Alliance, he could not falter now, nor bring shame upon the Ouyang family of Kyoto. Yet the title of foremost left Ouyang Fei unsettled. He could not shake the memory of the individual who had effortlessly surpassed him within the secret realm. Regardless, he had to step forward. If he could just hold on until the Alliance's reinforcements arrived, everything would resolve itself, and he would become a great benefactor in safeguarding the students. I am Ouyang Fei from Kyoto. His introduction was delivered with unwavering resolve, a talent among the students, truly rare. Just as the Kaiyuan realm cultivator from the blood-clad cult expressed admiration, he caught sight of Qi Tian. What talent, what first! Instantly, they cast aside Ouyang Fei and rushed towards Qi Tian. Ouyang Fei glanced back at the target of the Kaiyuan realm fighters, fury swelling within him. It was that very boy who had surpassed him in the secret realm. Clearly a waste. Having entered the secret realm as merely a first-layer extraordinary, he was the farthest from the exit, and even saved a genuine realm protector, yet emerged still as a first-layer extraordinary. Could there be a more pitiful existence? Yet this very waste had not only seized his title but now caused a Kaiyuan realm expert to abandon him for him. Frustration bubbled within Ouyang Fei, and he brandished his Fang Tian Huaji, contemplating how to intercept the approaching Kaiyuan realm fighter, only to find himself targeted by another first-layer Kaiyuan realm. But this bloodline is quite impressive. Such a large divine weapon is indeed rare. You must be from the Ouyang family of Kyoto. Bloodline power is inherited, and in a sense, larger bloodline weapons are better. Some renowned families' bloodlines are well known. You know the Ouyang family? Good. I shall use you to establish my reputation today. Aside from the one approaching, the remaining Kaiyuan realm fighters had already engaged in battle with the students and warriors, while the foremost cultist had arrived before Chi Tian, long time no see. Who are you? Chi Tian did not recognize the individual, but the plump figure beside him, now at the extraordinary realm, and Lin Ran recognized the voice. It's him, Chi Tian, the person who came to the military camp to find you. Realization dawned on Chi Tian. This was the individual who had sought him out during his time in the military, after he had defeated 2 extraordinary realm cultists. This must be the Kaiyuan realm fighter who had witnessed the battles in the camp. Both of you, step aside and protect yourselves. This would be Chi Tian's first battle against a Kaiyuan realm fighter. Although he had not improved his realm within the secret realm, due to the fluctuations in his levels, he had reached his limit, especially after consuming the ice crystal from the blue dragon Aoguang. Chi Tian's body had become significantly stronger, even he was uncertain of the extent. Take care. I bet you can win. The plump figure called out before pulling Lin Ran away. Don't drag me away. I want to help Chi Tian, Lin Ran protested, but was forcibly led away. Enough. Does Chi Tian even need our help? Staying here would only create chaos. While others might not understand Chi Tian, the plump figure did. Chi Tian's combat prowess could not be gauged solely by his realm. Even when he was merely in the foundation establishment stage, he could defeat extraordinary realm fighters. Now, though only at the first layer of the extraordinary realm, he was certainly not comparable to ordinary extraordinary realm fighters. Once the plump figure and Lin Ran had departed, Chi Tian swiftly retreated, leading the cultist away to a secluded corner. What is this? Are you digging your own grave? No need to hide so far. Last time you were fortunate to survive, but this time you will surely die. The cultist approached slowly, unleashing his spiritual power, causing the surrounding sand and stones to swirl and explode. Just you? Kill me? You think a bit too highly of yourself? Chi Tian scoffed at the cultist. Even before he entered the secret realm, he knew that even if he could not defeat the cultist would find it impossible to kill him. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep up this bravado. After failing the last mission and returning without securing Chi Tian's bloodline, the cultist had faced severe punishment. Today presented the perfect opportunity for him to redeem himself. Without further ado, he launched an attack, a surge of spiritual energy shooting towards Chi Tian like a bolt from a crossbow. The energy arrow tore through the air, imbued with a sharp intensity, hurtling towards Chi Tian. The cultist showed no mercy. This strike was clearly meant to claim Chi Tian's life. Be careful. Hiding at a distance, Lin Ran could not help but shout, overwhelmed by the intensity of the energy contained in that seemingly ordinary strike from the Kaiyuan realm. Even someone in the early stages of the Kaiyuan realm would likely not dare to withstand it head-on. Stop messing around. If you're going to fight, then fight properly. Chi Tian, without a trace of spiritual energy, effortlessly waved his hand to deflect the attack from the Kaiyuan realm expert, as casually as swatting away a fly. Such formidable strength was indeed not a mere rumor. Having defeated 2 transcendent realm opponents during his foundation establishment phase, and now being in the transcendent realm himself, Chi Tian's casual defense sent a shiver down the spine of the Kaiyuan realm cultist, who realized that this peculiar young man could not be underestimated. A towering blade appeared in the hands of the cultist, and with a swift movement, he resembled a soaring swan. The blade light flashed, and a lethal arc surged towards Chi Tian. How shameless to use a divine weapon against someone from the transcendent realm. The stout man cursed angrily. Indeed, utterly shameless, Lin Ran echoed, equally incensed. The cultist paid no heed to their words. After unleashing a deadly strike, he swiftly followed up with a barrage of blows. Multiple lethal arcs enveloped Chi Tian, and being struck by any one of them would spell certain doom. What is more, with so many strikes converging, it seemed there would be nothing left of him. I told you to fight properly. Chi Tian sighed. The blade appeared razor-sharp, yet he felt no pressure at all, finding it less formidable than the icy shards from the blue dragon. Stepping forward, Chi Tian allowed the blades to strike him. Apart from tearing several holes in his clothing, they had no effect whatsoever. What? The cultist was taken aback. He had already taken his opponent seriously, yet his full-force strike had yielded no results, as a Kaiyuan realm expert. He should have been able to inflict at least some damage, unless, from shock to dread, he realized there was no time for contemplation. Chi Tian exerted force beneath his feet and charged forward. ready to deliver a powerful blow. Cultist, you truly are extraordinary. Your body is almost on par with a fifth-grade beast. Chi Tian. Remember, I am an existence you can never possess. Chapter 67. Slaying the Kaiyuan realm after withstanding the attack from the Kaiyuan realm expert unscathed. Chi Tian launched a counterattack, a mere boy in the first layer of the transcendent realm, armed only with his fists, was now overwhelming a Kaiyuan realm expert wielding a long blade. Not only was the Kaiyuan cultist dumbfounded, but even Lin Ran and the stout man, who were watching from afar, fell silent. They were well aware of Chi Tian's ferocity, but none could have anticipated he would be capable of such feats against a Kaiyuan realm opponent, particularly one who was a mid to late-stage expert. How could such an adept be beaten by someone with just his bare hands, especially the cultist, who had only recently learned of Chi Tian's victory over two transcendent realm subordinates? How could things have changed so drastically in such a short time? As a dignified Kaiyuan realm practitioner, who had even undergone a bloodline transformation and possessed a top-tier bloodline divine weapon, he was now unable to break through the defenses of a mere first-layer transcendent realm individual. In a wonder the cult leader had personally sought Chi Tian's bloodline. It was not merely rare but rather extraordinary. Since their last parting in the military camp, Chi Tian had consumed the flesh and blood of countless beasts, defeated 3 fourth-grade beasts, and even ingested a fiery egg, elevating his physical prowess to that of a fourth-grade level. To oppose a Kaiyuan realm expert with a fourth-grade physique was already a considerable advantage, and he had gained further enhancements beneath the secret realm, repeatedly refining his body and consuming the ice crystals used by the Blue Dragon for recovery. After enduring such intense trials and transformations, Chi Tian's body had reached an impressive 5th-grade beast level. A 5th-grade beast was not something even a true Essence Realm expert would dare confront head-on. After just a brief exchange, beads of cold sweat began to form on the cultist's brow. The combat capabilities of Chi Tian could not be judged solely by realm. He was undoubtedly on par with the Kaiyuan realm. Once this realization dawned upon him, the cultist's back was soaked with cold sweat. Especially as Chi Tian's relentless fists approached, the cultist's spiritual energy shield could no longer hold. With a single punch, the divine weapon was sent flying. With a second, the cultist's arm was fractured, and with a third, he was struck away, crashing against the rocks. The massive boulder shattered, and the cultist lay amidst the debris. Bloodied and battered, as if his very entrails had been expelled. I truly underestimated you. My name is... I have no interest in your name. Chi Tian, triumphant, had gained mastery over his body, which now possessed the prowess of a 5th-grade beast. At this level, even lying down to take a beating would pose no threat. As for the cultist's name, Chi Tian was unconcerned. I am calling for it. Help. The cultist, nearly beaten to death, was almost overwhelmed with frustration. What time was it? He had no mood to introduce himself to this humanoid beast. With a resounding howl, the Kaiyuan realm experts engaged in battle with transcendent realm opponents heard the cry for assistance. What happened? Is there an issue? Useless. You failed the last mission in the military camp, and now this. It's just a transcendent realm opponent. To be defeated by a transcendent realm individual was a disgrace worthy of scorn. Regardless of their disdain or insults, 2 Kaiyuan realm experts rushed to provide support. The only possibility of defeating a Kaiyuan realm expert in combat lay in possessing an extraordinary bloodline, making this a prime opportunity for merit. They could not afford to miss it. With a powerful leap, the 2 Kaiyuan realm experts glided to the side of the nearly defeated cultist. This lad is no simpleton. Do not underestimate him. Underestimate? Do you think everyone is as useless as you? One of the cultists sneered, delivering a kick to end the suffering of the half-dead cultist. Then, turning to Chi Tian, he gazed upon him as if discovering a treasure. I know you. You are Chi Tian, right? He is indeed unfortunate, having fallen at your hands twice. However, today, we will claim your bloodline. Bring it on, all of you. Having already engaged with the Kaiyuan realm, Chi Tian was well aware of his own strength. The Kaiyuan realm no longer posed any threat to him. Have you considered joining our blood robe sect? The treatment is far better than that of the Alliance. One cultist surprisingly extended an olive branch to Chi Tian. If you're not going to fight, I'll be leaving. You. The Kaiyuan realm is considered powerful everywhere. Never has a transcendent realm individual dared to act so insolently before one. For such disrespectful behavior, The common response is immediate extermination. A heavy iron rod, a long sword, and 2 bloodline divine weapons were drawn, all aimed at Qi Tian. How shameless, 2 against 1. Does the blood-robe sect have no shame? The stout man, now on his feet, cursed. Yet, as soon as the Kaiyuan realm expert turned his head, he quickly crouched back down. Hemph, indeed shameless. Not only 2 against 1, but 2 Kaiyuan realm experts against a single transcendent realm individual. Even if they win, they'll be the laughingstock of humanity. The stout man was fearful, while Lin Ran remained undaunted, cheering for Qi Tian with her hands on her hips. The Kaiyuan realm experts had no time to pay attention to the two. Their focus was solely on Qi Tian. With no common ground for discourse, the 3 immediately engaged in combat. Qi Tian's realm was still only transcendent, and although he had the enhancement of the Shadow Step, his speed remained a shortcoming. He could only rely on the explosive power of his physique for short bursts of acceleration, making it challenging to land effective attacks while the Kaiyuan realm experts could easily evade him. The 2 cultists swiftly gained the upper hand, leaving the scene in an awkward stalemate where Qi Tian could only endure their blows, while the cultists struggled to breach his astonishing defenses. It appeared lively, yet none could truly harm the other, resulting in Qi Tian taking a thorough beating. I cannot continue to endure this. It's too disadvantageous. Qi Tian resolved to stop retaliating altogether. Standing his ground as the divine weapons of the 2 cultists struck him, just as one of the rods came crashing down upon his shoulder, Qi Tian seized one end firmly in his grasp. Now, let us see where you think you're going. With the divine weapon in his grip, he yanked the cultist closer, and then unleashed a flurry of meteoric punches eyeing the horrified gaze of the other cultist. He mercilessly pounded the first one to death. No, this fellow's defense is abnormal. He is not something a Kaiyuan realm can contend with. With both cultists slain, the remaining one realized that the individual before him was far from ordinary, and he immediately felt the desire to retreat. Yet, Qi Tian kept his eyes fixed on him. Just as the cultist attempted to flee, Qi Tian abruptly grasped the long sword divine weapon. The razor-sharp blade was caught firmly in his hand, and no matter how much the cultist struggled, it felt as though it had taken root. In the moment of hesitation, Qi Tian closed the distance. Once he was up close, regardless of whether the opponent was a Kaiyuan realm expert or not, he would not hold back. Lin Ran, Fatty, your bet was quite impressive. Qi Tian truly won. Fatty, I bet he would win, but I didn't expect he would do it so effortlessly. It was like beating a child.